Chapter 151 Herav. Is there a possibility that we are fake legendary wizards?
Unfortunately, the duration of this supernova explosion is very limited. It seems that this gathering can only come to an end.
Lin pretended to regret and shook his head, and let Ji now do some space shock class special effects. Although Herav couldn't understand the relationship between supernova explosions and maintaining this space, he couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard the news that the meeting was over. He was also a little worried that if he continued to talk, his little knowledge reserve might not be able to cope with the inquiries of these legendary wizards. The two people with different intentions said a few words and agreed on the time for the next meeting, and then exited the magic realm at the same time. The moment his consciousness completely returned to his body, cold sweat broke out on Herav's forehead, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle.
It looks like it's over. How's it going? Did you gain anything? Or did you run into some trouble?
Aurora rested her chin with her right hand, stared at Herav, and asked jokingly. She was just going to attend an academic gathering, but the other party was making such a mess, which really made her curious. Herav glanced at Aurora angrily. He had just made so many efforts to prevent the wizarding land from being looked down upon and preserve the reputation of legendary wizards like them. If I had known earlier, I should have let Aurora take the blame. Of course, this was just an angry talk. Even if he had to do it again, Herav would not hand over the ring, because the magical theories about the infinite universe are really fascinating.
If there is anything to gain, that's it.
Herav hesitated for a moment, thinking of the magic daily written by Roar, and sighed.
The theory of magic in the land of wizards is probably outdated.
Aurora paused and looked at Herav in surprise. Is it that exaggerated?
Do you know about vacuum quantum fluctuations, cosmic radiation, and Hubble's law?
Herav asked with a sneer. Aurora shook her head blankly. She had never heard of any of these words.
What about supernova explosions and the Big Bang?
Herav continued to ask.
These are all studies by the Arcane Society?
Aurora couldn't help but interrupt. She vaguely wondered if Herav had been deceived. It's not like they have no research on the starry sky. Even if they are lagging behind, it is impossible for them to know nothing about a certain theory.
Are you sure they didn't just find some mysterious words to fool you?
Aurora said questioningly.
Just now, I witnessed the falling of stars with my own eyes.
Herav sighed and shook his head helplessly. Star? Fall? Aurora felt a little hard to understand. Herav didn't hold back and described in detail what he saw after entering the magic realm, especially the gorgeous scene of the star expanding, collapsing, and finally erupting.
The high temperature generated by the destruction of stars can melt all matter, and the flickering light can even light up the entire galaxy. The magic we have is not worth mentioning under such power. The Arcane Society calls this strange phenomenon for a supernova explosion,
Herav said with emotion. This name is very beautiful, but the meaning of this phenomenon is chilling to the bottom of my heart. After a pause, Herav continued to speak.
I still remember that 30 years ago, we observed a star that suddenly lit up, lasted for a full month, and then suddenly disappeared. Now that I think about it, that must be the end of a star.
Aurora listened to Herav's description and tried to restore such a magnificent scene in her mind. Since stars also die one day, what about the sun above their heads? Is there also a time to fall? Is it possible that the theories promoted by the Wizards of Doomsday sects are true, and that the world is gradually heading for destruction?
The wizards of the Arcane Society must have developed a more powerful, far-sighted magic,
Herav said categorically. Only in this way can they explain why their understanding of the stars in the universe is so profound. Only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you perfectly recreate the scene of a supernova explosion. Aurora nodded. As a legendary wizard, she didn't think that the other party's research progress could be so much faster than hers. The only explanation was that the other party could see more clearly and further.
In addition, I found that the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society are in a strange state.
Herav hesitated for a long time and said hesitantly. Aurora was startled for a moment, then frowned and asked,
What's so strange? They gave me the feeling. Like.
Herav considered his words.
It's like looking directly at a star. You must have made a mistake. Right,
Aurora said with a strange expression. How could a human being be the same as a star?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken.
Herav stood up and walked around the room. After thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Herav stopped and spoke solemnly in an uncertain tone.
Do you think it's possible that their promotion method is different from ours?
There is no doubt that these legendary wizards of the Arcane Society are more knowledgeable and powerful than him. Now the other party has very obvious characteristics that are different from them, which is a bit intriguing. Herav, who had witnessed the explosion of stars with his own eyes, understood how terrifying that power was. So an idea gradually emerged in his mind. Whether there might be a problem with the way he was promoted. Aurora obviously understood what Herav wanted to express, and immediately stood up from her seat. Magic power surged around her body, and she spoke in shock.
This is absolutely impossible. Someone has already taken this road. Hasn't it? If she is really so right, do you think we can still stand here fine?
Herav said mockingly. There are essential differences between a wizard apprentice to a formal wizard, and then from a formal wizard to a grand wizard. But there is no such difference between a legendary wizard and a grand wizard. The only difference is that the magic they release is more powerful, and the magic power is more abundant. Even if the legendary wizard can hang up and beat the great wizard of a lower level during the battle, it cannot change the fact that the magic released by the two has no the essential difference. Or they haven't found the key yet. Thinking of this, Herav couldn't help but shook his head. Rather than saying that they were legendary wizards, it would be better to say that they were just great wizards who had exceeded a certain limit. Chapter 152 How can a human become like a star? Compared to Herav, who had been deceived in the field of magic and was very dedicated to the secret magic society. Aurora seemed dubious.
Since you think we are wrong, what is the real way to be promoted in your opinion? Is it to become like the sun?
Aurora retorted coldly. Herav was speechless for a moment, and this was what confused him the most. According to the derivation of the root of promotion to the official wizard and the great wizard, there are usually only 3 ways to obtain more powerful power. The first is to control new elements, and the second is to explore the field of micro-elements. But the problem is that they can no longer find newer elements. And even if they find them, they can't raise their strength to a whole new level. The exploration of the field of microscopic elements has almost come to a standstill due to an accident more than 10 years ago. According to those elemental wizards, they encountered the so-called elemental ghost. The term was originally coined by the legendary wizard Artok, who developed the Great Disintegration. It was after an in-depth analysis of the phenomenon of elemental ghosts that the most powerful elemental wizard in the wizarding land suddenly went crazy. And the research manuscripts he left behind were full of all kinds of crazy words. Herav checked some of the remaining manuscripts. The legendary wizard believed that the microscopic world of elements is chaotic and disorderly. All magic laws lose their effectiveness here, and the state of the elements will become extremely weird and fast. To the extreme. It is impossible to freely use magic power to control it. In fact, Artok was unable to determine whether these elements really existed or what state they were in. At the end of the manuscript, a chilling sentence was left. It is actually avoiding me. It actually knows that I am observing it. They are ghosts. Ghosts of the elements. After that, rumors about the existence of a monster called an elemental ghost in the microscopic realm, which could attack the soul and break through the spiritual defense line of the legendary wizard, became popular in the wizarding land, and the research on microscopic elements had to be suspended. Artok elemental accuracy is even known as the limit that a wizard can achieve. Further down, you may encounter the resistance of elemental ghosts, and even the legendary wizard will not be immune. With both roads blocked, they had only one option left to find ways to improve their computing power. Nowadays, the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society have allowed Herav to see another possibility. Herav's hesitant look made Aurora a little upset.
Since you think their promotion method is different from ours, why not just ask?
Herav glanced at Aurora speechlessly. These were just his guesses. He couldn't be 100% sure. Besides, wouldn't such a straightforward inquiry reveal his true identity? Although he admitted that the other party was far superior to him in the research of the universe and stars. From the standpoint of the wizard's land, Herav still hoped that the two parties would communicate on academic issues as equals, rather than one party listening to the other's guidance. More importantly, acquiring this valuable knowledge is not without cost. Herav knows very well that once he is too weak during academic exchanges and cannot show enough value, then the next gathering will be very difficult. At that time, he may be excluded. After all, no academic organization would like a member who always engages in free sex but cannot provide any value. It is still far away from the next gathering of legendary wizards. I am afraid that it will have to wait until the next supernova explosion. Herav thought over and over again, and thought that maybe he could start with Lin to find out the details of those legendary wizards. At the same time, within the magic realm, Lin was relieved to see Herav leave. It was not easy to deceive a legendary wizard. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, although there was a slight accident in the middle, the overall situation was still as I imagined. After dragging the legendary wizard Herav into the Arcane Society, I was completely safe in the land of wizards. With the other party's endorsement, no one will doubt whether the background board they erected actually exists. By the way, 071. In everyone's projection, what are you doing with a small nuclear fusion reactor? Lin asked in her mind in confusion. He had noticed this a long time ago, but he was too busy dealing with Herav just now to pay attention to it. In accordance with the requirements of the agreement goals, adding high-energy reactions to each unit and creating 4 nuclear reactors can effectively save computing power. Good guy. That's it. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched. His original intention was to add a little special effects to the projections of Einstein and others, preferably to imitate the almost substantial sense of oppression emanating from the legendary wizard. As a result, she now actually built a nuclear reactor in these people's projections. This is indeed high energy. Lin shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that the other party didn't see anything. Immediately afterwards, Lin turned to look at the white dove aside. At this moment, the girl was shivering on the ground. The aura emitted by the soul projection of the legendary wizard was really terrifying. When the supernova erupted, she felt as if her spirit body was about to dissipate. However, in Lin's view, it looked like middle-aged Marie Curie holding her head and squatting in defense. This seemed awkward, so she quickly asked Ji now to cancel these projections.
You did a good job this time. Bathe! It would be better if you were braver and spoke more eloquently.
Lin stepped forward and patted the girl on the head, speaking to comfort her. Bai Ge raised his head and said nothing, just looking at Lin with a resentful look on his face. Looking pitiful, Lin stretched out his hand, and a 2-finger-thick storybook appeared in his palm and waved in front of the girl's eyes. The expression on Bai Ge's face changed immediately. His eyes followed the movement of the book, and his eyes were full of desire.
This is the first volume of
Grimm's Fairy Tales
that I promised you before. Take it.
Lin didn't mean to tease the other person, and handed the storybook over casually. The girl took it over happily, and couldn't wait to read it. This,
Grimm's Fairy Tales,
was the most interesting storybook she had ever read. The prince who turned into a frog, Snow White who was kind-hearted but was abused by her stepmother, and Cinderella who attended the prince's ball but lost a glass slipper. In this dark world with nothing but stars, storybooks can be said to be her source of happiness. But the black-hearted Lin actually deleted the second half of all the stories, unless he agreed to help act in a play. The second half of the story could be read. Chapter 153, Measuring the Circumference of the Planet. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, with Magic Daily sparing no effort in publicity. The news about the pendulum experiment at the seminar and Lin's plan to measure the circumference of the planet under his feet in Nigeli spread quickly. The whole land of wizards. This explosive news shocked countless civilians and wizards. In the past, no one thought that they could actually measure the continent and ocean, that they were too lazy to survive. After all, the sea is too vast. Before this, many people thought that this world has no end. But Lin was doing something that everyone thought was impossible. And he came up with a logically feasible method, and even used experiments to prove his planet theory. So in a very short period of time, Lin, the Arcane Society, and his method of determining the circumference of the planet immediately became the hottest topics in the wizarding land. Even the farmers who cultivated the fields had to talk when they got together to chat. Mention a few sentences to show your knowledge. However, the flat earth theory has been rooted in the land of wizards for too long. That simple, straightforward, self-centered theory still has many supporters. These people firmly believe that the continent under their feet can never be round. Yes, these are all magic tricks done by the wizard from beyond the fog. But whether they agreed or opposed, they all rushed towards Greenreel, ready to witness this historic scene. Kevin and Orlando, who had received Philip's invitation early, also arrived at Greenreel in a carriage, along with Darren and other halflings.
Look! Look at that pendulum!
As soon as Darren entered the city, he saw the huge, constantly swinging iron ball placed in the center of the city. It was the pendulum pointer that the master architect Raphael, with the permission of the parliament and the authorization of Lin, carved out 1-to-1. Even the sand table and the graduated disc below were exactly the same. The only change is that the extremely ambitious Raphael did not erect a wooden stick on the sand table as a pointer, because he was ready to create a great art that could last forever. In order to create this miracle, more than a dozen alchemist masters stayed up all night and spent 3 whole days to set up a huge alchemy formation under the sand table, extracting all the elements in the nearby space to form a vacuum field. In this way, without the influence of air resistance, theoretically, the pendulum can continue to move like this under the combined action of gravity and geostrophic deflection force. Every wizard who walks into Greenleer can't help but sigh when he sees this iron ball that can swing back and forth, and even deflect without any external force. This is simply a miracle in the history of magic.
How long is it until 12 o'clock noon?
Raphael looked at the sky. The scorching sun was already hanging high above his head, and asked for the 7th time.
Only the last 15 minutes are left.
The apprentices next to them also looked at the magic clock nervously with excited expressions. Such scenes were staged in every corner of Greenreel, and everyone was looking forward to it. Those wizards who did not have money to buy the magic clock were all staring at the sundial, anxiously waiting for the last moment to arrive. At the same time, an airship was speeding across the wide sea. As early as 11:45 at noon the day before yesterday, the airship had already set off from Greenreel. Under the attention of countless people, it began its long voyage. It has been sailing on the sea for 2 days, which is a full day. 720 kilometers. Lin had to sigh that this sea area was so vast that it was unimaginable. He only saw scattered uninhabited islands along the way. In order to increase the rigor of the experiment, and to have a beacon to guide the airship when it returns, Herav also used magic to erect a stone pillar on an island midway, and left a wizard to record the data, while the rest others continued to cross the sea in airships.
It should be almost time. Right.
Herav glanced at the magic clock placed in the cockpit. There was now less than 15 minutes left before 12 o'clock noon. Lin nodded and looked at the halfling girl in charge of driving the airship.
Okay, Lydia, let's stop here. The Overlook has arrived at the designated location. The total sailing time is 48 hours. It is now starting to land.
Lydia gave Lin and the courtesy of a ship, and then jogged all the way to turn off the alchemy steam engine that drove the propeller, then deflate the auxiliary airbag to lower the height. The halfling girl had 2 dark circles under her eyes due to the excitement of her first voyage. But she was very excited and didn't look tired at all. Herav didn't even wait for the airship to stop and land, so he couldn't wait to fly down, and landed very smoothly on the sea under the influence of the slow landing technique. The wind and waves on the sea were very strong, and the turbulent waves jumped high and rolled towards Herav. But the next moment, there was a strong wave of magic power in Herav's body, and time seemed to be suddenly stopped. The waves that swept over him were instantly condensed into an ice sculpture. Immediately afterwards, this force quickly extended towards the wide sea. Wherever it passed, the churning waves were frozen into thick ice. In an instant, the entire sea surface had become a huge floating ice island. At this moment, the airship slowly fell from the sky. The few people who stepped off the pod saw a strange scene caused by the sea surface being frozen instantly. It was like a beautiful ice painting, with the surging sea water and jumping waves all turned into sculptures and preserved. Down. However, Herav obviously had no time to appreciate any art. With a wave of his right hand, he used magic to carve out a large, wide and straight ice surface, and then erected a giant icicle up to 100 meters high in the center of the ice surface.
How long?
Herav shouted.
1 minute. The last minute. There are still 53 seconds left.
Lydia hugged the magic clock and shouted loudly. At this moment, no matter whether they were on this floating island or Greenreel, everyone looked up at the sun, feeling that this minute had passed so long. With 10 seconds left, Lin took out the string and handed the other end to Herav, preparing to measure the length of the icicle shadow. The transparent icicles sparkle with a strange brilliance under the sunlight. As the editor of the Magic Daily, Rahl was fortunate enough to be qualified to ride an airship. He was standing on the ice with a crazy look on his face. His right hand holding the quill shook rapidly on the paper, and the wide floating ice island, towering icicles, the landing airship, and Lin and Herav using ropes to measure the length of the shadow were all drawn on the parchment. Chapter 154 opens the door to a new world. Herav and Lin pulled the string straight together, pressing one end under the icicle and the other end overlapping the shadow. When the magic clock reached 12 o'clock, Herav used his hand as a knife and cut off the remaining rope with great precision.
Scale! Bring the scale quickly!
Herav shouted excitedly, because he was in such a hurry when he came down. He even forgot to bring the most important ruler. Alok, who had quick eyes and quick hands, immediately ran back to the airship and handed the scale to Herav within 10 seconds. The legendary wizard solemnly took the scale and began to measure it section by section, as if on a pilgrimage.
Lord Herav, what is the length of the shadow?
Several wizards accompanying him asked with great anticipation. Herav did not answer immediately, but measured it several times before speaking in a cautious voice.
It's 1,051 centimeters, which is 10.51 meters.
Everyone who got the data immediately took out paper and pen to calculate it. Although the great wizards who were qualified to take an airship to watch the experiment in person had not systematically studied Olympia, they still knew the calculation methods of basic geometry. However, this value is not a positive integer. In the case of decimals, the amount of calculation doubled after the square, and then the square root. It took more than 5 minutes for everyone to use the Pythagorean theorem to calculate the approximate length of the hypotenuse, equal to 100.55 meters. After more than 2 months of mathematical Olympiad training, Lydia and Alok were obviously faster than them. They had already begun to calculate the angle of the vertex, substituting it into the triangle formula. Sine equals the ratio of the opposite side to the hypotenuse.
I figured it out. The vertex angle is 6 degrees.
Lydia, who was the first to figure it out, waved her arms vigorously and shouted loudly. Herav, who didn't have a pen and paper, got the answer at the same time just by relying on mental arithmetic. Lydia did not make a mistake. The vertex angle of the triangle and the corresponding angle between the center of the Earth and the Earth's center were exactly 6 degrees. The rest is easy to handle. A circle has 360 degrees. The angle between the center of the Earth is equivalent to dividing the entire circle into 60 equal parts. Each equal part is 720 kilometers. So the total length is
43,200 kilometers.
Herav's voice was trembling. He calculated it several times in his mind for fear of omissions. After confirming that it was accurate, he said it as if he was dreaming.
43,200 kilometers. This is the circumference of the planet beneath our feet.
Lin En was naturally the fastest at calculating. After Shino obtained the data on the length of the shadow, he directly presented the answer in his mind. It seems that this alien planet is slightly larger than the Earth in the previous life. If he remembered correctly, the circumference of the Earth should be 75 kilometers. And the two figures were very close. The other wizards quickly calculated this value, and they were all so excited that they could not contain themselves. Once the circumference was known, it was only a matter of time to calculate the diameter, radius, and area. Raul on the side did not participate in the calculation, but once again created a new picture called People Measuring the Circumference of the Planet Under the Scorching Sun and Ice. The ink-stained quill flicked rapidly on the parchment. Herav, who was measuring the rope with a scale. Lin, who was staring at the sky as if estimating the angle between the center of the Earth. Lydia, who was jumping high. And the wizards who were immersed in thinking behind them all appeared on paper. Under the scorching sun, it is extremely impactful against the backdrop of floating icebergs, forming a strange yet harmonious picture. After all his inspiration was exhausted, Luo Er looked at the two scrolls in his hands and felt that he had no regrets in this life, because he knew extremely well that these two scrolls would definitely be remembered by the world forever along with this historic moment. However, after sorting out his emotions, Luo Er did not forget another important matter. Otherwise some people would not be able to wait any longer. Thinking of this, Roar looked at Herav and asked,
Lord Herav, do you want to send this news to Greenreel now?
Herav, who was calculating the surface area of the planet, had no time to pay attention and just nodded casually.
Now that it's confirmed, let's send it away.
At the same time, in Greenreel City, a dozen alchemists were standing in front of the communication alchemy formation, anxiously waiting for the message from the other side. But it was already 12:37, and there was still no news, which made Raphael and others have to start to wonder whether the operation failed. Is it possible that Lin's assumption is actually wrong, and that this continent is not a sphere?
Look, there's something moving.
A sharp-eyed alchemist immediately noticed that the formation was lighting up, and everyone immediately moved forward, since the distance was more than 700 kilometers. The amount of magic stones required to transmit information was also a terrifying number. So Roar only transmitted the two most important data: shadow length and vertex angle.
The length of the shadow is 10.51 meters, and the vertex angle is 6 degrees.
Raphael shouted excitedly as he looked at the data composed of magic power that was constantly beating in the alchemy circle. Under the influence of amplification magic, the news quickly spread throughout Greenreel City, and a strange scene appeared in the entire wizard city. Countless wizards who were looking forward to it took out parchment, and the quill began to count. And even many well-educated civilians participated. If you only have the length of the shadow, you must be proficient in trigonometric functions to calculate the data, which is enough to stump most wizards. But once you know the data of the top corners, it becomes the most basic multiplication and division. Even some civilians can calculate it.
The circumference of the planet is 43,200 kilometers. The diameter is about 1751 kilometers, and the surface area is 594 million square kilometers.
On the crowded streets of Greenreal City, Yuli looked at the data he had just calculated and murmured to himself. He is not a wizard. Or due to his limited talent, he does not even have the opportunity to enter a certain magic school as a wizard apprentice. But he has a very strong interest in mathematics. In the past, Alex thought that calculations could only be used in daily transactions, which meant he became a tax officer. But the last issue of Magic Daily opened the door to a new world for him. The wizard named Lin, who came from the Sea of Mist, actually planned to measure the circumference of the planet under their feet. And he didn't need any magic. Just a few simple mathematical formulas. Alex originally didn't believe it would be so easy. But when these values really appeared on the paper, he had no doubts in his heart. The shock was hard to calm down. And the world seemed to be under his pen. Chapter 155: The Great Idea of Traveling Around the World.
I figured it out! I figured it out! The radius of the planet is 7,200 kilometers. Nonsense! It should be 6,875 kilometers.
Because the calculated values were too large. Similar discussion soon sounded in every corner of Greenreal. After repeated arguments, the data about the planet's circumference, diameter, and radius soon appeared on paper. Superior. And the surface area of the planet is a terrifying number that is beyond everyone's expectations. 594 million square kilometers. Many people didn't realize until this moment that the planet beneath their feet turned out to be so vast. In Alex's heart, the idea that the world is so big that I want to see arose. According to the circumference data just calculated, driving the best alchemy ship in the wizarding land, under the most ideal circumstances, it only takes 3 months to complete a circumference. However, when he brought up this idea, it aroused everyone's ridicule. The vastness and danger of the sea are beyond the imagination of people like Alex, who have no experience in navigation. Even the most experienced sailors may die on their way out to sea if they are caught in a strong storm, let alone those ferocious sea beasts.
What if we use an airship?
Alex was not crushed by the ridicule of the crowd. Instead, he came up with a new idea. Since crossing the sea was dangerous, perhaps he could start from the air. After hearing Alex's words, the people with mocking and joking expressions suddenly fell silent, because they suddenly felt that although Alex's proposal was crazy, it was undeniable that it did have some feasibility. Flying around the entire planet is definitely an extremely magnificent feat, worthy of being recorded in the history of magic.
Perhaps we can fly in the opposite direction. Doesn't the Magic Daily say that the continent under our feet is constantly rotating from west to east? Then as long as we start from the east and fly towards the west, wouldn't it be possible to come back in one day?
The tall and thin wizard said proudly. But he didn't notice that the people around him looked at him with expressions like they were looking at a fool. If it was really that easy, they would have run from the east side of Greenreal to the west side of Greenreal the moment they jumped up. After pondering for a while, an alchemist shook his head and poured cold water on it.
I don't think even an airship can accomplish such a magnificent feat if there is no way to determine the direction of travel. You will be lost on the sea before long. And you may also encounter a dragon. A feathered serpent or a dragon. Harpy attack.
But this time, many people jumped out to support Alex's grand idea, such as proposing that several magic crystal cannons be installed on the airship to resist the invasion of flying monsters, or using the guidance of the stars to determine the direction and location. Everyone was talking about it. But Alex himself was discouraged because he suddenly thought about how a commoner like himself could get an alchemy airship of his own. In the city square not far away, Raphael stared at the wizards, who were arguing fiercely about the validity of the data, and even fought because of conflicting theories, and said with great emotion,
Greenreal, it's been a long time since it was so lively.
Ever since Lin came to this ancient wizarding city, it seemed as if new vitality had been injected into the city. Their understanding of the world was being refreshed every day, and some civilians were also allowed to participate in academic discussions. This was the first time he had seen such a sight of wizards and civilians discussing a certain magical theory. The noise in Greenreal City lasted for a long time, and it was not until 2 days later that the returning airship appeared over the city, and the atmosphere reached its highest point. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the streets and squares, waiting with great excitement for the airship to land. As the airship slowly lowered its height, everyone was looking forward to it. Some children even naughtily climbed to the roof to get a better view. Lydia, who was the first to step off the airship, waved her hands happily when she saw the crowds of people coming to greet them in the city square. Darren and other halflings also shouted excitedly.
Lydia, I knew you could do it. Lydia, you are the pride of the halflings. Our hero.
Voices came one after another soon from all corners of the square. Although the halflings were a minority in the entire wizarding land, there were thousands of them together, taking advantage of their physical advantages. They squeezed into the front and shouted in unison, with Lydia's name.
A halfling who doesn't know magic. How did she get on the airship?
Several wizards from Greenreel rushed from the town on the west side of the wizarding land. When they saw Lydia walking away from the airship when he came down, he couldn't help but frown, measuring the circumference of the planet. At such a sacred moment, why do we have to bring along a halfling who is ignorant and cannot learn magic? Upon hearing this, Darren and others immediately became unhappy and spoke rather angrily.
What do you know? Lydia is Lord Lin's apprentice now. All the core components of this airship were made by Lydia herself. No one knows how to fly an airship better than her.
Several wizards were in disbelief. No school in the history of the wizarding land would accept halflings as apprentices. After all, it was an indisputable fact that halflings had no magical talent. Some wizards of plastic arts even treated halflings with contempt. People are called a group of people rejected by magic. This also leads to the fact that the halflings are not welcomed in some cities in the wizarding land. And Lin In, who came from the Sea of Mist, was actually willing to recruit halflings as apprentices, and even let them participate in the production process of such exquisite alchemical creations as sky airships. This made several people feel very surprised, and even gloomy. I wonder if that adult has any special hobbies.
Can someone who is not a wizard join the Aida school and become an apprentice of Lord Lin?
Alex said excitedly, and the civilians who also aspired to become wizards also looked at Darren eagerly.
Of course. Lydia is the best example,
Darren said proudly, then thought about it and hurriedly added.
But you have to be a very, very smart person.
Very smart? Alex hesitated for a moment, feeling that he might not be able to meet this standard. But he still looked at Lin In, who had just stepped off the airship, with a glimmer of hope. When he saw Lin In for the first time, Alex felt that he was young. Too young. Maybe not even 20 yet. But it was such a wizard, who was several years younger than himself, who came up with the great idea of calculating planet data, put it into action, and achieved impressive results. At this moment, Lin was having a lively conversation with the legendary wizard Herav. Even though they were far apart and couldn't hear their conversation, Alex could guess that they must be discussing more profound magic philosophies. However, all this was just his fantasy. In fact, Lin In was telling Herav about the grudges between Newton and Apple. Chapter 156, Glass Mirror and Microdeformation Magnification Method.
So the legendary wizard named Isaac was hit in the head by an apple and discovered the existence of gravity?
Herav asked curiously.
Yes. It is said that Lord Isaac was only an official wizard at that time. After an academic discussion on the movement of the stars, he suspected that there must be an invisible force pulling the planets in the galaxy to revolve around the sun until they stopped. He suddenly woke up when he was hit by a falling apple under the apple tree.
Lin In explained with a headache. I don't know what went wrong. On the way back from the airship, Herav suddenly became very interested in the fictional legendary wizards of the Arcane Society. As a last resort, Lin had to tamper with the portraits of some famous people. The story is easy to fool, but Herav obviously didn't know this, and was immersed in the celebrity stories told by Lin. What surprised him the most was that when the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society developed many magical theories, they were still just apprentices, formal wizards, or even ordinary people who didn't know magic. However, based on those sparse and ordinary phenomena, rely on mathematical mysteries, amazing intuition, and extraordinary imagination to discover the truth contained in it. For example, Isaac discovered the phenomenon of gravity because of a falling apple, or Kepler judged that the planet under his feet was a sphere based on the lunar eclipse phenomenon. Maybe this is genius. Herav couldn't help but think that it was only after he became a great wizard that he discovered the existence of gravity because of his improved magic power and computing power. When he released magic, he caused a certain amount of space disturbance. Compared with the experiences of those legendary wizards, Herav couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But at the same time, Herav also noticed a very important point. That is the mathematical Olympiad. Whether it is the 3 laws of stars mentioned by Lin In, the law of universal gravitation, or even the calculation of planetary data, they can all be displayed intuitively in the form of arcane mathematics. Many complex explanations have been simplified and can be calculated as long as there are formulas. Haroff calls it Olympiad thinking. This is undoubtedly something that the Land of Wizards lacks. And it may also be the reason why the Arcane Society can make rapid progress in the study of magic academics. Thinking of this, Harab implored Lin to summarize some basic mathematical Olympiad knowledge into a book. He was going to apply to the parliament to make mathematical Olympiad a mainstream subject for various schools of thought to study. Lin En naturally agreed happily. He had long wanted to unify all the messy calculation symbols in the wizard's land, so that every time he looked through the magic book, he would have to spend a lot of time figuring out what each symbol represented. What are you wearing? The most disgusting thing is that sometimes each school has different operation symbols for the same formula. For example, there are several pi representing pi, which makes his head big.
Now that we have calculated all the data of the planet under our feet, can you tell me what the gravitational constant is?
Harab asked curiously. Lin En's previous pendulum experiments and planetary data calculations were undoubtedly preparations for this most important thing.
Master Harab, I'm afraid you need to wait a few more days. If you want to calculate the gravitational constant, there is still a very important thing missing. By then, we will all be able to intuitively see the consequences of the distortion of gravity and space. Influence,
Lin explained freely.
Oh!
Harab immediately became interested. Gravity is an invisible and intangible force. He could only compare it to water waves to understand the changes in space. However, Lin En said that there is a way for them to see the effect of gravity. How can this not be done? He was curious.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Harab asked quickly.
I'm looking for some raw materials for experiments.
Lin En roughly described the appearance and properties of quartz stone and feldspar. The method he used to calculate the gravitational constant was naturally the famous Cavendish torsion scale. If you want to replicate this experiment, you need to use light and several mirrors to reflect the light. After all, the influence of gravity is very weak. Only by using light projection to amplify the subtle disturbances can the changes be perfectly presented. Quartz stone and feldspar are the two raw materials for making glass. Of course, it is not impossible to melt the sand directly at high temperature. But in addition to silica, the sand will inevitably be doped with many impurities, which will affect the quality of the finished product. In addition, fluxes such as limestone and soda ash are also needed. These two things are easy to obtain. Limestone is everywhere near the Aida harbor, and soda ash can be synthesized by yourself. The council's action was faster than Lin imagined. The day after he returned to Greenreal City, Harab sent people to transport quartz sand and feldspar weighing several tons with dozens of camel beasts. They were transported over and piled high in front of the temporary residence, attracting crowds of people to watch.
Your Excellency Lin, if the quantity is not enough, I will ask someone to get another batch tomorrow,
Coral said in a very respectful tone. As both Harab's disciples, Coral did not dare to underestimate this young wizard who had become famous in the wizarding land. And he was not dissatisfied because he gained Harab's appreciation. After all, Teresa's fate just a warning.
Enough? This is definitely enough.
Lin En looked at the quartz sand and feldspar piled up into two small hills, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. With so many raw materials, he could open a glass factory without any problem. After rejecting the other party's offer of help, Lin asked Lydia, Darren and other halflings to get some ingredients and return to the house. The glass-making process is not complicated. It only requires high temperature to dissolve it. The melting point of quartz sand is 1,750 degrees. But adding soda ash and limestone lowers the melting point a lot. Using magic to create this level of high temperature is very important to Lin En. The words are still no problem. Under the curious gazes of Lydia and others, the decomposed granular quartz sand gradually melted under the action of fire magic, turning into a red liquid shape that continued to flow in the palm of the hand, and then put it into the circle that had been prepared earlier, inside the mold. After the glass was completely formed, Lin applied tin foil to one side, and finally poured in mercury. Mercury is a liquid metal that can dissolve tin and make it stick tightly to the glass plate. When it is completely solidified, a smooth and flawless glass mirror that can clearly reflect the human figure is presented in front of everyone. Chapter 157. Even if it's a money grab, it's not so fast.
Professor Lin, what is this? A mirror?
Lydia used a chair to prop her feet up, lying on the experimental table, staring at the smooth and flawless round mirror in front of her, and asked in surprise. There are also mirrors in the wizarding land, but they are all polished bronze mirrors. I heard that some wizards will also add magic to them, but Lydia is sure that even the best bronze mirrors in the wizarding land are inferior.
1/10,000th of it. Yes, I call it a glass mirror.
Lin smiled and nodded. Darren and other halflings also gathered around, looking at the clear image reflected in the mirror in amazement.
Perfect. It's so perfect. It's even clearer than the reflection on the lake.
Darren couldn't help but admire. He had never seen such a beautiful mirror. It was like a work of art. After obtaining Lin Un's permission, the halflings carefully stretched out their hands, held the round mirror in their hands, and gently touched the transparent mirror surface, as if they would tear away this precious round mirror with just a little force. The mirror is broken. Lin looked at Darren and others' expressions as if they had seen rare treasures. And it was a little funny. Originally, he thought that since wizards had a preliminary understanding of the laws of the stars, glass, a necessary technology for observing astronomy, would have been available for a long time. Just click it. After asking Herav, I found out that the wizards of the prophecy school had developed a variety of far-sighted magic in order to observe the starry sky. They even upgraded the alchemy goggles several times. But they refused to study this aspect. There was no way. Magic was so useful that Lin started to get used to using magic to solve problems. For example, making glass this time normally requires the use of a furnace. But he solved it all with just one flame magic. Lydia fidgeted left and right, staring at her reflection in the mirror with joy. No girl could refuse such a smooth and flawless glass mirror that could clearly reflect her face.
Professor, is it made of this special sand?
Lydia reluctantly handed the round mirror to the next halfling, looked at the baskets of raw materials on the table, and asked curiously,
How is it possible? This must be the effect of magic,
Darren said with great confidence. How could such a beautiful glass mirror be made from just some sand and stones? So it must be magic. Lydia ignored Darren and looked directly at Lin, waiting for his answer.
Yes. The main component of glass is silica, which is found in sand. The production process does not require any magic. You just need to use high temperature to melt it, and then shape it into what you want.
Lin clicked, nodding. He confirmed Lydia's guess, and then briefly explained the process of making a glass mirror. Now that the glass mirror has been taken out, Lin is naturally not satisfied with using it as a simple experiment. This novel product will inevitably set off a new trend in the land of wizards. As for the subsequent mass production, it is impossible for him to be responsible for it personally. There are not many people who are trustworthy now. These halflings have at least experienced the test. During the period of the airship operation, Darren will have enough money every month. A large amount of magic gold coins were delivered to him, and there was no such thing as lining his own pocket. As for the leaked airship drawings, that was because Derek obtained Ralph's body from Sheriff Leia and used psionic magic to search the memory to obtain part of the information. He couldn't blame a dead man for not keeping the secret in his mind. Right? Of course. Lin also retained some slightly more complex techniques, such as the production methods of mercury and tinfoil. He planned to teach several wizard apprentices separately and split the entire production process, so as to avoid the confusion of formulas to the greatest extent. Give way. After Lin explained how to make a glass mirror, all the halflings were a little surprised. Apart from the high-temperature furnace required to melt quartz sand, there was almost no technical difficulty. The cost is also extremely low. Probably only a few silver coins are needed. But if it is for sale, Darren believes that even if the price is 20 magic gold coins, there will be people rushing to buy it. The profit is thousands of times. Even if you rob money, it will not be so fast. 2 days later, at noon, thousands of wizards gathered in the magic seminar hall, discussing the next topic with great anticipation. They have all received the news that Lin will be here today to reveal the last secret of the planet beneath their feet.
What method do you think Mr. Lin will use this time to weigh the planet under our feet?
Raphael looked at August next to him and said in a deep voice. He thought about it for 2 full days, pulled out a lot of hair, and had no clue. It seemed like something that was impossible to do.
Probably using the division method, just like when measuring circumference.
August's face was filled with a confident and easygoing smile.
Now that we know the volume of the planet, we only need to select a few areas as samples. Weigh them. Find out how many cubic volumes a ton of soil weighs. Take an average, and then calculate based on the volume ratio. Roughly estimate the weight of the planet under your feet. Of course, these are just my humble opinions. The geology of different regions is different, and there are also special situations such as mines and oceans, which need to be classified and discussed.
August said very humbly, but still revealed his own estimate value.
The weight I calculated is about 30 trillion tons. The error should not exceed 20%.
Raphael and others also lamented that August was indeed a star in the magic world, and his brain was really good, and he could think of such a method. They had all heard that after Lin returned to Greenreal, he immediately had 2 piles of sand and stones transported over. Thinking about it now, he must have been estimating their weight. Roar also looked at August with great admiration. He felt that his teacher had seen the truth. This was probably the only way. While several people were talking, there was a burst of laughter from the side.
Mr. Quirrell, do you have any different opinions? Or have you found a better way to measure weight?
Raoul looked at the wizard beside him with dissatisfaction.
Sorry, I don't know what the weight measurement method is.
Quirrell shook his head. He only knew that Lin needed the sand and stones not to measure weight, but to make some kind of experimental equipment. Then, before anyone could ask questions, Quirrell pointed to the curtains that were suddenly closed around him, and said with a smile,
But I guess it must have something to do with the darkness.
Chapter 158 Lin's violent argument. Gravity does not exist. Dark? Raphael and others paused for a moment. And then they felt that all the light in the hall disappeared, leaving only a little light from the skylight on the roof, shining on the high platform. Everyone's eyes naturally focused on each other, and Lin's figure soon appeared in front of everyone, with a faint smile on his face.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to take the time to attend today's magic seminar.
The seminar hall, which was already a bit noisy, immediately became as noisy as a festival celebration. There were all kinds of discussions, and some people even shouted loudly.
Your Excellency Lin, there are still a few things I don't understand about the method you propose to calculate the angle between the center of the Earth. Also, what do cube, square and square root mean? What is the radius and volume of the planet under our feet? Is it 860 billion cubic kilometers, or 1,230 billion cubic kilometers? Sir Lin, did you use some special magic to weigh the planet you mentioned earlier? Or is it the same division method as measuring the circumference?
Various questions came one after another. In addition to those wizards who were curious about the weighing method, there were also some wizards who wanted to confirm whether the values they calculated were correct. Although calculations are not too difficult for wizards with good brains, each wizard has different levels of mastery. In addition, the various data of a planet are really too large. In the process of calculation, as long as you make a slight mistake, the final result will be completely different. So after 2 days of fermentation, thousands of wizards calculated several different answers, and almost got into a fight on the spot in order to argue about right and wrong.
Silence! Silence! It's not the time for questions yet.
A great wizard who was hosting the seminar slammed the table violently, which temporarily stopped the increasingly loud discussion. Only then did Lin speak up.
As for these questions of yours, I'd better answer them one by one. First of all, the radius of the planet under our feet is about 6,875 kilometers, and the volume is 1,361.4 billion cubic kilometers. It can be found by using the circumference formula and working backwards. The radius is equal to the circumference. Divide by twice the ratio of pi, and the volume can be calculated directly by plugging the radius into the formula.
Lin very patiently explained the radius, volume, and the corresponding Olympian formulas and derivation process. After all, these are all data that must be used in subsequent experiments. Those wizards who accurately calculated the data were naturally satisfied, while those who made mistakes looked embarrassed. And even some unconvinced wizards started checking the calculations on the spot. However, there are also many wizards like Roar who are average in calculations on the field and secretly keep these data in their hearts. You must know that planets and stellar orbits have been the hottest topics in Greenreal recently. Any gathering among wizards cannot avoid saying a few words, which has become a trend.
As for the weight of the planet under our feet and the method of measuring it, I think there is an important issue that needs to be solved before we can truly decipher it.
Lin's face straightened, and he looked at the wizards in the seminar hall. Suddenly asked,
What do you think is the nature of gravity? Or what are the factors that determine the weight of an object when it is weighed?
Lin's question instantly stumped the wizards on the field. It seemed simple but very tricky, even a little incomprehensible, as if he was asking them to explain why water is called water and not soil. The weight of an object is of course measured using a balanced scale and weights. The Wizards of the Alchemy Association even made a magic scale that can weigh an object very accurately.
What you want to say is that the gravity we feel is the gravity of the planet itself. Right. So, is it because of the influence of gravity that we can weigh an object?
After pondering for a long time, a person in front of the platform, the Great Wizard spoke in response.
Yes, but no.
Lin nodded, then shook his head.
Gravity is a component of universal gravitation. It is not always a constant value. Even on the same planet, the gravity felt in different places will be different. Generally speaking, the closer to the planet, the greater the influence of gravity. And the further away, the smaller the influence of gravity. Once you enter the boundless starry sky, The concept of weight no longer exists,
Lin explained.
in other words, in a place without gravity, everything is weightless.
The witch sitting in the front row couldn't help but stand up.
It's incredible.
Although the concept of gravity has long been proposed. After the baptism of free fall experiments, the relationship between gravity and gravity is almost equal. But the weight of an object will change as the strength of gravity changes. Even disappearing is far beyond everyone's imagination. This is simply challenging their three concepts. After a while, another wizard stood up and retorted.
Your Excellency Lin In, please forgive me for not agreeing with this concept. Doesn't that mean that no matter whether it is soil or gold, silver, copper and iron, once they leave the influence of gravity, there will be no difference and they will become lighter than feathers? Of course they are different, because they have different masses, and the weight we feel is actually the product of the object's mass and the acceleration of gravity,
Lin In said freely.
Quality. What is that?
The witch who had just stood up had a puzzled look on her face.
You can understand it as the total amount of elements contained within an object,
Lin said, as concisely as possible.
It is the most basic attribute inherent in the material itself and does not change with the temperature, pressure, and speed of the outside world, whether it is placed on the planet or in the universe. This value is the same.
The discussion in the hall became heated again. And the discussion was about the new concept proposed by Lin. Using mass instead of weight. Everything in the world is composed of elements. This is common knowledge in the wizarding land. So Lin's words are not too difficult to understand. However, what the other party said next shocked everyone present.
Besides, in my opinion, gravity may not exist.
Lin didn't care whether these wizards could accept it or not. And he exploded as soon as he opened his mouth. The seminar site immediately exploded. Thousands of wizards stood up and looked at Lin in disbelief. He was actually denying the existence of gravity. How dare he? Chapter 159 Matter tells spacetime how to bend. And spacetime tells matter how to move. Lin's words instantly detonated the entire audience. And even Raphael and others, who were responsible for maintaining the order of the seminar, could not sit still. If Lin's remarks in the past were trying to undermine the foundation of the magic world, now he is trying to knock down the entire magic building.
Your Excellency Lin, now is not the time to joke.
Raphael's expression was very serious. He looked at Lin and said solemnly,
Don't the laws of free fall and the theory of star orbits you proposed before prove the influence of gravity?
Raphael really didn't understand why the other party suddenly said such violent remarks. Wasn't this a slap in his face? There are not a few people who have the same idea as Raphael. Some people even think that Lin is probably crazy. Or that he deliberately tells some strange stories to attract their attention. Amidst all the doubts, Lin spoke again.
In my opinion, the so-called gravity is essentially a phenomenon of curvature of space and time.
The current mainstream theory in the wizarding land is that gravity affects and distorts space. But Lin reversed the cause and effect. It is precisely because of the changes in space that the gravitational phenomenon is caused. So someone immediately stood up and asked,
If it's not gravity, what kind of force deforms space? Of course it's quality,
Lin said decisively.
The reason why we feel gravity or the influence of gravity is precisely because the huge mass of the planet beneath our feet distorts time and space, forcing us to fall toward the center of the earth.
Herav, and a few great wizards, who specialize in force field magic, looked thoughtful. Those official wizards felt that their brain power was not enough. Every word Lin said was constantly challenging the limits of their imagination and thinking abilities. Gravity does not actually exist. Or it is just a phenomenon. In fact, space is pulling them in a certain direction. This invisible and intangible change in space makes it difficult for many wizards to understand. Especially how they can't imagine how the distortion of space achieves this. Lin did not give a long explanation, but turned sideways. There was a round piece of cloth placed on the high platform behind. It was made from the outer skin of the feathered snake and had very good elasticity. It was placed on an iron frame and collapsed tightly. Everyone present looked over curiously, and Lin picked up a 10-kilogram ball and placed it in the center of the round cloth. The next moment, the originally straight round cloth dented in an instant, forming a curved surface with the ball as the center. The curved surface became weaker as it went outward.
As for the so-called gravity, it's like this.
Lin took out a 1-kilogram ball from his pocket, casually pressed it on a corner of the curved surface, and then let go of his hand. Everyone in the seminar stared wide-eyed, and the wizards in the back row stood up. Some even used far-sighted magic to see more clearly, without Lin exerting any additional force. The ball automatically rolled down toward the center along the curve of the curved surface.
So that's it. Gravity. This is gravity.
A great wizard could not contain his excitement. He imagined a three-dimensional cloth. And then the four sides collapsed toward the center, attracting objects. Lennon didn't wait for everyone to calm down. Then picked up another small ball again, changed the angle and exerted a little force, giving it an initial speed. And the small ball changed its movement mode and no longer rolled straight down, but keeps rotating around the big ball in the center along the curved surface.
Star orbit! This is Star orbit!
Another person shouted excitedly. All the wizard's eyes were focused on this piece of white circular cloth with a diameter of only 1 meter. They vaguely felt that they were not staring at a few balls, but the great picture of the stars in the universe. Lin very intuitively used a piece of elastic leather to show the distortion and collapse of the three-dimensional space in the form of a two-dimensional curved surface. However, the distortion of time cannot be presented in this intuitive way. Fortunately, this is enough. This small experiment is just to help these wizards better understand the phenomenon of attraction caused by space curvature. Lennon looked at the excited, absent-minded, excited, or enthusiastic wizards in the seminar, and concluded again.
So I think gravity is a geometric effect caused by the curvature of space and time. Matter will tell space and time how to bend, and space and time will tell matter how to move.
Matter tells spacetime how to curve, and spacetime tells matter how to move. The wizards in the hall, who had some knowledge of force field magic, were all chewing on these words. Exquisite. So exquisite. This is the secret of time and space magic.
Your Excellency Lin In, your speech today alone is enough to be nominated for a Corona Medal.
A great wizard responsible for maintaining order at the venue looked at Lin and slightly immature face and sighed. In the last seminar, the legendary wizard Harif threatened to award Lin with the Corona Medal. He was still a little dissatisfied. The other party did propose a set of star pictures that went against the mainstream theory, and it would not be enough to award Lin with the Corona Medal. As for the level of medals, a Silver Moon medal is enough. But now it seems that although Lin is only an official wizard, his understanding of gravity and space is far beyond his own. Every sentence spoken today can be regarded as the foundation theory of space magic. Some fanatics even recorded Lin's description of matter and spacetime exactly, even if they don't understand it. They will always brag about it when talking to others in the future. Can be used.
I have another question. Why doesn't the planet under our feet rush towards the sun under the influence of gravity? Just like that small ball?
Raphael asked in confusion. The second small ball that Lin put down continued to rotate around the curved surface as it fell. But the amplitude became smaller and smaller, and it would eventually be sucked into the big ball.
That's because there is no air resistance in a vacuum. The stars will not slow down and form a balance with gravity. Of course,
they will not fall into the sun.
Lin In explained. Raphael thought for a while, and then noticed that the previous small ball was gradually moving closer to the center because its speed was gradually slowing down. The trajectory became shorter and shorter, and finally fell into the center of the curved surface. It turns out to be like this. Raphael suddenly realized that many of his previous doubts about the orbits of the stars were instantly solved. Chapter 160 Specular Reflection Calculation of Gravitational Constant. After Raphael sat down contentedly, another great wizard who was proficient in force field magic asked curiously, Your Excellency Lin, since you said that the distortion of space caused by mass causes the phenomenon of gravity, does that mean that only massive stars have this characteristic? On this point, I think Mr. Harif's theory of gravity has made it very clear. This phenomenon widely exists in everything. Lin replied calmly.
Is there even a grain of sand or a stone?
Lydia raised her hands high and asked a question that most of the people present were very puzzled by.
Of course.
Lin nodded and explained.
It's like putting an object into water. Even a grain of sand will inevitably push the water away. Then why have we never felt this so-called attraction brought by space distortion?
Roar couldn't help but stand up. This was also the question that confused him the most. If gravity exists in any object, then it stands to reason that they also have it. Why are the sand and stones on the ground not attracted when walking on the road?
That's because compared to our mass, the impact on space and time is too small. Even in front of a majestic mountain, its disturbance to space and time can be almost negligible. I am afraid that its attraction to you is far less than that of a person who happens to the gorgeous ladies passing by come higher,
Lin said jokingly. Among the four fundamental forces, although the range of gravity is theoretically infinite, it is the weakest force. This wonderful metaphor made Roar dumbfounded, but he still asked another important question.
Since the influence of gravity is extremely weak, how can we be sure that it exists in everything?
Only great wizards can barely feel the subtle changes in the curvature of space. For formal wizards, They can only rely on imagination to understand time and space.
Sir Roar. In fact, this is exactly the topic we need to discuss today,
Lin said and clapped his hands. Johnny! Alok and others immediately stepped forward and pushed a very delicate experimental device. Come up. It looked like a steel yard for weighing heavy objects. But a 2-meter-long steel wire was tied to the top, making it suspended in the air. A 1-kilogram weight was placed on each end of the swing arm. Small round ball. Are you ready to weigh in? The wizards at the venue were confused, but they quickly rejected this guess, because Lin asked Johnny and others to move 2 50-kilogram iron balls next to the small ball. Lin and then explained,
as I said before, universal gravitation exists in any object, and they will always attract each other. Although it is very weak, it is not non-existent. It just requires some special means to see this kind of disturbance. I think you haven't forgotten the previous pendulum experiment. You only need to use a slender wire rope to amplify slight disturbances. This torsion scale device also uses a similar method. I call it micro-deformation amplification method.
According to the law of universal gravitation, the big ball will exert gravitational force on the small ball, and the entire T-shaped torsion scale will rotate at an angle in the direction of the big ball. The greater the gravitational force, the greater the twisting angle. Then in turn, you only need to measure the angle of rotation of the wire rope, and you can calculate the force on both ends of the swing arm. Under Lin's explanation, all the wizards were very interested in this small and exquisite device and stared at it non-stop.
Did you see something, Pierce?
Alok looked at the small ball hanging on the swing arm. For a long time, he couldn't see any disturbance. He couldn't help but look at his companion and whispered, asked,
Of course, just as the professor said, the small ball is constantly being pulled closer under the gravitational force of the big ball.
Pierce nodded pretendingly, also always paying attention to the torsion scale on the high platform.
But with Alok likewise, his eyes were sore, and he couldn't see the slightest change. But since the professor said this method is effective, it must be right. The wizards in the hall were also looking at the balls, except for Herav, Raphael, and a few others who could see the hanging wire ropes rotating slightly. Everyone else was confused. A wizard unable to help himself. He stood up and asked directly,
Sir Lin, has your experiment started?
Lin nodded and said casually,
Just 1 more minute and you'll see clearly.
Seeing Lin's affirmation, some impatient wizards on the field could only continue to wait. The hands of the magic clock soon passed 12 o'clock. The sun was already high overhead, and the rays were shining directly down. At the same moment, Lin picked up an unusually small glass mirror and reflected the sunlight directly from the skylight onto the slender steel wire. It was only then that many wizards noticed that there was also a strange round mirror hanging at the middle end of the wire rope. After the sunlight hit the center of the round mirror, it was reflected back to the scale on the opposite side.
I saw it. It was moving. The light spot was moving,
Lydia shouted loudly. In fact, there was no need for Lydia's reminder. This time, everyone could see very clearly that the light spot reflected on the scale was slowly moving to the right, slowly turning from 0 to 1.
Could this be the effect of the Earth's rotational force?
A witch suddenly interrupted in a shocking tone. Luoer and others immediately thought of this. Yes. Is it possible that the deflection force of the Earth's rotation is affecting the slow movement of the ball, just like the previous pendulum? Lin didn't reply, and directly moved the big ball that was originally placed on the right side of the small ball to the left side. After a while, the light spot changed direction and began to shift to the left, slowly returning from 1 scale to 0 scale. Seeing this extremely magical scene, everyone had no more doubts in their hearts, only shock. Even the most demanding and cunning people cannot deny the existence of gravity. After all, the light spot does not move randomly, but changes according to the position of the big ball. So there is no doubt that this is definitely the effect of gravity. It's the attraction caused by the phenomenon of space distortion. Compared to the other wizards, who were marveling at the theory of gravity, Hera paid more attention to the sophistication of the experiment itself. The gravitational force of a 50-kilogram iron ball is almost negligible, but Lin used his long swing arm to amplify this tiny impact, and then acted it through light.
After the second magnification, the subtle spatial distortion that is usually not noticeable at all was presented in front of them so intuitively. Herav couldn't help but sigh in the same way as Raphael. How could the other person's brain be so long that he could come up with such a wonderful idea? Chapter 161 Mathematical Olympiad is the foundation of everything. In order to ensure that the measured gravitational constant was accurate enough, Lin once again asked the Great Wizards to create a vacuum field, and asked Johnny and others to retreat from the high platform to minimize interference terms. After several experiments, the gravitational constant was determined. The final value was quickly presented to everyone. 6.67 times 10 11 nm 2/kg 2. This is basically the same as the universe in the previous life. It seems that except for the special energy of magic, the basic parameters of the two universes are roughly the same. However, N, which represents the symbol of gravity, probably needs to be replaced with L, which represents itself. Another important data, the acceleration of gravity, has been calculated by Lin a long time ago. It is about 10 m/s², which is slightly higher than that of the Earth. The value is 9.8. With these two values, it is extremely easy to calculate the weight of the planet under your feet. You only need to use the golden substitution formula gm equals gr²2 derived from the universal gravitation formula. That is, the acceleration due to gravity times the square of the radius divided by the gravitational constant. After Lin gave a rough description of the derivation process of the formula, Herav and others immediately took out paper and pen to calculate the square of the huge planet's value, divided by the extremely small gravitational constant. Makes people's scalp numb. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. This is too difficult. Roll looked at the values piled up on a whole page of parchment and felt dizzy. Next to him, Raphael was desperately pulling at his few hairs, and beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, just to calculate the final result. Even if there are all kinds of dangers, few people choose to give up. After all, the final secret of the planet is right in front of them. They have reached the door of truth, and they only need to kick it open. The only problem is that the door is too hard and can easily break if you kick it. Exactly an hour and a half later, a wizard stood up excitedly, almost crazy, and shouted loudly, "I calculated it! It's 67 trillion tons!" After finishing speaking, he stared directly at Lin, hoping to get the other party's approval. However, Lin just shook his head. Herav, who had just calculated the data, became more straightforward and vetoed it directly. "It's wrong! It's so wrong! Wrong? How could it be wrong?" The excited expression on the wizard's face immediately froze. He grabbed several parchment rolls in front of him and carefully reviewed them several times before he realized that he was writing the planet's radius value. "I made a mistake when writing a number, and the unit I used was kilometers." In other words, he needs to add n zeros and do the calculation again. His entire hour and a half was in vain. Realizing this, the wizard trembled, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot. Alok glanced at him with pity, and then stopped writing. Even the formal wizards found it so difficult, and apprentices like them would be better off just waiting for the answer. Although it is difficult to calculate huge numerical values, as time goes by, more and more people have calculated the result. It is a number that cannot be accurately described with any existing units. Only by using the Olympian formula can it be intuitively show out. 7.08 times 10 24 kg. No wonder. In the Arcane Society, arcane mathematics is the basis of everything. Hera finally understood. Numerical values such as gravity and stars, which are either extremely huge or as small as dust, can only be calculated clearly through arcane mathematical derivation. Thinking of this, Hera directly announced the result. After receiving Lin's confirmation, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even with such a huge value, even after repeated confirmation, there was some concern that there would be errors. Coral and others all looked at August with strange eyes. They remembered how much the magic star estimated the weight of the planet. It seems to be 30 trillion tons. Isn't this a bit much? It seems that the so-called magic star is nothing more than that. The method of dividing and calculating the weight of soil is not worth mentioning at all compared to Lin's gravitation substitution formula that directly points to the essence of weight. Facing the mocking looks of Coral and others, August remained calm. The 20% deviation he mentioned actually refers to the number of zeros. Discussions about the gravitational constant and the weight of the planet continued into the evening. Some fanatical wizards of the prophecy school even estimated the masses of other planets in the star system based on the law of universal gravitation, intending to reconstruct a picture of the movement of stars. The witches in the venue were more interested in the round mirror that Lin brought out during his experiment. After learning that this smooth and flawless glass mirror could be produced in batches and only sold for 20 magic gold coins, they were overjoyed. When? It was not until the end of the seminar that Lin finally got rid of the situation of being chased and asked. In order to make these wizards understand certain terms,
He struggled a lot. After all, there were too many things to explain. The culture, vocabulary, scientific level, and even human brain circuits of the two worlds are different. For example, if you use the formula of universal gravitation to calculate the weight of a planet, you must first tell these wizards that weight is the essential mass multiplied by acceleration. And then you must first explain what mass is. What? Fortunately, after all this hard work, the effect far exceeded his expectations. The Arcane Society, Mathematical Olympiad, and Iota School were so famous in the land of wizards that some lone wizards began to test his voice and asked if they could join the Iota School.
As for your nomination for the Order of the Corona, it has been approved by the Parliament. The award ceremony will be held in 2 days. You'd better take the time to prepare,
Herav said with a smile.
Are there any rules or anything I need to pay attention to?
Lin asked. He thought it would be enough to just go up and receive an award.
That's not true. But this is the first time that the highest academic award in magic has been awarded to an official wizard. You have to say a few more words to convince the crowd,
Herav said jokingly, then straightened his face. Then he continued,
I think there are still some omissions in your theory of universal gravitation.
Lin's expression also became serious, but soon he heard Herav speaking solemnly.
It's not just mass that can affect time and space, but also magic.
Lin was dumbfounded. He thought the other party was going to make some novel remarks. Of course he knows this. After all, matter is energy, and energy is matter. But now is not the time to come up with the mass-energy equation. As for the law of universal gravitation, even without himself, Herav could always deduce it in a few years. The only difference was an inspiration. Chapter 162 used the law of universal gravitation to reconstruct force field magic. All the way back to the school's lounge, Herav was discussing the impact of magic on the curvature of space with Lin. Lin had already listened to Herav's detailed explanation in the field of magic. Naturally, he responded fluently. He even took out the best magic structure proposed by the other party and discussed it again, asking openly what he didn't understand. While Herav was answering one by one, he couldn't help but sigh. Even a three-ring wizard like Lin has such a profound understanding of the connection between magic and time and space. How could the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society know the most about this? Jia didn't know anything about the structure of magic power, so he thought too much. Maybe it was just that the questions he asked were too low level, and the other party was too lazy to answer. So he acted so perfunctorily. Herav thought this way. And then his expression paused, as if he heard something, with a somewhat helpless expression on his face. But he still spoke.
I have a friend who is very interested in that glass mirror that can sparkle. He can't wait to own one. Do you still have it in stock?
Is this friend talking about yourself? Lin glanced at Herav strangely. He thought that this legendary wizard, who usually dressed very casually, and could even be said to be a bit slovenly, would not be interested in glass mirrors. Of course, it may also be for academic research considerations, or for relatives and children. Without any hesitation, Lin gave away the large round mirror that had been removed from the torsion scale device.
It's 20 gold coins. Right. I'll have Coral deliver it tomorrow.
Herav took the round mirror, said casually, and handed it to his side. Under Lin's gaze, Yuan Jing disappeared quietly. Is it possible that Herav still has something like a storage item? But why have I never heard of this thing? Lin thought unexpectedly, but did not take the liberty to ask. After bidding farewell to Herav, he went straight back to the school's lounge. He couldn't wait to verify his guess. After using the mobilization ability of the Parliament to perfect the law of universal gravitation, Lin had a vague feeling that he could perform some force field magic without the need for more computing power. This is not an unfounded guess, because a wizard's spellcasting can be compared to running a certain program or solving a very complex equation. When there are unknowns, the answer can only be found by substituting different values over and over again and using the elimination method. Now it is equivalent to turning two of the unknown numbers into definite values. The first is the gravitational constant of the universe, and the second is the space-time curvature of the Earth's surface. In this way, the computing power required to release the force field magic has been reduced by several numbers. More than twice that. This is why Herav and others say that the law of universal gravitation will become the foundational theory of space magic. So during the 2 days waiting for the award ceremony, Lin closed the door to thank guests and concentrated on studying the spell model of force field magic. All the rest of the affairs were left to Philip and others, and they were asked to purchase a suitable property in Greenreal as the future residents of the Iota School. After all, it is not good to stay in the magic seminar room every time I come here. although it is quite spacious. It is always inconvenient to have so many people. In the short half-year since arriving in the Wizarding Land, relying solely on the income brought by the airship and the raids on the manor in Ladakh, I have accumulated nearly 5,000 magic gold coins, which is enough to travel in the prosperous area of Greenreel, by a nice manor anywhere else.
Magic missile!
The next evening, in the training ground, the girl shouted softly, and dozens of flickering magic missiles appeared in the void. Not to be outdone, Alok and Pierce next to them used the strongest magic they had mastered. Several fireballs intertwined with ice blades, aiming directly at Lin, who was not far in front of him. However, no movement was seen from the latter, and the flame and ice blade were separated by some mysterious force before they touched the body. It flew past him and hit the wall behind him. At first glance, it looked like several apprentices deliberately avoided Lin and became the shooters of human body tracing. However, Alok and Pierce knew very well that facing a target that was not moving at a distance of only 10 meters, it was absolutely impossible for them to miss it. Lin En did not relax his vigilance just because he easily prevented the attacks of several people. He was even more keenly aware that the magic missile released by Johnny was flying slower than expected. And when it touched the deflection field, then it exploded straight away. There seemed to be nothing inside, but Lin could sense that the hydrogen content in the air around him was rapidly increasing. At the same moment, Johnny stretched his left hand forward and folded his right hand on his left wrist. This was the starting position of Touch of Fire. The weak flames expanded rapidly in a second, and the hot fire flow instantly ignited the hydrogen around Lin. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion sounded in the practice room. Thick smoke mixed with extremely scorching fire rushed around. Both Eric and Pierce showed horrified looks on their faces. This almost reached the level of three-ring magic. Destructive power. It was the first time they knew that Johnny was so powerful.
Professor Lin could be. Is he seriously injured?
Alok stared at the thick smoke and said uncertainly when he saw that there was no movement for a long time.
How can it be?
Johnny rolled his eyes at Alok, panted slightly, and stopped pursuing. Such precise magic coordination consumes a lot of computing power. Even for Johnny, who has become an official wizard, it is not an easy task. Amid the billowing smoke, Lennon's breathy voice came out.
Does hydrogen explode? It's interesting. It seems that Johnny, you have learned elements and Olympiad mathematics very well, but you are a little bit behind on the ratio of hydrogen and oxygen. The correct ratio should be 2 to 1.
After the smoke and dust dissipated, Alok and others discovered that Lin En was still standing on the spot unscathed, and even the corner of his clothes had not been lifted up at all, which made Alok's scalp numb. Even an attack that is close to three-ring magic can't make Lin move at all. So how can he fight? Although it was just an exercise, Alok and Pierce already had a desire to give in. Only Joni was still full of fighting spirit. She always wanted to measure the gap between herself and the professor.
It's my turn now. Are you ready?
Lin En said with a smile. Alok and Pierce swallowed hard, and Johnny also felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Under the gazes of the three people, Lin stretched out his hand, his index and middle fingers shaking slightly, as if he were playing with the strings. Chapter 163 Resonance Magic and Space Vibration Waves. Seeing Lin's weird movements, Alok was frightened and took a step back. However, he soon discovered that there was no fire or frost coming out, and he did not suffer any attack.
Professor, what are you doing?
Pierce was also confused. He couldn't be intimidating them. Could he?
This should be some kind of new magic,
Johnny guessed, then looked at the two of them and spoke very fast.
Our only chance is to use offense as defense. This time I will be the main attacker, and you will assist.
The two people who had no other ideas nodded. Just when they were about to cast the spell again, their bodies suddenly paused. Alok's expression became extremely ugly, and he fell to the ground without warning. Pierce and Alok next to him behaved in the same way. They clenched their chests with their right hands, and the veins on their foreheads swelled, as if they were in great pain. Johnny's condition was slightly better. He barely supported his body, so as not to fall to the ground. He only felt as if his heart was being pinched by someone. It was beating with the frequency of Lin's finger shaking, sometimes as fast as thunder, sometimes as slow as sand. This weird and uncomfortable feeling instantly deprived the girl of her ability to resist. The brain also became drowsy due to blood supply problems. It took about 2 or 3 seconds for this feeling to gradually subside, but the next moment the lungs and liver were attacked by the same attack.
I surrender. I admit defeat.
Alok's body kept twitching as he fell to the ground, shouting loudly, with a look of horror and uncertainty on his face. Seeing that the three of them had reached their limit and there would be some side effects, Lin stopped releasing new magic. It took Johnny, Alok and Pierce several minutes to regain their composure. They looked at Lin with fearful expressions. Just now, they almost thought their hearts were going to explode. But they didn't do anything at all. It's unclear where the attack came from.
Professor, what kind of magic did you release just now? Is it some kind of curse?
Alok asked in shock. This weird magic even reminded him of the curse witchcraft that is widely spread in the land of wizards.
Of course not.
Lin shook his head in amusement, pretending not to explain. In fact, the principle of this magic is to use the phenomenon of resonance, which is scientifically explained as the tendency of a physical system to absorb more energy from the surrounding environment at its natural vibration frequency. If you follow the terminology used by wizards, everything in the world is made of elements, and they all have a certain inherent frequency. When the frequencies of two objects tend to be consistent, they will affect each other. For example, the average resonance frequency of the human body is 7.5 Hz, and each part has its own resonance frequency. The resonance frequency of the internal organs is 4 to 6 Hz. The resonance frequency of the head is 8 to 12 Hz, etc. Lin's method is to create a miniature magic wave to make the vibration as close as possible to the frequency of the heart, thereby triggering a resonance phenomenon, causing the heart's amplitude and frequency to suddenly accelerate, causing damage from within. This kind of magic is not only difficult to detect, but the attack acts directly on the molecular and atomic levels, making it difficult to resist unless prepared in advance. However, in the experiment just now, Lin also realized that a formal wizard like Johnny can withstand resonance magic much better than the two apprentices, Alok and Pierce. Although he intentionally reduced the power of magic to avoid casualties, it can also be seen that it is not easy to use the resonance principle to directly kill those powerful wizards. It can cause damage at certain important moments. A slight impact would be nice. This is a magic that is surprisingly successful, and it is also the reason why Lin chose to keep the principle of magic secret, so as to prevent someone from developing corresponding protective magic. Johnny and others were extremely curious about this strange curse-like witchcraft, but seeing that the professor had no intention of revealing it, they could only suppress their rising curiosity and turn to ask,
what about the magic they used to protect against fire and frost? That's called a deflection field.
Lin didn't hide it this time.
Deflection force field? Isn't that for ring magic? Professor Lin, you have broken through the realm of the Great Wizard?
Philip, who had been watching just now, said with surprise and excitement. If you can use force field magic freely, then it is one of the hallmarks of the Great Wizard. Johnny, Alok and Pierce also looked at Lin in surprise. No wonder the powerful explosion just now was unable to do anything. It turned out to be four-ring magic. This deflection field was just like a turtle SHL, leaving people helpless.
No, not really.
Lin shook his head, denying Philip and others' speculation, and then said with a smile,
it's just a trick. I named it secondary deflection field. It should belong to the upper three-ring magic.
After calculating the gravitational constant, although it can effectively reduce the difficulty of casting force field magic, deflection force field can only be cast by great wizards. Due to the gap in magic power and computing power, the protective effect is naturally inferior. The original version can only be classified as inferior. And force field magic is not invincible. Matter and energy itself can affect time and space, so it is possible to be defeated by those powerful spells. The second is the problem of magic power consumption. Even if the usage requirements are reduced, the consumption of magic power is extremely terrifying. When the magic power is at its most abundant, it can only last for a short 15 seconds. The strange resonance magic that Lin released just now is a byproduct of his research on force field magic. In the previous battle with Hal Ram in the Tower of Screams, the opponent had released a ripple magic with a wide range. In order to avoid this magic, Lin was almost stabbed into a hedgehog by the flying iron thorns. He was deeply impressed by this, and he has been thinking about how to combine this kind of ripple magic and force field magic these days. Through an extremely strong magic wave, it causes changes in the curvature of space, causing time and space to vibrate like water waves, thereby breaking through the enemy's protection and killing the enemy from the spatial level. Lin named this expected magic space vibration wave. However, it can be seen from the principle of magic that it is at least 4-ring or even 5-ring magic. Lin's several attempts have ended in failure. With his current computing power and magic power reserve, it is definitely not enough. Unless you can temporarily break through your own upper limit with the help of other people's computing power like you did before, you may be able to reach the minimum standard for releasing this magic. Chapter 164 How much do you know about the Holy See? Our enemy? Lin failed to be promoted to Grand Wizard, which made Philip somewhat regretful. But he quickly adjusted. After all, it was only a matter of time before Lin's talent was promoted. What's more, with the spread of the law of universal gravitation these days, the Eda School has been in the limelight. In these 2 days, he has received hundreds of invitations to banquets and academic seminars, including some from the top school. It's a pity that Lin didn't go out of his way, and he postponed everything because he specialized in studying new magic.
Do you know what people outside call you now?
Philip asked jokingly. Lin shook his head. He hadn't gone out at all in the past 2 days, and he had no intention of caring about this.
The twin stars of Greenreel,
Philip said in amazement. The so-called Gemini. The other person of course refers to Auguste, the most talented wizard in the history of the Wizarding Land. He came into contact with magic at the age of 12, became an official wizard at the age of 16, and was promoted to the Grand Wizard at the age of 24. His speed was miraculous, and it was for this reason that he was given the title of Magic Star. This also means that in the minds of most people, Lin has been improved to the point of being equal to Auguste. Philip looked around and saw that there were no outsiders here, so he lowered his voice and continued.
Many people even think that compared to Master Auguste, you are the most glorious magic star.
Johnny, Alok, and Pierce all looked at the professor with admiration. Lin frowned. Such flattery was unacceptable, and he didn't know if someone was deliberately indulging in the spread of this kind of news. While they were chatting, there was a knock on the door.
Professor, someone is looking for you outside.
The door to the training ground was pushed open a crack, and Lydia's head slipped in from the door, and she said playfully,
It's Master Auguste.
Several people present were stunned for a moment. They had just talked about this great wizard, but they didn't expect him to come to their door. You're not here to cause trouble, are you? Lin and Philip looked at each other, but they had no intention of expelling the guest. So they asked Lydia to take the magic star to the living room. 3 minutes later, Lin, who had changed her clothes, arrived in the living room with Philip, Johnny, and Alok.
Welcome to my humble home, Master Auguste.
Lin stepped forward and greeted with a smile.
I just heard from Lydia that you have something important to discuss with me. Not bad.
Auguste nodded, with a slight smile on his face. It seemed that the recent rumors had not had any impact on him. Auguste's easygoing attitude made Philip secretly relieved. Although Lin is now famous and has been appreciated by the legendary wizard Harif, he is not afraid of him. But Auguste is the star of magic and has considerable influence in the land of wizards. If it's better not to conflict with the other party.
I heard from Roar that your Excellency Lin crossed the sea from the Seeka's Empire and arrived at Iota Harbor 3 months ago.
Auguste straightened his face and asked again.
I wonder what you think of the development of the Wizarding Land during this time. In general, the academic atmosphere here is very good, and in all aspects, it is much better than that of the Seeka's Empire.
Lin pondered for a while, searching for the memories belonging to the original body, and was very convinced said, compared with the Earth in the previous life, the land of wizards is undoubtedly still in a barbaric zone. But if compared with the Saka's Empire, whose science, culture, and living standards were still at the end of the Middle Ages, it is much more advanced.
Is the outer Sea of Mist really as dilapidated as the rumors say?
Roar asked curiously.
That's not the case. At least the nobles and clergy all live in castles and luxurious manors.
Lin explained slightly mockingly. The convenience brought by divine magic is not worse than magic. But this is the case for very few people. Privileges that can only be enjoyed.
By the way, Master Auguste, why are you asking this all of a sudden?
Lin asked in confusion.
It seems that you don't understand the recent wind direction in the Wizarding Land.
Auguste shook his head and explained. Due to the theories proposed by Lin at the seminar and the measurement of the circumference of the planet, many conservative wizards, who were stuck in their ways, began to tend to explore the world outside the Wizarding Land. The originally weak progressive faction rarely gained the upper hand. The Parliament has had a lot of headaches over this matter.
Iota Port is the most important port leading to the Sea of Mist. So your decision is very important,
Auguste said solemnly. This is the purpose of his coming here. Hearing this, Lin thought for a moment and did not respond immediately.
So, are you here on behalf of the Parliament this time? No, it's just a private inquiry.
Auguste shook his head and then said calmly.
Personally, I support the idea of opening up Wizarding Land.
Although the Land of Wizards is a huge island, enough to accommodate a population of more than 600,000 people, as the number of wizards increases, the resources that each person can allocate become less and less. and internal conflicts and competition become more and more intense. Roar also looked at Lin expectantly. As a young and talented wizard, he was naturally a member of the progressive faction, and believed in the idea that the world should be ruled by wizards like them. Hiding in this small wizarding place is undoubtedly a sign of cowardice and cowardice. Roar believed that as long as Lin and his teacher August stand on the same front, it is likely to affect the final decision of the parliament.
How much do you know about the Holy See? Our enemy?
Lin suddenly asked. Luoer was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily,
The land of wizards has been established and developed for hundreds of years. We have developed countless novel magics that are enough to freeze the sea and turn mountains into plains. We have also created many indestructible demons that are enough to defeat all enemies.
August asked with interest.
Then what do you think? Mr. Lin, since you come from the Sea of Mist, you should know better than all of us. Unfortunately, my understanding of the Holy See is also very limited. The only people I come into contact with on weekdays are the bishop level, which is probably equivalent to an official wizard.
Lin shook his head, and then continued speaking without waiting for the impatient Roar to speak. Said,
But I think the speakers of Parliament probably have a better idea of what kind of adversary we need to face.
Chapter 165 I tell you about the doomsday. But you tell me about science? Compared to Roar, who was born in the land of wizards, and knew nothing about the outside world, and was somewhat blindly optimistic. Lin naturally thought more. To make a simple logical deduction. If the power accumulated in the wizarding land is enough to defeat the Holy See, then the Parliament has no reason to reject a wider world. Then there is only one possibility. The power possessed by the Holy See is not comparable to that of wizards like them. Goddess. Ella. Lin couldn't help but think of the terrifying phantom he saw before escaping from Harbor Town. If the power of wizards comes from magic, relying on knowledge to release magic and obtain the power to change the world, then what is magic? And why can it be superior to wizards and magic? This was also the question that puzzled Lin the most after coming to this different world. Those priests seemed to be able to use divine magic just by relying on their firm faith. Due to Lin's hesitant attitude, this private conversation could only end hastily. After Roar and August left, Philip hesitated for a long time before asking,
Professor Lin, is the power of the Holy See really that powerful? Even the Arcane Society can only succumb to its rule? The Secret Magic Society is just an academic organization that discusses magic.
Lin shook his head.
Don't forget, this world is very big. It's not just the land of wizards and the power of the church. I'm not sure how many scholars come from more distant countries. I'm afraid they may not be willing to interfere in the affairs here.
Lin put on the patch again. Lest one day, the wizards destroyed the Holy See and ruled the Empire, but couldn't find anyone. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Late at night, in Greenreal City, in an ancient manor, hundreds of wizards in costume gathered in the hall, listening devoutly to the speech of a middle-aged wizard. His voice was hoarse and low, with a unique charm.
As we know it, this world is moving from order to chaos. Our endless request for elements has angered the great elemental spirits. The end of all living things is coming. When the 4 stars hang high in the sky, parallel to the silver moon, the elemental spirits will rain down judgment. The earth will sink, and the whole world will fall into the terrifying torrent of elements. Until finally the silver moon will be pulled towards this continent will completely destroy everything. And the Parliament is still deceiving us to this day. They keep us here, deprive us of our freedom, guide all wizards, indulge in plundering elemental power, and accelerate the end of the world. Now, there are only the last 5 years left before the final judgment of the elemental spirits. We must make everyone give up the idea of manipulating the enslavement of the elements and let the elements return to order. Otherwise, there will be only eternal darkness and death waiting for us. Now let us pray for the forgiveness of the great elemental spirit and obey the will of the elemental spirit. And he will also give us more powerful power.
With the impassioned speech of the middle-aged wizard, the atmosphere in the entire hall gradually became heated. Every wizard had a look of enthusiasm on his face. But a few people showed hesitation. A young witch hesitated for a long time before speaking.
However, Mr. Lin said at the seminar a few days ago that this strange scene of 5 stars in a row is a very normal astronomical phenomenon and is related to the cycle of the planet. You only need to find the least common multiple of several planetary cycles. It is estimated that the next 5-star continuation will occur approximately once every 70 years.
In addition, the star's own speed and gravity form a new balance. There is no air resistance in a vacuum, and the speed will not suddenly decrease. So the moon cannot fall.
Then, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted.
Absurd.
An angry expression appeared on the wizard's face. He looked fiercely at the young witch who raised the question and scolded sternly.
The planet theory is a complete lie. The wizard who claims to come from beyond the fog is just an insidious and cunning liar. He tried to use this stupid method to trick us with a magic trick.
This world must be flat. Otherwise the seawater will flow backwards and everything will fall into the bottomless abyss. Think about how we would live in a crooked world where the land would be uncultivable and houses would be built on a rough surface.
The wizard continued speaking calmly.
If what they say is true, then why do they have to measure the angle between the center of the earth and the depths of the ocean far away from us? Have any of you ever witnessed it with your own eyes? All we saw were the 2 paintings they brought back. The news of a so-called successful experiment. And the stupid pendulum driven by alchemical magic.
Under the wizard's constant talk, the wizard in the hall, who originally had some doubts, quickly regained his confidence.
What a bunch of brainless lunatics!
At this moment, Aiden, who was hiding in the corner of the hall using shadow magic, looked at the wizards who kept echoing the words as if they were possessed, with a look of ridicule on his face. This so-called doomsday theory is completely baseless speculation. I don't know if the wizards of these doomsday sects have sea water in their minds. So they believe in the doomsday and the unknown elemental spirit. Comparing it to the scene a few days ago, when Mr. Lin used an irrefutable and rigorous experiment to demonstrate the picture of the stars at the seminar, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. This is the academic spirit that wizards should have.
Don't you think things are a little strange? Aiden?
Next to him, another sheriff's face was full of solemnity. He felt that the mood of the wizards who came to the gathering was a little not right. Even he was listening. When the other party was giving a speech, some inexplicable fanaticism inevitably arose in his heart. This may be some kind of magical influence. Aiden quickly noticed this after being reminded by his companions. He looked at the chattering red-robed wizard on the high platform and recalled the information about the Doomsday sect in his mind. This strange sect was born about 15 years ago. It was not called this name at first. It could only be regarded as a relatively unpopular academic research organization at best. Many of the theories put forward are highly consistent with the elemental theory of the legendary wizard Artok. For example, the world is constantly moving from order to chaos. Elements may have consciousness, etc. However, in the past 3 years, there have been different changes. Not only has it begun to use the name of the sect, but its speech has also become very radical. And it has begun to promote the so-called elemental spirits. Now it has even developed to the point where it has begun to openly oppose the parliament. Aiden was vaguely aware that things might have been somewhat beyond their control.
You continue to watch here. I'll go and report the situation here to Master August.
Thinking of this, Aiden whispered, if you leave these people alone, they might really cause some trouble. Chapter 166 praised the great elemental spirit. After giving a few instructions in a low voice, Aiden wanted to pull away. However, when he looked at the door, he was shocked to find that at some point, several wizards also wearing red robes had cleared all the entrances and exits.
It's all blocked. Before we can formally pray to the spirits of elements, there is one more thing that needs to be resolved.
The wizard on the high platform also stopped his speech at this moment, and suddenly said in a cold voice,
several rats sent by the council have sneaked into our manor. They are enemies of the elemental spirits and followers of the doomsday. They will destroy everything we have worked hard to build.
Hearing this, the wizards in the hall all turned their heads and looked around, shouting continuously,
where are those damn guys? I will tear them apart. For the elemental spirits.
The people present were excited, but they could not find out where the enemy was, and even began to doubt and criticize each other. Aiden, who was hiding in the shadows, broke into a cold sweat. He was not sure whether the other party had really seen through his concealment skills, or was bluffing himself to lure them out. There were at least 300 wizards in this hall, and there was no chance of winning against them head-on. Aiden looked around, staring in the direction of the window. At this moment, the wizard in red robes on the high platform took out a strange statue from his arms. It was completely black, but its surface exuded a blue light. And then the light became brighter and brighter, and soon it covered the entire hall. Oops. Aiden suddenly saw the wizard sitting on the high platform, turned his gaze to his hidden place, and secretly screamed something bad in his heart. He immediately rushed out of the hiding place, escaped from the shadow state, and quickly rushed towards to the nearest windowsill. The colleagues on the side activated the magic that was already ready to go. 3-ring spell, Flame Torrent. Hot tongues of fire ignited in the hall and rolled directly towards the wizards of the Doomsday sect, but were quickly blocked by a rising magic barrier. The next moment, the annoyed wizards launched a counterattack. Using dozens of ice and fire spells to tear the remaining peace officer into pieces almost instantly. Aiden listened to the explosions, screams and screams coming from behind, and his heart could not help but bleed. But he did not pause at all, and his steps were even faster. He could no longer care about anything else. The only way to escape now was to successfully escape. The most important thing is that the news gets out. With a few moments gained through the sacrifice of his colleagues, he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the nearest windowsill. However, at this moment, the red-robed wizard who had been watching took action. Aiden's heart was beating violently, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could clearly feel that there was a powerful aura locking him.
Do you think you can run away? In front of the great elemental spirit, the shadows cannot protect you.
The man in red robe stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, a giant fire whip that was more than 10 meters long was generated out of thin air and struck Aiden hard on the back. Boom! With a muffled sound. The mage shield on his body was instantly broken. As if being struck by lightning, Aiden felt as if his spine was broken into 2 parts, and he was forced to break away from the shadow state, tumbled and fell to the ground. Ahem! Aiden spit out a mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty, supporting his body with both hands. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He looked at the red-robed wizard in front of him with a look of horror on his face. A casual blow broke through his own shadow and shattered the mage's shield, which meant that the opponent was most likely a great wizard. However, in the entire wizarding land, there are only more than 30 great wizards in total. He has met each of them before, and there is absolutely no name for each other. Aiden knew that there was no hope of escaping, so he immediately stopped wasting his efforts and said viciously,
"You crazy people are seeking your own death. Even if you kill me now, it won't take long for the council to notice. There is no need to wait until the end of the world. Lord August will soon send you all to see you. The elemental spirit. Really?"
A look of ridicule appeared on the face of the red-robed wizard, and then he turned to look at the witch who had refuted him before, and said playfully,
"Thea, it's up to you to finish him off."
The witch named Sia was trembling and wanted to retreat. She obviously didn't have the courage, but the wizards beside her pushed her forward. Aiden glanced at the witch who walked tremblingly in front of him, and a trace of anger arose in his heart. When he was investigating the Doomsday Sect these days, he also collected a lot of information about its members. This witch named Sia was probably just an apprentice. She had just joined not long ago. He didn't expect that the other party would do such a wonderful job and prepare to take advantage of him. Use your life as a writ of surrender to intimidate others. Aiden thought this, but the next moment, there was only a look of horror on his face. The red-robed wizard raised the strange statue high and shouted evilly,
"Feel the power given to you by the elemental spirits."
A burst of red light lit up from the statue's pupils, and then enveloped the hesitating Sia. The witch suddenly felt like someone had forced something into her mind, and then the magic power in her body became restless and was quickly drained. Just 1 second later, a ball of flame rose from her palm and condensed into a fireball the size of a human head. Sia could even feel the violent power contained within. This is not a first-level magic fireball, but a more powerful second-level magic pyroblast. Although the pyroblast technique he released was 1 size smaller than normal, Xia didn't care, and she was completely in a state of excitement. As an apprentice, she actually used such a powerful second-ring magic. Obviously, this was the power given to her by the great elemental spirit.
"Praise the great elemental spirit!"
Thea shouted excitedly, no longer confused in her heart, and she threw the violent fireball in her hand at the frightened Aiden without hesitation.
"Praise the great elemental spirit!"
Amidst the explosions, corpses and fire, the wizards in the hall also enthusiastically echoed, and they were even more convinced that the end was coming. They must force all wizards to give up the idea of enslaving the elements, as long as they correct this mistake and pray to the great spirit of the elements for atonement. Then everyone will receive his approval and be given more powerful power. The wizard in red robe looked at all this with great satisfaction. The statue in his hand had closed its eyes and seemed to be chewing something in its mouth.
Let's start today's prayer ceremony.
Chapter 167, Naming the Planet. On Sunday morning, Greenreal, the residence of the Yetta school, several convoys driven by fire lions have stopped steadily in front of the gate of the manor. On the fluttering flag is a pattern of the omniscient eye. It is well known in the wizarding city today. That is the secret method, the mark of the society.
Professor Lin, we'd better move faster. Otherwise we'll be late.
Philip waited in front of the door early and urged from afar. Lin In, who walked out with Johnny, Alok and other apprentices, was now wearing a gold and red robe, sewn by a master alchemist himself. which was blessed with dust removal technique, medium element, resistance, and nature's blessing. These 3 magics can provide the wearer with good protection and enhance a certain degree of physical activity. Of course, this also meant a high price. This robe, plus a few fleets of vehicles, cost him a full 1,000 magic gold coins, which made Lin feel very distressed. If you add in the 4,000 gold coins he spent to purchase the manor, then he can be said to have returned to before liberation overnight. But according to Philip, he is now a person with status, and this time he is going to attend the investiture ceremony, so pomp and circumstance is still required. Fortunately, thinking that Darren and others had already made the first batch of glass, and that there would be a steady stream of new income soon, Lennon felt a little more balanced. Riding in a convoy driven by a fire lion, the group quickly arrived in front of the Corona Tower. The Magic Council, the authority body of the entire wizarding land, is established here. Lin looked up at the giant sky mirror at the top of the tower. It was the core area of the Magic Parliament, and only certified members could set foot in it. The annual investiture ceremony is held in the sky mirror. At this time, thousands of people have gathered in the square in front of the tower. It can be said that all wizards from Greenreel are here. No one wants to miss today's grand ceremony. The awarding of the Corona Medal may not happen even if it takes 100 years. Once, seeing Lin and coming down from the carriage, the wizards gathered in the square gathered around him enthusiastically and expressed their congratulations. There were also some who wanted to curry favor with this rising magic star, and used all kinds of flattery, one after another. Lin didn't feel anything at all and responded calmly. As for Philip, Kevin, Orlando and other wizards of the Aida school, they were completely immersed in the praise and flattery. Even some great scholars and great wizards would take the initiative to talk to them. They were quite flattered. Philip suddenly felt that his previous decision to take the risk of letting Lin and leave the Aida school could not have been more correct.
Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are the first 3-ring wizard in history to receive such an honor. This will definitely go down in the history of magic,
Raphael said with a smile, and stretched out his hand to lead the way for several people.
Thank you for your praise, Master Raphael.
Lin responded and followed him into the Tower of the Sun. The 2 guards at the door bowed slightly after seeing Lin and his party. As the core of the parliament, the interior of the tower was built magnificently. Like a small palace, countless white jade pillars hold up the dome of the entire hall, which shines under the magic lamp. The marble floor reflects the crystal clear luster. Many complicated alchemical runes are engraved on the walls on both sides, and in the center is a line, winding up the stairs to the top of the tower.
The Congress is considering giving the continent under our feet. No, I mean giving the planet a new name. We discussed it for a long time, but there was no answer, and finally decided that you, the founder of the planet theory, should name it.
Raphael led a few people up the steps, smiling and walking towards the sky mirror on the top of the tower. Name the planet? Philip and others were speechless. This was definitely an honor no less than being awarded a medal. Lin was also a little surprised that the council would entrust such an important matter to him. It was his first time to name a planet, let alone this extremely important planet with life under their feet. How about calling it Earth? Or maybe Azure Star? Lin secretly thought about whether to give him a familiar name as a way of remembering him. But after thinking about it for a long time, he still shook his head.
How about calling it the Eternal Star?
Lin pondered for a while, and then said,
Eternal Star?
Raphael pondered for a while, nodded, and said with a smile,
Then may it stand erect in the eternal universe and remain immortal forever.
While the few people were talking, the steps under their feet that were blessed with magic and would automatically rise and fall soon took them to the sky on the top floor. This is the hub of the entire wizarding land, and it is also the place where important meetings are held. The brilliance of magic permeates almost every aspect, and the intensity of magic is far greater than any place Lin has ever been. As soon as Raphael led everyone into it, he attracted countless eyes. Lin turned his attention to the high platform of the parliament, where there were 5 seats, which were the 5 legendary wizards and the president of the parliament. Seats, in addition to Herav, whom he was very familiar with. 2 other speakers had arrived. One is a thin old man with gray hair. That is the legendary alchemist, magic creator Vittorio. The other one is a beautiful witch wearing a bright red dress. Over the past few days, Lin has also inquired about a lot of information. And naturally he can recognize this person as the founder of the prophecy school, Witch Aurora. Lin's eyes stayed on the witch for a long time. Not because of her gorgeous appearance, but because she was a little concerned about the identity of the founder of the prophecy school. He has not forgotten that in a seminar. He refuted the wizards of the prophecy school and became speechless, which was equivalent to severely throwing away the opponent's face. Lin could only hope that the other party was not a vengeful person. As for the remaining 2 chairs, they are vacant. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was time for the awarding ceremony to begin. However, the wizards in the sky did not move, as if they were waiting for something.
It is said that Master Freeze, the legendary wizard of the Shaped School who possesses the power of the dragon, will also come to attend this ceremony. He may be late,
Raphael explained in a low voice.
Then there is another legendary master?
Lin asked curiously.
I'm afraid it's not convenient for Lord, Element Controller, Artok to attend such a grand event right now.
Raphael shook his head and explained tactfully. There are rumors in the land of wizards that this legendary wizard encountered a terrifying monster called an elemental ghost when he was studying microscopic elements. His spirit was severely damaged, so his words and deeds were a bit strange. Not normal. Chapter 168 Legend, which Aurora?
Is that Arcane Society you mentioned really that magical?
While everyone below was waiting anxiously, Magic Creator Vittorio looked at Herav on the side in surprise, and asked in confusion. During this period of time, he was busy optimizing an alchemy formation, and did not have much energy to pay attention to the affairs in Greenreal City. It was only in recent days that he heard several masters from the Alchemy Association mention this matter. They praised Lin from beyond the fog and the mysterious Arcane Society throughout the article, which made Vittorio extremely curious.
Yes, I have had some exchanges with several legendary wizards in the Arcane Society. Their understanding of the universe, stars, and time and space is far better than yours and mine.
After Herav said this, he paused and changed his tone, shook his head and sighed.
No, or rather, it is not comparable at all. In the last gathering of legendary wizards, when discussing the birth and death of the universe, he could only describe it as embarrassment, because he couldn't understand the words the other party said at all. The only thing that could be confirmed was the concept of galaxy redshift. But even so, Herav could hear that this theory was logically logical, and he even had a feeling that the universe should be like this. Vittorio felt that Herav's description was a bit too mysterious. He was not willing to believe that a wizard organization from the Sea of Mist could surpass the 300 years of continuous development and improvement of the magical theory of Greenreal. While the two were chatting, the voices of discussion in the sky were getting louder and louder. It was now a full hour and a half before the start of the award ceremony.
What happened to Fees?
Vittorio also felt a little strange. Logically speaking, Fees could not be absent from such an important event as the awarding of the Corona Medal.
Perhaps there is something delayed,
Aurora said casually. Herav hesitated for a moment and decided not to wait any longer and hold the awarding ceremony first. If he kept waiting like this, he would probably have to postpone it, according to the rules of the Parliament, except for matters such as declaring war, completely opening up the wizarding land, and increasing the number of seats for the speaker, which can affect the survival of Greenreal. Other important proposals can be made as long as more than half of the speakers and members agree, and no speaker expresses clear opposition. Enough. Thinking of this, Herav stood up, cleared his throat, and spoke.
Since Speaker Fees has something to do temporarily, let's start today's agenda directly.
As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their attention to the high platform.
First of all, Mr. Varen, the vitality potion you developed can quickly restore a wizard's physical strength. The materials are simple and have high popularity value. Based on the review of the seminar, I will award you a Morningstar badge as a token of recognition.
Herav looked at a wizard sitting in the front row. Varen stood up with great excitement, his wrists trembling as he took the medal. Usually, the awarding ceremony is hosted by Raphael and other great wizards from the seminar. But this time it is different. The legendary wizard hands it out directly, which can be regarded as someone's favor. Then, Herav issued the Morningstar medal to several wizards who had made great achievements. In addition to academic achievements, this is another way to gain glory, which is to make outstanding contributions to the prosperity and development of the wizarding land, or to perform some important tasks and eliminate enemies. Auguste was also among them. When Herav made corresponding evaluations for each person's achievements, Lin realized that these people received medals basically because of one thing: eliminate those psychic wizards who are still on the run and are constantly causing trouble. A few years ago, although several great wizards sent by the Parliament successfully annihilated the evil mage school that Merc belonged to, there was still a lot of trouble left. This time, Auguste solved an important leader among the remaining wizards of the psionic school, the most valued right-hand man of the evil mage Merc, the great wizard Kashimo. However, everyone present knew that the awarding of these medals was just an appetizer. As expected, Harrow soon turned his attention to Lin.
Finally, Mr. Lin in. The planet theory and gravity theory he proposed completely overturned the previous wizard's understanding of the entire world. It is a very groundbreaking and important theory, and he used several exquisite experiments to verify it. These magical theories are not just fantasy, but ironclad facts. In the future, the 3 laws of stars and the formula of universal gravitation will also be required reading papers for learning force field magic.
In view of the achievements made by Mr. Lin In, the Parliament unanimously decided to award him the highest laurel of magic academics, the Order of the Sun.
Harrow shouted loudly. His voice continued to echo in the sky, making the entire venue. The atmosphere was particularly warm. There was also a wave of applause, and Philip and the others applauded desperately, as if they wanted to make the wave more violent. Lin stood up and walked towards the high platform. The wizards around him all looked at him with envy, admiration and amazement. An official wizard from the Misty Sea, with a few academic works, he became the most dazzling star in the entire wizarding land in just a few days, which made many young wizards think about it and determined to study hard after returning. Magic can also receive this honor one day. Harrow solemnly accepted the box handed by a congressman. Inside was a very special metal. It was dark gold in color and had a luster similar to that of a gem. The materials used were very precious and could not be found in this world, found at any known corner. The front of the metal is painted with the logo of the Parliament, and behind it is a towering corona tower. In addition to its exquisite appearance and accompanying glory, this is also a powerful alchemy tool that can be used actively or under life-threatening conditions. In this case, activate a 6-ring protection spell, Vittorio's Barrier. It's just a one-time use. After the magic is released, all the magic power inside will be exhausted, and it can only be used as an ordinary medal of honor. Metals such as Morning Star and Silver Moon are also blessed with protective magic of corresponding levels, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for those who are extremely talented in academic research or have made outstanding contributions to the development of the wizarding land. Just as Harrow was about to take out the medal, a hand stretched out and picked up the corona medal first.
I'll do it!
Chapter 169, The Dragon Falling from the Sky. At some point, Aurora had stood up. She directly took over Harrow's work, with a touching smile on her lips, and walked towards Lin. Seeing this, Lin In was quite surprised. Thinking of his previous conflict with the prophecy school, he couldn't help but worry that the other party might want to take this opportunity to embarrass him. However, Aurora's next move was completely beyond Lin's expectations. The legendary witch skillfully embedded the dark golden corona medal on Lin's chest, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed Lin gently on his forehead, whispering in his ear,
"Good afternoon, my brown star."
Lin turned her head in shock, and what she saw was the smile on Aurora's lips and her blue-purple eyes. Also surprised by this were the wizards and parliamentarians, who came to watch the ceremony in the sky. In an instant, all kinds of discussions, gossips and suspicions continued one after another. Even Harrow was stunned, wondering what Aurora was up to. The legendary witch didn't mean to explain anything. She just made a small joke on a whim. After putting the medal on Lin's head, she returned to her seat. Lin was stunned for a while, completely confused as to why Aurora suddenly made such an intimate move. This should be their first meeting. Could it be that this legendary witch has taken a liking to her? Lin couldn't help but shudder. But he would not be fooled by Aurora's young and gorgeous appearance. Since the other party has become a legendary wizard, he is probably several times his age. But what does that brown star mean? Lin was confused. According to Philip, many people now call him the Gemini of Greenreal. So this is also a new nickname?
Ahem. Mr. Lin, you won the highest award in magic academics. Don't you have anything to say?
Harrow coughed lightly, relaxing the atmosphere and drawing everyone's attention back to the topic. Lin In also reacted immediately, looked at the wizards present and spoke.
It is an honor to have my doctrines and theories recognized by Parliament. In fact, this honor does not belong to me alone. The 3 laws of the stars were discussed and studied by many scholars in the Secret Law Society. I just summarized the rules based on the research of the sages and verified them with experiments. This theorem, the road to pursuing magical truth, is destined to be rough. All our research results are just an explanation of the appearance of things. The grandeur and mystery of the world are far beyond everyone's imagination. Wizards are like roaming in the sea.
Rejoice in every island you find. But I believe that one day, we will be able to reach the continent called Truth and find the answers to everything.
Lennon looked around, paused, and continued.
Of course, all this requires the joint efforts of all wizards. I once heard a sentence when I was in the Arcane Society, and used it as the basis for academic research. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth,
Lennon said decisively. The crowd who were still gossiping about the relationship between Lin and Aurora were quickly attracted by the speech, and enthusiastic applause broke out.
A very wonderful speech, Your Excellency Lin,
Herav said with appreciation, and then continued without letting Lin step down.
In addition to the Order of the Sun, the Magic Council has decided to grant you another seat as a member. Let's start voting now.
If the Corona Medal represents glory, then the parliamentarian means an improvement in status. All major initiatives in the Wizarding Land are discussed and voted on by the Parliament. There are thousands of wizards in the entire Wizarding Land, but there are only 150 seats for members, except for more than 30 great wizards. The remaining council members are all three-ring wizards, who are outstanding in various fields. For example, Tick, whom Len once met, obtained the status of a council member with his superb alchemy skills. But everyone understands that starting from today, there will be one more seat in the Parliament. The so-called voting is just a formality. No one would want to openly oppose a rising magic star. The final result is naturally passed by unanimous vote. Len thanked him again, and Herav announced that the award ceremony was officially over. The wizards gathered in the Sky Territory stood up with unfinished content. While discussing Len's speech just now, they also whispered about Len's relationship with the witch. Just as everyone was about to leave, a rush of bells suddenly sounded from a distance. The noisy Parliament Hall suddenly became quiet, and the expressions of several legendary wizards changed significantly, and they all looked up to the sky. Lennon also followed the gazes of several people and looked over, only to see a huge creature slowly approaching on the blue sky. Through the far-sighted magic, Tick's farsightedness, Lennon could clearly see what it looked like. The ferocious black dragon. Its wingspan exceeds 30 meters, and its pitch-black scales glow with a cold light, like a piece of extremely strong steel, making people feel fearful just looking at it.
Lord Fees, it's too late to come.
Raphael suddenly laughed. Before, he was a little surprised why the magic bell announcing the warning suddenly rang. It seemed that it was a false alarm. Dragon power? Len immediately remembered the other party's name, and it seemed that this was the reason. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw a creature like a giant dragon. Lennon looked at it curiously, but soon realized that something was wrong. The flight path of the black dragon was crooked, and the whole body was shrouded in gloom. After the dead breath flew over Greenreal City, it opened its mouth and let out a painful roar, falling straight down.
How could it be? Lord Fees?
The black dragon smashed into the ground, causing violent shocks that seemed to shake the entire city of Greenreal. For a while, panicked shouts could be heard in the council. On the speaker seat, several legendary wizards had already disappeared, apparently leaving first.
What should we do now? Professor Lin?
Philip and others who walked up to him and planned to ask Lin about the gossip about Lin and the legendary, which could no longer care about it at this moment, and hurriedly asked.
Let's go and take a look together.
Lin didn't hesitate much. If something goes wrong with Greenreal, which is the hub of the Wizarding Land, then yet a harbor will not be immune either. When a few people arrived, the place was already crowded with people. A huge black dragon was lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by ruins. It was covered in scars, and the wounds on its abdomen were deep enough to show the bones, and bright red blood was flowing. It was standing, exuding a strong stench. Fortunately, because of this investiture ceremony, most people gathered near the Corona Tower, so no casualties were caused. Chapter 170: The Time and Space Gate and Legendary Monsters in the Demon Stone Mine.
Herav, Aurora and Vittorio arrived at the scene early, and after checking Fees' injuries, their expressions became a little solemn. The atmosphere on the field was also extremely dull, and the wizards watching were all uneasy.
Speakers, how is Lord Fees?
A wizard from the Shaping School asked eagerly. Herav did not reply, but Aurora looked at the panic-stricken wizards gathered here and spoke.
Although he is seriously injured, it is not life-threatening. He just needs a period of recovery.
Hearing this, the wizards present immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves relaxed a little. But they were still eager to know what kind of enemy could actually injure Fees. A legendary wizard. Like this, several legendary wizards did not mean to explain. They cast spells together to transform Fees back into the wizard form. Then, they called the best potion master and sent Fleas to training. After doing all this, Harab turned to look at Lin and other members of Congress, and motioned them to come to the Sky Realm tonight to hold the next meeting. Late at night, on the top floor of the Corona Tower, in the conference hall of the Sky Realm, all 151 members had arrived. Compared with the lively and noisy scene in the morning, the conference room at this moment seemed extremely solemn. Only a few members were talking privately, and everyone's faces showed worry and anxiety.
Lord Harab, I'm afraid Speaker Fees' injury is not that simple. Right.
In the silence, August was the first to ask. A group of members of the House of Representatives also looked over immediately, waiting for Harab's answer.
Yes, Fees was seriously injured this time. I have given him the resurrection potion, but the situation is still not optimistic.
Harab shook his head and sighed.
Then what happened? Who attacked Lord Fees?
Raphael asked in confusion. The only people in the entire wizarding land who could threaten the legendary wizards were several speakers of the same level. But soon Raphael seemed to suddenly remember it, and spoke in shock.
Is there something wrong with the magic mine?
If he remembered correctly, the direction Fees flew towards was exactly where the magic stone mine was.
There is a life-threatening injury on Fees' abdomen. It is possible that he met a beholder, a Death Lord, or other more powerful existence there.
Harab frowned, and every time he said a name, the faces of the congressmen became solemn. Only Lin En looked confused, turned to look at Tick, and began to inquire in a low voice. After Tick's explanation, Lin En understood that there was a very large magic crystal mine in the giant mountain Kogel Mountain not far from Greenreel. The magic power inside was so rich that it was unimaginable. Therefore, the time and space in the entire area was distorted and chaotic. A strange magic vortex was even formed at the core. It is like a naturally formed time and space gate. But no one knows what is on the other side of the time and space gate. The Wizarding Land once sent several teams to explore, but in the end no one came back alive. Some people speculate that the other side may be connected to another huge magic stone mine, but some wizards think that it may lead to another world. After all, every once in a while, something they have never seen will appear in the magic vortex. Monster. It is precisely because Greenreel has such rich monsters and mineral resources that a small wizarding place can support so many official wizards. However, there were also many troubles that followed. For example, more than 10 years ago, several mind flayers appeared inexplicably in the mines. With their strange spiritual power, they broke through the numerous guards and caused quite a stir in the wizarding land. In the end, the council spent a lot of effort to find out and clean them up one by one. At the time of Lin's inquiry, Harab was discussing the next action with a group of speakers and congressmen. The distance between the giant mountain Kogel and Greenreel City is too close. A powerful and unknown monster has appeared inside. It is undoubtedly a huge threat. Many council members have proposed to immediately form a team led by the legendary wizard. A team composed of great wizards will search and destroy this monster as quickly as possible. Tick and others feel that this suggestion is too risky, because they don't even know what kind of monsters attack the legendary wizard fleas. Their number and abilities are also unknown, and rash actions may cause serious harm. There were quite a few casualties.
We can wait until Lord Fees wakes up, ask about the situation, and then decide how to act.
Raphael made a suggestion, but was rebutted the next second.
It's simple to say, but Master Fees is now seriously injured. No one is sure when he will wake up. If it is delayed for too long, the monster will wander around the wizarding land like the Mind Flayer, causing even greater trouble. Who will handle it then? Otherwise we can send a few people to investigate the situation first. Who to send? Send you? What's the difference between that and sending someone to death?
The whole conference hall was noisy, and the members quickly divided into two groups immediately go to the magic stone mine to solve this trouble to avoid the problem from expanding again. Or first investigate first, and wait until the situation is clear. The two groups were arguing with each other, and the intensity was getting higher and higher. Many people took the opportunity to vent their fears. Lin En was not involved. On the one hand, he had just become a member of parliament and did not understand the parliamentary process. On the other hand, there was too little information, and he could not think of any foolproof strategy. After some urgent consultations, Harab quickly made a decision, intending to cut through the mess quickly. The three counselors would lead the team together, and they would also bring along 9 great wizards, who were proficient in alchemy to ensure that nothing went wrong. The theory of universal gravitation proposed by Lin En before gave him a lot of inspiration. This time, they may be able to arrange an alchemy formation to further restrict the strange spacetime gate and avoid a similar situation from happening again. Thinking of this, Harab hesitated whether to take Lin with him in this operation. But after much consideration, he gave up the idea. The situation inside the Magic Stone mine is still unknown. Even Thies was severely injured. The danger can be imagined. Although Lin has a deep understanding of the stars and gravity theory, he is only an official wizard and lacks self-protection. If you encounter danger, you may not even have the ability to resist.
Oh Goose, while we are away, you will be in charge of the affairs of the Parliament,
Harab solemnly ordered.
Thank you for your trust. Mr. Speaker.
August put his hand on his chest and saluted respectfully. Chapter 171. Unless someone is willing to use magic to pull the moon down from the sky. In the next few days, due to the attack on Thies, the whole green reel was a little panicked. After all, such a big black dragon fell, and it was impossible to hide it even if it wanted to. Although the Parliament immediately came forward to clarify that the legendary wizard was attacked by unknown monsters in the Magic Stone mine, and was not seriously injured now. He just needed some time to recover. But it could not stop the situation from getting worse. Rumors. In Greenreel, the legendary wizard is the pinnacle of their knowledge and the supreme figure. There has never been an example of a legendary wizard being attacked and severely injured before. This means that the Wizarding City, which they thought was extremely safe, may no longer be safe. There are even rumors that the appearance of powerful monsters in the Magic Stone mines is a sign of the end.
Those wizards of the Doomsday sect said that when the 4 planets and the silver moon are parallel in the sky, the end will come. The torrent of elements will sweep across the entire continent, and the moon will fall from the sky.
Lydia put herself when I went shopping. I recounted the gossip I heard vividly.
This is ridiculous,
Alok interrupted with a sneer before Lydia finished speaking.
Didn't you listen to what the professor said during the seminar a few days ago? The orbits of the stars are very stable. How could the moon suddenly fall?
Johnny, Pierce and others also took this as a joke.
Are you right, Professor?
Alok turned to look at Lin and said with a smile. Lin N, who was writing the title, pondered for a moment.
Unless someone is willing to use magic to pull the moon down, or we are extremely unlucky and a huge cosmic meteorite or stray asteroid hits the moon, causing it to deviate from its orbit and then hit us.
Alok and others looked at each other in confusion. Originally, they thought the end of the world was completely nonsense. But under Lin Un's careful analysis, they felt as if it could really happen. Fortunately, Lin Un quickly offered words of comfort.
But in general, this possibility is very slim. Even the legendary wizard may not be able to affect a massive star from such a long distance. As for an asteroid hitting the moon, the probability is higher than that of a fire lion suddenly giving birth to a giant dragon. Much lower.
Alok breathed a sigh of relief. He almost believed that the end of the world was really coming. Compared to the other apprentices who viewed the Doomsday remarks as a joke and a joke, Lin Un felt something was wrong. The legendary wizard Thies, known as Dragon Power, had just been attacked, and so-called Doomsday rumors spread in Greenreel City, which made Lin have to suspect that someone was deliberately creating panic. To know the end of the world and salvation is the only way to absorb faith. This has been proven many times in previous lives. This kind of organization in the name of a sect immediately reminded Lin of the Holy See. But normally, pagans should be more annoying to the Holy See than wizards like them. Lin Un couldn't help but shook his head. Although he had a mouthpiece like Magic Daily, the Parliament's attention to public opinion was obviously far from enough. If anyone dared to do this in Ayeta Harbor, he would have sent someone to deal with it long ago. These guys who were spreading doomsday talk were all arrested and tortured.
Master Lin Un, we have finally reproduced it.
At this moment, in the small workshop in the manor, Darren, who was covered in dust, hurriedly knocked on the door and ran out. Several holes were burned out in his dirty robe. He looked quite embarrassed. But he was holding several pieces of transparent glass, with a look of joy on his face. The apprentices present gathered around impatiently. One of them picked up a piece of glass and looked at it carefully, as if looking for something.
This time there are no flaws at all,
Darren said confidently. When they made the glass according to the method given by Lin Un, there were always many bubbles left inside, and it took him a lot of genius to overcome it. This technical difficulty. Lin took the glass handed over by Darren, looked at it for a few times, nodded with satisfaction, and then asked,
"Where are the pages I asked you to make? The final pressing and cutting processes are already underway. We will see the results tomorrow. Or at most tomorrow,"
Darren said with joy. The techniques that Lin gave them can only be described as miraculous. Those paper pages that look lighter and thinner than the feathers of the white swan are actually made of wood that can be found everywhere. If he hadn't seen Lin Un turn a pile of sand and stones into glass with his own eyes. He would have thought that the other party was joking with him. Lin then looked at Johnny and the others.
Where are you guys? How are you mastering the engraving magic I taught you? I can now record 41 words at once,
Alok said proudly.
I can only remember 37 words.
Pierce shook his head. Then the two of them looked at Johnny.
69.
Johnny hesitated and said. Alok and Pierce were immediately shocked. The gap was so big. They didn't know that their companion had already become an official wizard. They thought that Johnny's great power last time was due to the power of the alchemy tool, Magic Hand. In fact, recording 69 words at once is not the girl's limit, but about 300 words.
Very good. In that case, you can start recording today.
Lin handed over the compiled theory of universal gravitation and 2 Olympiad books. The so-called engraving magic is a newly developed zero-circuit witchcraft that even an apprentice can use. Its principle is similar to that of movable type printing. You need to build a corresponding template in your brain first, and then you can print it on paper. Corresponding magic marks are engraved on the pages, parchments, and desks. In other words, every wizard who has learned to engrave magic is a humanoid printing press, and its power is determined by computing power.
Professor, those questions you asked are too difficult.
Alok took a book called Advanced Olympiad Mathematics, flipped through a few pages, and after thinking for a moment, his whole face was wrinkled. At the same time, there was only one thought left in my mind: is this really a problem that humans can solve?
A few days ago, a master of arcane mathematics in the Arcane Society asked me to find a group of wizards with excellent talents in mathematics to jointly solve a difficult problem in the arcane world of mathematics. The question I gave was to combine these. It is naturally more difficult to select people,
Lin explained. Of course, this is just an excuse. In fact, he is planning to use this excuse to absorb a group of wizards with amazing computing power into the magic field. Chapter 172. Can humans really solve these problems? The recent inexplicable appearance of powerful monsters in the Magic Stone Mine and the sudden appearance of the Doomsday sect gave Lin a hint of danger. The former is not something he can worry about. If the legendary wizards can't solve this problem together, then adding himself won't help either. The latter is an issue that current manager August needs to consider. But Lin will not completely entrust his own safety to others. So finding ways to improve his own strength and respond to potential threats with ease has become an urgent matter. Continuing to advance to the wizard level is undoubtedly the best choice. But he has just been promoted to the second level wizard. Even though the huge power brought by the Eye of Death has not been completely exhausted, the magic power is still in the stage of rapid growth. But there is still some distance before the next promotion. So Lin had no choice but to start from other aspects. For example, just like when he fought against Hiram, with the help of the computing power of 9 3-ring wizards, he could even briefly compete with a 5-ring great wizard, although Hiram was tricked by him at that time and suffered magical backlash. And the strength he could exert was only about 30 to 40% of his original strength. But that was still enough power to crush ordinary formal wizards. It is precisely because of this that in the days after arriving at Greenreel, in addition to preparing materials for lectures and experiments, Lin spent most of his time making a new Ring of Secrets. As a distinction, these newly made rings are not as gorgeous as the ones given to Herav, and they will not transport the person they carry to outside time and space, but to a certain planet in the magic field. We are working frantically to find the location of the second meeting as soon as possible. In the end, Lin set the number of people in the magic field at 12. The reason for limiting the number is that his brain has limited endurance, and the more computing power he mobilizes, the better. Secondly, the magic field is in the stage of just being built. If too many people are recruited at once, it will be difficult to deal with the situation. As for Herav, the legendary wizard who had entered the magic field before, Lin did not dare to let his brain try to decipher the opponent's mental frequency. After all, the strength gap between the two sides was too big, and it was very likely that those 3 rings would be detected. The wizard is his real target. When the time comes, with deflection field as protection and space vibration wave as attack method, even if faced with a great wizard, he will never be without the ability to resist. 2 days later, at noon, a temporarily rented magic shop in Greenreel City was already surrounded by water.
Is this a glass mirror?
A young witch picked up a palm-sized round mirror in surprise. The smooth and flawless mirror surface perfectly reflected her beautiful face, with white skin and red lips. Even the hair flowing in front of the forehead can be seen clearly. Almost instantly, the witch was captured. She looked over and over and couldn't bear to put the mirror down. In addition to being able to clearly reflect her face, The glass mirror itself looked like a work of art. However, the high price still made the young witch hesitate. The more high-end and larger the glass mirror, the higher the price. A life-size glass mirror costs as much as 20 magic gold coins. Not a small amount even for a wizard.
Beautiful witch. The quantity of this magical glass mirror is very limited, and the production process is extremely complicated. For example, there is only the last piece of the largest life-size glass mirror left. I don't know when the next batch will be produced. If you miss today, you don't know how long you have to wait.
Darren, who was in charge of the sale, kept talking, explaining the scarcity of glass mirrors to the witch in front of him, and repeatedly emphasized that the output of this thing was very low, and there were countless people rushing to buy it. If she had come 1 minute later, only one mirror is gone. Seeing this scene, the young witch didn't dare to hesitate. She gritted her teeth and immediately took out all her savings, a total of 30 magic gold coins, to buy the largest full-length mirror and a small portable mirror. Round mirror. Darren happily opened the drawer and piled the magic gold coins he had just earned into it. In just half an hour, the entire drawer was filled with shiny gold coins. The hunger marketing method that Mr. Lin mentioned is simply too good. In order to target apprentices and commoners with insufficient purchasing power. In addition to the best-selling glass mirrors, they also produced many equally exquisite glassware teapots, teacups and even trays, usually ranging from 70 silver coins to 5 magic gold coins. Wait, but compared to the extremely low production cost, it is no different from robbing money. But this is not the case for the rest of the wizards. This kind of exquisitely crafted glass products, like works of art, are undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. So a wave of purchasing glass products soon started in Greenreel City. There are also many smart wizards who want to buy them in bulk and then resell them at high prices to other cities in the wizarding land. Also sold out are the 2 books, Introduction to Mathematical Olympiad and Advanced Mathematical Olympiad. In addition to wizards who are curious about the thin and white pages, there are also many people who are just going for Mathematical Olympiad. Tick is one of them. When he listened to Lin and explain the Mathematical Olympiad class at Ida Harbor, he was deeply shocked by the exquisiteness and rigorous logic of this subject. Naturally, he was also very impressed by the Mathematical Olympiad. Interest. So this time when I learned that a master of arcane mathematics from the Arcane Society planned to invite 12 official wizards who were extremely talented in mathematics to discuss a big problem in arcane mathematics, Tick suddenly came. Interest. He was very confident that he could become one of these 12 people. After all, compared to other wizards, he had attended the Mathematical Olympiad course 2 months in advance and laid a solid foundation. Thinking like this, Tick didn't even look at the so-called Introduction to Mathematics Olympiad and directly opened the more advanced Mathematics Olympiad. However, after seeing the first question, he paused. Find the exponential formula 1 squared plus 2 squared plus 3 squared plus 4 squared. The sum of 9,999 squared. After repeatedly confirming that he had read the exponent symbol correctly, Tick couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He added from the square of 1 to the square of 9,999 and asked him to calculate the total. This was just to write down the formula completely. It can cover dozens of pieces of manuscript paper. I am afraid that even if I have to work around the clock for 10 days and a half, I may not be able to get the result. This is just the first question. Is it so difficult? Chapter 173 The Idea of Calculus and the Sudden Attack. Tick's whole body was in a mess. He originally thought that he had studied the Mathematical Olympiad 2 months in advance and had sufficient knowledge reserves. He should be able to solve the Mathematical Olympiad questions with ease. But the first question stumped him. If the calculation stopped at hundreds or thousands, he could still bite the bullet and slowly calculate the results. But the last value was 999.9 million. No, there must be some pattern. Tick quickly realized that when he was at Ida Harbor, Lennon had played a square game of exponential summation. It was also a very complicated operation. But through a wonderful exponential formula, he could easily sum it up. The originally complex calculation process has been simplified to the point where an apprentice can calculate it in a short time. Thinking of this, Tick picked up the quill and quickly calculated on the manuscript paper. He listed the products of the first 10 columns of indices on the paper, then added them up one by one, and repeatedly considered the difference between each value. Similarities and differences. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 5, 14, 30, 76. Tick bit the end of his quill and thought hard. Numbers passing through his mind. He tried to substitute the exponential summation formula he had learned in the Mathematical Olympiad class into it, and compared the calculated value with the result, and then continued to change the formula to find a correct answer. No. The number 10 is too small, and not enough to confirm the pattern. Tick's quill kept shaking on the manuscript paper, and numbers and symbols were written out one after another. But they were quickly crossed out, and the calculation started again. Page after page was discarded on the ground, slowly reaching the ankles. Unknowingly, the sky was already dark, and Tick had already counted the afternoon and the night. His pupils were bloodshot, but his spirit became more and more excited. Finally, he stood up suddenly, so excited that he could not control himself. So that's it! That's it! Just like walking in the desert, a person who was already hungry and thirsty suddenly saw an oasis. Tick took another page of manuscript paper in high spirits and matched the previously calculated values with the answers calculated using the formula one by one.
Everything is correct. My formula is correct.
Tick was extremely excited. He imitated Lin's exponential summation formula and solemnly wrote one line after another on the page. Sn equals 1/6, n plus 1, 2n plus 1, n. After finishing writing, Tick sat down again, feeling extremely comfortable. This feeling of discovering unknown patterns and summarizing it made people addicted to it. Tick couldn't wait to look at the next question. 5 monkeys found a pile of peaches at the beach and decided to share them equally the next morning. The first monkey came the earliest, but it couldn't divide the peach equally anyway, so it ate the extra one, and the rest was divided into 5 parts. It took its own part and left. Then the second monkey arrived, not knowing that another monkey had already come. He also ate one, divided it into 5 equal portions, and kept his own portion. The third, fourth, and fifth monkeys are all like this. After eating one peach, the rest can be divided into 5 equal parts. How many peaches are there in total? The first time he saw this question, Tick breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this just a simple equation question? What a frog jumping into a well. A sliding snail. He had seen the apprentices do it many times when he was at Ida Harbor. He only needed to put a few unknown numbers into the formula to perform the calculation. But it wasn't until he picked up the pen to start the calculation that Tick suddenly realized something was wrong. Because this time Lennon's conditions were too few. The only known condition is that these peaches have been divided 5 times. And 1 is reduced before being divided. As for the number of each division, and how many peaches are left after the last monkey divides it, it is totally TM is unknown. Tick wrote out the existing conditions. After thinking about it for a long time, several of his hairs were pulled out. For a moment, he felt like he had no idea what to do, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to beat up the person who wrote the question. Is this really a question that people can solve? In desperation, Tick could only estimate a number at random. Assume it was the total number of peaches. Try to calculate it, and then slowly find the pattern. There were not a few wizards who were tortured by these brain-burning mathematical Olympiad questions like Tick that night. Most wizards fell down on the first 3 questions and angrily tore the manuscript paper in front of them in half, or smashed the tables and chairs to pieces. But real warriors can swim upstream and enjoy this feeling of both pain and happiness. At the same time, Lin, who was worried about hundreds of wizards and wanted to beat him up, was currently constructing a new scene in the magic field. Lin made the second gathering place look like a library, which was filled with all kinds of Olympiad books. Then Lin began to think about what he should use as bait to attract the wizards in the magic field. Stay for a long time. It is not an easy task to decipher the spiritual frequency of an official wizard and thus access the opponent's computing power. The gathering of the faceless men, created by Haram, took a year or 2 to complete the decoding of the spiritual frequencies of more than a dozen 3-ring wizards. Lennon didn't have much time to wait slowly, so he thought of a way to speed up the progress, which was to let these wizards stay in the magic field and do crazy questions to consume mental energy, thus speeding up the progress of the brain's cracking. Calculus may be a good choice. It is brain-burning enough. Many wizards still know about the many theories and formulas he proposed before, but do not know why. Learning calculus will also help these wizards understand those formulas and formulas, the derivation process of the theory. Of course, the wizards of Greenleaf are not completely ignorant of calculus. For example, the secant method they used to calculate pi, using the circumference of a circle inscribed in a regular polygon to continuously approach the circumference of the circle, was applied to calculus knowledge. There are even wizards who have successfully derived an algorithm for calculating the volume of a sphere using a method similar to that of combining square lids. And the results are very accurate. It can only be said that there are smart people everywhere
But in the past there were not many wizards who were willing to focus on studying mathematics seriously. Most wizards still prefer subjects such as elements and shaping, which can intuitively gain power and master magic as long as they are studied. Basically, only those alchemists will take the time to study this stuff in depth. While Lennon was thinking about it, a heart palpitation that hadn't come suddenly came to mind. Almost instantly, Lennon broke free from the magic field and opened his eyes suddenly. There was nothing in front of him, but the invisible magic barrier had been blessed on him. Then there was a slight sound, like a blade cutting cloth, and a strange dagger slowly emerged from the air, densely covered with complicated runes, and slashed straight towards his neck. Chapter 174: The Demon-Breaking Dagger and Resisting the Ring of Fire. The temporarily released magic barrier was as weak as a piece of paper in front of the weird dagger. However, this moment of pause, and the temporary appearance of his body was enough for Lin In. He stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, and with the help of the reaction force, his body quickly leaned back, avoiding the dagger piercing his neck, and the seats behind him fell to the ground together, followed by several rolls, widening the distance. However, Lin stood up again, and couldn't find the location of the enemy at all. The lounge was empty, as if everything before was just an illusion. Some kind of magic that deceives vision? Lennon blessed himself with a mage shield without hesitation. At the same moment, the vague danger came again, this time from his side. White phosphorus resists the ring of fire. This time, Lin, who was fully focused, counterattacked almost instantly. He didn't know where the attack came from, but he didn't need to know either. The scorching fire surged from the whole body and spread in all directions without blind spots. The masonry on the ground cracked layer by layer, and the hot air waves rolled and swept everything into it. The Ring of Resistance is one of the results of Lin's research on force field magic. It is also a 3-ring high-level magic. This blow alone consumed a quarter of Lin's magic power, but the effect was particularly significant. The distance was so close that there was no way to avoid it. The terrifying white phosphorus fire quickly clung to the attacker's body. Harsh screams and wails sounded in the lounge, and the appearance of a middle-aged wizard vaguely emerged in the flames. His whole body had been ignited by the flames, and white phosphorus was gnawing at his flesh and blood like tarsal maggots. He kept beating his body with his weak hands, as if he was dancing in the fire. Just as he guessed, this type of magic can only deceive vision, not truly disappear. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but soon noticed that the weapon that the wizard was engulfed in flames fell to the ground. It was not a dagger, but a short sword. Lennon's pupils tightened, and a chill came over him again, which meant that there was more than one attacker. The moment he realized this, the mage shield attached to his body shattered again. Fortunately, the deflection field worked, and the sudden attack barely missed him. The weird dagger only appeared the moment it shattered the mage shield, and then disappeared without a trace. However, just because you can't find any clues visually doesn't mean that other senses can't be used. Lennon's index finger trembled slightly in the air, and the undetectable magic waves spread rapidly in a ring. After hitting the obstacle, they returned again. The only object in the room that frequently changed its position in the shape of a human was undoubtedly the first one, Raider. But unlike what he expected, the attacker did not approach him again, but ran frantically towards the outside world. Apparently, 2 consecutive failed attacks, coupled with the tragedy of his companions, had made the attacker want to give up. "I just want to leave now. It's too late." With a glance, Lin changed the vibration frequency of the magic wave and adjusted it to a frequency similar to that of the brain, different from the battle with Alok and others. Lin had no intention of holding back this time. Such a special and imperceptible attack took effect immediately. The attacker, who was fleeing at high speed, felt as if his brain was about to explode. Generally speaking, the whole person rolled to the ground in a panic, unable to maintain the magic anymore, and his figure soon appeared. Only then did Lin see clearly that the attacker was a man wearing a gray robe. His face was thin, his hair was sparse and messy, his eyes were sunken, and his cheekbones were protruding. He was holding his head tightly with both hands. His face was ferocious. It looked painful and twisted. The next moment, ice blades emerged from the void and nailed directly to his limbs. Lin stopped releasing the resonance magic, stepped forward, put away the weird dagger, then looked at the gray-robed wizard who was lying on the ground unable to move, and asked coldly, "Name, identity, and what was the reason for attacking me?" The gray-robed wizard had no intention of replying, and his face was full of panic and uncertainty. It seemed that he had not yet recovered from the pain that made his brain burst. "Forget it. Let me see for myself.
Lin did not use those fancy interrogation methods. He put his hand on the head of the gray-robed wizard and activated the psychic magic obtained from Radek. Memory retrieval. This kind of psychic magic can search relevant memories from a person's brain, but it usually only works when the strength gap is large, or when the other person is not mentally stable. Obviously now is a good time. However, the moment Lin In touched the memory of the other party, the pupils of the gray-robed wizard beneath him suddenly widened, and his body continued to tremble. Before Lin In could react, he fell to the ground in an instant and became silent. Is it something similar to soul restriction? Lin's brows furrowed. He was no stranger to this situation. He had had a similar experience before when he interrogated the wizard apprentice named Nur at the Aida harbor. To be able to engrave a soul restriction on an official wizard's mind, kill him in an instant, and disrupt the other person's memory. Only a great wizard who is proficient in psychic magic can do it. The flames and the piercing screams and wails caused by resisting the ring of fire were obvious in the silent manner. So just over a minute after the attack started, the door to the room was knocked down.
Come on. Professor Lin. I just heard explosions and screams. What happened?
Philip and Kevin were the first to rush over. They were relieved to see each other standing in the room intact.
I don't know. I was attacked by these two people when I was about to take a rest tonight.
Lin kicked the body next to his feet and said in confusion. In the days since he arrived at Greenreal, he seemed to have offended the wizards of the prophecy school. If the other party wanted to take action, they should do so before the theory of universal gravitation was released and verified. It's not like someone is getting angry and preparing to kill you because the mathematical Olympiad questions you gave are too difficult. Right? Philip and Kevin quickly looked at the two attackers. The first one was nailed to death by Lin with an ice blade, and the other had been burned by the hot white phosphorus fire to the point where he was no longer human. Sound. The exposed skin was torn off in the struggle. The blood was evaporated, and holes were left on the chest that were scratched by fingers. The death state was extremely terrifying, and the remaining white phosphorus flames were still devouring the flesh and blood as nutrients. Build your own strength. Is this the so-called fire from H.L.? Philip and Kevin immediately remembered the destructive harbor town, Hellfire, that Lauder had mentioned when Lin first came to Aida College. They were a little unconcerned at first, but now that they saw the attacker's death, they understood how terrifying this kind of flame was. It was worthy of the name, Hell. Chapter 175 Doomsday Cultists. In addition to Philip and others, the security team who received the news also rushed to the scene very quickly, led by August himself. After checking the two attackers and recording the details, August asked several wizards to take them down to check their identities and see if they could find any clues. Then he looked at Lin and asked with concern.
You are not injured, are you? Mr. Lin In? Do you need to invite a potion master?
Lin shook his head, indicating that nothing serious happened to him, and then heard August sigh.
That's good. In fact, this is the fourth attack in the past 2 days. Before you, 3 congressmen have been attacked, and you are the only one who has survived.
Lin paused for a moment, but he didn't expect the matter to be so serious. He attacked many members of Congress openly and openly. This was like rubbing the face of the entire wizarding land on the ground.
Your Excellency Lin In, you should find a way to keep someone alive. If you can find out something, then we won't be so passive.
Roar couldn't help but said. The entire security team has been extremely busy in the past 2 days. Attacks have occurred one after another in Greenreal City, and extremely important members of Congress have died. It is understandable that they are under pressure. August, who is acting as the temporary speaker, has been unsettled. Criticism from few people. To avoid causing widespread panic, the parliament immediately blocked the news and based on the commonalities between the targets selected by the attackers, they set up an ambush near the residences of several members who were proficient in elemental science. Unexpectedly, the target of the attack this time was located in another city, Lin in the urban area.
You can't say that. Roll. A raid like this is no better than a normal battle. No matter how powerful the wizard is, there will be times when he is negligent. It is a blessing to survive.
August shook his head, refuting Roar's words. He spoke again.
But Mr. Lin In, please tell me in detail what happened. Maybe you can find some important clues. About 15 minutes ago, I was sitting on the seat next to me, studying the spell model of the new magic, and then I saw a dagger stab towards my neck.
Lin roughly described what happened before and after the attack. I read it again, only made certain changes, and deliberately ignored the fact that I used psychic magic to retrieve memories. After hearing the entire attack, the wizards present couldn't help but shudder. Previously, They only knew that Linen had been attacked. But they didn't expect that the process would be so thrilling. This kind of surprise attack without warning was impossible to prevent. Not to mention that the attacker had a made shield weapon in his hand that could break through instantly. No wonder 3 congressmen died inexplicably at home. Roar tried to put himself into Lin Un's situation. But he was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. If he was the one who was attacked, he would probably have become a corpse by now. However, this time the attackers obviously chose the wrong target. This young wizard from beyond the fog was not easy to deal with. This was something Roar had already experienced personally when he was at the Aida harbor.
Master August, do you know what magic is that can avoid sight?
Lin asked curiously.
Probably polarizing magic. Or shadow magic. In addition, a small amount of psychic magic can also cause hallucinations,
August said thoughtfully.
Not many people know these magics. This is a very important clue. Are there any suspects?
Lin continued to ask. 3 congressmen died in 2 days. The security team couldn't find anything.
Right?
He was attacked inexplicably. Although he was not injured, Lin still had some heart palpitations. If his reaction had been slower, the result would have been unpredictable.
These attackers are most likely related to the Doomsday sect that has become active recently,
August said solemnly.
Because the MPs who were attacked are all 3-ring wizards, who are outstanding in the elemental field, and have come up with many unique insights. Judging from the intelligence investigated by the security team, the wizards of the Doomsday sect seem to believe that the elements themselves have life and consciousness, and hope that all wizards will give up learning, research and exploration of the elements, and believe that this is the cause of the Doomsday.
Lin was shocked. Could it be that all these wizards are crazy? Elemental science is the largest subject in magic, and most of the witchcraft models are related to it. This is tantamount to cutting off one's arm.
No. If they are looking for wizards who are proficient in elements, then why are they targeting me?
Lin asked in confusion. He has not made any remarks related to elements recently.
Professor, could it be that your theory of universal gravitation conflicts with those people's doomsday remarks?
Lydia hesitated and said weakly. Lin quickly realized this. He had heard from Lydia before that the doomsday prophecies of the so-called continuation of 5 stars, and the fall of the moon could be refuted by the theory of gravity. I am equivalent to correcting their doomsday remarks, and fundamentally dismantling the soil for the existence of doomsday sects. In this way, the other party does have a reason to attack him.
Since you have always suspected that this matter is related to the doomsday sect, why don't you arrest a few believers and torture them?
Lin asked again. These wizards openly preached the doomsday everywhere, and they just wrote the label of making trouble on the face. After August's explanation, Lin realized that he was once again habitually thinking about problems with the thinking of his previous life. Official wizards are a privileged class in Greenreal. If there is no conclusive evidence that the other party has violated the law, and an official wizard is arbitrarily arrested and investigated, the parliament will need to face great pressure from public opinion. Not to mention that there are not a few people who believe in doomsday remarks and elemental spirits. I am afraid that hundreds of wizards will be involved, and rash actions may cause greater chaos.
But I can't care so much now,
August said thoughtfully.
I have dispatched several security teams to follow up on the wizards who spread doomsday remarks, hoping to find some key evidence.
Lin nodded. The complexity of the situation exceeded his expectations. If it is not handled correctly, this matter is very likely to cause a turmoil that will affect the entire Greenreal city.
This is basically the information I know. The matter is far from over. You must pay attention these days, and it is best not to act alone,
August solemnly reminded him, leaving several wizards from the security team to strengthen after protecting the manor. He hurriedly left with the bodies of the 2 attackers and returned to the Sky Realm, ready to see if he could find any new clues. Chapter 176: The Gathering of Arcane Math Wizards.
Professor Lin, what should we do now?
After the security team evacuated, Pierce, Darren and others all looked worried. Although the attackers had been dealt with by Lin, no one knew whether there would be a second attack like this. Again, no one knows whether they will be the next target.
How about we get on the airship and go back to Ayada?
Lydia raised her hands high and suggested. Everyone present suddenly felt their eyes light up. Running away was undoubtedly a good choice. They wouldn't all return to Aida, and these people would still be chasing them.
Right?
However, Philip, Kevin and Orlando shook their heads. Lin had just been awarded the title a few days ago, and even became a member of the Magic Council. He was the center of attention, and a new star in the magic world. If due to an attack, when Greenreal was in danger, he was frightened and fled, it would definitely be a huge blow to Lin's reputation. You must know that the identity of a Magic Council member not only represents rights, but also has corresponding responsibilities.
Why don't we strike first and kill all the wizards of the Doomsday Sect?
Alok said enthusiastically, compared to Philip and others who are careless about the first and last. Alok is full of energy and believes more in reciprocating a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. Of course, the most important thing is that he has studied magic for so long, but has never had a chance to show it off.
No, let's do nothing. We will strengthen the protection of the manor and leave the rest to the Parliament for investigation.
Lin shook his head and rejected the two people's proposals. It can be seen from the sole restriction found in the attacker's mind that this matter is likely to involve a great wizard, which is not an opponent he can deal with now. But just as Philip and others thought, leaving now would be equivalent to giving up most of the results achieved in the previous publication of the theory of universal gravitation. Lin comforted everyone with a few words, and then worked with the other professors to place triggering magic in some key places in a manner to prevent anyone from sneaking in again. The strength of the two attackers was not very strong, but the magic that could evade vision was too weird. Once they were seen through, they were no more difficult to deal with than a formal wizard. The congressmen who were attacked and killed one after another must have been killed without any resistance because they had been at peace in the wizarding land for a long time, and their vigilance had dropped to the extreme. As for the dagger that could break the mage shield, Lin kept it as a trophy, and at the same time thought about whether to study a witchcraft similar to heat induction. Although using magic wave echolocation to determine the enemy's position is also a good method, he can't release this magic all the time. In the next few days, while Lin was thinking about how to crack the visual magic, he was immersed in the ocean of Mathematical Olympiad and could not extricate himself. Tick and others, who knew nothing about the attack in Greenreal City, had successfully solved the problem. All 15 Mathematical Olympiad questions were solved. There are special ones that test computing power, and there are also simple logical derivation questions. But most of them involve deducing corresponding problem-solving formulas based on some kind of mathematics. According to Lin's previous prediction, it would take at least a week for these wizards to figure out all the answers. However, he obviously underestimated their enthusiasm for the arcana. In less than 3 days, someone had calculated all the answers, and Lin followed suit and gave away the corresponding Ring of Secret Magic.
Finally done!
In Greenreal City, in a small room filled with math manuscripts, Tick pushed aside the Introduction to Mathematical Olympiad and Advanced Mathematical Olympiad that he had torn apart, feeling satisfied. Looking at a parchment roll, the answers to 15 Mathematical Olympiad questions were recorded in the most beautiful words. In order to find these values, he spent 3.5 days without rest. He was deeply obsessed with the process of exploring the unknown. He was also shocked by the strong logic of the Olympiad mathematics discipline. Tick vaguely felt that he had come into contact with something called Mathematical Olympiad thinking, that is, looking for corresponding laws, summarizing them into Mathematical Olympiad formulas, and finally solving problems. It's a bit like the research and development process of magic. It took him 10 hours to solve the first question, 5 hours for the second question, and only 4 hours for the third question. Once your mind is open, those questions that seem extremely complicated and cumbersome only require some logical deduction, and it becomes particularly simple to change your way of thinking. But even though he had all the answers, Tick was still full of doubts, and couldn't wait to have a good exchange with a real master of Olympiad mathematics. I am even more curious about what kind of problem can actually trouble a master of arcane mathematics. Tick solemnly put away the manuscript paper on the table. Without even bothering to wash up, he casually cast a dust removal magic, and after replenishing some energy through an hour of meditation, he hurried towards Lin's manor. To his surprise, the person in charge of the reception was Philip, a professor of elemental science at Aida College. After checking Tick's manuscript and confirming that the answer was accurate, Philip handed over a Ring of Secret Magic. Tick reached out and took it, pretending not to care, and asked casually,
I don't know how many people I am who have figured out the answer.
It took him a total of about 75 hours to complete the 15 questions. Tick felt that his speed should be unique. This was also due to his exposure to the Mathematical Olympiad earlier than anyone else. However, Philip paused, as if he didn't know how to answer, and finally had to say tactfully,
Lord Tick, this is the 12th Ring of Secret Magic I have given out.
The 12th one? The corners of Tick's mouth twitched involuntarily, which meant that he was actually the last one. How can this be? Tick was puzzled. Lin made it very clear before that the Olympian Master of the Arcane Society wants to find some official wizards to study a difficult mathematical problem, probably to assist in calculations and other tasks. so as to ensure the final naming rights of the research results. Those who maintain their own identity, the Great Wizard is unlikely to shamelessly participate. He has some understanding of the remaining formal wizards, who are proficient in calculations, such as Ellison, who calculated pi to the 9th place, and Alva, who focuses on the study of alchemical geometry. There is no doubt about the talent of these people. But there is no reason to be faster than myself, who has been exposed to the mathematical Olympiad in advance. Tix thought about it, and finally came to the conclusion that it must have been because he spent too long meditating to restore his energy and wasted some time. Chapter 177 Zeno, who can never catch up with the tortoise. With a dark face, Tix put the ring of the secret magic on his index finger, and then did not go back, but found a seat in the front hall and sat down. It was a very strange feeling. His perspective seemed to be divided into two. In front of him was an extremely spacious exhibition hall with rows of bookshelves displayed inside, like a complicated maze. Tix soon realized that this should be a realm made of pure magic. But what surprised him was that everything here was a little too real. The oxygen you breathe, the breeze blowing, and the white marble tiles under your feet. If he hadn't known that he was just a mixture of magic and spiritual power, he would have doubted whether he was still in the real world. Tix walked to a bookshelf in amazement and caressed the stacked books. Even the texture of the paper pages could be perfectly simulated here. He casually pulled out a book.
Basics and Research of Mathematical Olympiad.
Opened the title page, and wrote on it in black ink.
Mathematical Olympiad is a subject that studies concepts such as quantity, structure, change, space, and information. It is a general method for strictly describing and deriving abstract structures and patterns of things. It can be used to solve any real and magical problems. Is this the Mathematical Olympiad?
Tix murmured to himself. He had been exposed to the Mathematical Olympiad for 2 or 3 months. But this was the first time he saw such a precise and generalized explanation. The page in his hand suddenly trembled, then automatically levitated in Tix's astonished eyes, and floated in a certain direction. Tix paused for a moment, and then thought that this should guide him to the meeting place. Passing through rows of high walls made of bookshelves, Tix soon arrived at the center of the entire library, where several colleagues he knew who were proficient in calculation and alchemy were also here. 11 people were gathering together to talk. One of the wizards sneered when he saw Tix coming over.
I didn't expect that the last person would be you. Tix, I have to say that you came a little late. We have been waiting for you for a long time. I'm sorry. Alva, I thought you guys would be slower. So I took the time to take a long nap last night and take care of my appearance. But I didn't want to miss the moment.
Tix raised his eyebrows, and said calmly responded verbally.
You are very leisurely and leisurely. You just arrived at the last moment.
Naturally. Alva didn't believe a word of Tix's words. He made a mocking insinuation and continued to speak without bothering to expose it.
We were just discussing the second Mathematical Olympiad question. I just don't know how long it took you and what method you used to calculate the result.
Tix responded thoughtfully.
This question is actually very easy to solve. You can get the answer by just changing your thinking. Since the first monkey found that the total number of peaches could not be divided equally, and there was one more, then we might as well assume that if they were given 4 more peaches at the beginning, then each monkey would be able to divide the peaches equally. This makes the problem much simpler. The peach has been divided 5 times in total, and each time it can be divided into 5 equal parts. So the total number of peaches is 5 to the 5th power, 3,125. Just subtract the first 4, and you'll get the final answer.
7 of the 11 people present nodded. Tix's method was the same as theirs, and the remaining few compared it with their own problem-solving ideas.
As for solving this problem, it took me about 4 hours,
Tix said with a slight guilt.
It only took me 3 hours and 27 minutes,
Alva said proudly. At the internal seminar of the Alchemy Association last year, the new magic circle he proposed was found by Tix to find many loopholes. This time we finally got a win. Tix looked at the other people quite depressed and found that it took them about 3 to 5 hours to solve the problem, which meant that most people were faster than him.
2 hours.
Ellison, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. The wizards present looked at Ellison with a look of astonishment. This question is not that difficult. But for Elvagi, who have never systematically studied the Mathematical Olympiad in the past, it is not easy to turn around in a short while. How could it be so fast? Tix couldn't help but ask a few more questions. And then he discovered that Ellison was able to get the results so quickly not because of his own efforts, but because he mobilized dozens of apprentices to work with him to solve the problems. Got the answer using exhaustive method. Others have also had more or less exchanges and discussions with their colleagues. After learning this, Tick was completely confused. These people didn't have martial ethics. No wonder they were all so fast. In the end, he was the only one doing the questions honestly. Just as Tick was cursing secretly in his heart, the entire magic space shook heavily. And then countless thick books floated out from the bookshelf. The pages flew apart, and the lines of complex arithmetic symbols seemed to come alive, leaving free from the shackles of books. It surrounds the void and outlines three-dimensional patterns.
Welcome to the Sea of Mathematics.
With the sound of a deep and deep voice, these restless knowledge gradually calmed down. Tick turned his head and saw a wizard with curly hair and brown robes walking towards him. The scattered books returned to their original positions under the influence of some kind of force, leaving only those strange symbols still surrounding the void, as if unwilling to return to the cage built by the books.
You can call me Leibniz,
the wizard introduced politely.
Master Leibniz.
Tick and others immediately saluted respectfully. They all maintained enough respect for a great wizard and a pioneer in arcane mathematics.
I heard Mr. Lin say that you came to us specifically to solve a problem that is plaguing the world of Olympiad mathematics.
Alva was not so polite and took the lead in asking. This is also a question that everyone is extremely curious about.
Not bad.
Leibniz nodded, and then explained.
The cause of the matter is that I made a bet with another wizard named Zeno. He was recently preparing to race with a tortoise, and asked the other person to run 100 meters first. And then he set off to catch up. He spent every second it can run 10 meters, but that turtle can only travel 10 centimeters per second. Zeno thought he could never catch that turtle, and I needed to prove he could.
Chapter 178. This would have caused a crisis in mathematics in the 17th century.
Master Leibniz, isn't this just a simple math problem?
Tick asked in confusion. Not to mention wizards like them who are proficient in arcana. Even an apprentice can do it. Alva and others are also extremely disappointed. Is this the problem plaguing the entire mathematical Olympiad world?
That's it? Do you really think it's simple?
Leibniz looked at everyone present and said regretfully.
The question is not when we can catch up, but why we can catch up. Zeno told me that at his speed, it would take 10 seconds to reach the starting point of the turtle. But when he arrived, the turtle had moved 1 meter away. Although the distance between them was much closer, they were still 1 meter apart. So he needed to spend another tenth of a second to reach it, the turtle's current position. However, the tortoise has already traveled another distance at this moment, so he must spend 1,000th of a second to catch up with the tortoise's position.
As Leibniz spoke, he stretched out his right hand and used magic power to draw a line segment in the air as the starting and ending points of the track. He then used red light to indicate the distance Zeno had traveled, and green light to indicate the distance ahead of the turtle. The distance between the two is constantly getting closer, but there is always a slight distance between them. No matter how small the distance is, it will always exist. Zeno, who was running wildly, seemed unable to catch up with the slow turtle in front of him. Tick and the others froze on the spot with dull expressions. The expressions on their faces gradually turned solemn, and they soon fell into deep thought. This theory is easy to understand. In the process of chasing the tortoise, the wizard named Zeno must pass through the other party's starting point. When he reaches this starting point, the tortoise has crawled forward for a while, which means that there is a new one. The starting point is waiting for him, so that he can continue the endless deduction. Alva thought hard, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out where it was. Little did he know that this was a feeling of reality contradicting mathematical logic. Tick was almost stunned, and it took him a while before he suddenly reacted.
Wait a minute, Master Leibniz. No matter what, Zeno can always catch up with the turtle at the 11th second. Right. That's the problem. My friends.
Leibniz nodded, then added a little more tone.
If time and space are infinite and can be continuously divided, then according to logic, the latecomers in the race can never beat the former, because there are countless 100ths between them. This distance is infinite in a sense. After all, it can be divided into countless equal parts. But since Zeno will definitely be able to catch up with the tortoise, does that mean that in our world, space and time are not continuous, but there is a minimum scale of space and time? It is precisely because as a latecomer, Zeno at some point crossed this smallest scale, and so caught up with the tortoise that went ahead. Your thinking is really thought-provoking, Master Leibniz.
Alva exhaled and said with admiration. Only then did all the wizards understand that the two masters of arcane mathematics were not really entangled in a so-called racing problem. The key to the debate was whether a numerical value could be infinitely subdivided. What they were exploring was the minimum scale issue of whether time and space existed.
So, You have already come to a conclusion and won this dispute, haven't you?
Tick said cheerfully. Using a race that was bound to win, he deduced that there may be the smallest scale in time and space. This kind of creative thinking really made him admire him.
No, because in this case, I won't be able to answer his second question,
Leibniz said distressedly. Any second question? Alva and others suddenly felt their scalps numb. Leibniz stretched out his hand, and an iron arrow appeared in the void. It was nailed to the bookshelf nearby at an extremely fast speed. Then he turned to look at a few people and asked,
"Do you think the arrow moved or didn't move?"
It was another question that was so simple that it could be answered without thinking. However, Tick and Ellison hesitated for a long time this time, thinking about whether there might be any deeper meaning in it. Alva on the side didn't care that much and said decisively,
"Of course it's moving."
He witnessed it with his own eyes, right in front of his eyes. Even if the other party said something, it would not change this fact.
According to what we just said, time has a minimum scale. So at each minimum scale, does this iron arrow have a definite position? And does the space it occupies be the same as its volume?
Leibniz continued to ask. Road. Alva frowned and pondered for a long time before speaking cautiously.
I think so. So, regardless of other factors, at this moment, is the arrow moving or not?
Leibniz continued.
Naturally, it doesn't move,
Alva responded firmly. Tick and others also nodded. As long as they imagined that time stopped at a certain point in time, they would naturally be able to see a hovering iron arrow.
Since this moment is immobile, what about other moments? Should also immobile?
Alva said uncertainly.
That is to say, it is stationary at every point in time. So the launched arrow is also stationary. Right?
Leibniz finally asked.
Of course,
Alva responded hesitantly. And then, he was stunned. How could a flying arrow not move? Tick, Ellison and others all frowned. If Leibniz's previous statement is correct, and time has a minimum scale and cannot be further divided, then according to the logical deduction just now, the iron arrow is still at every moment, and the flying arrow cannot be in motion. After all, how can a thing that has been stationary be said to be moving? Is it possible that the sum of infinite rest positions is equal to motion itself? Or is it that infinitely repeated stillness is movement? If Leibniz's statement is wrong, there is no so-called minimum scale. Time can be infinitely subdivided, and everything is continuous. Then the flying arrow will naturally be in motion all the time. The basis of this paradox is ceased to exist. But in this case, wouldn't Zeno never be able to surpass the tortoise? Everyone present suddenly felt like they were trapped in a huge whirlpool. They were swaying between the movement and stillness of the iron arrows and the paradox of whether Zeno had caught up with the turtle. Their brains seemed to be about to burst. Leibniz looked at Tick and others who were thinking hard and couldn't help but smile. These two paradoxes seemed simple. But if they were placed in the 17th and 18th centuries, they would have triggered a second mathematical crisis. Chapter 179 Movement and Stillness. Infinite and finite thoughts on time and space. Movement and stillness. Infinite and finite. Time and space. Tick stood there and thought for 3 hours, his brain running at super high speed, thinking about how to solve these two paradoxes. But he still had no clue. In the end, he had to look at Leibniz helplessly. Said,
"Please also understand, Master Leibniz, this question is too profound. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you any answer in a short time."
Although Alva, Ellison and others were a little reluctant, they all had to admit this. It can only be said that these two paradoxes are indeed difficult problems that have plagued the entire mathematical Olympiad world. They are based on the most common object motion. They are simple, intuitive, and terrifying to think about. Leibniz did not respond verbally, but secretly communicated with G now. His previous guess was extremely correct. With rapid thinking and rapid brain operation, the brain's ability to decipher the frequency of mental power was almost 10 times that of usual. All the formal wizards present were a little uneasy when they saw Leibniz was silent, but most of them were helpless. Even the mathematical Olympiad masters cannot give an accurate answer to such a paradox. It would be too difficult to expect them to solve it. Of course, Leibniz did not expect them to crack it. After confirming his guess, he immediately put on a more amiable expression.
"In fact, I already have some clues about solving these two paradoxes."
Tick and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Leibniz, very curious about what the other party said to solve these two paradoxes.
"The key to these two problems is whether the numerical value can be divided infinitely, and whether two infinitely close numbers are equal. And they should be calculated now. This is a problem that has not been solved by any discipline in the past. So I think Olympic mathematics needs an innovation to redefine the world,
Leibniz said solemnly.
I named it calculus.
Tick suddenly felt refreshed. They did not expect that for the success or failure of a bet. This master of mathematics would actually prepare to create a new branch of the school. They did not expect that he would be lucky enough to participate in it and become one of the founders of this school. 1. At night, in the hall of the manor, Tick, who had been in the magic realm for 10 hours, finally withdrew from the ocean of thoughts, rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead, and had only one thought left in his mind. Disaster. It's so damn hard. Compared with calculus, Tick even felt that all the Olympiads he had been exposed to before were simply childish. His brain had been dizzy with concepts such as tangents, functions, limits, etc. So much so that after seeing something that approximated a curve, a thought will come to mind. Can this thing be guided? What surprised Tick even more was that his magic power had actually increased and improved to a certain extent. As early as when he was at the Aida Harbor, he heard that many apprentices could increase the growth rate of magic power and spiritual power by learning arcana, even better than meditation. However, for a formal wizard like him, the effect is minimal. Tick was a little regretful at first. Only now did he realize that it was not that this method was useless to them, but that the difficulty of the previous mathematical Olympiad questions was too low for them, which cannot achieve the effect of training computing power at all. Tick was not the only one who realized this. Alva and the others were also pleasantly surprised. You must know that these three-ring wizards are already quite old, and the growth of magic power of most of them has already stagnated. Those who are promoted again, the possibility is slim. Today's research and exploration in the field of calculus has given Alva and others new hope. Although they've lost hundreds of hairs in just half a day, facing the dual temptations of increasing their magic power and becoming the founder of a branch of a school of thought, no one would back down because of some difficulties. Compared with Tick and others who are immersed in learning and research in the field of calculus and have no time to care about external objects, the situation inside the Magic Council is different. In recent days, the Doomsday sect has become more and more active, and the city guard sent to monitor and track some of the believers have also disappeared inexplicably, making a group of congressmen both angry and frightened.
We can no longer tolerate this. I suggest that we take action immediately to clean up the entire Doomsday sect.
Raphael slapped the table and shouted angrily.
Are you planning to start a war in Greenreal City, Raphael?
Another councilman stood up and retorted fiercely. This involves hundreds of wizards. These people are not unarmed civilians. Once a full-scale war breaks out, the losses will be unpredictable. What's more, they still don't know which wizards were bewitched and which wizards were the culprits in causing this commotion. The several believers who were secretly arrested before were all talking about the so-called Doomsday and elemental spirits. They couldn't ask anything at all, so that until now, they have not been able to fully confirm that the previous attacks on congressmen were related to this weird sect.
How about we just sit here and wait, watching things become more and more unmanageable?
Raphael roared.
No matter what, we must investigate clearly first, and we must not attack so many wizards for no reason,
the congressman insisted. The resources consumed to train an official wizard are unpredictable, and Greenreal cannot afford to clear them out at once. Paying the price of hundreds of wizards is simply breaking your own arm. The Sky Territory soon became a quarrel. There were many council members who had the same idea as Raphael, but there were quite a few differences on how to capture these Doomsday cultists. If you want to capture an official wizard, you usually need 3 to 5 wizards of the same level to work together to ensure that there are no casualties. As for the members of the Doomsday sect, they have investigated more than 300 people, and the Parliament's manpower there is simply not enough, unless those civilian wizards are forcibly recruited to assist. Some members were suddenly shocked to realize that Green Lear was so weak now. At this moment, there are only 2 legendary wizards left in the Wizard City, and the protection is unprecedentedly weak. Moreover, Master Fees was severely injured due to the previous attack, and he didn't know when he would wake up. As for Element Controller Artok, no one knows what his mental state is, and expecting him to take charge of the overall situation can only be delusional. The members of the House of Representatives present were either arguing, worried, or angry, and several great wizards even looked at August, who was the acting speaker, with pity. Before, Hera put the Magic Star in charge of the affairs of the Parliament, and they were a little envious and even resentful. But now they are just happy, because this is a complete mess, and whoever takes over will take the blame. Chapter 180: The Quarreling Parliament and the Intelligence of the Doomsday Sect. The disputes and discussions in the sky became more and more intense, even to the point of rolling up their sleeves and fighting. At this moment, August, who had never spoken, suddenly interrupted.
Everyone, please be quiet. We should focus on how to deal with the current crisis, instead of blaming each other and arguing.
August's tone was slow and calm, but it seemed to have some kind of shocking power. It was very eye-catching among the noise. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes fell on this person, on the acting speaker. However, some people didn't buy it and sneered rather angrily.
It seems that our acting speaker has already thought of a perfect solution.
August did not respond, but looked at Roar aside and said,
It's up to you to tell me.
Luoer nodded and handed out a stack of parchment with a solemn expression.
This is what the security team recently investigated. There is information about the Doomsday Sect. You may wish to take a look.
A member of the House of Representatives took the parchment roll and quickly flipped through it. Lin also took a copy. In addition to recording the list of some Doomsday cultists and their lives, the pages also contained many slightly weird magical theories. What caught Lin's attention the most was the explanation of the elements. The wizards of the Doomsday Sect seemed to have a certain understanding of the microscopic realm, but their research path was distorted. These people thought that all the elements might be a whole, and they had as consciousness, and named this consciousness as the spirit of elements. The wizard's greedy request and unrestrained use of elements will gradually cause the elements that were originally in a state of order to move into chaos. And this process is irreversible, which is why the end will come. The ultimate goal of the Doomsday Sect is to make all wizards give up the idea of controlling the elements, pray for the forgiveness of the elemental spirits, and return the elements to order.
That's ridiculous.
Raphael shook his head, and after only reading the first half, he couldn't help but refuted it. Elements are a must-learn subject for almost every wizard. For them to give up the research results of countless sages on the elements over the past hundreds of years, and instead pray for an unknown elemental spirit is simply a fool's errand.
Don't you think these magic theories are a bit familiar?
August asked abruptly. The expressions of all the counselors present changed. In fact, when the Doomsday Sect first proposed the concept of elemental spirits, some people realized that it was probably derived from the elemental theory of the legendary wizard Artok. The information collected by Roar now undoubtedly proves this point.
Don't you suspect that this matter has something to do with Lord Altok?
Raphael said in disbelief. The other wizards also looked at August in horror, although they had some doubts before. No one dared to point the finger at a legendary wizard.
This is absolutely impossible.
A congressman who was proficient in elemental science stood up suddenly and retorted fiercely. August also nodded and said,
Of course. I personally believe that this matter has nothing to do with Lord Altok.
Although he said this, the doubts in the hearts of the members of the House of Representatives present have not disappeared, because only those of the same level can attack and seriously injure a legendary wizard. And according to rumors, Element Controller Artok suddenly went crazy while exploring the microscopic realm. No one knows what the other party will do. Lin didn't know much about this legendary wizard of elemental science, so he just listened silently and sorted out the information without any intention of making a conclusion.
In addition, the security team also received information that just 3 days later in the evening, these Doomsday Sect wizards will hold a large gathering. This may be the best time to capture the leader of the organization,
August solemnly said. Yin said.
However, the security team is currently seriously short of manpower. If we want to ensure the success of this operation, I am afraid we will need your help.
Raphael and others obviously understand the importance of this operation. As long as they can capture the leader of the Doomsday Sect, all problems and troubles will be solved.
But should we wait for Speaker Herav and the others to come back before considering taking action against these people?
A witch asked hesitantly. Since this matter is likely to be related to Element Controller Altok, I'm afraid it's not they can solve it.
Master Herav has been going to the Magic Stone Mine for several days, but he has not sent any news back. He probably encountered some trouble.
August shook his head, and then continued with a solemn expression.
I suspect that the space disturbance that appeared in the Magic Stone Mine was not a natural phenomenon. It is likely that someone wanted to take the opportunity to transfer several Lord Speakers. In this way, the wizards of the Doomsday Sect will not give us much time.
Lin nodded. August's thoughts were similar to his. As soon as Haroff and others left, trouble broke out in Greenrail City. This was unlikely to be a coincidence. Under the insistence of this magic star, the operation to capture the leader of the Doomsday Sect was quickly adopted and approved by most people. After all, if this matter continues to be delayed, it may lead to greater chaos. Although the Parliament currently lacks the legendary wizard rating array, there are many great wizards in the Parliament. Although after the seminar, Some of the leaders of the schools returned to their respective territories. There were also 7 great wizards who stayed behind, enough to face most situations. Even when they encountered legendary wizards, they were not unable to join forces to fight. The discussion on the details of the shop arrest operation lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, when it came to an end. One of the members of the House of Representatives left the conference hall with worried expressions. After packing up the previously distributed manuscripts, Roar slowly breathed a sigh of relief. As one of August's assistants, he has been so busy these days that he can't even stop eating. Sometimes he doesn't even bother to eat. Fortunately, these days will be over in a few days. Once those doomsday cultists with brain problems are dealt with, he will be able to have a few days of leisure. And Teacher August will be able to completely secure his position as acting speaker. Maybe they will even receive a Morning Star medal for this achievement. Luo Air imagined in his mind, holding the manuscript and preparing to go out. But halfway, he was stopped by Lin En.
Please wait a moment. Mr. Roar, I have something important, and I want to talk to you alone.
Chapter 181 Doomsday Realm and Falling Stars.
Sir Lin? What's the matter?
Roar stopped and looked at Lin En in confusion, and then hurriedly asked as if he had thought of something.
Is it possible that you have been attacked for the second time by those doomsday cultists in the past few days? No, that's not the case.
Lin shook his head. Since he killed 2 intruders last time, he has been very safe, and no one has invaded his manor. After a pause, Lin spoke again.
I've read the intelligence you collected. It says that the Doomsday Sect was just an academic research organization before, and it didn't suddenly change until 3 years ago. Right. Not bad. Is there anything wrong with this?
Roar frowned.
I suddenly had an idea. So I ask you to investigate the people like me who arrived in the Wizarding Land from the Sea of Mist in the past 5 years, and what they did in the Wizarding Land. There are also reports about the Psionic School a few years ago if possible. I would also like to know about the latest developments.
Lin said seriously.
What you mean is?
Luo Air's face became a little solemn.
Don't you think a lot of things happen too close together?
Lin reminded him. In addition to the collapse of the Psionic School and the sudden transformation of the Doomsday Sect, there is another very critical factor that Lin did not say. His mentor Karas suddenly went crazy 4 years ago, leaving behind the superior life in the Wizarding Land and running to the Sika's Empire to look for the
future of psychic magic.
So Lin guessed that there must be some connection between these events. Or even the same thing. He has sent Orlando back to search for files, because Yetta is the most important external port in the Wizarding Land, and there may be relevant records. However, it took several days to travel back and forth between the 2 places, and Aida had no information about the Psionic School. So he found Roar. Following Lin's prompting, Roar quickly realized the seriousness of the matter.
I understand. Mr. Lin En, I will sort out this information as soon as possible in the next few days. Please don't tell anyone else about this guess. After all, it's just my personal guess, and it may not be correct.
Lin En finally ordered. Late at night, in Greenreal City, in a luxurious manner, Faiz, who had been sleeping for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes, forced his body to sit up slowly, and the hideous wound on his chest did not disappear. But black mist was still rising. However, compared to the physical injuries, the dizziness constantly coming from his brain made Faiz feel more unbearable. Ahem. Amid a violent cough, Faiz spit out a small mouthful of dark red blood, and some color gradually returned to his face. It was not until he saw everything familiar around him that he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he's back in Greenreal, at least he doesn't have to worry too much about safety. But soon Faiz noticed something was wrong. The entire manor was a little too quiet. Ever since he took the dragon's body, his hearing had become surprisingly good. At this moment, the manor was quiet, and you couldn't even hear any insects. The only thing he could hear was the sound of approaching footsteps. The closed door was open the next moment, and a wizard in red robes walked in and said politely,
Are you resting well? Master Faiz, you should sleep a little longer. Odessa?
Faiz's face was ferocious, like a man-eating tiger. The wizard in front of him was one of his most capable disciples. However, it was the wizard who took advantage of the critical moment of his fierce battle with the one-eyed demon in the magic stone mine to launch a surprise attack with the help of an unknown strange instrument. It was an invasion from the soul level, coupled with the beholder that suddenly appeared in the magic stone mine. He was only a few seconds away from falling. In the end, he managed to survive several times with the help of the dragon's tyrannical body. After the attack, he barely escaped, but still paid a heavy price.
No, You are definitely not Odessa.
Thies stared at him coldly. His tone was extremely cold.
Who are you? As expected of Lord Thies. Or you have had relevant experience. So you can naturally guess this.
The wizard named Odessa said with a smile, his face full of teasing. And as he flipped his palms, a strange-looking statue appeared in his hand. Thies's heart suddenly sank. The power he could exert now was very limited. And the pain coming from his chest and brain almost tore his will. Fortunately, this is Greenreal. As long as there is some noise, the members of the parliament will definitely come to investigate. Thinking of this, the magic power in Thies's body became restless. And a strong power swept through the entire manor. Nothing was more conspicuous than the dragon body. The wizard in red robes also raised the statue in his hand at the same moment and spoke word by word.
Doomsday Realm!
A burst of red light spread quickly, as if it enveloped the entire space in an instant, including all the buildings in the manor. This is a blood-red space, surrounded by twisted bloodlines. Thick chains are spread in every corner of the blood-red space, filled with the smell of decay and blood. The most astonishing thing is that there are 5 huge stars suspended in the sky, each of which exudes terrifying pressure.
Experience the judgment of the Doomsday!
The red-robed wizard shouted, and the silver star in the center burst out with dazzling brilliance and crashed down towards Thies at an indescribable speed. The stars that were enough to cover the entire sky were falling, and they were crushing toward the surface with a suffocating sense of oppression.
It's just a superficial magical illusion.
Thies, who had completed his dragon transformation, showed no fear. He opened his wings and flapped suddenly. The huge figure rose into the sky and faced the falling planet. Boom! With a deafening impact, Thies collided with the silver planet. A huge shock wave ravaged the entire bloody space, and pieces of fine rock rose from the ground and fell again. The huge stars that looked like mountains and islands were resisted by the tiny dragon body, and then shattered in a violent impact. Thies was not having an easy time either. After enduring the horrific impact, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. There were large and small cracks on the surface of his body, and there were hideous wounds with scarlet blood flowing. However, Thies ignored his injuries and glared angrily at the wizard in front of him. He exuded a strong murderous intent and let out a hot breath when he opened his mouth. Chapter 182. If you do this, who will dare to join the Secret Magic Society in the future? The blazing dragon's breath spread hundreds of meters away in an instant, draining away the elements in the Doomsday Domain, forming a terrifying sea of fire that was 1 kilometer long. The space seemed to be burning, carrying a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. Like a wave, rushing towards Odessa. The expression of the red-robed wizard suddenly changed. He did not expect that in such a weak state, Thies could still burst out with such powerful power. Holy enchantment! Odessa opened her hand, and several golden barriers appeared in front of her. Click! The first barrier burst open almost instantly, followed immediately by the second and third barriers. As the scorching sea of fire approached step by step, Odessa's expression became more solemn. When she raised her hand, the blood-red chains originally surrounding the Doomsday Realm seemed to be alive, blocking her body from the sweeping flames. Crashed together. Rumble. Violent collisions resounded across the sky. Shockwaves spread out, and the entire Doomsday Realm seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge energy impact and collapse.
Damn it!
Odessa cursed secretly, and the strange statue in her hand actually cracked. He did not expect that this legendary wizard was already so weak that he could still burst out with such powerful dragon breath. If he had not needed to deal with a dozen wizards of the school and a potion master stationed in the manor first, he would not have delayed taking action against Thies until now. Fortunately, Odessa was not unprepared. What he had given Thies before was not just the water of life used to heal injuries. Sure enough, the black dragon breathing dragon's breath soon experienced the heartbreaking feeling. The strong magical backlash forced him to stop the dragon's breath, and his huge body fell from the sky.
Imprisonment!
Odessa breathed a sigh of relief and activated the statue again. More chains rolled out from all directions and wrapped around Thies's dragon body. Not only that, there were sharp thorns piercing through the gaps between the chains, even trying to penetrate into Thies's body and destroy his bones and organs. Painful roars exploded in midair. The physical pain actually allowed Thies to suppress the magical backlash for a short time. The terrifying magic power erupted again, and circles of sound waves visible to the naked eye were centered on the body and radiated outward. Came out. The shock caused the surrounding chains to burst. Then Thies used his huge body as a weapon and crashed straight into Odessa. Half an hour later, the figure of the red-robed wizard reappeared in the room. He was in a very embarrassed shape. with messy hair and many scars on his body. There were also cracks on the strange statue in his hand. But the blood red his eyes became increasingly evil, and his mouth opened and closed as if he was chewing something.
You are too impatient. I should have told you that a legend is not that easy to deal with.
In the silent manner, a familiar voice sounded from behind. The red-robed wizard turned around, lowered his head, and spoke respectfully.
Sometimes it makes sense to take risks. Right. Lord Merk. That's just your luck. If he still has residual consciousness when he arrives at Greenreel, then all our previous preparations will be in vain.
The wizard named Merk opened the door and left. He came in, shook his head, and said coldly. The red-robed wizard did not respond, but lowered his eyes and silently accepted the scolding.
Are you still adapting to your new identity?
The man continued to ask.
The fit of this body is only about 70%, but it is enough for the time being.
The red-robed wizard responded casually.
That's good.
Merk nodded and said with relief.
When this matter is over, I will find you a more suitable body. As for these few days, don't let me act privately and do those meaningless things. Do you understand?
Merk's tone became very stern, with a strong sense of warning.
I will, Lord Merk.
The wizard in red robe nodded slightly.
Clean up everything here. I don't want to hear some bad rumors in the past 2 days. According to the plan, Fee should die in the hands of that person.
Merk ordered.
As you wish.
The wizard in red robe lowered his head and responded extremely respectfully. But his eyes were extremely cold. G now. Activate the overload mode. Connect to the magic network. And access the computing power of everyone except Herav. 2 days later in the evening. In the closed training ground at Ayada's temporary residence. Lin shouted silently in his mind. The next moment, Linen felt that his brain had become extremely clear. His mental power was growing at an extremely fast rate. And the world had become different from before. It was an indescribable feeling. Like a sudden increase in mental power. Breaking through the limitations of its own dimensions. It is able to perceive many things that could not be seen in the past. The control of magic power has also improved several times. It's as if the space around you has become extremely fragile, and you can blow it up with just one punch. However, Linen did not swell because he knew that this was all just an illusion. Not to mention that these sudden increases in power were all borrowed. After becoming an official wizard, the overload mode that comes with the brain is not that obvious to Lin. But the emergence of the magic field makes up for this. He calls this spirit of interconnection, and the ability to mobilize the computing power of others the magic network. Just like a network built by magic and spiritual power. These wizards are like his chickens, computers remotely controlled by hackers. Able to share with him the computing power required to build magic. Although it was only a few days before and after. Because Tick and others stayed in the magic field almost day and night. Learning what he gave, calculus from entry to burial. The brain's progress in cracking the mental frequency soon it exceeded 10%. Of course, the further back you go, the closer you get to the core, and the longer it will take to crack. Fortunately, this is enough for Lin In. The more computing power transferred, the better. If it exceeds the limit, it will become a burden, and the impact on Tick and others will be more severe. Lenin didn't want to be like what happened before. After a battle, half of the core members of Faceless Men died on the spot, and the remaining half were directly lost. If you do this, who will dare to join the Secret Magic Society in the future? Therefore, Lenin set the upper limit of the computing power at 15%, which could increase his power without causing any serious consequences. Next it was time to try out his new magic. Chapter 183 Force Field Magic Space Vibration. Space Vibration. After gradually adapting to the power he now possessed, Lenin couldn't wait to reach out his hand, his fingers shaking regularly, and most of the magic power in his body was instantly drained. An undetectable ripple of magic spreads forward in a circular shape. Wherever the ripple passes, the space is slightly deformed. 3 meters away, several battle puppets made of steel were placed. After the magic ripples passed by, they were cut into 2 pieces without any obstruction. However, the battle puppet placed further away, 10 meters away, was different. It was not cut off directly. The location where the magic ripples passed was twisted like a twist. As for the wall more than 30 meters away, it was not affected by any damage. Influence. This was not beyond Lin's expectation. Just like tapping the water surface with your hand. The water waves gradually spread, and the scope became wider and wider. But the water waves also became weaker and weaker. So this is a magic used to break through the enemy's protection at close and medium distances. Ordinary, Mage Shield, and Magic Barrier are as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Space Vibration Wave. It's just that it has its shortcomings. The range of this thing is too large. And it doesn't distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. It's easy to cast a spell, causing enemies and teammates to fall one after another. If it was cut in half, I don't know if those potion masters could be saved based on their skill. About 60% of the magic power was consumed. After Lin En meditated for a while, he quickly came to the result. This is high-level magic after all. Even though the total amount of magic power he possesses has exceeded that of many three-ring wizards. Using Space Vibration Wave also needs to consume most of the magic power reserve in the body. Fortunately, the results are still satisfactory. After experiencing the battle with Helram before, Lin has been studying methods to crack the deflection field, and finally summed up 3 options. The first is to continuously use a large range of magic. The principle of deflection field is to distort the surrounding space and time to form a magic field. All magic that attacks Helram will be deflected at an angle like light rays entering water, thereby bypassing the main body. Magic like poison domain and vacuum domain that can cover the entire area cannot be protected by deflection field. After all, attacks come from any direction. However, it is obviously unrealistic to defeat a great wizard with this. The second way is to work hard to achieve miracles. Mass and energy themselves have properties that affect time and space. And magic also has this property. Deflection field cannot protect higher levels of magic. In addition, as long as an object is fast enough, it can break through the constraints of the force field. It's just that Lin En can't do these 2 things. So the only thing he chooses is the third option, which is to use force field magic to restrain force field magic. Successfully developing Space Vibration Wave means that he finally has the means to threaten a great wizard. As for the problem of magic power, it is not impossible to solve it. Lin En sighed, and then took out a bottle of blue magic potion from his sleeve and drank it. In less than a second, all the magic power lost before was restored, and the magic power in the body was restored again. A state of abundance. This is Hearn's Advanced Potion, an invention of a senior potion master. 1 bottle sells for a full 70 magic gold coins. This stuff was originally meant to replenish magic power for great wizards. It was given to a formal wizard. It could only be described as luxurious. But Lin drank it without blinking. 70 magic gold coins is just the price of 4 glass mirrors. So Darren and others can earn back their money if they work harder. Lin even bought all Hearn's advanced potions on the market at once. But there were only 30 bottles in total. Obviously, the potion master never thought that someone would use this thing when practicing magic like Lin did. After a short rest, Lin placed a batch of combat dummies again, preparing to test whether the material of the object would affect the intensity of Space Vibration Wave. Time waits for no one. Tomorrow is the time for the Parliament to carry out the arrest operation. He must become familiar with everything about this new magic as soon as possible. Just when Lin En was about to cast the spell, his body couldn't help but paused, and a drop of cold sweat streaked across his forehead. He suddenly noticed that the curvature of space about 5 meters to his right was slightly different from other places. If Lin hadn't been under the computing power of 12 three-ring wizards at this moment, he might not have been able to notice this subtle gap. But there was nothing in that direction. There is only one possibility. Someone sneaked in and stood beside him watching him practice magic. It was the magic possessed by the other person that caused the subtle changes in the curvature of space. And the early warning magic he set up at the entrance of the training ground had no effect. Lin En's heart suddenly rose to his throat. His face remained calm. And then, he suddenly raised his hand and launched an attack without warning. Space vibration. The undetectable space ripples appeared again. The distance between the 2 sides was only 5 meters. At the speed of the magic wave, it was covered almost instantly. Faintly, Lin heard the sound of something breaking. Hit? Still no hits? Lin En suddenly took a few steps back. Countless magic missiles emerged from the void and hit the right side, but disappeared without a trace, as if they were submerged into a bottomless abyss. Obviously the other party is still alive, and even has the ability to resist. And the invisibility magic has not been lifted. While using Magic Barrage, Lin had already opened a bottle of Hearn's Advanced Magic Potion in his left hand, drank it straight, and held the Quoron Medal in his right hand. If even a head-on hit of Space Vibration Wave cannot kill the opponent, then the only chance of winning is to rely on the protective magic attached to Quoron Medal to delay time, make a scene, and wait for the members of the Magic Council to arrive for a righteous group fight. Got it. Vittorio's Barrier is a 6-ring magic that can only be used once. Are you sure you want to release it now? Suddenly, a burst of chuckles suddenly sounded, and then a graceful figure appeared in the empty practice room.
Aurora?
Lin stopped activating the solar crown medal and quickly recognized it. Just like the last time we met. The legendary witch was still wearing the bright red dress. There was a coquettish charm between her eyebrows. Her delicate face was like a perfectly carved work of art, shining with a charming luster in the darkness. However, Linen's attention at the moment was focused on the fracture that was torn apart by the space vibration wave on the witch's waist and abdomen. The whole person seemed to be divided into upper and lower parts, but no blood flowed out from the fracture. Such a strange scene made Lin wonder whether what he saw was an illusion. Chapter 184 Super Speed Regeneration? Substitute? Going back in time?
Is this the new magic you have researched? It is quite powerful. Its destructive power alone ranks among the top magics.
Aurora said playfully that a three-ring wizard had actually developed a high-ring magic that in theory only a great wizard could use. This was the first time she had seen such a strange sight.
Can you tell me how you did it?
Aurora was extremely curious.
All magic can be expressed in the form of arcane mathematical formulas. This is how I constructed the spell slot of Space Vibration Wave.
Lin made up a reason casually. After all, the existence of the magic network cannot be revealed at will. But this is not completely nonsense. Because in theory it can be done. If you can't do it, it must be because your understanding of Mathematical Olympiad is not deep enough. You can't blame him for this.
Math Olympiad?
Aurora nodded thoughtfully. She was also present when Lin gave a speech in the seminar. Especially the law of universal gravitation, which can calculate the change of space curvature through formula, is very miraculous. However, she also saw that it was extremely difficult for Lin to perform higher-level magic. Otherwise, there would be no need to take potions frequently. It should be some kind of trickery, and it was not really completed. A breakthrough.
Ms. Aurora, you should. Are you okay?
Lin's eyes inevitably looked towards the witch's waist. The break cut by the space vibration wave was too obvious, and one was divided into two parts. Such a person can still stand here and talk properly. Aurora obviously noticed Lin's gaze and chuckled. Then she put her hand on the broken part of her body and stroked it gently. The broken crack seemed to have been erased by an eraser and disappeared without a trace. There is no trace, and even the damage to the clothes has been restored. Lin was quite shocked. This was the damage caused by the distortion of space, and it was actually eliminated so easily. As if seeing Lin's surprise, Aurora reminded with a chuckle.
No matter how powerful the magic is, if you don't find the real target, it will just be a waste of effort.
The real goal? Lin paused for a moment, and many conjectures immediately appeared in his mind. Super speed regeneration? Substitute? Going back in time? Or is it about energizing the body? But Aurora obviously had no intention of continuing to explain. Lin's ups and downs soon calmed down, and he was not frustrated by the failure of the new magic just now. He developed space vibration to deal with the great wizard. He wanted to threaten a legendary wizard. Obviously, he's still thinking too much. This is why he didn't show any obvious hostility towards Aurora.
Second question. I'm curious. How did you discover me? Is there any obvious flaw in my magic?
Aurora looked at Lin with interest and asked. The polarizing magic she developed is not just as simple as affecting the line of sight. It also takes into account the magical factor, and can even evade most detection magic. Logically speaking, it should be perfect. However, in less than a month, she was recognized twice. Especially since Lin was a three-ring wizard, which made Aurora quite depressed.
It's the smell.
Under the gaze of the legendary witch, Lin said calmly, not intending to tell the truth. After all, the feeling of being approached silently is a bit scary. And unlike the last time he was attacked, Aurora's invisibility magic was extremely difficult to detect. And even the warning magic he set at the door had no effect. Odor? Aurora subconsciously lifted her sleeves and smelled it. But she quickly realized that in her current state, it was impossible for her to be contaminated by any smell. Obviously the other party is fooling themselves. Thinking of this, Aurora's eyes became dangerous. Lin quickly changed the topic.
Lady Aurora, didn't you go to the Magic Stone Mine? Is it possible that the matter has been resolved?
Of course.
No.
Aurora shook her head, reached out and waved the chairs stacked in the corner, and sat down lazily.
Or did you not leave at all?
Lin quickly thought of the second possibility. When Herav went to the Magic Stone Mine, he directly transferred most of the power of the council. This was indeed a bit abnormal. Is it possible that these legendary wizards are planning to play an empty city trick? Pretend to leave, And then lure out all the people who are causing trouble in Greenreal City? Aurora shook her head again. The monster that injured Fees in the Magic Stone Mine was indeed a threat. Once the opponent escaped and hid in the wizard's land, it would definitely have a catastrophic impact. More importantly, if he didn't watch them enter the Magic Stone Mine with his own eyes, how could the Doomsday Sect jump out with confidence? Aurora's vague attitude made Lin confused. But this was obviously not an issue that he needed to consider. Compared with this, Lin was more curious about what the Legendary Witch was doing with him, since she was stranded in Greenreal, and didn't go to investigate the information about the Doomsday Sect. You can't just come here to secretly learn your own magic. Right? Lin Yin is not so arrogant. If Space Vibration is rated, it is at best a 4th ring high-level magic. But its attack method is somewhat special, and its destructive power is stronger. For a legendary wizard, there is no need to go out of his way to learn from it. That would be too cheap. Lin asked directly without any scruples. Aurora did not answer, but put on an expression that said, "If you tell me first, I will consider whether to tell you or not. If you don't want to say it, forget it." Lin Yin shrugged, and then tactfully issued the eviction order. "It's very late now. I'm just planning to take a rest. Do you want to come too, Lady Aurora? If you want to, it's not that you can't consider it, but let's wait until next time." Aurora pursed her lips and chuckled, and then the graceful figure disappeared from Lin Yin's eyes. "Good night then, my brown star." The clear and melodious whisper of the witch continued to echo in the empty practice room, and finally dissipated into the night. However, Lin Yin's face twitched slightly, because he clearly felt that the subtle changes in the curvature of space where Aurora originally stood had not disappeared. In other words, the other party just became invisible again and did not really leave. Lin Yin was speechless, but there was no way to force the person away. He could only pretend not to know, and continue to experiment with new magic, pretending that the person did not exist. At least from this sentence, brown star, it can be seen that the other party is the real Aurora, not someone pretending to be using shaping magic. Aurora, who was hidden in the polarizing magic, deliberately used the magic to block the smell this time. When she saw Lin restarting his magic practice without noticing, she suddenly fell into deep confusion. Is it possible that there really is something very obvious about my body? Chapter 185 Crazy Doomsday Cultist. Field of Silence. Magic Shield. High-level elemental resistance. At noon the next day, outside a very large manor, hundreds of wizards were scattered in every corner of the manor, working together to cast spells. A strong magic barrier suddenly enveloped the entire manor, forming a magic barrier that isolated the inside and outside. This is to prevent the subsequent battle from spreading to the outside world and causing unnecessary commotion and trouble. After all, this is an urban area, and in addition to wizards, there are also many civilians who do not know magic. Lin, Orlando, Kevin, Yolanda and others are ready to go, quietly waiting for the signal to attack. According to previous discussions, all the city guards, parliamentarians, and civilian wizards involved in this operation were divided into 4 teams. The first team, led by August and 3 great wizards, attacked from the front and broke through as quickly as possible to capture the core members of the Doomsday Sect. The second and third teams attacked from the other 2 entrances of the manor, completely blocking the possibility of the Doomsday cultists escaping from these directions. As for the last team, they stayed in the outside world to avoid some emergencies. They were also responsible for capturing the believers who had lost their fighting power, cleaning up the remnants, and treating the wounded. Lin is in the third team, with a total of 19 members, led by his old acquaintance, the great wizard Raphael. There are not many people, but they are all 2nd and 3rd level wizards, and there is no weak one. Some young civilian wizards, facing such a large battle, did not have the slightest fear, but were rather eager to try. You'd better be careful in the coming battle. According to the city guard's report, these Doomsday cultists can be described as crazy. They don't know what it means to be merciful. Any negligence is fatal. Raphael said very much. He said seriously, then turned to look at Lin and continued to speak. Sir Lin, magic theory and actual combat sometimes don't match up. When fighting, you must put your own safety first and don't take it lightly. In Raphael's view, theoretical wizards like Lin usually have weaker practical abilities. After all, people's energy is limited. Lin Yin has extremely high attainments in the study of elements, arcane mathematics, and stars. He can no longer expect the other party to have rich practical experience. There are many examples of powerful wizards being killed by a low-level magic due to negligence. When Kevin and Orlando heard this, They all had strange expressions on their faces. They, the wizards of the Aida school, knew very well the details of Lin. He came all the way from the Sika's empire under the Holy See. According to what Lauder said, Lin destroyed most of the town and killed thousands of armored guards before crossing the sea to the wizarding land. After being reminded by Raphael, Lin himself nodded in agreement. In fact, if possible, he would like to be assigned to the 4th team to be responsible for logistics work. Unfortunately, August did not give him this opportunity. The other thing is, Lin turned his head, and in the mental connection mode, he used his peripheral vision to scan the 5 o'clock direction behind him. The legendary witch Aurora had been following him for a full night and half a day, always keeping within 10 meters. Not even when he went to the toilet on purpose. So much so that a ridiculous idea vaguely emerged in Lin's mind. Could it be that the other party couldn't leave her? Otherwise, who would have nothing to do and follow another person every day? Even eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet? This Aurora has a very unique personal hobby. Right? While thinking, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the manor. The expressions of everyone present changed. This was the signal for action. Walk! Raphael shouted suddenly, and then led everyone straight into the manor. At this moment, the manor was in a mess, with fires rising into the sky, thick smoke billowing, explosions mixed with screams, and a chaotic scene as far as the eye could see.
Damn! What's going on? Enemy attack! Quickly inform the envoy!
Shouts one after another continued to ring out in the manor. The first wave of attacks was obviously very successful. Lin and others who rushed into the front hall encountered almost no decent resistance. Considering that many believers of the Doomsday sect are bewitched wizards, they have no intention of killing them. They try to use some imprisonment and coma spells to restrain people, and leave the rest to the logistics team to handle. However, the chaotic scene did not last long. As the crowd went deeper, the resistance they encountered became more and more fierce. The Doomsday sect who reacted showed their madness vividly, which can be described as being brave and fearless of death. Pyrotechnics, multiple fireballs. Lin and his group had just passed through a long corridor when they were greeted by scorching fireballs.
Let me do it!
Yolanda stepped forward quickly and raised his hand. Ice storm. In the void, the constantly jumping water molecules seemed to be inspired by some kind of inspiration. They aggregated and condensed into sharp ice flakes, rushing forward like a vortex. The frost storm instantly covered the entire corridor, and those fireballs were frozen before they even got close. The breath of ice goes out. Raphael has been watching without taking action. This operation against the Doomsday sect is also an excellent training for some formal wizards who lack actual combat. He only needs to be responsible for ensuring the safety of these people. However, as soon as this idea flashed through his mind, Raphael felt a warning sign in his heart. After the ice and flames dissipated together, the scene in the hall appeared in front of everyone. A dozen wizards from the Doomsday sect showed fanatical expressions. A ferocious high-grade magic crystal cannon was placed in front of him, and a large amount of substantial magic power was condensed at the half-meter-thick muzzle. Are these people crazy? Raphael took a breath. Using the magic crystal cannon in such a small space was simply asking for death. At this moment, the short-term charging has been completed, and a brilliant blue light spurts out, aiming directly at Lin and others.
Get away!
Raphael roared, and at the same time cast the strongest protective magic he had. Wall of Size. In an instant, a huge steel wall erected in front of everyone, blocking the terrifying energy beam released by the magic crystal cannon. The solid wall of Size was torn apart like ooze layer by layer in front of the magic crystal cannon that was ready to fire. And then the blue light suddenly exploded.
Boom!
With the earth-shaking loud noise, the entire manor trembled, and a terrifying air wave spread, blowing dust all over the sky. Except for Raphael. Everyone present was blown away by the violent shock wave. Chapter 186: The Invisible Enemy. After the explosion disappeared, the originally bright hall had turned into ruins, and the ground was covered with broken walls. Ahem. Yolanda and Kevin climbed up with difficulty, shook their dizzy heads, and their faces were covered with blood. Raphael's face was also a little pale, and the rune bracelet on his wrist broke into 2 pieces. It was not difficult for him to avoid the magic crystal cannon, but in order to protect Yolanda and others behind him, he had to. There is a choice to resist hard. Lin's condition was slightly better. Wall of Size, and Raphael blocked most of the impact for them, but the remaining aftermath still caused a considerable impact on his body.
Keep going! Kill them!
The Doomsday cultists, who were not far away, were also shocked. But the leading wizard ignored them, and shouted crazily. The advanced magic crystal cannon lit up almost the next moment, and the blue energy beam jumped up again. Several people present were filled with ghosts. Raphael was even ready to block the second wave of attacks. But the energy beam flickered and then disappeared.
Damn it!
The leading wizard kicked the muzzle of the cannon several times in annoyance. This thing actually fell off the chain at such a critical time. Lin En immediately looked at the position diagonally behind him. The only person present who could do something was Aurora, who was hiding in the dark. Raphael's reaction was extremely fast, although he didn't know why the advanced magic crystal cannon suddenly malfunctioned. He still cast the 4-ring spell, Iron Sand Beam, at the first opportunity. Countless sharp pieces of iron sand condensed into shape in an instant and flew out with lightning speed. Several Doomsday cultists hurriedly set up protective barriers, but they were instantly penetrated. Their bodies were immediately pierced by several pieces of iron sand, and blood spurted out, came out, dyeing the ground red. The leading wizard received even more severe attention. He was directly hit by dozens of iron sands, and was beaten into a sieve on the spot. Also destroyed was the high-level magic crystal cannon. This was Raphael's real target. The remaining 10 or so Doomsday cultists were in a panic, and one of the wizards was so frightened that he ran away in a hurry. However, he ran into a blood-red whip after running 2 steps, and half of his body was whipped into pieces. Blood foam.
A bunch of trash.
Then a middle-aged wizard in red robe walked out of the shadows and glanced at the chaotic scene on the field and the destroyed high-level magic crystal cannon. His eyes were unusually sharp and cold.
Sir Messenger!
The Doomsday cultists immediately seemed to have found their backbone and gathered around the red-robed wizard. Raphael's face showed an expression of extreme astonishment.
Odessa? I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that the attack on Lord Fleas was not just an accident.
Raphael immediately thought of this, and his expression became extremely solemn. The Parliament has found out that there were 3 wizards who followed Fleas into the magic stone mine, including Odessa. But only Fleas escaped. He had thought that all these people had died in the magic stone mine, but he didn't expect that Odessa would appear in front of him, still in the identity of the so-called Messenger of Doom.
If you miss Fleas, I can send you to see him,
Odessa said coldly. And then, without waiting for Raphael to understand the meaning of these words, he took out a weird statue with his backhand and activated it. The Realm of Doom. In an instant, the previously dilapidated hall had disappeared in front of everyone, and was replaced by a blood-red space, filled with the smell of endless killing and blood. Giant pillars lay across the void, and the feet were mottled, potholes and huge abyss-like cracks.
What exactly is this place?
Yolanda suppressed the churning feeling in his stomach and asked in fear.
This is the coming doomsday. What the land of wizards will look like in the future,
Odessa said indifferently.
It will also become the cemetery of all wizards. Dream,
Raphael roared angrily, and all the elements in the vast space began to jump rapidly. This is exactly the 5-ring spell, Magic Torrent.
Get away, everyone.
Before officially casting the spell, Raphael still reminded him loudly. In fact, before Raphael spoke, Lin and others had already ran tens of meters away. No one wanted to be involved in the aftermath of the battle between the 2 great wizards. The surging elements collide with each other, forming a powerful energy tide that annihilates everything in its path.
Let's try this. Dragon's Breath.
Odessa chuckled sinisterly, raised her hand, and created a fierce dragon's breath, which collided with the incoming magic torrent. The rolling storm even affected Lin and others in the distance.
What should we do now?
A witch said tremblingly. She originally thought that this operation against the Doomsday sect was just a formality, and she might be able to kill a few enemies as bragging rights in the future. But I didn't expect that it would evolve into such a situation.
As long as we hold on until Master August and the others arrive, we will be safe,
Philip encouraged Morel. But he was extremely uneasy in his heart. Why did August and others who were responsible for the frontal attack not arrive for a long time? Instead, they ran into the leader of the Doomsday sect first, and they didn't know how to leave this strange space at all.
3 o'clock. Yolanda, squat down.
At this moment, Lin En, who had never spoken, suddenly looked at Yolanda, who was at the outermost position, and suddenly shouted, "What?" Yolanda paused, confused about Lin's clock orientation, and completely unaware of a dagger hidden in the shadows on his right side, slashing towards his neck. However, Lin moved faster and kicked Yolanda's calf with one foot, forcing his body to kneel down. Touch of fire. Lin raised his hand, and a stream of hot fire passed over Yolanda's head and rushed to the location of the attacker. Yolanda, who had been kicked inexplicably and almost had his hair burned off, was angry and was about to yell. But then, he heard a shrill scream coming from beside him. Yolanda immediately turned his head and looked over. Under the attack of high-temperature flames, the sneak attacker was instantly ignited into a burning man. He was struggling in pain and wailing. The dagger in his hand flashed with a green cold light. And Yolan was burned. Dege broke out in a cold sweat. He could imagine that if he was hit by this thing, he would probably be close to death.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Lin-In.
Yolanda quickly retreated to the team and said with great gratitude. Lin-In nodded and had no time to reply. Instead, he glanced around. Under the perception of heat vision, dozens of heat sources were quickly approaching them. Chapter 187, Space Vibration Wave, cutting down the stars. Probably realizing that their whereabouts had been exposed, the Doomsday cultists walking in the shadows no longer insisted on attacking at close range, but instead cast spells together in tacit understanding. Dozens of ice blades, fireballs, acid liquids, and even crossbows came suddenly from all directions. Every time a spell is cast, the figures of the Doomsday cultists appear briefly, but will soon disappear into the shadows again. And the so-called mage assassins are nothing more than that. The wizards present were completely caught off guard. They had no idea how many enemies there were, let alone their location. They could only passively resist the elemental magic that is coming at them. By the time they cast a spell to counterattack, the opponent has often disappeared and moved to another direction. The contact can only last for a second or two, and the team has already been wounded. A young wizard had just used protective magic to block the oncoming acid shot. And then, he was stabbed in the ankle by a crossbow arrow that came out of nowhere. The severe pain forced him to fall to the ground in embarrassment. But the Doomsday cultists obviously had no mercy, and the wizard immediately became the target of fire. Fortunately, at this moment, 30 magic missiles flew over from behind, blocking the incoming spells one by one with extremely high accuracy. The person who took action was naturally Lin-In. Yolanda, who was also attacked before, roared angrily and released a large-scale ice storm again, but did not hit anyone.
Your Excellency Lin-In, do you have a way to determine the location of these people?
A witch in the team asked eagerly. Shadow magic is a very unpopular witchcraft, and it is very difficult to practice. But everyone in these Doomsday Sect wizards can actually do it. But now is obviously not the time to think about this. The most important thing is that they did not prepare any spells in advance. And Raphael was busy dealing with Odessa, the leader of the Doomsday cult. Among everyone, Lin was the only one who could see those Doomsday cultists.
Of course,
Lin-In responded casually, followed by a multiple ice curtain. 4 walls of ice rose up in a row, trapping everyone present and all the Doomsday cultists within the walls. Then Lin took out a reagent bottle with his backhand and threw it into the sky under the puzzled eyes of Yolanda and others. Although the wizards of the Doomsday Sect did not know what Lin-In was up to, they also knew that they must not let the other party get his way. Almost instantly, several magic beams hit the reagent bottle. Compared to Yolanda and others whose expressions suddenly changed, Lin said unexpectedly,
"Is that so considerate?"
The wizards of the Doomsday Sect soon realized that they had done something stupid. The reagent bottle exploded in midair. An alchemical powder emitting cyan light suddenly fell from the sky, attaching to everyone's body, killing them. The outline appeared.
"Is this the powder of glowstone?"
Philip, who is relatively familiar with alchemy, said in surprise. "This unique or exists in the darkest minds. It contains a lot of magic power and has the property of self-luminescence." Kevin, Yolanda and others, who had been holding back their anger for a long time, almost immediately started to fight back. Without the help of shadow magic, the true strength of the Doomsday cultists was immediately revealed, and they were defeated steadily. Raphael, who was fighting Odessa, was always paying attention to the battle situation on this side. He was not unaware of the Doomsday cultists hiding in the shadows, but he just had no chance to intervene. When he saw that Lin-In had successfully cracked the shadow magic using the powder of glowstone, Raphael breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time couldn't help but admire Lin-In's alertness in his heart. However, the slight distraction soon made Raphael pay the price. The blood-red chain surrounding the Doomsday domain suddenly came to life and whipped towards Raphael like a long whip, forming an invisible magic barrier. It appeared around him, but was shattered into pieces the next moment. Raphael's right arm was directly penetrated by the chain, and a hole was opened. The bright red blood instantly dyed his clothes red, and heartbreaking pain came to his mind. But he did not dare to pause at all, and clenched his left hand tightly. The chain that penetrated the body was instantly broken by the explosion of magic power. Odessa stretched out her hand and a red light flashed. Raphael was completely unable to dodge. But the next moment both of them felt their hearts shaking violently. Although it was only a short moment. It caused Odessa's magic to deviate. Lin In the distance also stopped the release of resonance magic. This magic has a limited impact on the Great Wizard. Once the opponent is on guard, it will not be so easy to succeed next time. So Lin In does not dare to expose this magic at will. The details. Odessa, who was attacked inexplicably, immediately added several layers of protection to himself and looked at Raphael solemnly. Since those believers have lost the value of using them, he naturally doesn't have to hold them back.
Doomsday!
Odessa shouted loudly, holding the statue in her hand tightly. The bloody skies seemed to darken, and a sense of depression filled everyone's hearts. Yolanda raised his head in astonishment, and then saw a shocking scene. The silver moon suspended in the skies seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, and it fell down with an aura of endless destruction. Stars several kilometers in diameter covered the entire sky, spreading darkness. A feeling of fear and powerlessness suddenly surged into my heart. The remaining Doomsday cultists below knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly, begging for the forgiveness of the great elemental spirit. Raphael's mind was also trembling. Under such terrifying power of falling stars, even the possibility of evasion and defense no longer existed. Amidst the bursts of prayers and desperate cries, Lin could no longer pretend that he couldn't see Aurora, lowered his voice and spoke.
Aren't you going to take action yet, Lady Aurora?
The next moment, a soft breath sounded in his ears.
Shoo! The power I can exert is limited. I need to appear at the most critical moment. Use your strongest magic. Just remember, that is not a true silver moon.
Lin frowned. Of course he knew that it couldn't be the real moon. It was at least 1,000 times bigger than this. And this bloody space gave him a feeling somewhat similar to the magic realm. Magical illusion? The more you believe, the more real and powerful it is? Lin In secretly guessed, then raised his hand and pointed at the huge star falling in the sky. Space vibration. The fingers shook rapidly, and a wave of undetectable magic power spread rapidly. But unlike before, the power of space vibration wave did not weaken at all. On the contrary, it strengthened rapidly, and finally even reached the point where it was visible to the naked eye, just like a sharp scimitar cutting into butter. Under the eyes of everyone in disbelief, the huge silver moon was cut open. Chapter 188. Is it possible that you have been promoted to the legendary realm? A crack appeared on the surface of the huge silver moon, and then the crack gradually expanded, quickly spreading to the entire star, and finally shattered with a bang. The fragments of silver moon fell to the ground like fire and meteors, but they lost their previous terrifying power. The meteorite rain in the sky turned into ashes before it hit the ground. But it was Odessa, a spellcaster, who was shaken in her heart the moment silver moon was severed. Everyone present was stunned on the spot, staring blankly at the broken silver moon in the sky, and Lin In who raised his hand to cut off the stars. Even Raphael was no exception. His face was full of shock and dissatisfaction, a look of disbelief. The end of the world? The Doomsday believers, who were kneeling on their knees and praying, were all dumbfounded. They looked up at the sky blankly, as if something was collapsing in their hearts.
Your Excellency Lin In, have you broken through the legendary realm?
Yolanda swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask whether it was the scene of the silver moon falling just now, or the scene of Lin cutting off the stars with his hand. His knowledge of magic was shattered. Is this really something a wizard can do? If so, perhaps only a legendary wizard could unleash such terrifying magic.
That's just a magic illusion.
Lin In was very calm. Just like in the magic field, as long as the computing power is enough, he can have his brain simulate star explosions without any problem. Of course, Aurora's help is also indispensable. This legendary witch doesn't know what method she used to eliminate the shortcomings of space vibration that will gradually weaken due to distance, and retain her power at its peak moment. If you attack from the space level, even if it is a real meteorite, it will be cut into 2 pieces.
Sinner!
Odessa roared angrily, with a hint of fear in his words. It is true that the scene of the falling silver moon is a magical illusion composed of magic power. But facing the shocking scene of the falling stars, even Fez, the legendary wizard, can't help but feel fear in his heart while questioning it. And this fear will turn into reality the moment the silver moon sets. Feed back to the body, and grind everything into powder.
Elemental spirits, please lower your wrath and punish the sinners in front of you.
Odessa shouted at the top of her lungs. The entire blood-colored space immediately shook. The earth cracked and blood continuously surged out from the ground. Then it was transformed into 2-meter-tall demons with ferocious faces. They held twisted long knives in their hands and pointed at them. The crowd rushed over. The number was astonishing. And from a distance, they looked like a bloody tide. Raphael endured the injury on his right shoulder and released a group pyroblast. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom! Violent explosions resounded across the sky, accompanied by a series of bursts of fire. However, a group of demons rushed straight out of the smoke and fire, as if they were not affected by anything. Seeing this weird situation, Yolanda and others felt their scalps go numb. How could they fight? Lin, who was reminded by Aurora, immediately opened his mouth to explain.
Don't worry too much. Most of them are visual illusions, and only a few of them are entities capable of harming us. But how can we tell which one is real?
Philip hurriedly asked. There is almost no difference in the magic power fluctuations of these demons. Mixing fake ones with real ones is more troublesome. The group pyrotechnics used by Raphael just now had no effect, which meant that they were unable to stop this group of demons from approaching. Even if only 1 out of 10 was real, a sudden attack on them would be fatal. It is even more unclear when the real attack will come.
It can be distinguished with magic.
Raphael covered his right shoulder, which was bleeding continuously, and looked at Lin. The strongest magic he had mastered, Elemental Torrent, was not enough to cover such a large area.
Anyone who is still standing after 3 seconds is fake.
Lin drank a bottle of high-grade magic potion and said decisively, and then raised his hand to use Space Vibration Wave again, enhanced by Aurora's magic. A ripple of magic visible to the naked eye swept across the battlefield. Just like ripples in water, the range of space vibration will only become wider and wider, which is suitable for dealing with this situation. The attacking demons were like pieces of tofu that hit the wire rope at high speed. They were cut apart one after another. Some of the demons continued to rush forward without any impact, but some of them fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. The next moment, the tide of demons was already close in front of him. The twisted long knife and ferocious face made Yolanda and others feel chills in their hearts. Although they knew that this was just a visual illusion, they could not help but hold up the mage shield. The tall evil demon ignored the protection of the mage shield and chopped off the head with a twisted long knife. A witch closed her eyes in fear. But just like Lin said, there was no pain. The knife passed through the body. However, the enhanced space vibration wave also has an extremely obvious shortcoming. That is, its concealment is greatly reduced. Odessa evaded the magic wave long before it arrived, and a pair of bloody bat wings sprouted from behind her. Not only that, Odessa even created 7 magical illusions of herself, suspended in the sky together. Finger of pain. Red rays of light lit up one after another, flying from all directions.
The 4th one is the real body.
Aurora's whisper sounded in Lin's ears, and the latter immediately repeated these words to Raphael. Raphael paused and nodded, ignoring the attacks of other illusions, and used Wall of Size to block the 4th red light, allowing the rest of the magic to pass directly through his body.
Damn it! Damn it!
Odessa shouted angrily, fear gradually spreading in his heart. He couldn't understand why his magic could be seen through so easily.
The damn person should be you, Odessa,
Raphael said coldly, and then he fired an iron sandstorm, and the whistling iron sand turned into iron thorns and short blades and flew into the air. Odessa didn't take this kind of 4-ring magic seriously, waving his blood wings and dodging easily. However, he didn't notice that there were several spherical things flying towards them along with these iron thorns and short blades. After approaching under the cover of the attack, it suddenly exploded. A dazzling bright light suddenly lit up, instantly blocking Odessa's vision and causing his movements to come to a brief pause. Raphael even shouted loudly at this moment.
It's now!
Lin, who was well prepared, had already activated Space Vibration Wave, targeting Odessa, who was caught in the iron sandstorm and whose vision was obscured. Chapter 189. I know a lot of tricks, and there will always be one that can make you open your mouth. Odessa, who fell into blindness and temporary stiffness, felt the threat of death, and felt a strong unwillingness in his heart. He had not yet witnessed the destruction of the wizard's land, and had not yet been able to fulfill the Lord's will. At the same time, Odessa didn't care about hiding anymore and immediately used the strongest protective magic she had. Holy Asylum. Golden light lit up from the whole body, forming a solid barrier surrounding the whole body, and collided with the speeding space vibration wave. Along with a slight tearing sound, cracks appeared on the golden barrier. Cold sweat broke out on Odessa's forehead, and he finally blocked it.
But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a second wave of magic followed. But for the sake of safety, Lin En drank the magic potion while using release, space vibration wave, and then released the second magic without stopping. The two space vibration waves at the front and back overlapped, and the golden barrier could no longer hold up and exploded instantly. Odessa only had time to deflect her body to avoid the vital point, and the next second she felt her right side the body lost consciousness, and the whole person fell from the sky in a panic. Also cut off was the strange statue held tightly in his right hand. Thousands of illusory demons disappeared in a burst of wailing sounds, and the blood-red space also quickly dissipated. The moment they left the Doomsday Realm, everyone present finally felt relieved. At this moment, Odessa looked very miserable. His right arm and a section of his calf were severed by space vibration waves. The cuts were extremely neat. Scarlet blood continued to gush out, and the strange statue that was cut in two fell off. On his side, the magic of the past has been lost. Raphael quickly stepped forward, grabbed Odessa's mouth, and drank a bottle of blue potion. The potion quickly took effect, stopping the blood gushing from the arms and broken legs. At the same time, a biting chill almost penetrated Odessa's mind. Her body seemed to be frozen, with only her eyes and mouth still alive, able to move. You'd better answer me honestly, Odessa. What is going on with this Doomsday sect? Raphael's face was as gloomy as water. He had just almost died in the Doomsday Realm. He had no mercy for the instigator in front of him. Using magic potion to save the opponent's life is just to torture out more information. Facing Raphael's inquiry, Odessa remained silent, just looking at the two of them indifferently with no intention of answering. You must have used divine magic just now, right? Lin En suddenly interrupted. I have seen the opponent use a little divine power to use the four-ring magic spell, Holy Barrier. The first, space vibration, that Odessa defended against before was probably an upgraded version of this thing. Divine magic? For Raphael, who was born in a land of wizards and has never had contact with the outside world, divine magic is a very unfamiliar existence. So much so that he did not recognize it immediately. But this does not mean that Raphael does not understand the seriousness of the matter. The biggest reason why wizards like them want to stay in the land of wizards is because of the blockade of the Holy See. I know a lot of tricks, and there will always be one that can make you open your mouth, Raphael said viciously. Lin En on the side looked at the weird statue that was divided into two parts, and used Mage's hand to take the thing over. But he didn't dare to actually touch it. After all, this thing was very evil, and maybe it was passive on top. What hands and feet? Aurora's voice soon rang in his ears. This is a statue of an evil god. What you are holding is just a tool that carries power. It seems that the person is not here. Compared to worried Lin and Raphael, the other wizards were more concerned about another thing. Do you know when Mr. Lin En was promoted to the Grand Wizard? Yolanda looked at Philip and asked quietly, although Lin had already explained that the severed star was just a magical illusion. To defeat the messenger of the Doomsday sect together with Master Raphael would require at least a great wizard to do it. I'm not sure either. Philip was also confused. Lin had never told him about this at all, and he couldn't help but feel a little resentful in his heart. While several people were chatting, a powerful wave of magic power suddenly came from a distance. Everyone present turned their heads and looked at the towering Corona Tower in the distance through the smashed wall. No! Their real target should be the core of the Corona Tower. Aurora's slightly panicked voice sounded in Lin's ears. Odessa, who had been silent all the time, was also looking at the towering tower and couldn't help laughing. He knew that no one could refuse the temptation. 20 minutes ago, in the data room of the Tower of the Sun, Roar, who stayed behind in the Parliament, arranged the personnel and took out the information that had been collected long ago. Roar was very interested in the speculation that Lin En had mentioned before. However, he had been in too much of a hurry in the past few days, so he left the task of searching for information to several colleagues. In the past 10 years, not many people have entered the wizarding land through the Sea of Mist, and even fewer have stayed for a long time. There are only 37 in total. Roll patiently looked through them one by one, and a familiar name soon appeared. Catched his eyes, Cassimo. About 5 years ago, the other party arrived in the land of wizards on a cargo ship at the port of Aida. After staying for half a month, he left Aida. Then, for unknown reasons, he joined the psionic school and became the evil mage silently, Cosmo's powerful right-hand man. Roar browsed this information. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The time when the other party joined the psionic school was only 1 year and 7 months before the tragedy broke out.
and the Doomsday sect emerged shortly after the collapse of the Psionic School. Moment. Cassimo is obviously the most crucial figure. Raul was so excited that he couldn't control himself. But he soon remembered that Cassimo had been killed by his teacher August 2 months ago. And it was like someone had poured cold water on him. It's a pity that this clue has been broken. Roar shook his head regretfully, but still took out the relevant information and prepared to discuss it with Lin to see if he could find clues from other places. But if this operation goes well, maybe this won't be necessary. With these thoughts in mind, Roar stood up and walked outside the door. The wind blowing in front of him was mixed with the faint smell of blood. Roar, who has experienced a lot of battles these days, immediately became alert. He frowned slightly and quickly rushed towards the source of the bloody smell. His heart became more and more uneasy. This was the Tower of the Sun, the core of the Magic Council, and it was full of magic barriers. It's not like those crazy Doomsday cultists broke in. Right? Chapter 190, I will be above all wizards and become the second one. God. Roar ran all the way down, the smell of blood getting stronger and stronger. He had already seen several corpses along the way. The death conditions were extremely weird, as if they had been taken away by witchcraft without any reaction.
Damn it! What on earth is going on? Has the Parliament been infiltrated?
Roar yelled, and all the protection in the Corona Tower failed to work. There is no doubt that a traitor must have appeared within the Parliament, who leaked the information about their operation in advance, and then took advantage of the empty protection of the Corona Tower to raid into the core area of the Magic Parliament. Roar was extremely anxious, but he bumped into a group of familiar figures. It was August and others, who led the team to encircle and suppress the Doomsday sect.
Teacher!
Roar shouted in surprise, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Since August appeared here, it means that the matter on the other side should be solved. But at this moment, he didn't bother to ask any more questions and continued eagerly.
Teacher! You are back at the right time. An enemy broke into the Magic Council. The guards I arranged were attacked, and the protective circle did not work. I'm afraid there is a traitor inside. There is also this Doomsday sect, which is probably related to the Cassimo, who was killed by you 2 months ago. I investigated his information and found that he was the right-hand man of the evil mage Merc. 5 years ago, I suspected that in recent years, everything that happened is inseparable from the other party.
Luoer stated his speculation very quickly. Auguste acted very calmly, and while patiently listening to Roar's narration, he walked deeper into the Corona Tower, and then asked with interest,
Did you come up with all this? No. It's Mr. Lin's conjecture. But I think this conjecture should be extremely correct.
Roar said decisively.
It seems that he is very smart.
August didn't hesitate to praise him. After looking at Roar, he couldn't help but shook his head.
But in comparison, you are a little behind.
Rollo paused for a moment, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Naturally, he couldn't compare with Mr. Lin.
Teacher, where are we going?
Roar followed closely behind August and asked in confusion. Shouldn't they first gather people to search for those traitors and intruders?
Main control room,
August replied casually. After the words fell, the group of people arrived at the door of the main control room. This was a bronze door with complex alchemical patterns drawn on it. The most eye-catching thing was the roulette-like device in the center. There were no signs of damage, indicating that no one had broken in here yet. Roar was not surprised by this. The door of the main control room was blessed with many profound magics, and only the speakers had the authority to open it.
Do you know? Roll. Sometimes magic can be deceived, such as treating you as another person. Just like this.
August put his hand on the center of the roulette wheel. Amidst the violent vibration, the door knocker, the pointer turned to the mark representing the Dragon of Fees. Click with a slight sound. The roulette wheel began to rotate slowly, and soon it sank in. The heavy bronze door slowly opened, revealing a very spacious space behind it. No, perhaps it is more appropriate to describe it as an ocean of elements. The wide hall stores all the elements known to wizards. They float in the void in the form of magical mimicry, exuding a charming brilliance. This itself is also an extremely powerful magic, the second level of protection in the main control room. However, August, who entered as speaker, would naturally not be attacked.
Teacher, did Lord Faze ask you to come? What are we doing here again?
Roar vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he was still unwilling to believe his guess.
Come and get something,
August said slowly, and then asked again.
Do you know why the council restricts the study of psionic magic? Is it to avoid the emergence of evil psychic wizards, like the evil mage Merc?
Roar said anxiously.
No, you are wrong. Those legendary wizards are here to prevent us from discovering a secret.
The expression on August's face became very gloomy, and his voice was a bit colder.
Psychic magic is the foundation of everything. There is no difference between the so-called gods and wizards. Or maybe the end of magic is theology.
The end of magic is theology? Listening to August's words, Roar felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his heart.
The so-called Lord of the Stars and the goddess of the moon, Ella, was the first person to cross the limits of a wizard.
August was as patient as he was every time he explained magic to Roar.
Because of this, the Parliament does not allow anyone to study psychic magic in depth and compete with them for the limited resources of the wizarding land, even if the power of the entire wizarding land can only breed a new magician god. And there are 5 legendary wizards here. They are wary of each other. Fearful and greedy. No one dares to take that step. They would rather stay in this small wizarding land and try their best to prevent new wizards from being promoted to legends. But now it's time to make a change.
August's tone became sharper, with a hint of fanaticism.
After today, the entire Green Realm will turn into the kingdom of God, and I will be above all wizards and become the second God.
Luoer looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces in front of him and kept retreating. Then his body softened, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment.
You are definitely not my teacher, August. Who are you?
Roar shouted with trembling lips. Perhaps the other party used shaping magic to change into this appearance.
If the teacher you are referring to is the magic star who broke through the Great Wizard within 4 years, then it is indeed me,
August said casually. His original body was already old, so he naturally needed to find a perfect and talented body. And the one he chose was the genius wizard August, who was already well known in the wizarding land at that time. After feigning death and escaping, he designed to seize the other party's body, and then easily broke through the realm of the Great Wizard again, became Greenreal's hottest magic star, and even successfully entered the Parliament.
Of course, you can also call me Spirit of Elements, or the new god of magic, Merc,
August said word by word. Chapter 191 Doomsday Realm. The Kingdom of God is coming.
Who I am is not important, is it? Roar. What is important is the name of Magic Star. All the honors and status you enjoy are given to you by me. Now it's just a different title. You can still be an assistant. No, maybe it's more appropriate to describe it as a bishop,
August said seductively. During the time he had been using this body, he was quite accustomed to using this assistant, and he was very efficient in doing things. August didn't mind spending a little more time talking. However, Roar looked at him in horror and kept muttering to himself.
This is impossible.
Roar could not accept that everything he knew was false. The so-called Magic Star, the one with great knowledge, the August who taught him carefully, did not exist at all. Looking at the lost Roar in front of him, August shook his head. It seemed that he overestimated the opponent's willpower and acceptance ability.
Imprisonment.
August raised his hand and pointed at Roar. Considering that after turning Greenreal into the kingdom of God, he could force the other party to become his believer, he had no intention of killing him. After doing all this, August looked into the control room. A transparent crystal was placed on an alchemy instrument in the center. He didn't approach directly. This was the last trap. August opened his mouth and began to recite an extremely difficult to pronounce incantation. The elements leaping in the void seemed to have received some kind of summons, turning into the purest magic power and pouring into the transparent crystal. And a burst of blue light suddenly lit up. The transparent crystal shattered, and the solid, magic core inside was revealed. This was what he needed to find. This is a strange object created by magic creator Vittorio, which contains a huge amount of magic power that is enough to supply the operation of the entire wizard city. If he hadn't used the Doomsday Realm to swallow up part of Fiza's power and memory, and used his identity as acting speaker and the Doomsday sect as a cover to transfer most of the protective forces in the Parliament, he might not even have the qualifications to come close to here. No. After all, he currently doesn't have the power to fight against the combined forces of several great wizards. Fortunately, everything was as he expected.
Doomsday Realm, the kingdom of God is coming.
August reached forward and grasped the magic core. With the blessing of the massive magic power stored inside, the power began to increase rapidly. Strange-looking ghosts appeared in the empty control room one after another. Whether it is a person who was transformed by soul-eating magic a few years ago, or a wizard who devoutly believes in the elemental spirit. After death, the soul will be harvested and entered into the kingdom of God, turning into part of his power and increasing his spiritual power. By superimposing the two, he can use this legendary magic in an exceptional way. This time, the blood-colored space almost turned into substance, overlapping with reality. and spread towards the distance at an extremely fast speed, and soon enveloped the entire Corona Tower. August, who was immersed in joy, did not notice that his appearance had changed slightly, and he was gradually approaching the statue of the evil god. A series of shouts kept ringing in my mind.
Great elemental spirit, please grant me salvation. Kill them! Kill them all! Your faithful servant implores your mercy and punishes those who blaspheme. The doomsday is false, and the elemental spirits do not exist at all.
August's face suddenly darkened. Among the numerous calls for help, he had already guessed that there must be a problem at the manor. Unexpectedly, Cassimo, armed with a device that could mobilize part of the power of the kingdom of God, could not even solve this little trouble. Fortunately, at least it delayed him for some time, and the kingdom of God has arrived.
What exactly is going on?
Raphael and the others who had just stepped into the Corona Tower instantly noticed a red light rushing toward them, and then the entire tower turned blood red.
Otherwise, we should leave here first.
Yolanda swallowed. What he had just experienced in the Doomsday Realm still made him feel a little nervous.
It's too late. It's not just this high tower that's affected.
Lenin shook his head and looked at the outside world through the wide open window. The red light was quickly spreading further into the distance. Obviously, this was different from before. They were either being pulled closer to a certain space, or they didn't know whether his magic field could be embodied in the real world like this.
No matter who did it, as long as he is killed, everything will be over.
The person who spoke was a great wizard of the Shape School, and he was also one of the leaders of the raid on the Doomsday cult. However, compared to Lin En and others who ran into the main leader, they only captured some Doomsday cultists who fled.
You still like to say unrealistic things just as much. Sanchez!
In the Tower of the Sun, an indifferent voice came, and then a figure shrouded in light emerged from the void, looked at everyone present, and spoke again.
Welcome to my kingdom of God, Auguste.
Although the other party's appearance had changed slightly, Sanchez still recognized him at a glance, and his surprise was indescribable. Sanchez had some bad guesses since he had not seen the other party in the manor before, but he did not expect that the entire Doomsday sect would be August's masterpiece.
Are you crazy? Auguste!
Raphael shouted in disbelief. As the star of magic and the most talented wizard in Greenreal, Auguste undoubtedly has all the glory and the best future. Even when Herav left Greenreal, he directly designated Auguste as the acting speaker. The meaning was already obvious. It was only a matter of time before the other party was promoted to legend and became the sixth speaker. No one would think that such a man would betray the parliament. Yolanda, Philip and others even doubted whether they were hallucinating.
I think I'm fine. Raphael!
Auguste's face was full of smiles. As polite as before.
Better than ever. What exactly do you want to do?
Raphael asked in a deep voice.
As you can see, I am preparing to turn Greenreal into the kingdom of God, and I will ascend the altar here and become the second god to cross the limits of wizards.
Auguste enjoyed this moment of glory. Along with the expansion of the kingdom of God, his power is also rapidly increasing.
Raphael, Sanchez, if you know the current situation, I can consider accepting your faith and grant you the position of cardinal.
Chapter 192. Just go to HL and dream your sweet dreams. Auguste's voice echoed continuously in the empty Corona Tower. However, the first feeling of Raphael and others was extremely ridiculous. A wizard talks so much about becoming a god, and yet he plans to let himself believe in him. Is he completely crazy? Lenin seemed to have thought of something immediately, and his expression became extremely solemn.
Go to HL and dream your dream,
Sanchez said disdainfully, and then with a roar, he turned into a 5-meter-high giant monster. Flames ignited all over his body, and 3 thick strips grew out of both sides of his forehead. Its horns and skin also changed from fair to dark green, and its sharp claws contained tens of tons of power and smashed straight towards Auguste. He had long been dissatisfied with the other party. What a magic star. At best, he was just a newly promoted great wizard. How could he win the seat of acting speaker? The sharp claws, which were almost as tall as a man, flew down with a fierce wind. But Auguste had no intention of avoiding them, and instead showed a look of contempt. Without any movement, red chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around the arms, waist, abdomen, and neck of the giant monster.
You are so weak. Sanchez, you should be able to understand the gap between us.
Auguste raised his hand and pointed at the head of the giant monster, and a dazzling light flashed at it. Finger of death. Sanchez's pupils shrank, feeling the fatal threat. But no matter how hard he struggled, the blood-red chains did not waver at all, and he could only watch helplessly as death approached.
Magic torrent.
Raphael took action at this moment, and the elements around him surged rapidly, condensed into huge magic beams, and flew towards August. A 5-ring spell. August naturally didn't take it seriously, not to mention that this was his domain. With a thought, the air seemed to turn into a thick liquid, and the huge magic beam was encountered before it even got close. The great obstacles were weakened layer by layer, and finally disappeared into the void. However, Raphael did not think about how effective Magic Torrent could be. It was just a faint attack. August soon found that the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed. Although he reacted the next moment, the body was suspended in the air, saving his face. But the accumulated magic was also interrupted. At the same moment, Lin's space vibration wave had also been activated. Instead of taking the risk to attack August, whose strength was unfathomable, he slashed at the chains that were binding Sanchez. The attack at the spatial level was undoubtedly effective, and the seemingly solid blood-red chain was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Sanchez, who had walked between life and death, was aroused with greater ferocity. After breaking free from the restraints, he once again slapped August with his sharp claws. In everyone's astonished eyes, August actually stretched out his left hand and faced him. The difference in size between the two was like a stone hitting a giant mountain. However, the reality was completely the other way around. Not only was the stone not struck, even if it was shaken even slightly, it would crush the giant peak into pieces. Sanchez's right arm was broken off from the arm, and blood immediately sprayed out. August raised his left leg and kicked Sanchez hard in the chest. The latter's chest was directly sunk in, and his huge body flew out, fell on the ground and made a huge hole, and transformed into a human form again in embarrassment. August's speed was unimaginable. Everything happened in an instant. Raphael had no time to help, and Sanchez had already fallen to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. A 5-ring plastic wizard was unable to resist in front of August. Raphael's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, fearing that all of them would die here today.
Try to delay as much time as possible. Just a few minutes.
Aurora's voice rang in Lin's ears again. The latter rolled his eyes. Where could he delay time? August was simply not something they could deal with. However, Lin did not reveal Aurora's identity. After all, this legendary witch might be preparing some magic to launch an attack from the dark. Then why don't you explore life first and talk about your ideals? For example, let's discuss the other person's feelings after.
Becoming a god.
Lin thought so, but August did not give him this chance.
My patience has its limit. If you continue to be stubborn and insist on resisting,
then your soul will return to the kingdom of God and become one of them.
August's tone was extremely cold. A series of ferocious-looking resentful spirits emerged in the void. They were souls that had been taken into the kingdom of God. Most of them were ordinary resentful spirits without magic. But there were also powerful wizards, and even great wizard-level resentful spirits among them. The only thing that makes August feel regretful is that Fiza's soul is too strong to be used by him. But this is enough.
Everything fell silent.
Countless resentful spirits were filled with blood-colored mist, screaming and rushing toward Lin and the others. The air became extremely cold, and the tables, chairs, and stone bricks along the way became broken and decayed under the inexplicable force. Sanchez, who fell on the ground, seemed to have been drained of his essence, and his exposed body became shriveled and withered. He was quickly swept in. Lin and others in the distance all lost the ability to cast spells in an instant. Thousands of resentful spirits launched Soul Scream at the same time, and even a great wizard like Raphael could not resist it.
Everyone gathered here.
Lin endured the severe pain in his brain and shouted loudly. He held the Corona medal with his right hand and activated the 6-ring seal, including Vittorio's barrier. With such a large-scale attack of resentful spirits, and the fact that Aurora didn't move at all, Lin could only pin his hopes on this trump card. The next moment, the dark golden metal floated spontaneously, and countless substantial alchemical runes poured out from it, forming a circular barrier that enveloped everyone. The screams that kept ringing in his mind disappeared without a trace in an instant. The inside and outside of the alchemical barrier were like two worlds. Wraiths from the outside kept hitting the barrier, biting at the runes with illusory teeth and claws. Leave a trail of traces.
Corona metal?
August looked at the dark golden metal floating above everyone's heads and sneered. He naturally knew that there was a powerful protective spell on it, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. But in the final analysis, it was just a special 6-ring magic. For him, who is gradually moving towards a higher realm, it is just a small trouble.
Finger of destruction.
August's eyes turned blood red. and his appearance once again moved closer to the statue of the evil god, and a majestic aura spread out. With the help of the increased power, August used the second legendary spell Finger of Destruction. Chapter 193 Legendary Technique, Electromagnetic Rail Gun. After about 5 seconds of chanting, with the help of the increased power, August used the second legendary spell Finger of Destruction. It was the most dazzling red light, with the power to destroy everything, and it hit the ring-shaped barrier composed of alchemical runes. Almost instantly, the 6-ring spell, Vittorio's barrier, was breached, and countless resentful spirits that had been blocked before rushed in with a scream. And the speeding light came first and aimed directly at Lin. Kindness. The red light that seemed to be able to wipe out everything reminded Lin of the Heaven's Judgment once used by Archbishop Antioch. But the power of the two was completely different. The legendary magic was as insurmountable as a bridge in the sky for everyone present. And Yolanda, Philip and others were even more desperate. Well, at this moment, a slight sigh suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, Lennon saw a bright red figure standing in front of him. Perhaps the light came too fast and too urgently. Aurora didn't even have time to cast a spell to defend herself, and was hit by the red light in an instant. But it was followed by a clearer sound. Mirror turns heaven and earth. The red light containing the aura of destruction was like sunlight shining into a mirror. It was turned in one direction and flew out in the opposite direction in the form of scattering. Countless resentful spirits that had rushed in front of it were directly hit. Going up, it quickly melted in the dazzling light and turned into flying ash all over the sky with the sound of wailing. Aurora? August's expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but take dozens of steps back. The sudden appearance of this legendary, which was undoubtedly beyond his expectation, and his eyes quickly swept over her. He looked around, looking for the other 2 legendary wizards. Although August is not afraid of these so-called legends, he also knows that he has just crossed the limit of the Great Wizard and has broken through to a higher level. According to his expectation, he would have to wait until the Kingdom of God expanded to the entire Green Realm and then devour the crazy element controller, Artok, to have enough power to deal with the 3 legendary wizards joining forces. Lady Aurora? If Aurora's sudden appearance was a shock to August, then it was a surprise to Yolanda and others. However, Lin and Raphael immediately noticed that the legendary, which did not seem to be in good condition. Her exposed arms were like porcelain, covered with fine cracks. Not only that, the dense cracks were quickly spreading throughout the body, and with bursts of slight cracking sounds. The arms, corners of clothes, and cheeks were peeled off piece by piece, falling to the ground and turning into fine powder. Miss Aurora, you? Are you okay? Seeing such a strange scene, Yolanda and others suddenly widened their eyes and asked in panic. It seems that this is the limit. Aurora shook her head helplessly, and then her lips moved slightly a few times, as if she was saying something. Among everyone present, only Lennon could hear it. Please delay a little longer and use this magic. Just 1 minute. Immediately afterwards, Aurora's body completely disintegrated, and a beautifully styled round mirror rolled and fell to the ground. The originally smooth and flawless mirror surface was broken into pieces. Lin, who was astonished, recognized it at a glance. It was the round mirror that he had handed over to Herav after the investiture ceremony. Lin finally understood why Aurora kept saying that her power was limited. It turned out that she was not fooling him. At the same time, a large amount of the remaining magic power of this incarnation poured into his eyebrows, and a gray magic rune soon appeared in his mind. It was the magic left by Aurora, the name for real mirror. It turns out it's just a projection of power transmitted through the medium. August reacted quickly, with a sarcastic expression on his lips, and then looked at Lin and others with a ferocious expression. Lin didn't expect this legendary witch to be so unreliable, but he still spoke calmly while thinking about the use of this magic. Since Lady Aurora has left an avatar here, do you think the speakers will know nothing about what happened in Greenreal City? Didn't you notice the vibration on the ground? Lin said suddenly. August felt suspicious for a moment, and then his expression turned gloomy. You want to lie to me? I don't. I just can't sense it yet. Lin laughed. In just a few seconds, he had figured out how to use Real Mirror. Let's try the gifts that the other speakers have left for you. When Lin spoke, he had already activated the gray rune in his mind, and a mark suddenly appeared on his smooth forehead. It was the place where Aurora kissed me at the investiture ceremony. An aura that was almost comparable to that of a legendary wizard came out of Lennon's body. Flashing arcs of electricity appeared around him, and a terrifying magnetic field was formed almost instantly. Everyone present felt an unbearable sense of oppression. Philip and others who were closer had their hair standing upright due to the electric current. Immediately afterwards, Lin raised his hand and pointed at August in the distance. A solid iron ball appeared in the void, trembling slightly due to the magnetic force. Thunder and lightning. Magnetism? August's expression changed slightly. It is not that no one in the Wizarding Land studies this kind of magic, but the power of thunder is extremely difficult to control. Its characteristic is that it is fast. Unimaginably fast. Unless you predict in advance, any avoidance will be in vain. I call it electromagnetic railgun. As Lin's words fell, the iron ball bound by the magnetic force suddenly accelerated and turned into a silver stream of light, tearing all materials along the way to pieces. The floor tiles were rapidly crumbling, and the sonic boom generated by the piercing air directly shattered Lin's mage shield. Philip, Kevin and others next to him were covering their ears tightly at this moment, almost being blown away. Shattered eardrums? The so-called electromagnetic gun uses the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to accelerate the metal projectile to achieve the kinetic energy required to hit the target. The way of blow is the most common impact, and its speed is 20 times the speed of sound, close to 7,000 meters per second. The scorching heat began to dissolve rapidly even the moment the iron ball was shot, and the silver stream of light quickly turned into crimson red, directly hitting August's body. Chapter 194. You didn't expect it. This is the power of electricity and magnetism. What kind of magic is this? Facing the red stream of light that was speeding towards him, August's ghost appeared, and he even smelled a hint of death. It was obviously too late to cast those legendary spells that required accumulating momentum. After Lennon raised his hand, he only had 0.03 seconds left to react. At this moment, August only had time to cast a spell. Under the trend of extremely rich combat experience, he subconsciously chose the deflection force field. Although this is only a 4-ring protection spell, with the blessing of divine power, it exerts a power beyond its original level. The curvature of the space around the body attempts to deflect attacks to other directions. However, what is fighting against it is the extremely fast electromagnetic railgun. The extremely fast speed itself has the power to affect time and space. But August's hasty protection still played a slight role. The iron ball originally pointed at his heart shifted at an angle and passed straight through his abdomen, beat half of the body to pieces. Then the crimson iron ball, which shrank in a circle, collapsed the wall behind it without stopping, flew into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. By the time Raphael and the others recovered from the dizziness of their brains and the pain of torn eardrums, there was only ruins left in front of them. He must be dead. Yolanda couldn't help but swallowed. I'm afraid not yet. Lennon shook his head. If it were an electromagnetic railgun with a speed of 20 times the speed of sound, he had no doubt that the August who stood in front of him would be blasted to pieces. But it was a pity that this it is the magic reproduced through Real Mirror. Real Mirror itself is a legendary magic spell of the illusion system. He just asked his brain to construct this spell in the magic field, and then projected this magic. It can be compared to the stars fallen that Kashimo once used. The difference is that his theory is very solid, unlike Casimo's pure fantasy. In addition, True Mirror Image is a legendary spell, so the power of the spell can barely reach about half of the original version. However, it is obviously not that easy to kill August with this method. Lin even suspected that even if the body is destroyed, the opponent can continue to fight in the form of soul. Sure enough, after a brief silence, August's voice sounded again. This is really a nice gift. At the same time, the huge rocks and bricks that collapsed on the ground floated up one after another, and under the control of some kind of force, they quickly hit everyone. Lin raised his hand again, and space ripples appeared, knocking away the debris. However, the flashing mark between his eyebrows dimmed. He had used up the last trace of magic power given by Aurora, and the legendary spell slot in his head also banged, then shattered, accompanied by a violent cough. August, who was covered in blood, stood up with difficulty, his face full of gloom and anger. The injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed, except for the hands and feet that had grown back. They all seem a little weird. I have to say, your performance really surprised me again and again. Lin. August stared at the young wizard in front of him. As early as when the other party came up with the double ball experiment and became famous in the Wizarding Land with the help of the influence of Magic Daily, he had already noticed this young and somewhat excessive wizard, a 3-ring wizard who was less than 20 years old, just as talented as Auguste, was a very suitable candidate for his second body. However, as the other party's reputation became louder and louder, and he even proposed the theory of universal gravitation,
This greedy possessiveness turned into a slight fear. Auguste vaguely suspected that the other party was originally a powerful wizard like himself, and he had achieved his current achievements by seizing a young and talented body.
Your magic is indeed very powerful. It's a pity that in this field,
I am an immortal existence,
Auguste said coldly. In just a few seconds, his incomplete body was restored, and the power on his body was restored. It's even worse than before, because the kingdom of God now covers most of Greenreal. Although he said this, Auguste did not dare to approach easily. The speed of the electromagnetic railgun was too fast. Only at a distance of more than 100 meters could he be sure that he would attack the enemy at the moment the attack came. It deflects to other places.
I think the fight between us is over.
Lin shook his head. The minute he needed to delay had arrived.
If you have anything else to say, you'd better go and explain it to the speakers.
Auguste didn't expect that the other party was still trying to deceive him until now, and he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth.
I might as well tell you that at the speed of the legendary wizard, it doesn't even take an hour to get from Greenreal to Mount Kogar. Why do you think they stayed in the Magic Stone mine for more than half a month without any news? I'm afraid they have been captured by now. Has it been involved in the space turbulence?
A burst of angry shouts suddenly interrupted Auguste's words. And then, the wall on the right side of the Corona Tower was directly knocked open.
The only thing I didn't expect was you, Auguste.
In a puff of smoke, Harib looked at the extremely young wizard in front of him with great disappointment. After checking Frieza's injuries again, he guessed that the attack might not be that simple. But the abnormality in the Magic Stone Mine really couldn't be left alone. So he deliberately proposed to lead the team to the Magic Stone Mine, and also to allow those hiding in the dark to jump out on their own initiative. But he obviously did one thing wrong, which was to push Auguste to the position of acting speaker. About 3 or 4 seconds later, 2 more figures appeared in the Corona Tower. It was Aurora and Vittorio, both legendary wizards. The 3 of them formed a ring and vaguely surrounded Auguste. Vittorio did not look at Auguste, but turned to look at Lin, and asked with great interest,
"Did you release the magic that just destroyed the Corona Tower? I sensed the power of thunder and magnetic field."
Although they arrived a step too late, and did not see Lin in casting the spell, they did see a flash of red light break through the Corona Tower and fly into the sky at an unimaginable speed.
Not bad.
Lin nodded and explained.
This magic is still in a theoretical state. It was discussed by me and some scholars in the Secret Magic Society. Thanks to Lady Aurora's help this time, I can get a glimpse of its power.
Chapter 195: The Fallen Evil God and Vittorio's Magic Core.
Harib? Aurora? Vittorio?
Auguste's expression became increasingly ugly, but he quickly regained his previous composure and spoke mockingly.
Of course you didn't expect that there would be someone who could do what you dreamed of and become the second one. God. Dream about it?
Harib raised his tone a bit and said disdainfully,
"Why don't you look at yourself now?"
Vittorio shook his head and sighed, looking at Auguste with pity. Aurora was even more direct, reaching out and tapping lightly in the void. A water mirror appeared out of thin air, reflecting Auguste's appearance at this time. Auguste stared at himself in the water mirror, and he couldn't help but pause. In the mirror was a half-human, half-demon monster. Although it still maintained a human appearance, its skin was blue-black and covered with. There was a layer of faint silver scales. His eyes were blood-red, and a huge horn grew out of his forehead. It's like the statue of the evil god made by Kashimo. Auguste quickly raised his hands, which were covered with fine scales just like in the mirror. He turned his head in horror and looked at the red-robed wizard, who was dragged over by Philip and others, and said fiercely,
"Tell me, Cassimo, what the hell is going on?"
When he was making the statue, Cassimo clearly told him that it was deliberately different from his original appearance to avoid being recognized.
Ha ha ha.
Although he was tightly bound by magic and drank a potion that inhibited physical activity, Kashimo laughed heartily.
"Merc, you may have forgotten that I told you from the beginning that there can only be one god in this world. That is the eternal Lord of Stars, the goddess of the moon Ai."
"Shut up!"
Before Cassimo could shout that name, a look of panic appeared on Vittorio's face, and he used the speech spell to seal Cassimo's mouth to prevent the other party from using divine descending. The technique really brought that scary woman over. Aurora answered slowly.
"The elemental spirit is probably a fallen evil god. If you borrow his name and power, the result is doomed from the beginning."
To be able to bring in the remains of an evil god with such great generosity. It goes without saying that she can guess who did it. Auguste's expression was extremely ugly. He had realized something was wrong, but he didn't think he would lose to a so-called evil god. As long as the plan continues smoothly, and the power is raised to the extreme. Even if the so-called evil god revives, with the power he currently possesses, he will be enough to suppress it and even devour the opponent.
It's better you do it, Vittorio. Fighting in Greenreal City will only increase unnecessary losses.
Harov couldn't help but sigh when he saw that August turned a deaf ear and was still secretly accumulating strength.
This is your mistake. But in the end, you have to clean up the mess,
Vittorio snorted, looking very unhappy. The arrogant attitude of Harov and others completely angered August.
Feel the wrath of God,
August shouted viciously. His eyes turned crimson, no longer suppressing his own power. More magic power was continuously drawn out from the magic core, and his body also begins to expand rapidly.
Vittorio, this is no time for joking. If the evil god really revives, it will be really difficult,
Harov continued to urge.
Elemental disorder.
Until then, Vittorio slowly raised his hand and said indifferently. August's figure suddenly paused, and then he felt the magic core integrated into his body vibrating rapidly, and the element stored inside seemed to be escaping from his control. Magic core is undoubtedly the most important treasure in the entire Greenreal. It is also placed in the main control room at the deepest part of the Corona Tower. Only the speaker is qualified to enter and exit. All protections are also aimed at outsiders. After all, every speaker knows that the thing is actually controlled by others. Its full name is Vittorio's Magic Core. August, who had not been able to obtain all of Fiza's memories, undoubtedly plunged into a big pit. Both his body and the entire Doomsday Realm relied on the huge magic power of the Magic Core. So when the control was taken away, the entire Doomsday Realm collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, turning into particles of dust and dissipating into the void. August watched helplessly as the Doomsday Realm he had worked so hard to build vanished into thin air. He fell into madness. A violent aura burst out from his body, making his body grow bigger and bigger, gradually moving to the back. Two huge horns as black as ink emerged. Vittorio completed his hand seals leisurely, and complex runes appeared in the void, forming a strange alchemical array. As a legendary alchemist, he does not need to set up the alchemy array in advance like others, because magic itself is one of the best materials.
Is this the legendary alchemy circle?
Raphael, who was also proficient in alchemy, murmured to himself, staring at every detail of the circle, as if he wanted to imprint it in his heart. Lin En is no exception. He is still very interested in alchemy, but unfortunately, he has too many elective subjects to devote too much energy to. With the completion of Vittorio's hand seal, the magic core has been separated from August's body.
It's mine! It's mine!
As the huge magic power was extracted, August's appearance was almost assimilated by the evil god, with a ferocious expression, and he stretched out his palm as if to snatch the thing suspended in midair. Magic core.
Since you want it so much, then stay inside,
Vittorio said coldly, and chains with shining silver light suddenly flew towards August from all directions. One after another, a bundle was tied to his body, sealing him into the blue, magic core. Blood red and blue light intertwined in the transparent crystal. After completing all this, Vittorio's face turned pale. Obviously, sealing August was not as easy as it appeared. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Harov couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin En and others, and spoke solemnly.
I know you have a lot of doubts,
but now is not the time to explain. Let's organize people first and calm down the chaos in Greenreal City.
Chapter 196. The Lost Fog Lifted. The chaotic scene in Greenreal City lasted for 3 full days before it barely calmed down. There is no way. The scope of Doomsday Domain Kingdom of Gods is too wide, although it has not grown to the limit. It also covers less than half of Greenreal City. In addition, the news of the death of the legendary Wizard Fleas was exposed. The appearance made the entire Wizard City panic. Fortunately, the return of Harov and others has stabilized the situation in Greenreal. The instigator, August, has also been imprisoned in the magic core, so the situation will not develop into a worse situation. On the night of the 3rd day, the meeting was held again in the ruined Corona Tower, and within the realm of the sky. When Lin arrived, the conference room was already full of people. To his slight surprise, Roar was also here. However, he seemed to be in a trance. He was sitting silently on one side. His wrist also carries shackles that restrict magic power. As a disciple of August, although Roar was lucky enough to escape and was not affected by the battle in the Tower of the Sun, his extremely embarrassing identity caused him to be imprisoned directly the moment he was rescued. Stand up. After 3 days of torture and memory retrieval, Roar's spirit had obviously reached its limit. But in comparison, the blow caused by August's true identity was even more fatal. Compared to Lin En and others who knew the inside story, more congressmen had not been able to figure out the whole story until now. So when they saw the speakers entering the door, they began to ask questions eagerly.
Speaker Herav, what is going on? Is Lord Fies really killed? I definitely don't believe that Master August did this. He must have made a mistake. How could that magic star do such a thing?
The entire conference room was extremely noisy. Whether it was the news of the death of the legendary wizard or the Doomsday Realm that almost spread to the entire Greenreal city, they were all frantically challenging everyone's ability to bear it. What's more, news broke that the culprit behind everything was August, known as the Magic Star, which is even more unbelievable.
Everyone, please be quiet.
Herav's heavy voice sounded in the conference hall.
I'm afraid this matter is much more complicated than you think. It's also a serious oversight on my part. According to Roar, the current Magic Star August is probably not the one you thought he was.
Herav's words confused the congressmen present, and they all asked in confusion.
What do you mean by this, Mr. Speaker?
Herav did not continue to explain, but turned his attention to Roar. It was obviously more credible to have this August disciple speak in person. Under the gaze of a crowd of mocking and confused eyes, Roar slowly opened his mouth to explain. No matter whether it was the information he had found before or the conversation with August in the main control room, he had no reservations. After all, his memories have been checked, and there is no way to hide it.
Master August is actually the evil mage Merc?
Tick was so shocked that it was hard to describe. He couldn't believe that the magic star of the Wizarding Land, who was usually polite and well-known, could actually do this. It was the evil mage Merc who cruelly used psychic magic to massacre thousands of people.
Isn't Merc dead a long time ago?
A member of Parliament asked in confusion. At that time, the Parliament sent 3 great wizards to lead a team to annihilate the psychic school. The total number of personnel was over 100. Many people have witnessed each other's death.
That's just teacher. No, Merc had already planned it. He just faked his death as a way to escape.
Roar explained that the other party's purpose was to join the Parliament with a more suitable identity after harvesting enough souls. The members of the House of Representatives present were immersed in this shocking news. Lin was not surprised. After meeting Cassimo and Merc one after another, he had already deduced the whole story of the incident. The fact that Halram was able to find information about the psionic school so easily was probably because of Merc's deliberate actions. It's no wonder that after receiving Tick's message, the Magic Star took the initiative to ask the Parliament to come to Ieta Harbor.
Probably to recover the other party's research results.
And Odessa. Isn't he a disciple of Lord Fleece? But I seem to have heard Merc call him Cassimo before. What is their relationship?
Raphael was completely confused. Luoer hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know this.
The Odessa you see is Merc's former right-hand man Cassimo. Obviously they played the same trick.
Herav sighed. Before leaving, he also asked Auguste to send more troops. Some people were deployed to protect these, but it obviously had the opposite effect. Herav felt extremely guilty about the death of his old friend. If he had paid more attention to the Doomsday sect, things might not have turned into what they are today. After a pause, Herav said with a solemn expression,
If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid Cassimo is from the Holy See.
Holy See? Raphael and the others couldn't help but pause. For wizards like them, the Holy See was undoubtedly a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Except for Lin, none of the congressmen present had any dealings with the Holy See. But they knew very well that the purpose of the Wizarding Land was to resist the invasion of the Holy See. Like a group of trembling sheep, they trapped themselves in the fence to block the wolves from the outside world. And they only felt stable for a moment. This can only be described as humiliation. They have always felt this way in the past, and even vaguely complained about the timidity and cowardice of the speakers. However, this time the incident of the Doomsday sect allowed them to directly come into contact with the power of the Holy See for the first time. Threats. A shadow cast over his mind.
Sir Speakers, please allow me to ask, what is Kashimo's real purpose?
Lin En, who had never spoken before, suddenly asked. 3 days ago, after the Corona Tower was attacked, Lin still remembered the ferocious smile on Kashimo's face. If the other party has launched such a big battle, it can't be as simple as causing some damage.
Right. It should be to lift the legendary spell, Fog of Lost.
Vittorio was the first to explain. Hearing this, everyone present immediately became nervous. The Fog of Lost, covering the entire sea and separating the land of wizards from the Sika's empire, is undoubtedly the most important barrier. Once this magic is lifted, it means that the Holy See may launch an attack on them at any time. Chapter 197: The Origin of the Evil God and the Original Spellcaster. The magic core originally used to maintain the Lost Mist can no longer be used, and the alchemy circle located in the main control room has also been severely damaged. Vittorio shook his head, with a strong tone in his voice. Exhausted.
Is there no way to repair it?
Lin asked puzzledly.
How can it be that easy?
Vittorio said angrily. In the past 2 days, he had been preparing various alchemical materials and trying to repair the damaged magic circle. His head almost exploded. Lost Mist is not an ordinary legendary spell. Its scope is astonishingly large, stretching over tens of thousands of square kilometers. It took 9 months to set up this formation, and it consumed countless resources. I want to find replacement materials for a while, but it is not that easy to rearrange a legendary magic circle. However, these days, Vittorio has also taken some remedial measures. Now the white fog still fills the sea, but it has lost its unique ability to block mental detection and disorient people. Coupled with the wandering eye of death and the previous reputation of the Sea of Mist, it might be possible to hide it for a while and get the repair work completed. Herod didn't hold out much hope for this. The Vatican spent so much effort to let someone sneak in with a statue of the evil god, which undoubtedly proved that the Vatican was ready to attack them.
She is willing to give it up. That is at least the soul of a cardinal or even a saint.
Aurora sighed. Those who can perform this task are undoubtedly the most devout believers. Otherwise, learning magic is breaking your faith. After all, the source of a wizard's power is to understand, summarize the laws of affairs, and apply them. If you know more, you will inevitably have doubts about the creation, records, and the Bible, especially after learning that the goddess you believe in is actually an evil wizard. Not many people can still firmly believe in it.
In short,
we have to consider the worst possibility and face a war,
Herod said extremely seriously. The meeting about the war had been going on for a long time, since the specific time and location were unclear. The content of the meeting only focused on preparations before the war and how to continue hiding the wizard's land. Several congressmen who were frightened by this evil god incident even proposed the idea of sending hundreds of alchemy ships to cruise in the foggy sea and sink any ships that dared to enter. But this was quickly dismissed as useless. First of all, the entire Sea of Mist is very large, and hundreds of ships are simply not enough. We also have to be prepared for the attack of the Eye of Death. Secondly, how can they prevent someone from escaping in a boat? Or even exposing the fact that the protection of the Sea of Mist has failed in advance because of traces of activity?
Congressman Lin, how long does it take to build an aerial airship?
Herod looked at Lin and asked.
If there are enough materials, it will take about a month. It will require 10 skilled carpenters. If there are mages, it can be speeded up a lot.
Lin thought for a while and replied. Herod nodded. It was easier than he thought. When he took the airship before, he realized its huge role in war. Being able to fly is an advantage in itself. Not to mention that this thing can fly to an altitude of thousands of meters, has a high load capacity, and can bomb the ground from a high position. However, how to deal with the Griffin Knights of the Vatican has become the biggest problem. So some alchemical transformation will have to be done later. Taking this into consideration, Herod did not buy too much at once, but cautiously asked Lin to build 50 aerial airships to test the waters first. Lin also offered a friendship price of 1,000 magic gold coins per ship. Once this thing is delivered, the principle will be clarified quickly, and the relatively low-cost estimate can also be analyzed. So even if there is a knowledge premium and development costs, Lin will not be able to set an exaggerated price. Herod agreed readily. 50,000 magic gold coins were nothing to the council. Raphael and other alchemists immediately became active and immediately proposed various modification design plans. Some even directly took out relevant drawings. Judging from the level of detail, Lin did not believe that they were made in the past 2 days. Yes, it has obviously been planned for a long time. After the meeting ended, Lin did not leave in a hurry, but looked at the several speakers.
Lord Herod, I have another question to ask. What exactly is the evil god?
Lin was very curious. In the Seika's Empire, there were many rumors about evil gods. For example, according to the church's propaganda, wizards were followers of evil gods and devils and were bewitched. Before, he thought that this was just the church's propaganda and a means to suppress wizards. But now it seems that is not the case. Herod did not explain directly, but asked rhetorically,
how much do you know about psionics?
Lin shook his head, indicating that his knowledge was very limited.
It seems that the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society did not tell you about this matter.
As the eldest man in the Wizarding Land, Vittorio took the initiative to take over the conversation and explained.
In fact, all wizards were psychers in the beginning. They affected the material world with their extraordinary spiritual power. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the origin of magic.
When the magic system has not yet been completed, only this kind of natural spellcaster can become a wizard. The situation at that time was much more chaotic than it is now. The research of wizards can only be described as unlimited. However, the prototype of the existing magic school and the methods of promotion were also developed by these original mages in the process of exploring and understanding the world. Later, an unknown psychic wizard discovered a secret, which was that he could increase his spiritual power by devouring spiritual bodies. This method of increasing spiritual power, which is like cheating, even became the mainstream among wizards for a time.
I guess it must have some sort of flaw.
Right? Len mused.
That's right.
Vittorio nodded. The memory and power of dozens or hundreds of souls may be able to withstand it.
But if the number expands to thousands or tens of thousands, even the great wizard cannot bear it. Many people have lost their minds, or their temperaments have changed drastically because of this. This state is also called soul pollution. It is extremely fatal to wizards, because the prerequisite for casting spells is to have a clear mind. Of course, this method has not been completely abandoned. Countless power-hungry wizards are committed to the research of psychic magic, trying to find a method that can purify soul pollution. But unfortunately, this is in vain. However, some wizards have improved a gentler method, and Ella is one of the best. According to her, devout faith is the key to connecting each other's spirits. Chapter 198: The Price of Becoming a God. Speaking of this, Vittorio had a look of reminiscence on his face. He knew very little about this very long history. He only knew that in order to compete for more faith, a protracted war was carried out on this continent. War. In the end, there is no doubt that the Holy See won the final victory and ended the previous chaos of various kingdoms. It integrated 11 kingdoms and dozens of grand duchies into one, and established a huge empire.
So those evil gods are powerful wizards who failed in their fight for faith,
Lin guessed. He finally understood why the Holy See repeatedly suppressed and surrendered wizards. First, every powerful wizard is a potential threat and a contender for faith. Secondly, if powerful power can be obtained through another method besides faith, the influence of the Holy See will inevitably be greatly weakened. As for those with good talents, they can be incorporated into the theological system through faith baptism and serve as bishops or cardinals.
You can say that, but according to my understanding, there are also many evil gods who come from some kind of existence outside this continent.
Vittorio's expression became a little solemn, and he quickly continued to explain. In short, psychic magic is a shortcut to gain power, but it is also honey wrapped in poison. It will make people immersed in rapidly increasing power. Even this belief method is not without flaws. Those evil gods try to increase their power by using the connection of faith and harvesting the souls of devout believers, and they will inevitably be affected in the process. Its horror lies in the fact that it will subtly affect the object of belief. After all, because believers believe in the gods in their own minds. So far, Vittorio has not heard of any method that can completely eradicate this soul pollution. Personality modification? Lin couldn't help but shudder. In other words, the price of rapidly increasing strength is losing oneself? The fate of the evil mage Merc is the best demonstration. As his power gradually increases, his image becomes closer to the elemental spirit, and his temperament will also change greatly.
Even the one honored by the Holy See,
Lin originally wanted to say Ella, but thinking that Vittorio had stopped Cassimo from telling the other person's full name, he quickly changed his mind.
Is that one no exception? Maybe.
Vittorio shook his head.
She has gone deeper on this road than anyone else. Hundreds of years have passed since she won the War of Faith. No one knows what stage she is in now. The only thing that can be imagined is that her power will inevitably it has grown to an extremely terrifying level.
Harab on the side gave a positive answer.
I don't think even that one could completely solve this problem. Otherwise, the Wizarding Land would have been wiped out long ago.
It is for this reason that the Magic Council imposes strict requirements on the research of psionic spells. And this restriction reached its peak after the tragedy caused by the psionic school. Facts have proved that wizards, who are limited by their talents and cannot be promoted, can do anything.
What about the source of magic? I heard that the wizards in Greenrill use this magic potion to break their limits and improve their spiritual power. The material they make contains something called ectoplasm, which is also fused through fusion. Did you use the soul method to complete the promotion? Lennon couldn't help but ask. No. Ectoplasm is not completely equivalent to the soul. It is only the residue of some psychic power and magic power. It is relatively safe, but it cannot be taken continuously. It needs to be combined with a corresponding potion to effectively utilize its power.
Harrow, the husband, explained.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Speaker.
Len nodded, feeling a little relieved. Then Harrow asked vaguely about the current situation of the Arcane Society. The pressure from the Holy See was too heavy, and the Wizarding Land alone was not enough to compete with it. Len was naturally clear about Harrow's little thoughts, and did not make any guarantees. He just evaded it by saying that the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society basically focused on studying magic and rarely interfered with external affairs. It may not even be on this continent, but he may be able to contact some colleagues who are willing to resist the Holy See. The next day, in order to clear away the haze caused by the evil god incident, an extremely grand celebration ceremony was held in Greenreel City. Raphael and others, who captured the Doomsday Messenger Casimo and successfully delayed August, undoubtedly became the heroes who saved Greenreel City. Almost everyone in the team received a Morning Star Medal. As the greatest contributor, Len was independently nominated for the Silver Moon Medal. It can be seen that it is not easy to get the highest honor award in the Wizarding Land. Len estimates that it will be about the same unless he directly kills August alone. Fortunately, Lennon took these honors very lightly. What made him most happy was that the Parliament approved his application and was willing to give him a new Corona Medal. After all, he activated the protective spell stored in the medal, Vittorio's Barrier, in order to save the Wizard City. It would be unjustifiable if he was not reimbursed. Considering the strange situation in the Sea of Mist, Len did not stay in Greenreel City for long. On the morning of the fourth day, he submitted his resignation to the Parliament and prepared to return to Yetta. In the evening, the airship hovered over the city square.
Your Excellency Len, are you ready to leave now? I haven't been able to ask you about many questions about calculus and curve equations,
Tick said with great regret. These days, he has become very obsessed with the study of calculus. This is simply the only way to reveal the microscopic realm. Tick even feels that many spell models can be reconstructed using the knowledge of calculus to increase their power and reduce a certain degree of damage. Spellcasting requirements. It's a pity that Master Leibniz, who guided them, seemed to be very busy. He occasionally appeared in Sea of Mathematical Olympiad, and always threw them a new Mathematical Olympiad book for them to ponder slowly. Tick didn't dare to say more, let alone ask more questions, because each Mathematical Olympiad book contained extremely profound knowledge, formulas, and theories. He couldn't imagine how much effort it took to summarize it, and he could only secretly feel ashamed of their learning progress. It is too slow, and I don't know when I will be able to truly participate in the research of establishing the calculus system. And Len became their savior. He was the only person in Greenreel who understood these calculus books and gave them some answers. According to the other party, Mathematical Olympiad is a required subject for all members of the Arcane Society. He was also fortunate enough to study with Master Leibniz for a period of time, so he knew a little bit of relevant knowledge. But after asking for advice several times, Tick discovered that Len was too humble. He not only knew a little bit, but there was literally nothing he didn't understand. If it weren't for the limited number of passengers that an aerial airship could accommodate, Tick would have wanted to follow him to the Aida harbor. Chapter 199. In fact, everyone is the king of thunder and lightning.
Don't worry, everyone. In a few days, a new air channel will be established. It will only take 2 or 3 days to get from Greenreel to Yetta. It won't be too late for us to get together by then.
Lennon responded with a smile amidst everyone's condolences, and then exchanged a few words with Raphael and the others who came to see him off, and finally looked at the man who was walking towards here holding a dark gold medal. The witch said quite unexpectedly,
Lady Aurora, I didn't expect you to come in person.
The legendary witch, wearing a bright red dress, personally embedded the renovated Coron medal on Len's chest just like she had done at the investiture ceremony.
Vittorio is busy repairing the Fog of Lost,
and Harrow also needs to deal with some things, so I can only do it for him,
Aurora said with a chuckle, and then put out another magic book. He took it out and handed it to Len.
This is what you want.
Len reached out and took it. It was a very thick magic book. The material should be the leather of an unknown monster. There were several characters written on the cover, visual control and magic illusion.
Please make a trip in person, Lady Aurora.
Len thanked him. He was very interested in the magic called True Illusion, so he asked the council for a book on illusions. I plan to take the time to find out.
By the way, I have another question. Why did you set that magic spell on me in the first place?
Lin En was very puzzled by this. He and Aurora had nothing to do with each other, and they were not familiar with each other. So he really couldn't understand why the other party would make such a move. If it were just to have a backup before leaving Greenreal City, wouldn't those wizards from the Prophecy School be more suitable than myself? And what does that brown star mean?
Let's discuss these questions when we meet next time.
A smile appeared on Aurora's face. Seeing that the legendary witch was refusing to reveal anything, Lin had no choice but to shake her head, looked at Philip and the others, and said,
"Let's go back to Ieta."
For 2 consecutive days, Lin En and others spent time on the airship. Although flying was very interesting, after experiencing it several times, the process of sailing became a bit boring, except for the occasional need to use magic to drive people away. Apart from the windbirds, only a few sparse clouds could be seen in the sky. However, not every day was so smooth. Halfway through the voyage, a large thick cloud covered the distant sky. A strong wind roared, and faint raindrops blew into the cockpit along with the storm.
"This is a sign of a storm,"
Philip said with a solemn expression. They were currently at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. It would not be a joke if they were hit by lightning and caused the airship to fall.
"Lydia, let's find a place to stop here first. Let's wait until the storm has passed before we set off,"
Philip suggested cautiously. However, Lin En on the side interrupted.
"No. Just raise the airship and fly above the clouds before the storm comes."
"Lydia? Fly upward?" Philip was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he plunging into the storm and thunder? Before he could stop him, Lydia had already started operating and placed her hand on the modified alchemy table. After the magic stone stored inside was transformed by the alchemy formation, a large amount of magic helium was generated and passed through the pipe, delivered to the auxiliary airbag.
"Charge!"
Lydia shouted excitedly, like an armored knight charging into battle, driving the airship straight into the dark clouds. The surrounding area quickly became pitch black, and thin lightning could be vaguely seen flashing through the dark clouds in the distance. The sight of the huge airbag made Philip feel frightened, and he added a few layers of protection to himself without hesitation.
"This crazy girl."
Philip couldn't help but curse that he didn't think it would be safe. But since Lin insisted on this, there was nothing he could do. Lin En was not worried. The airbag was now powered by helium, which was very safe. What's more, the dark clouds had just formed. Just as he expected, the airship shuttled through it safely, and soon broke through the barrier of dark clouds. It was like entering another world in an instant. The strong sunlight shone down again, and the storm that had originally shrouded the sky suddenly dissipated without a trace. Philip looked blankly at the sun above his head. The scene just now seemed like a dream, which was unbelievable.
"What on earth is going on, Professor?"
Johnny asked in surprise.
"The height of storm cumulus clouds is generally about 1,000 to 2,000 meters. As long as you cross this distance, it will be fine. However, to be on the safe side and avoid being struck by lightning, it is better to fly higher."
Lin En smiled, explained verbally. Everyone present was a little shocked that it could still be like this. This was the first time they knew that they could avoid the storm by running above the clouds. Lydia pulled the climbing control lever, and after rising to an altitude of more than 3,000 meters,
she left the time to control the airship to Darren and others. Curiously, she stepped on the chair and lay down on the corner of the airship. Looking at it, the 2 feet were shaking constantly, making people worried whether she would fall. Under their feet, a storm had formed. Thunder continued to explode, and thick bolts of lightning swept past, as if they were about to tear the entire dark cloud into pieces.
"Is this lightning?"
Lydia's eyes brightened, with a look of longing on her face, as if she was extremely interested in this destructive sight. Pierce and other wizard apprentices were no exception. They did not expect that one day they would actually run up to the sky above the clouds and gaze at the sight of lightning flying through the clouds. This felt extremely wonderful.
"Professor Lin, was the magic you used in the Corona Tower also related to thunder?"
Philip suddenly remembered this matter. The magic called electromagnetic railgun that Lin used back then almost deafened his ears. In terms of speed and destructive power alone, it was the most powerful magic that Philip had ever seen. It seemed to be driven by the power of thunder. In Greenreal, although there are many wizards who want to master this terrifying power of punishment, the power of thunder is very violent, extremely fast, and difficult to control, so it has not yet formed a separate school system.
"Yes, this is an application of electromagnetic fields."
Lin nodded, then looked at Philip and others, and said with a smile,
"Actually, thunder and lightning are not a rare thing. We all have them."
Chapter 200, If you don't understand mathematics, physics and chemistry. Life is full of magic. Lennon's words surprised Philip and others. And they were also surprised. Electricity?
Do you have it on me too?
Lydia raised her hands and asked curiously.
Of course. That's why we can run and jump. To be precise, thunder and lightning exist in all elements.
Len nodded, took a piece of light paper, tore it into countless small pieces, scattered them on the table, then picked up a glass ball, put it on the palm of his hand, and rubbed it vigorously for a dozen times. Down, leaning it against the shredded paper. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the tiny pieces of paper trembled slightly, then flew up and were absorbed on the glass ball. Seeing this magical scene, Lydia was the most surprised. She even wondered if it was the effect of magic. Len shook his head and said with a smile,
"This is frictional electrification. You can also try it. The effect of using glass is very good."
Hearing this, Lydia immediately picked up a glass rod, followed Len's example, put her palms on it, and rubbed it dozens of times. And sure enough, all the small pieces of paper were absorbed.
"Uncle Darren, I've learned magic."
Lydia was so excited that she couldn't describe it. She held the glass rod high and shouted excitedly at the group of halflings who were controlling the airship in the distance. Darren and others were also shocked when they saw Lydia's results. By rubbing an object with your palm, you can temporarily gain the power to control lightning and absorb the object. To them, this is no different from magic. Looking at this scene, Len couldn't help crying or laughing, and couldn't help but recall the famous saying in his mind. If you don't understand math, physics and chemistry, life is full of magic. Johnny, Alok and others started experimenting curiously.
"Professor Len, what is going on? Why are there absorption forces on these things? Is it the power of thunder?"
Philip couldn't help but ask. In fact, he was not surprised at all. Compared to those apprentices, he understood how difficult it was to master the power of thunder. After Lenin said it, it seemed like this thing was everywhere. And even ordinary people like Lydia, who didn't know magic, could use its power.
The principle of this is actually very simple. When two objects rub against each other, because the nuclei of different objects have different abilities to bind electrons outside the nucleus, one of the objects must lose some electrons, allowing the other object to gain excess electrons. That is, the essence of triboelectricity is the transfer of charge.
Lenin said it as concisely as possible. However, everyone present was confused. What is this nucleus? What are extranuclear electrons? Philip was also confused when he heard it. So he shouldn't have asked.
"Sir Len, can anyone master this kind of power? Can halflings also?"
Darren asked eagerly. He also heard what Lenin said just now, everyone has electricity. But he understood it to mean that everyone can learn lightning magic. How can this be? Alok and the others shook their heads with a sneer. In their opinion, it should be a natural law. Just like a person will automatically fall to the ground after jumping up. According to Professor Lin's theory, this is the influence of the planet's gravity. In a sense, the continent under their feet casts the magic of a very powerful force field. This frictional electricity generation probably has the same principle. So this planet is still a powerful electric wizard?
"I'm afraid it won't work with real magic. If you mean using the power of electricity with the help of some knowledge and equipment like just now, then of course it can,"
Lenin said in a funny way, drawing a cake path for them.
"If you have enough knowledge, you might be able to rely on some instruments to reproduce my electromagnetic railgun. When the power is maximized, it will be comparable to the legendary magic."
Everyone present looked at Lenin with strange expressions. This was too exaggerated. Lydia even doubted whether the professor was fooling them. Legendary magic. She couldn't even think about it. Lenin did not explain too much, but flipped the glass ball in his hand and turned on the magic induction. But he could not detect the existence of electric charge at all. If you think about it carefully, this is normal. Those things are much smaller than atoms and are microscopic particles. If it were really that easy, the wizards would have already discovered electromagnetic magic. However, the technology of electricity can be highlighted first, and then its application in magic can be slowly studied. Lenin was thinking secretly. Now that the lost fog on the sea has lost its original effect, it means that they will always face threats from the Holy See. The specific time is not certain. It may be 2 to 3 months, or it may be half a year. It depends on how long the deterrent effect brought by the Sea of Mist can be maintained. If the Holy See takes the initiative to send people to investigate, or worse, if a merchant ship strays into the foggy sea, it will be exposed immediately as an important port and gateway to the land of wizards. Aida Harbor will definitely be a key target, so you have to prepare early. compared with cultivating more wizards. The power of technology is obviously the only way to improve combat readiness in the short term and deal with large-scale wars. Although magic is magical, a formal wizard needs to go through layers of selection and training for several years or even 10 years. Even if he is blessed with protective magic, he may not be able to withstand several rounds of artillery baptism and be used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. It's such a shame. They are better suited as researchers. Only the great wizards and cardinals can ignore the threats posed by artillery, and even affect the outcome of a war to a certain extent. For these humanoid missiles, electromagnetic cannons may be used to deal with them. Gunpowder granulation, internal combustion engines, electromagnetic technology. Lennon thought about it and found that there were too many key technologies. As for those more cutting-edge technologies, Lennon didn't consider it at all, because it would require the establishment of a complete industrial system first. And rubber. This thing is very important, but it is not available in the wizarding land. I can only think about whether I can use magic to solve the problem of material science, and then use alchemy to replace some of the complicated work. The most important issue is education. Workers who are familiar with and have certain knowledge are the basis for establishing an industrial system. However, their time is obviously not enough, and it takes too long to teach from scratch. The only way is to call back all the graduated wizard apprentices and even official wizards for re-education. Chapter 201 The Controller of Harbor Town and Aida's Magic Star. The sudden storm did not cause too many obstacles. After 3 days of sailing, everyone arrived at the port of Yedis smoothly. At this moment, where the airship landed, the center of the city was already filled with people, densely packed in the streets, under the constant publicity of Magic Daily. Lynn's various deeds in Greenreel have long been spread throughout the seaport city, and the efficiency brought about is undoubtedly shocking. A month ago, after the news of Helm's death came, many wizards of the Aida school suddenly felt that the sky was falling. A great wizard is undoubtedly the backbone of the school's prosperity, and the fall of the other party often represents the loneliness of a school. This kind of thing has happened more than once in the land of wizards, coupled with the impact of the tragedy in Nanchung district. Some people even think that the Aida school is finished. The parliament will definitely send another great wizard to take over this important seaport city, so that many wizards are beginning to consider whether to change the sect, find a better way out. However, what they didn't expect was that there would be a turnaround in the magic seminar that they were very optimistic about. Lin En, who came from the Sea of Mist, expounded his planetary theory and proposed the law of universal gravitation at the seminar. Not only was he appreciated by the legendary wizard Herav, but he was also nominated for the Corona Medal in one fell swoop. The Yetta school became famous. When receiving the news, everyone's first reaction was to doubt whether this was a scam. The Medal of the Sun is the highest honor award in the entire magical world. How could it be awarded to a three-ring wizard? It wasn't until more and more news came back through Magic Weekly, including the pendulum experiment that Lin En performed at the venue and the method of measuring the circumference of the planet, that everyone suddenly realized that this was all true.
Is that the Order of the Sun? This is an honor that even Master Helram has not received.
A witch stared closely at Lin, who had just gotten off the airship. At first glance, she noticed the dark gold medal on the opponent's chest, which was exuding a bright magical brilliance. All the wizards of the Aida school were also staring at the medal. While they were extremely envious, they were also proud of it. After all, this was also the glory of the entire school. When Lin En first joined the Aida school and became a teaching professor, many people complained. They thought that Master Harem allowed a person who did not know the details to join the school so easily and gave him such a gift. Such high salary will cause problems sooner or later. But now it seems that this is simply the most correct thing Master Helram has ever done.
Do you think Mr. Lin En has broken through and become a great wizard?
Someone in the crowd suddenly asked curiously. Yesterday's Magic Weekly mentioned that because an organization called the Doomsday Sect was infiltrated by members of the Holy See, it caused quite a riot in Greenreel City, and Lin made an extremely outstanding contribution in this incident, almost single-handedly delaying the return of the legendary wizards. This doesn't look like something a three-ring wizard can do.
It shouldn't be possible. I heard Professor Orlando say that Mr. Lin may not be 20 years old this year.
The wizard in black robe said in disbelief. For a wizard who is less than 20 years old, this is really too scary. But when he thinks that the other party has obtained the highest honor in the magical world that even a great wizard cannot obtain, it seems to be normal again. At the same time, as Lin En and others entered the central square of the city, the crowd gathered here became more and more excited, shouting loudly, Aida's magic star. The shouts became louder and louder, echoing throughout the city. Lennon didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed for a moment. Although this meant that he had been recognized by the vast majority of people. The last person, who was called the Magic Star, was still locked up in the Magic Core. Taking advantage of such an enthusiastic scene, Philip and Kevin, after discussing with the official wizards of the Aida School, quickly announced in public that Lennon would take over the position of Dean of the Aida School in the future. Amidst the praises and cheers, Len officially took over the entire Magic School and gained actual control of this seaport city. In the evening, after the celebratory banquet, Lennon climbed to the top of the college tower for the first time and entered the dean's office. Everything here was more plain than he imagined, with only some simple decorations. There were some dusty parchment rolls scattered on the table, and a magic clock used to display the time. It was hard to tell that this was actually the case. It is the place where a great wizard usually stays. A little too shabby. Lennon couldn't help but shook his head. If he didn't consider the troublesome things he did to resurrect his daughter, Hiram, the founder and controller of the Aida School, could be called enlightened.
Elemental wind!
Lennon raised his hand, and a strong wind suddenly blew up in the immersed principal's room, sweeping away the accumulated dust. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door.
Come in,
Len said. The closed door was pushed open, and it was Orlando who walked in, accompanied by two goblins holding thick pages of information, struggling to flap their little wings to keep up with the former.
Professor Len,
Orlando shouted out of habit, and then corrected him angrily.
No, now I should call you the dean. You don't have to be so polite.
Lennon smiled and then asked,
Have you finished all the information I asked you to sort out? It's all here.
Orlando handed several pages of parchment in his hand to Len. The two goblins behind him also hurriedly waved their wings and put down the heavy information. Panting tiredly on the side, Len reached out and took the parchment and read it. On it was a list of personnel. Exactly all the wizards and apprentices trained by the entire Aida School in more than 20 years, excluding those wizards who died of illness, were killed in battles, and left the school. There are currently approximately 1,100 wizard apprentices and 260 official wizards remaining in the seaport city. It was less than he expected. After Orlando's explanation, Len realized that this was related to the tragedy in Nanchung District a month ago. The entire Aida suffered heavy losses. A total of 141 wizard apprentices and 15 official wizards died in the catastrophe, and more than 1,700 poor people died. Chapter 202, Wizards Who Don't Pay Taxes and Civilians Who Can't Make Money. Listening to these numbers, Len felt like his head was spinning. He had personally participated in the entire incident and had guessed that there would be many deaths, but he did not expect that there would be so many.
In addition, during the follow-up investigation, the security team also discovered a strange thing. On the day of the catastrophe, 9 wizards in Harbor Town were mentally severely damaged inexplicably. 5 of them have been confirmed dead, and the remaining 4 people suffered severe brain injuries, which are no different from death.
Orlando continued to report.
After searching these wizards' mansions, the security team found some books on psychic magic, as well as this thing.
Orlando took out a small box and placed it in front of Len. Inside were 9 rings.
Each of them carries this thing with them. Judging from the runes on it, it may be a kind of magic for mutual communication, but the magic spell on it has long since expired and cannot be traced. Leave this matter to me. I will ask Master Raphael to study it in depth when I have time.
Len nodded calmly, put away these faceless man rings, and prepared to arrive. At that time, it was directly reworked and made into Ring of Secret Magic. Orlando nodded, without thinking much, and talked about another thing again. When the news of Helram's death was exposed, more than 30 wizards chose to leave the port of Aida, and some of them directly changed their sects to join other schools, and also took some apprentices with them.
Do you need me to send someone to invite them back? I think these people will be very happy,
Orlando said with a smile. He felt that most of these wizards were filled with regret after learning that Len had received the Order of the Sun. They would never have imagined that. Instead of declining, the Aida School was on the rise.
No, since it was their own choice. Let them go.
Lennon shook his head, not regretting that these people had no sense of belonging to Aida, and staying here might not be a good thing. You must know that sometimes internal ghosts are more difficult to deal with than external enemies. It is true that he is in short supply now, but he does not need everyone. On the contrary, Lennon felt that although the entire seaport city had gone through a lot of hardships, it was not all without benefits. At least most of the unstable factors within the school had been eliminated.
Where are the poor people and their families who were affected by the disaster? Have all arrangements been made? Have the pensions been paid?
Lin En asked with concern. Although the whole story had little to do with him. It was caused by Helram. The Parliament concealed this information for the sake of the stability of the wizarding land. At least, they had to settle these innocent people who were affected by the disaster. The total population of the entire Ayada Harbor is not large. The poor living in Nanchang District are dispensable waste in the eyes of wizards. But in Lin's eyes, they are a very good working population.
I'm afraid Yetta can't afford that much money now,
Orlando said with a look of hesitation on his face. Rather helplessly. Lin was stunned. As the largest seaport city in the wizarding land, it also monopolized part of the foreign trade. So it should be very rich. He couldn't have secretly spent all the reserve funds in Ayada Harbor while he was secretly studying psychic magic. Right? Lin quickly found some financial reports from a pile of information. After reading it for a few minutes, he discovered that the entire economic situation of Aida could only be described as weird. First of all, wizards and civilians are completely two economic systems. Except that the latter needs to supply the former with food. There is basically not much connection. After all, it is common for precious magic materials to be sold for more than a dozen magic gold coins. And a non-magic worker may not be able to save that much money after working for decades. Wizards are basically not engaged in ordinary production activities. They make alchemy equipment and magic potions that only wizards can afford. Therefore, thousands of wizards and a large number of apprentices throughout the wizarding land formed a unique cycle, building an economic superstructure and completely disconnected from the civilians. The most important thing is that as a privileged class, they don't even pay taxes. In the past, the finances of seaport cities basically did not rely on taxes. There was little money to be gained from plundering civilians, and it was basically just a symbolic collection. The real big deal is relying on foreign trade, taking advantage of the geographical advantage of the Ayada seaport close to the outside world, and continuously transporting various ores and scarce products from the wizarding land through merchant ships. And then, they only need to turn around and sell them to Greenreal City. You can make a lot of money. Yes, just make a lot of money. Although this is a near monopoly business, foreign trade also means taking the risk of exposing the entire wizarding land. In exchange for the acquiescence of the Parliament, the prices of the scarce materials transferred have been set in advance. It is impossible to make huge profits through this. The annual income is about 30,000 magic gold coins, which is enough to supply the entire seaport, the functioning of the city. Thanks to him, one of the three lines has been cut off, and the largest financial source is likely to shrink. Lin En immediately felt that the tens of thousands of magic gold coins he earned from selling glass, paper pages, and even airships didn't seem like a lot. I can still make a lot of money every day now. But that won't be the case in a few months. The entire wizarding land has a combined population of only a few 100,000. The market is too small and will become saturated quickly. So we must consider continuing to expand foreign trade. Many of his next big moves will basically require money. And appeasing the families of the poor people in Nanchang District, who died in vain, will also cost a lot of money. Lin thought for a long time and already had a rough idea in mind. Then looked at Orlando.
I probably already know the situation in Ayada Harbor. I will take out 10,000 magic gold coins to replenish the treasury and settle the innocent people in Nanchang District first. We can't delay it any longer. As for the remaining funds,
they will all be used to purchase these materials.
Lin handed over a thin piece of paper that had been written on. Orlando took it. No matter how many times he saw this paper as white as snow, he always felt some emotion in his heart. Who would have thought that this thing was made of wood?
Well, saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, and brass.
Orlando glanced at it. The page was filled with various raw materials, including very common things like saltpeter and charcoal, as well as some ores that he had never heard of. Linwell. It also specially marked many characteristics of these ores, asking him to find anyone who knew these things. Chapter 203. This thing is called a magic internal combustion engine.
Dean Lin, can you tell me what these things are used for?
Orlando asked curiously.
Make several weapons to deal with a war that may be coming.
Lin explained. Orlando's expression became solemn. Although the news of the war had only circulated within the Parliament, many wizards had already guessed some clues from the recent major actions of the Parliament.
By the way, I also plan to continue to expand Aida Academy, and recall those wizard apprentices, and even formal wizards, who have left the school to Aida to let them continue their studies.
Lin suggested again. Orlando was shocked, and it took him a long time to react.
But, what should we teach?
The wizard apprentices who were expelled from the academy were all over 30 years old, and had basically learned everything they could teach. They were just unable to be promoted due to lack of talent. Not to mention graduate students. They are also official wizards. They can't teach them even if they want to.
Of course we teach chemistry, physics, and mathematical Olympiad,
Lennon said decisively.
Chemistry? Physics?
Orlando paused. He knew the mathematical Olympiad. But what were these two subjects?
You can also understand these two new subjects as the principles of magic, or the laws of how things work.
Len explained briefly, and finally asked Orlando to compile a list of alchemists, especially those wizards who have done some research on steam engines, and invite them all to the academy. At noon the next day, in the alchemy laboratory of Yetta Academy, more than 20 wizards gathered around several large pieces of white paper and looked over it. A very strange machine was drawn on it. The components were very complicated and difficult to understand, but the exquisite structure was immediately revealed, attracted everyone's attention. Darren and others were also invited, but they were all squeezed outside and did not dare to compete with the wizards for the drawings. Only Lydia moved a high chair without any scruples and even wanted to climb on it. Got to the table and watched.
Dean Lin In. What is this?
An alchemist looked at Lin in confusion, and then suddenly said in surprise, as if he remembered it.
Could it be the blueprint of an alchemy steam engine?
Hearing this guess, all the wizards present were shocked. The alchemical steam engine is the highest achievement of the Alchemy Association, and it is said to be a magical invention that can change the world. They were naturally very interested in this stuff. Some even dismantled the alchemy instruments placed on the ship and studied it secretly. They have also produced some results over the years. However, the structure of the alchemy steam engine didn't seem to be like this, and they even suspected that the dean had gotten the wrong drawing.
No. To be precise, it is an upgraded version of the steam engine. I call it an internal combustion engine,
Len explained with a smile. Upgraded version? Philip and others looked at each other.
What's the difference between it and a steam engine?
Another which asked curiously.
Its efficiency is more than 10 times that of existing steam engines.
Len replied affirmatively. He has already checked the steam engine built by the Alchemy Association. The thermal efficiency is between 3% and 5%, which can only be described as very inefficient. A steamship powered by this is not much faster than a sail warship when sailing on the sea, and the cruising speed of the airship can only be maintained at a pitiful 15 kilometers per hour. Of course, this does not prevent the steam engine from being an invention that spans the ages.
How much? 10 times?
All the alchemists took a breath and looked at Lin with a look that looked at a monster,
and then looked at the drawings in front of them. Their eyes became much more eager.
Can it be placed on the airship?
Lydia asked extremely excitedly.
Of course. No problem. It can increase the speed of the airship from 15 kilometers per hour to more than 70 kilometers per hour.
Lin In said the value as conservative as possible.
It can also be used to power ships or anything else you want it to move. 70 kilometers? Doesn't it take more than half a day to get from Igetta to Greenreel?
Philip said in shock. This is too fast. Is it really that fast? Lin smiled, then took the drawings and explained to the alchemists and halfling craftsmen such as Darren the operating principles of steam and internal combustion engines and their differences. The essence of a steam engine is to boil water, convert the water in the boiler into steam, and then send it to the cylinder to push the piston to reciprocate. Simply put, it converts the chemical energy of fuel into thermal energy of steam, and then converts the thermal energy of steam into mechanical energy, thus generating a steady stream of power. As an upgraded version of it, the internal combustion engine reduces the number of steps, converts thermal energy into mechanical energy, and generates high temperature and high pressure airflow through the rapid combustion of fuel to drive the piston movement. So the efficiency is naturally much higher. As for its fuel problem, the most primitive internal combustion engine used gas as fuel to provide energy. There are still coal resources in the wizarding land. In fact, Lennon hopes to directly use hydrogen as fuel, which will not only increase the thermal efficiency to more than 50%, but will also be very environmentally friendly and pollution-free. This idea was proposed as early as the 18th and 19th centuries. However, the extraction, storage and transportation costs of hydrogen fuel are very high. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to use fossil fuels. However, for wizards, the production of hydrogen is not that difficult, which makes hydrogen-powered internal combustion engines possible. In this way, it is possible for the airship to reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, let alone 70 kilometers per hour. It's just that the almost zero industrial level of Ietta Port gives Len a headache.
He can only hope that these alchemists can find ways to use magic to solve various technical problems, and create an alchemy machine that combines technology and magic. Internal combustion engine. Even though Lin explained the principles of the internal combustion engine in great detail, the large number of nouns mixed in between them still made the alchemists ponder for a long time. After a period of argument and discussion, they began the transformation process. For example, improving the cylinder's ability to withstand high temperatures and pressures, or how to burn alchemical formations into internal combustion engines to continuously produce flammable gas without being destroyed by the high-temperature environment inside. Lydia and others did not participate in the research on magic modification. Instead, they were very interested in something called a gear in an internal combustion engine. Several gears of different sizes fit together and transmit power through rotation. It is very magical. Although she has seen similar things on steam machines before, they are far from so exquisite. Chapter 204 The high ground of public opinion must not be in the hands of others. For a full afternoon and the whole night, Lin explained the operating principles of various mechanical structures to a group of alchemists, and was even more dizzy when Lydia asked her questions like, 100,000 whys? Brain swelling. However, with the joint efforts of everyone, when the sky was dim the next day, the blueprints for the first-generation magic internal combustion engine had been produced. Although it looks decent, there is no guarantee whether it will be able to become Lin. They can only let them make it first, and slowly modify the problematic areas. In the next few days, Lin paid no attention to it, and left the production of the internal combustion engine to Philip and Darren, asking them to study it slowly, and tell him when they had finished the test product. All his energy was devoted to compiling new textbooks, and founding a new newspaper. Lin couldn't be more clear about the importance of public opinion. It can directly determine what people see, hear, and even think every day. Helram, the previous controller of Ieta Harbor, didn't care about this, and the parliament didn't pay enough attention to it. But Lin would not let the high ground of public opinion be in the hands of others. So a few days later, a newspaper called Magic Daily was quickly listed in the most conspicuous place in every store. The thin, white paper immediately attracted everyone's attention. And then, their eyes were caught by the content on it. The front page headline of the newspaper was about the narration of the Nanchung district tragedy and the subsequent treatment plan. For the sake of the stability of Aida Port, Helram was not mentioned in it. But most of the blame was thrown away by the evil mage Momo Graham's body. However, this matter is indeed related to Merc, and it is not entirely slander. For ordinary people, what is most shocking to them is obviously not this, but the fact that the new city lord of the seaport city, Aida's magic star, wants to provide pensions to the poor people affected by the disaster. This is simply thunderous news. When did those high-ranking wizards actually care about the poor? Some poor people in the southern district were so moved that they cried bitterly after receiving the resettlement fees. Mary was one of them. The soul-eating formation suddenly appeared in Nanchung district and took away her husband's life without warning, leaving only her and 2 young children. There is not much black bread left from the black bread she received before. Mary is even considering going to the magic workshop to be used as a test subject for magic potions by the wizards. It is said that if she is lucky enough, not only will there be no side effects, but she will also be able to gain strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Mary knew very well that the probability was extremely slim. There were not many people in Nanchung who had deformed bodies due to taking the wizard's potion, unless they were desperate. Not many people would be willing to take risks with their own safety. Fortunately, just when she was still hesitating, she received the news about the pension payment. People like her, whose family has lost an important labor force, can receive a full 50 silver coins. Saving some money can support the family for a year or 2, which made Mary very grateful. Then she gritted her teeth and spent 5 copper coins to buy a Magic Daily, and asked the shop owner to give it to the illiterate person. Tell me about the above, content yourself. Mary's decision was undoubtedly the right one, because the newspaper also published 2 important pieces of news. The first is that several new paper-making workshops, glass workshops and airship-making workshops have been built in Ida Port, and a large number of workers have been recruited. It is estimated that about 1,500 people will be needed, which not only includes food and accommodation, but also can earn money every month. Depending on the type of work, you will be paid 8 to 15 silver coins. Those who can count and have been craftsmen will be given priority. In addition, priority will also be given to the families of those who died in the Nanga City massacre. Seeing this, Mary suddenly felt her eyes light up. There was no male or female label on it, only the minimum and maximum age limits. She was undoubtedly qualified.
8 silver coins are not worth mentioning in the eyes of wizards. But for ordinary civilians, it is not a small amount. It is enough to support a family of 3. And even live a luxurious life of eating white bread every day and occasionally adding an egg. The second thing is that Ayeda Academy will expand its enrollment. And wizard apprentices, and even formal wizards, who are willing to continue studying can return to school. In addition, the Magic Daily also mentioned that Ida will build a school to recruit ordinary people in the future.
Building a school for ordinary people who don't know magic.
Seeing this, Mary couldn't believe her eyes.
Yes, that's what Mr. Orlando said. He will teach mathematical Olympiad, chemistry and physics,
the owner of the store said with confidence. He had confirmed it with the wizard several times.
But what can we do if we learn this?
Mary said with a confused look on her face.
I heard from Mr. Orlando that the city lord is very short of manpower now. These students can join the real alchemy workshop in the future and become assistants to the wizards. Just like Lydia,
the shop owner explained patiently. Lydia? Hearing what the other party said, Mary immediately became excited. Everyone in Ida Harbor knows that this halfling girl, who usually runs around and likes to create some weird things, has now transformed into the trusted right-hand man of the city lord, together with the halflings who they usually look down on. They all live an extremely privileged life. It is said that they can earn several gold coins every month. The power of role models is undoubtedly powerful. Mary was silently thinking about whether to send her 2 children to the academy when the time came. The cost of enrollment for each person is 10 silver coins. So 2 people will spend nearly half of the pension. But when she thought that they could become assistants to the wizards in the future, and would not have to stay in Nanchung district to make a living like herself, Mary gritted her teeth and made up her mind. As long as he can work in a workshop, his monthly income will be enough to support the daily expenses of his 2 children. Mary thought of her lost husband again, and secretly prayed in her heart that life would gradually get better. Also reading the newspaper were the wizards in the port city, and many graduated apprentices. They had completely different attitudes towards Lin's re-education plan. Some people refused outright, and even sneered at it. But there were also many wizards who were interested. They all know that Lin En, the current dean of the college, is a wizard who specializes in magic theory. Although he is young, he has created many novel and powerful magics. What's more, rumors have been circulating in the seaport city that the other party has been promoted to a great wizard, so that the number of people who have signed up to return to school is far more than Lin imagined. Chapter 205 Lydia, we have made the magic internal combustion engine. After being closed for a month and a half, the academy, which had been closed due to the Nanchung district massacre and the holding of magic seminars, reopened.
I really miss you. I haven't been here for many years.
Right, Albert said with emotion, as he stared at everything familiar and unfamiliar in the college. He never thought that one day he would step here again as a student and attend classes in the same college as his son. Although this feeling was a bit jarring, Albert still came, not so much to learn more knowledge, but because he hoped to take this opportunity to establish some relationship with the talented Mr. Lin En. There are not a few people who have the same idea as Albert. So there are 200 official wizards returning to school this time. And there are countless wizard apprentices. Due to the large number of people, he is the only teacher. And Lin has no choice, but the teaching is not conducted in batches.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to school. I am Lin En, the new dean of Aida College.
Lin En stood in front of the podium, looking at the wizards filling the classroom, and smiled in greeting.
It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lin.
Albert stood up first and returned the greeting. All the wizards present also quickly stood up and saluted. This was not only because of the relationship between the professor and the student, but also because the other person was now the leader of the Aida school.
Everyone, sit down. You are all official wizards. You must have unique insights into magic. I only want to explain the laws of elements that I understand and summarize for everyone to discuss. I will call it for chemistry.
Lin En did not maintain his identity and put on an arrogant attitude. As he spoke, he asked the goblins to hand out the textbooks. Albert looked curiously at the exquisite book cover in front of him. The entire book was actually made of that special white paper. He reached out and opened the first page. On it was written a preface in vigorous and powerful handwriting. Chemistry, it is a natural discipline that studies the composition, structure, properties, transformation and applications of matter at the atomic and molecular levels.
Dean Lin En, what do atoms and molecules mean?
A wizard asked with a hint of confusion.
Atoms are the smallest particles that make up single substances and compound molecules, which are what we often call elements,
Lin explained.
And molecules are made up of atoms. the smallest particles for chemical reactions. Lennon raised his hand, and a small water ball soon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. For example, water is made up of many water molecules, and the elements that make it up are hydrogen and oxygen. The chemical formula is H2O, also called dioxide. Hydrogen. Isn't that L-anthura? There was a slight discussion from the audience. These are the names of hydrogen and oxygen elements in the Wizarding Land. It is said that they were discovered by two people in a long time ago, named after the wizard. How much do you know about hydrogen and oxygen? Lynn asked again. No. Oxygen is the source of life. If an ordinary person without magic is placed in an oxygen-free environment, he will die soon, Albert said thoughtfully. For example, the three-ring magic, Life Forbidden Zone, creates an oxygen-free environment, allowing the enemy to die in painful struggle. Both elements can be used to release fire magic, another wizard also added. Apart from these? Lynn continued to ask. Albert frowned slightly. Is it possible that you are asking how many kinds of magic require the use of these two elements? No. I'm referring to their chemical formula. Boiling point, density, application, specific heat capacity, and critical temperature. Lennon casually burst out a bunch of nouns, making everyone dizzy. For example, hydrogen, because its density is very low. When a large amount of hydrogen is filled into an object, it can make the object levitate. While Lennon spoke, he transformed a large amount of hydrogen with magic power, binding it to he surrounded himself, and his body soon slowly floated off the ground. All the wizards present were shocked when they saw this. In other words, they might be able to use hydrogen elements to develop flying magic. Is the airship you made using hydrogen to levitate? Albert immediately thought of this. No. Hydrogen is a flammable substance. If used to make an airship, it will turn into a fireball in the sky if you are not careful. Lennon shook his head. So I used another element, which I will explain in detail later. Immediately afterwards, Lynn once again created a huge magic ball mixed with hydrogen and oxygen, and then launched it out of the window. The magic ball broke open under a banyan tree, and a large amount of gas stored inside spurted out, followed by fireballs. A violent explosion soon sounded in everyone's ears, and fire and flame shot up high. The poor banyan tree had been blown into two pieces. The surface of the tree was full of pits, and the ignited branches and leaves were scattered everywhere. The soft ground was also blasted with a huge hole. The wizards in the classroom looked out the window one after another, and they were all stunned. This already had the destructive power of ordinary three-ring magic, and the process of casting the spell was not complicated. Even a one-ring wizard could easily do it. The optimal ratio of the hydrogen oxidation chemical reaction is 2:1. Then only a little flame is needed to trigger a violent explosion. And their product is water. Lennon introduced calmly. The wizards present quickly recorded this new combination of magic. And then, they realized that this so-called chemistry class was about studying the nature of elements and the principles of magic to develop new types of magic. Albert was flipping through the chemistry book in his hand, and was deeply shocked when he saw the explanations of various elements on the pages. It seems that the Arcane Society's understanding of the elements is far beyond their imagination. This is no longer detailed, but a clear study of the various characteristics of the elements. What Albert didn't know was that Lynn considered that the composition of the two worlds may not be the same, and had not yet been confirmed experimentally. So he did not label the atomic weight, element period, electron configuration, atomic structure, and other factors. When Lynn opened this chemistry course, he also wanted to ask these wizards to help him verify it. After all, it was too slow for him to study alone. Just when Lin was about to explain the other properties of elements, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps outside the door. And then the classroom door was opened. Albert and others looked over displeasedly. They were immersed in the great thinking of exploring the nature of the elements. But their thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of the door opening. Who is this blind person who dares to disturb them at this time? It was Lydia, who hurriedly rushed in. The halfling girl's face was filled with excitement and joy, and she shouted happily, Dean Lin, internal combustion engine. We have made the magic internal combustion engine. Chapter 206, the debut of the alchemical internal combustion engine. Alchemical internal combustion engine? What it is? Albert and others looked confused. Lin was also a little surprised. This happened much faster than he expected. Professor Philip and the others are already preparing for the first experiment. If we go late, we won't be able to see it. Lydia's tone seemed extremely excited. She was so tired from running all the way that she was sweating and her cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple. Lin smiled and nodded.
then turned to look at the wizards in the classroom.
Everyone, why not go take a look together? It just so happens that this internal combustion engine uses hydrogen as fuel.
Albert and others got up and followed, and a group of people left the classroom in a grand manner.
Dean Lin, what is this alchemical internal combustion engine?
A wizard asked curiously.
Does this have something to do with the Alchemy Association steam engine? It's much more powerful than a steam engine,
Lydia said extremely proudly, and then added because she was afraid that everyone wouldn't be able to understand how powerful it was.
At least 10 times more powerful.
Although this was the first official experiment, they had started it before to test whether it could operate normally. The external gear turned so fast that she could hardly see clearly.
Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
Lydia kept urging along the way, obviously not wanting to miss the first show of the internal combustion engine. When they arrived in front of the alchemy workshop, a very tall carriage frame suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, this was modified from a carriage, but the wooden boards on all four sides of the carriage were removed, leaving only a base. There were also 2 extra wheels under the front shaft used to tie the camels and horses. In addition, there is an iron box more than 1 meter high on the base, which is firmly embedded in the second half of the base. After Lydia's introduction, Albert finally understood that this is the so-called alchemical internal combustion engine. At this moment, a group of alchemists are arguing about who should drive this alchemy four-wheeler. Just like Lydia drove the airship into the sky before, this is also a moment destined to be recorded in history.
Okay, stop arguing. I think this opportunity should belong to Dean Lin.
Philip stopped everyone's quarrel and looked solemnly at Lin and others who were walking over. The alchemists present immediately shut up. Indeed, the most crucial thing for them to be able to produce an alchemical internal combustion engine was the blueprint given by Lin. However, Lin glanced at the simple four-wheeled vehicle, especially at the gears, chains, and brake levers. He was worried that it would lose control or fall apart midway. So he coughed lightly and spoke euphemistically. Rejected?
No, I don't have much driving experience. Since this four-wheeled alchemy car was jointly made by you, you should draw lots or vote to decide the first driver.
Under Lin's humility, the alchemists quickly selected the first pilot by drawing lots. And Philip was naturally the luckiest one. Darren, Lydia and other halflings could only watch helplessly, although they also participated in the production of the alchemy car. They did not dare to compete with these wizards for this honor. The victorious Philip strode onto the carriage. Due to his haste, he didn't even have a seat ready. But he didn't mind it, and put his right hand directly on the alchemy steam engine. Albert stared intently, very curious whether this thing was really 10 times more powerful than a steam engine as Lydia said. Also gathered in front of the alchemy workshop were thousands of students from Ieta Academy. The dark crowd lined up on both sides, leaving an aisle open for them to walk together, as magic power was continuously injected into it. The alchemical internal combustion engine also began to operate. A large amount of magic power was quickly transformed into a certain proportion of hydrogen and oxygen by the internal alchemy formation, and was directly transported to the cylinder. Immediately afterwards, the internal mixed elements rapidly vibrate and heat up until they are ignited. The huge driving force generated by the high temperature and high pressure gas drives the lower connecting rod and crankshaft to rotate continuously through the piston. A rumble and rumble sound immediately erupted from the iron box, like the roar of a wild monster. Under the gaze of everyone, the 2 wheels at the rear started to rotate spontaneously under the connection of the chain and gears, driving the alchemy four-wheeler to speed away.
It's moving! It's really moving!
Darren and others shouted extremely excitedly. Although they had expected it, they still couldn't hide their joy when they saw this scene.
So fast!
Pierce and others gathered on both sides of the road only felt a gust of wind. Philip drove the four-wheeled vehicle and passed them with almost a whoosh, like a speeding arrow. No, Pierce even thought it was faster than that. But they soon discovered that the car seemed to be getting faster and faster. Philip, who was sitting on the carriage, had an even more profound experience. Everything around him was quickly moving away from him, and the end point of the trip he had marked before was also passed in an instant. The huge wind resistance caused him to squint his eyes. Too fast. Too fast. Philip's legs were trembling, and he even had the illusion that he was about to fly. However, this feeling of speeding through the electric switch was very fascinating. Not only did Philip not intend to slow down, but he increased the output of magic power, wanting to test the limits of this thing. The rotating wheels almost turned into afterimages, leaving a long rut on the road. The cylinder's bearing capacity quickly reached its upper limit. But what broke first was the gear. At ultra-high speeds of hundreds of revolutions per minute, The gears located at the rear wheels used to transmit kinetic energy could not hold on, and broke apart. Click. At first, there was a slight muffled sound. And then, there was a chain reaction. The flying gears quickly made the entire alchemy car lose control. Philip was surprised to find that he really flew up, spinning in midair, and then hit the hard road. His body rolled on the ground several times, and he couldn't stand up for a long time. Everyone present was stunned and quickly stepped forward to check the situation.
Master Philip, are you okay? Professor, are you okay? Are you injured?
With the help of everyone, Philip sat down with difficulty, because a mage shield was added to his body at the last moment for protection. Although Philip looked disgraced, luckily he was not injured, and kept muttering to himself,
"It's too fast! It's too fast!"
Chapter 207. The first magic revolution is about to end before it even begins?
Where's the speed? Is it recorded?
After Philip came back to his senses, he asked quickly regardless of his embarrassing figure.
It's a total of 600 meters from the starting point to the end. And it takes 30 seconds.
An alchemist saw the magic clock in his hand and said hesitantly, as for the second half, due to the inexplicable loss of control of the vehicle and falling apart, Philip flew directly out, and he had no time to record it.
The speed in the second half is about 90 kilometers per hour,
Lin En said with emotion. He had already calculated it through the data of Ji Now. Hearing this value, everyone present was shocked beyond words. This can no longer be described in terms of speed. It was simply flying.
Is this the power of the alchemical internal combustion engine?
Albert murmured to himself. Even though their understanding of alchemy was limited, they also understood what such speed meant. Orlando was even more shocked. As early as a week ago, he heard from Lin that he wanted to make some weapons to deal with the upcoming war. In fact, he didn't have much hope for this. After all, the time left for them was very limited. And the war was no different than other wars. Even if he came up with some powerful alchemy equipment, it would be difficult to affect the situation of the war. In comparison, he hoped that Lin En would focus all his energy on becoming a great wizard. However, the extraordinary speed and power of the alchemical internal combustion engine shocked Orlando greatly. He imagined 100 of these alchemy carts, with armor made of steel on the outside, running rampant on the battlefield. Unstoppable. It was exciting to think about it. After experiencing the initial excitement, Philip and others walked to the overturned alchemy four-wheeler one after another, inspected it, and prepared to find out what went wrong. The previously broken gear directly caused the vehicle to lose control, and even had a related reaction, causing the four-wheeled vehicle to be seriously damaged. A group of alchemists soon started arguing and discussing.
There is probably a problem with the cylinder you designed. The explosion of the mixture of hydrogen and oxygen is too violent. I have said before that the thickness of the steel should be increased.
After looking at it for a long time, an alchemist found that the exterior of the internal combustion engine had been slightly deformed. It was estimated that other internal parts were also severely damaged. He immediately wondered whether the piston or tie rod was broken, causing the vehicle to lose control. Question. The wizard next to him immediately jumped up and cursed.
You fart. My cylinder is obviously fine. I mixed the fire lion's blood into the steel, and there is absolutely no problem with its ability to withstand high temperatures. There must be something wrong with the gears and chains you made. And the wheels. They're all crooked. What idiot designed this? They said the material must withstand pressure. It must withstand pressure.
There were endless discussions and arguments, and no one wanted to admit that it was their own mistake that caused the car to overturn. Lin En stepped forward, inspected it carefully, and said helplessly,
None of these materials are strong enough.
With Yetta's current industrial standards, the strength of the steel produced is limited. If this simple four-wheeled vehicle is forcibly accelerated to 90 kilometers per hour, it is indeed beyond its endurance, and it will simply fall apart.
In addition, the design of the wheels is also very problematic. The two front wheels should be smaller than the rear wheels, which will help balance. We can also add a steering shaft and tie rods to the front wheels to make the car has the function of steering, deceleration and acceleration.
Lin continued to add. Philip and others quickly took out the design drawings and wrote down what Lin En said, especially the functions of steering and speed control mentioned by the other party, which were the topics they had been studying. Lydia looked at Lin with admiration as he talked. From making airships, to developing internal combustion engines, to designing vehicles, there seemed to be nothing that the dean did not understand.
In a few days, I will sort out a few books related to fluid mechanics, which are all summarized by the masters in the Arcane Society. If you have time, read more. You can always use them,
Lin En said with unfinished content. Philip and others nodded, unaware of how terrifying the fluid dynamics that Lin said was.
Dean Lin En, what drives the internal combustion engine is the hydrogen explosion you mentioned before,
Albert asked. He was puzzled as to how the internal combustion engine converted the explosion into power for the vehicle to move.
Yes, the internal combustion engine converts thermal energy into mechanical energy and uses the principle of thermal expansion of gas to generate driving force.
Lin En explained the principle of the internal combustion engine to everyone present in as much detail as possible. In normal times, this is definitely a key technology that needs to be kept secret. But Lin En has no intention of hiding it now, because he is really short of manpower. He needs manpower to improve the alchemy internal combustion engine, design new ironclad ships, and research gunpowder. Need manpower. He wished he could break one person into two and use them, if anyone can understand it. No matter if he is a wizard apprentice or a formal wizard, or even just an ordinary person who does not know magic, he will be immediately captured and studied for him, and his treatment and status will not be a problem.
Is this chemistry?
Albert nodded as if he understood something. Although he only understood a general idea, he could still see how exquisite the design of the internal combustion engine was.
No, this is chemistry plus physics,
Lin said with a smile. The experiment carried out in Ayeta Academy spread throughout the entire Ayeta Harbor the next day under the publicity of Magic Daily. Everyone knows that under the leadership of the City Lord, the wizards have developed an alchemy cart with 4 wheels. Not only can it run as fast as the wind, it can move on its own without the need for horses or camels. Stand up. The rumor soon became more and more outrageous, under the exaggerated descriptions of some students. The alchemy car was not only fast, but also a powerful weapon. It once launched Lord Philip like an alchemy cannon. Amazing destructive power. The outrageous rumors made Philip extremely embarrassed every time he was asked about it. But he didn't know how to explain it. This news soon caused a huge sensation as the caravan brought Magic Daily into Greenreel. Whether it is the ultimate speed of 90 kilometers per hour, or the rumored alchemical internal combustion engine that is 10 times more efficient than a steam engine. It is incredible. The most unacceptable ones are naturally those wizards in the Alchemy Association, who are dedicated to researching and improving steam engines. Is the first magic revolution they are planning coming to an end before it even begins? Chapter 207. The first magic revolution is about to end before it even begins?
Where's the speed? Is it recorded?
After Philip came back to his senses, he asked quickly regardless of his embarrassing figure.
It's a total of 600 meters from the starting point to the end. And it takes 30 seconds.
An alchemist saw the magic clock in his hand and said hesitantly. As for the second half, due to the inexplicable loss of control of the vehicle and falling apart, Philip flew directly out, and he had no time to record it.
The speed in the second half is about 90 kilometers per hour,
Lin En said with emotion. He had already calculated it through the data of Ji Now. Hearing this value, everyone present was shocked beyond words. This can no longer be described in terms of speed. It was simply flying.
Is this the power of the alchemical internal combustion engine?
Albert murmured to himself. Even though their understanding of alchemy was limited, they also understood what such speed meant. Orlando was even more shocked. As early as a week ago, he heard from Lin that he wanted to make some weapons to deal with the upcoming war. In fact, he didn't have much hope for this. After all, the time left for them was very limited. And the war was no different than other wars. Even if he came up with some powerful alchemy equipment, it would be difficult to affect the situation of the war. In comparison, he hoped that Lin En would focus all his energy on becoming a great wizard. However, the extraordinary speed and power of the alchemical internal combustion engine shocked Orlando greatly. He imagined 100 of these alchemy carts, with armor made of steel on the outside, running rampant on the battlefield. Unstoppable. It was exciting to think about it. After experiencing the initial excitement, Philip and others walked to the overturned alchemy four-wheeler one after another, inspected it, and prepared to find out what went wrong. The previously broken gear directly caused the vehicle to lose control, and even had a related reaction, causing the four-wheeled vehicle to be seriously damaged. A group of alchemists soon started arguing and discussing.
There is probably a problem with the cylinder you designed. The explosion of the mixture of hydrogen and oxygen is too violent. I have said before that the thickness of the steel should be increased.
After looking at it for a long time, an alchemist found that the exterior of the internal combustion engine had been slightly deformed. It was estimated that other internal parts were also severely damaged. He immediately wondered whether the piston or tie rod was broken, causing the vehicle to lose control. Question. The wizard next to him immediately jumped up and cursed.
You fart. My cylinder is obviously fine. I mixed the fire lion's blood into the steel. And there is absolutely no problem with its ability to withstand high temperatures. There must be something wrong with the gears and chains you made. And the wheels. They're all crooked. What idiot designed this? They said the material must withstand pressure. It must withstand pressure.
There were endless discussions and arguments. And no one wanted to admit that it was their own mistake that caused the car to overturn. Lin En stepped forward, inspected it carefully, and said helplessly,
None of these materials are strong enough.
With Yetta's current industrial standards, the strength of the steel produced is limited. If this simple four-wheeled vehicle is forcibly accelerated to 90 kilometers per hour, it is indeed beyond its endurance, and it will simply fall apart.
In addition, the design of the wheels is also very problematic. The two front wheels should be smaller than the rear wheels,
which will help balance. We can also add a steering shaft and tie rods to the front wheels to make the car has the function of steering, deceleration and acceleration.
Lin continued to add. Philip and others quickly took out the design drawings and wrote down what Lin En said, especially the functions of steering and speed control mentioned by the other party, which were the topics they had been studying. Lydia looked at Lin with admiration as he talked. From making airships, to developing internal combustion engines, to designing vehicles, there seemed to be nothing that the Dean did not understand.
In a few days, I will sort out a few books related to fluid mechanics, which are all summarized by the masters in the Arcane Society. If you have time, read more. You can always use them.
Lin En said with unfinished content. Philip and others nodded, unaware of how terrifying the fluid dynamics that Lin said was.
Dean Lin En, what drives the internal combustion engine is the hydrogen explosion you mentioned before,
Albert asked. He was puzzled as to how the internal combustion engine converted the explosion into power for the vehicle to move.
Yes, the internal combustion engine converts thermal energy into mechanical energy and uses the principle of thermal expansion of gas to generate driving force.
Lin En explained the principle of the internal combustion engine to everyone present in as much detail as possible. In normal times, this is definitely a key technology that needs to be kept secret. But Lin En has no intention of hiding it now, because he is really short of manpower. He needs manpower to improve the alchemy internal combustion engine, design new ironclad ships, and research gunpowder. Need manpower. He wished he could break one person into two and use them. If anyone can understand it, no matter if he is a wizard apprentice or a formal wizard, or even just an ordinary person who does not know magic, he will be immediately captured and studied for him, and his treatment and status will not be a problem.
Is this chemistry?
Albert nodded as if he understood something. Although he only understood a general idea, he could still see how exquisite the design of the internal combustion engine was.
No, this is chemistry plus physics,
Lin said with a smile. The experiment carried out in Ietta Academy spread throughout the entire Ietta Harbor the next day under the publicity of Magic Daily. Everyone knows that under the leadership of the City Lord, the wizards have developed an alchemy cart with 4 wheels. Not only can it run as fast as the wind, it can move on its own without the need for horses or camels. Stand up. The rumor soon became more and more outrageous. Under the exaggerated descriptions of some students, the alchemy car was not only fast, but also a powerful weapon. It once launched Lord Philip like an alchemy cannon. Amazing destructive power. The outrageous rumors made Philip extremely embarrassed every time he was asked about it. But he didn't know how to explain it. This news soon caused a huge sensation as the caravan brought Magic Daily into Greenreel. Whether it is the ultimate speed of 90 kilometers per hour or the rumored alchemical internal combustion engine that is 10 times more efficient than a steam engine, it is incredible. The most unacceptable ones are naturally those wizards in the Alchemy Association who are dedicated to researching and improving steam engines. Is the first magic revolution they are planning coming to an end before it even begins? Chapter 208 A new era of magic is coming.
Perfect. Really a perfect work.
Greenreel. In the square in front of the Alchemy Association, the great alchemist Dennis looked at the steam car running automatically in front of him, constantly spitting out smoke, with a drunken expression on his face. After years of continuous efforts, he finally improved the 6th-generation alchemy steam engine, which not only reduced the size by half, but also greatly improved the performance.
Have the speed and load been measured?
Dennis looked at the apprentice aside and asked.
Reporting to Master Dennis, the average speed is about 45 kilometers per hour, or a cargo carrying 10 tons can travel at half the speed.
The witch who answered was so excited that it was beyond words. This was definitely a new breakthrough.
Very good. Very good.
Dennis nodded with satisfaction,
and even felt a bad breath in his heart. 20 years ago, when they first made the steam engine, they were ridiculed by many people, because the original version of the steam engine was very inefficient. The produced alchemical steam car could only travel 3 to 5 kilometers per hour. According to some people, even a turtle with a piece of grass tied in front of it can run faster than his alchemy cart. Compared with horses and camels, its only advantage is that it does not need to eat, drink, or rest, and can work around the clock. But it is completely inferior compared to the spiritual creatures summoned by psychic wizards and the golems made. Although the results of his research were not taken seriously, Dennis did not give up. After generations of improvements, the steam engine was finally recognized by Parliament and became the main power source for all new ships. The next goal is naturally to replace land transportation. His new steam vehicle can pull a full 10 tons of goods, travel uninterrupted, and only consume the magic power of a wizard apprentice every 100 kilometers. Dennis has foreseen that a magical revolution will be started by himself, and the billowing steam will permeate every corner of the wizarding land. It was a miracle created by alchemy and magic. A new era of magic is coming. Just as Dennis was fantasizing, a panic shout suddenly came from the door.
No! Master Dennis! What happened?
Dennis, who was immersed in fantasy, suddenly woke up and looked at the startled wizard angrily.
Is it because the council wants to shorten our construction period?
Dennis asked with a frown. In order to cope with the possible war, several speakers are planning to purchase 100 steam vehicles, and also to remodel all the steamships and replace all the internal power with the latest alchemy steam engines. Everything must be completed within 3 months. This is undoubtedly a very arduous task, and the deadline may not be met, so the war will not be brought forward again. Right?
No, it's not that. Lord Dennis.
The wizard hesitated for a long time before he said hesitantly,
Now it is spreading throughout Greenreal that the Aida school has made something called an internal combustion engine. It is installed on an alchemy cart and can run 90 kilometers per hour. It can also fire wizards like alchemy cannons. Go out. Absurd,
Dennis yelled. 90 kilometers per hour. What is that concept? The ultimate speed of a fire lion is not much faster than this. But Warcraft still has to eat, drink, rest, and sleep, and it cannot run at the highest speed all the time. The training cycle also takes decades, which is why Dennis is confident that it can reasons for replacing it. After all, the biggest advantage of alchemy equipment is that it can be made in batches.
But the newspaper said that it was the invention of Mr. Lin In. Thousands of people have witnessed it with their own eyes. It is as fast as a gust of wind, and the thermal efficiency is 10 times higher than that of a steam engine,
the wizard said cautiously.
I heard that the adults in the parliament are already considering whether to cancel the purchase of steam engines. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible,
Dennis said firmly. 10 times more efficient than a steam engine? Dennis would never believe such a thing existed, although he is still far from touching the limit of steam power. After generations of improvements, the steam engine he has produced is already perfect, with a speed of only about 40 kilometers per hour. Of course, if factors such as battery life and load are not taken into consideration, the maximum speed can be improved a lot, but it will never be able to reach the terrifying speed of 90 kilometers per hour. This is not magic at all. It must be false propaganda. Not only Dennis, but also members of the Alchemy Association felt that this rumor was too unreliable. The most important thing is that they spent so much effort to create an improved steam engine and were just about to show off their skills. And then they were eliminated? How did they accept this?
I'm going to Yetta now. Immediately. Immediately,
Dennis shouted irritably, and then turned his attention to the newly completed steam car. Not only is he going, but he is also going to bring the results of his hard work with him. Dennis wanted to see what that internal combustion engine was. How dare it claim to be 10 times more efficient than a steam engine? 5 days later, Aida Harbor. A strange-looking alchemy machine slowly drove into the city corridor. Behind it was a huge alchemy boiler, which was steaming gurglingly, attracting the attention of passers-by. Many people whispered. They were discussing whether this was a new work from the alchemy workshop. Dennis and others sitting in the car didn't look very good-looking. This was not because of the townspeople's comments, but after driving for a long time, Dennis discovered that this alchemy car had another shortcoming. That is, it was too shaking. It has something to do with the poor road conditions, and the other part is the problem of the steam train itself.
Welcome to Aida Harbor.
As soon as a few people entered Aida, Orlando rushed over after receiving the news. In fact, In recent days, due to the popularity of Magic Daily, many alchemists came to Aida to check the situation, and without exception, they were all attracted by Lin In. However, Orlando became a little uneasy when he saw that the person coming was Dennis. He knew that this master alchemist was the inventor of the steam engine, and he was somewhat worried that the other party might be here to cause trouble. Fortunately, Orlando soon discovered that Master Raphael, who had a good relationship with Lin, was also on the steam car, and he was immediately relieved.
Come on! There's still a seat in my steam car. Just come and show us the way!
Dennis patted the seat next to him, which he had specially vacated, just to allow the students of the Yetta school to let's experience how comfortable and convenient his alchemy steam car is. Chapter 209, I once used it to destroy half of the seaport city. At Dennis's warm invitation, Orlando quickly got on the ride, and then experienced the comfort and convenience of the alchemy steam car, which was not only slow, but also trembling. The alchemy cart produced by the alchemy workshop also has the problem of shaking. But according to Mr. Lin In, if you can add a tire to the wheel and smooth the ground, this problem can be greatly alleviated.
What is that roulette?
Dennis did not rush to ask about the internal combustion engine, but pointed to a huge and towering roulette in the distance and asked curiously. The moment he entered the Aida harbor, he noticed this thing, which was more than 20 meters high and was still spinning slowly.
That's a water wheel, used to irrigate farmland. Mr. Lin is very concerned about those civilians,
Orlando explained with a smile. Almost everyone came in and asked the same question, so he was already familiar with the answers. He quickly introduced the principle of this thing to Dennis. In fact, the spokes are rotated by the inertial motion of the water potential, and the buckets filled with river water are lifted up step by step. When they reach the top, the buckets will naturally tilt again, and the water will be injected into the aqueduct, and finally flow to the irrigated farmland.
Use the power of nature itself. Very exquisite design.
Dennis nodded and praised.
I heard that the wizards of the Aida school have created an alchemical instrument that can travel at 90 kilometers per hour. Is this true?
Raphael on the side was the first to ask. He was very interested in Lin's new research, so he took a ride this time. And he also represented the parliament to evaluate the internal combustion engine.
Of course it's true. In fact, there was a new breakthrough just yesterday. The upper limit of the top speed has been raised to 110 kilometers per hour.
Orlando explained. 110 kilometers? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? Dennis frowned and couldn't help but wonder if the other party was boasting. Behind him, the faces of the members of the Alchemy Association were also full of dissatisfaction. But before they could refute, a violent explosion soon sounded. It was like thunder exploding from the sky, and the ground seemed to shake violently.
What's wrong? Could it be an earthquake?
Dennis said subconsciously. The Land of Wizards is a huge island standing on the sea. Earthquakes occur every few years. The inspiration for vibration wave magic is based on strange phenomena, although so far the elemental masters have not figured out where it comes from. However, Dennis soon discovered that this was not an earthquake, because a billowing smoke floated out from the station in front of the alchemy workshop in the distance.
Perhaps one of the alchemy instruments exploded.
An alchemist gloated that the original steam engines would also have problems such as boiler explosions.
No, it should be Dean Lin and the others who are experimenting with the power of gunpowder,
Orlando explained while rubbing his ears. Gunpowder? Everyone present was stunned for a moment. It was only then that Dennis noticed such a big movement. The townspeople on the road were not panicked at all, and seemed to be used to it. Orlando didn't explain it verbally. After all, he didn't know much about this thing. He only knew that it was another very powerful weapon. With many doubts, Dennis and others quickly arrived at an open space in front of the alchemy workshop. A large group of people were gathering here. The ground in the distance was rugged, as if it had been bombarded by fire magic. Lin In also saw the approaching steam car at the first moment and led everyone to greet it.
Long time no see, Master Raphael.
Lin immediately saw Raphael getting out of the car and greeted him with a smile.
It's been a while, but I've heard your name a lot in Green Reel.
Raphael also laughed, and then turned to introduce Lin.
This is Dennis, the inventor of the alchemical steam engine.
Lin In suddenly felt his eyes light up. Being able to independently invent a steam engine is definitely a talent.
It's a great honor to meet you, Master Dennis. Your steam engine is definitely an invention that transcends the times.
Lin stretched out his hand to hold Dennis's hand, already thinking about how to keep him in Harbor Town. Dennis frowned, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether the other party's words were sarcastic or sincere. The members of the Rear Alchemy Society obviously took Lin's words as a provocation, and their expressions instantly darkened. One of the wizards stood up immediately and said with a steady expression,
"Sir Lin, we came to Aida just to see if your internal combustion engine is really as magical as the rumors say. Of course it's no problem. But please wait a moment. Today's last experiment will be completed soon."
Lin nodded casually, then looked at Darren aside, indicating to him to arrange the last experiment. Experiment? Several halflings immediately got busy, stuffing a bunch of black stones into wooden barrels, and then piled up many sealed white phosphorus and gravel blocks and placed them hundreds of meters away. The place? Darren's movements were extremely careful, and he was fully aware of the dangers of this thing. However, after placing the gunpowder and retreating to a safe area, the expressions of the halflings became expectant, and they all turned to look at Lin In.
"Dean Lin In, can we start?"
Lydia asked excitedly. When the other party nodded, she took out a rocket and put it on the specially made longbow. Lydia is only about 1.3 meters tall, and the longbow she holds in her hand is not much smaller than her. She looks somewhat funny, but the powerful power brought by her racial talent is no joke. The long bow was pulled straight into a full moon, pointing to the sky. As the bowstring was loosened, a fiery red arrow flew out, forming a parabola and heading straight for the barrel in the distance. The wizards, who were watching, covered their ears. "What are you doing?" The wizards of the Alchemy Society didn't know why, but Dennis remembered the loud noise he heard just now. At the same moment, the rocket had penetrated the wooden board, and the black powder contained inside was quickly ignited and then exploded. Boom, as if thunder exploded in the ears, accompanied by dazzling fire. It shot up into the sky. The raging tongues of flames instantly covered the surrounding land. Flames and sand flew, and the target standing next to it was instantly blown to pieces. Dennis could clearly feel the sweeping heat wave, and his ears were ringing. When the smoke dissipated, the grass in front of them had turned into scorched earth. The flames were still continuing due to the white phosphorus mixed inside. It burned, almost igniting the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Chapter 210. Knowledge and truth are never afraid to spread and communicate.
What a terrifying power!
Looking at the sea of fire spreading in front of him, Dennis's expression became very solemn. Although such an attack was not a threat to the Great Wizard, there was probably no chance of survival for an ordinary formal mage. The faces of the wizards from the Alchemy Society couldn't help showing a look of horror. Their originally aggressive attitude of asking Lin in for arguments suddenly softened a lot. Raphael remembered that he had seen an alchemical powder that would explode as soon as it encountered fire. But it was far from such destructive power.
"This is black powder. I have used it to destroy half of the seaport city."
Before anyone could ask, Lin In took the initiative to introduce it, and then shook his head.
"Unfortunately." "What's the pity?"
Raphael asked quickly.
"Is it possible that the production cost is too high?" "No. The production of black powder is not complicated,"
Lin explained.
"I mean, the power is still a bit lacking.
If fillers such as white phosphorus are not mixed into it, the explosive power of black powder alone is actually very limited, far inferior to TNT or RDX, cyclone explosive." "Is this still bad?" The expressions on everyone's faces were a little weird. Could it be that Lin In planned to use this thing to set up a trap to deal with those cardinals? Orlando and others discussed excitedly how to use the powerful destructive power of black powder in war.
I know.
Lydia waved her long bow, attracting everyone's attention, and confidently spoke of her new idea.
"We can load the alchemy cart with this black stone and rush into the crowd."
Raphael and others couldn't help but nodded. This was a good way to use its power. Good guy. A self-destructing truck. Right? It would be a shame for you not to engage in terrorist attacks, Lin said dumbfounded.
"In fact, it's used to mine ore."
Raphael and others were shocked. They have just seen the power of gunpowder, which is not weaker than the magic crystal cannon. But you actually used it for mining? Lin In is also very helpless. The biggest problem in the development of Aida Seaport now is that the output of various ores is far from insufficient, especially steel, which is the basis of all industries. Although there is an iron mine around Igetta, the efficiency of mining is very impressive, and it is far from enough to rely solely on manpower. It's not impossible to let the wizard bombard him with fire magic, but official wizards are very expensive, so no one is willing to do this. Count on those wizard apprentices? Then forget it. Gunpowder is naturally the best choice. In the future, you can also consider whether to build a musketry team or an artillery team. Regarding the test of the power of black powder, apart from Lin himself, who was a little dissatisfied, it was undoubtedly a complete success. Dennis soon got his wish, and saw the latest alchemy four-wheeler equipped with an internal combustion engine. Philip and others who made it can be said to have instilled in Lynn the concept of saving steel to the extreme, pursuing minimalism and pragmatism, as long as it can pull ore. This results in its appearance being very simple, with a frame made of steel, which is in sharp contrast to the gorgeous steam carriage next to it. When they first saw this thing, the wizards of the Alchemy Society couldn't help but feel a bit contemptuous. That's it. That's it? However, after riding a four-wheeler on the roads of Igetta for a week, feeling the extraordinary speed, everyone fell silent. Dennis was even more lost and silent, his face full of despair. Color. He understood that the results of his painstaking research had become worthless, and the decades of hard work might have been in vain.
Your Excellency Lin In, can you let me see the drawings of the internal combustion engine?
A wizard from the Alchemy Association asked reluctantly. However, he also understood that it was impossible for the opponent to come up with this core technology. Lin In, who originally wanted to recruit people for research, was very generous and asked Orlando to get the design drawings. When he took the drawing, the wizard's hands were shaking. He couldn't believe that the other party handed over such a precious thing to him so easily. Dennis and others couldn't help but gather over to check. The drawings are very detailed. Even the internal parts and structures are marked. Lin didn't need to explain it all. After a discussion, the wizards from the Alchemy Association quickly understood the structure and function of each part of the internal combustion engine.
This should be a piston, which is used to provide power like a steam engine. The operating principle is very similar to that of a steam engine. The difference is that the combustion process of an internal combustion engine takes place inside the instrument. Is this what internal combustion means?
The original steam engine can also be called an external combustion engine, because the combustion process is carried out externally, and steam expansion is used to push the piston. So a lot of energy is lost. The internal combustion engine is different. It uses an alchemical formation and an air outlet to exchange air. The entire combustion process is restricted inside the cylinder, and the power provided is naturally much more powerful than steam.
What a genius idea,
Dennis said with emotion. And many improvement plans for steam engines emerged in his mind. However, he understood that no matter how he improved it, it would be difficult to compare with the efficiency of the internal combustion engine.
I have a question. This alchemy internal combustion engine is a creation of your IETA school. Why are you willing to give us the drawings for viewing?
Dennis asked in confusion.
I have always believed that knowledge and truth are never afraid of dissemination and exchange,
Lin replied calmly.
A person's strength and wisdom are too small. Even if he only specializes in a certain field, he may not be able to see its limits throughout his life. Magic theory needs to innovate. If everyone is stuck in the school of thought, then I don't think the Wizarding Land will have the brilliant magic system it has today.
As for another point, Lin did not say that the internal combustion engine was just an obsolete technology in the previous life. In his eyes, it was just an excessive thing. Listening to Lin's words, the wizards of the Alchemy Association were shocked. As researchers and inventors of steam engines, they strictly guard against this special alchemical technology. They will never allow wizards from other schools to dismantle and study related instruments without permission, considering this to be naked theft. Although in the end it was not possible to completely stop the outflow of technology. However, Lin In did not take into account the differences between the schools at all and directly handed over the core drawings to them for review. What a generous spirit. Thinking of this, Dennis couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Chapter 211. Do you really think there is an alchemical instrument more powerful than this?
Master Dennis, do you want to take a look at the structure of this alchemy four-wheeler next? We have just added steering, acceleration and deceleration functions to it, which are all very interesting and wonderful ideas,
Lin said again. Lin's words were like the devil's whisper, constantly teasing Dennis's mind, because these were the problems he was studying but had not yet been able to solve. But in the end, he shook his head, looked at the distracted wizards of the school, and sighed.
No, there's no need to look any further. Let's go back.
Dennis knew very well that he had failed miserably, both in terms of invention and creation, as well as in his research attitude. Continuing the comparison would only make him more desperate.
Dean Lin In, please rest assured that the technology of internal combustion engines will never be revealed from us,
Dennis promised very seriously, although the other party clearly stated that he did not care about communication and dissemination. Dennis knew the importance of internal combustion engine technology, which was definitely a force that could change the magical world.
Since this road doesn't work, why not change the track?
Lin's voice rang again. Dennis paused for a moment. Naturally, He could understand the hidden meaning of these words, and win him over to join the research on the alchemy internal combustion engine. Dennis was once again surprised by Lin's open attitude towards alchemical research. His face became a little hesitant, and he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he had come here with the intention of competing.
I think that in a short while, a war will sweep across the entire wizarding land. Judging from the attitudes of several Lord Speakers, the situation may not be optimistic.
Lin spoke very solemnly.
There is no doubt that this is a crisis for the entire magical world, and no one can stay out of it. The time left for us is also very limited now, and the use of the alchemy internal combustion engine is still in its most elementary stages. More people need to join in to fight for everyone. A 1-point chance of winning.
Dennis was somewhat moved. After all, Lin was right. The Vatican would not care what kind of wizard they were, and would just kill them all.
In addition, I think the internal combustion engine is far from the limit. There must be a better and simpler way to use this power. But we haven't found it yet,
Lin added.
Do you really think there is an alchemical instrument more powerful than this?
Dennis said quite unexpectedly. In his opinion, this kind of internal combustion engine is already perfect. There is almost no upper limit. It only requires more intense heat and stronger explosions to bring more and more powerful power. It can be said that the only thing that limits its performance is the material problem.
Of course. I firmly believe this.
Lin nodded with great conviction, and then said with a smile,
Before the internal combustion engine, didn't you think steam was the answer to everything? You are right. There is no end to the research of magic.
Dennis nodded, no longer hesitating, and immediately agreed to participate in the development and improvement of the alchemy internal combustion engine as a non-staff member. The Wizards of the Alchemy Association did not object. They spent half their lives on the research of steam engines, only to find that this thing has been eliminated. Only by transferring relevant development experience to the research of internal combustion engines can past efforts be improved. Somewhat of slight value. Lin En was very happy to have once again successfully deceived a group of researchers. This meant that he could free up the alchemists, who originally studied internal combustion engines, to study other technologies, such as muskets and artillery. In the next week, the entire seaport city was full of vitality. According to the townspeople, new things would pop up almost every once in a while. For example, the water wheel erected next to the river can automatically irrigate the farmland, and the alchemy wheel can run faster than the wind. It is said that the wizards have also developed an alchemy instrument called a textile machine, which can use magic to make clothes. Mary was convinced of this, because several of her friends entered the weaving workshop. It is said that one person can weave hundreds of meters of cloth in one day. What is this if not magic? However, in order to earn more silver coins, Mary chose to enter the glass workshop. It was like a furnace, with steam rising from the closed room. Workers poured piles of finely crushed sand into the living furnace, and the wizards added magical powder into it. And then the sand would, under the influence of some strange force, it becomes a transparent crystal. This is not an easy job. The most difficult part is shaping the body. It is common for poor people with poor skills to get their arms burned. But no one complains, because this job can receive a full 12 coins. The reward of silver coins. The shiny coins represent the hope of life. All workshops were constantly expanding their recruitment, and the total number of employees soon exceeded 4,000. In the past 2 months since returning to Harbor Town, Lin En has experienced the feeling of spending money like water, calculated based on an average of 10 silver coins per worker per month. That is a total expenditure of 400 magic gold coins. And this is only the smallest item of all expenses. The real big ones are the construction of various new factories and the payment of wages to the wizards. Lin is somewhat worried that the outflow of money will cause inflation. Fortunately, the productivity of Highgang Town is also improving rapidly, which has not caused much price increase in a short period of time. The night of the 7th day soon came, and a huge full moon hung high in the sky, shining bright moonlight.
It's Sunday!
Lin En stared at the bright moon in the sky, his expression becoming a little deeper, which meant that a full year had passed since he traveled through time. The full moon and the waning moon are just an astronomical spectacle, a phenomenon caused by satellites orbiting and reflecting sunlight. This world is the same. There is a full moon every month, but the difference is that only on the Sunday of every year, the silver moon shines most brightly, and it is also accompanied by the restlessness of magic power. A year later, Lin En experienced this unique feeling again, but this time it was more intense. The magic power in his body vibrated like boiling water and escaped uncontrollably to the surroundings. Lin En's expression was very calm. He closed his eyes and felt the growing strength in his body. He reached the peak after about an hour, as if he had broken through some kind of shackles. After several months of accumulation, coupled with a torrent of magic power on Sunday, Lin En was successfully promoted from a second-level wizard to a third-level wizard. Everything happened so naturally. But it won't be that easy to become a great wizard next. Just like a wizard apprentice turning into a formal wizard. That is another level of qualitative change. Chapter 212, Real Mirror, and Advanced Projection. After a very brief period of discomfort, Lin quickly calmed down all the restless magic power with the help of his once again increased mental power.
071. Show my current state.
Lin En said silently to himself in his mind. This was the template he asked Ji now to make based on the townspeople and wizards he had seen as a standard. It can restore his state to a certain extent. Pack target, Lin. Physical activity, high. Magic scale, 92. Mental power rating, 3 ring wizard. Spell slots, fireball. Fire touch. Ice blade. Secondary magic protection. High temperature steam kill. Liquid nitrogen ice field. Magic barrier. Secondary deflection force field. For rings, deflection force field. Space vibration wave. High order projection technique. Each magic scale is based on a standard magic stone and can be used to release a complete ring of magic once. When a wizard reaches apprenticeship like Pierce, the magic scale is 4, while the magic power of a formal wizard is usually above 10 scales. However, the magic power used in casting spells is not fixed. Using pre-prepared materials or directly using alchemical equipment to assist spell casting will greatly reduce the magic cost. This is why wizard apprentices can also cast spells continuously. For example, if you want to use liquid nitrogen ice field, the range covers the whole body about 3 meters. And theoretically you need to consume 12 scales of magic power. Since the air itself is filled with a large amount of nitrogen, Lin does not need to spend any magic power to mimic the elements. So the consumption is directly reduced to about 5 scales. In addition, in the overload state, most of the computing power and magic power when casting spells are borne by the brain. So Lin can use it without being promoted to an official wizard. After all, this spell itself was modified with a ring of magic ice touch, so it is not difficult to learn. In addition to the improvement of magic power, during this period of time, while busy with the technology of internal combustion engines and gunpowder, Lin did not stop studying magic, especially the book,
Visual Control and Magic,
he took from Aurora. Illusion. It was almost destroyed by him. This magic book of the illusion system records many magics for manipulating vision. The ones that interest Lin the most are the 7-ring legendary spell, True Mirror Image, and its 4-ring secondary magic, high-level projection technique. The former was simply impossible to master with his current strength and magic power reserve. So his goal was to learn advanced projection technique. With the improvement brought by the magic network, he was able to reluctantly learn and master the 4-ring magic. But it required a lot of magic power. The method of operation of advanced projection technique is somewhat similar to the projection technique used by faceless men to go to the magic field. They both project the magic power full of their own will to another place. It's just more difficult, because it is directly projected into the real world, which also involves the use of light, and requires the use of something as a medium. For example, Aurora, this legendary which can control magic as she pleases. She once placed a spell on his forehead through a kiss, and then used an ordinary glass mirror as a support to carry the projection. Feeling the release of the technique, Lin En thought about the use of this 4-ring magic, and then looked in the direction of the Sea of Mist. After Sunday, the fleet from the outside world arrived at the port of Ida soon arrived. Different from previous years, this time there is only an empty SHL left in the lost fog on the sea. This is undoubtedly the most dangerous time for the entire harbor city. Lin only hopes that nothing will happen. On the 5th day after Sunday, several merchant ships flying red flags slowly sailed into the port of Ida. Then dozens of boatmen carried down bags of ore, precious herbs, leather and other materials, and piled them on the pier of the port. A middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe and a beard walked down from the deck and greeted him warmly.
Long time no see, Lord Orlando. It has indeed been a while.
Orlando stretched out his hand and hammered the other party's thick arm, responded with a smile, and then hurriedly introduced Lin En.
His name is Cody, and he is Mr. William's most trusted confidant.
Lin nodded. William was one of the 3 spokespersons that Erlam was looking for in the outside world. He had similar duties to Lauder, responsible for delivering intelligence from the outside world and transporting some scarce materials.
As for this one,
Orlando looked at Cody again. He was about to say something flattering, But Lin stopped him with a wave of his hand.
Just call me Lin. Sir Lin.
Cody greeted him very well, and did not have the idea of contempting the other person just because he looked young. The person who can stand with Orlando is obviously a wizard. And in short, he is not someone he can offend.
What kind of goods have been transported this time?
Lin asked as he glanced at the boatman who was carrying supplies.
Most of them are copper or in silver ore. But there are also some leathers from Warcraft and rare potion materials.
Cody replied respectfully. Lin nodded. Although there are many mines in the Wizarding Land, after more than 300 years of digging, the difficulty of mining has become more and more difficult. Therefore, copper, silver, and gold, which are the main daily currencies, are very scarce. But starting from today, I'm afraid even iron ore will become a scarce commodity, because there simply won't be enough. Although the Great Wizard can use magic to mimic metal elements, this thing is still magic in nature and cannot be used to replace real ores.
In addition, Lord William also discovered a magical magnet this time, which can suck up iron objects out of thin air, just like magic.
Cody fawningly took out a palm-sized magnet and handed it to Lin. From the moment Lin interrupted Orlando, Cody was acutely aware of who was in charge. But the other party's too young face made Cody underestimate him. And he couldn't help but wonder if Lin was the child of Master Heron Ram, who could be so respected by Orlando.
Magnetite?
Lin immediately became interested and reached out to take it.
Have you seen this kind of thing before?
Cody's expression couldn't help but change. This novel gadget was specially prepared by him to please these wizards. A total of 2 have been prepared, and the other one is about to be handed over to Master Hiram.
Yes, I've seen him before in the Seeka's Empire.
Lin nodded. The Empire of Seeka's? Cody became more and more curious about Lin's identity. Lin played with it for a while, resisted the idea of making a compass on the spot, and continued to ask.
Cody, did your trip go well this time? How is William doing recently? Has the Vatican staff taken any action?
Chapter 212, Real Mirror, and Advanced Projection. May 1st, 2023 Author, Pure Little Angel. Chapter 212, Real Mirror, and Advanced Projection. After a very brief period of discomfort, Lin quickly calmed down all the restless magic power with the help of his once again increased mental power.
071. Show my current state.
Lin said silently to himself in his mind. This was the template he asked Jinao to make based on the townspeople and wizards he had seen as a standard. It can restore his state to a certain extent. Pack target, Lin. Physical activity, high. Magic scale, 92. Mental power rating, 3 ring wizard. Spell slots, fireball. Fire touch. Ice blade. Secondary magic protection. High temperature steam kill. Liquid nitrogen ice field. Magic barrier. Secondary deflection force field. For rings, deflection force field. Space vibration wave. High order projection technique. Each magic scale is based on a standard magic stone, and can be used to release a complete ring of magic once. When a wizard reaches apprenticeship like Pierce, the magic scale is 4, while the magic power of a formal wizard is usually above 10 scales. However, the magic power used in casting spells is not fixed. Using pre-prepared materials, or directly using alchemical equipment to assist spell casting will greatly reduce the magic cost. This is why wizard apprentices can also cast spells continuously. For example, if you want to use liquid nitrogen ice field, the range covers the whole body about 3 meters. And theoretically you need to consume 12 scales of magic power. Since the air itself is filled with a large amount of nitrogen, Lin does not need to spend any magic power to mimic the elements. So the consumption is directly reduced to about 5 scales. In addition, in the overload state, most of the computing power and magic power when casting spells are borne by the brain. So Lin can use it without being promoted to an official wizard. After all, this spell itself was modified with a ring of magic ice touch, so it is not difficult to learn. In addition to the improvement of magic power, during this period of time, while busy with the technology of internal combustion engines and gunpowder, Lin did not stop studying magic, especially the book,
Visual Control and Magic,
he took from Aurora. Illusion. It was almost destroyed by him. This magic book of the illusion system records many magics for manipulating vision. The ones that interest Lin the most are the 7-ring legendary spell, True Mirror Image, and its 4-ring secondary magic, high-level projection technique. The former was simply impossible to master with his current strength and magic power reserve. So his goal was to learn advanced projection technique. With the improvement brought by the magic network, he was able to reluctantly learn and master the 4-ring magic. But it required a lot of magic power. The method of operation of advanced projection technique is somewhat similar to the projection technique used by faceless men to go to the magic field. They both project the magic power full of their own will to another place. It's just more difficult, because it is directly projected into the real world, which also involves the use of light, and requires the use of something as a medium. For example, Aurora, this legendary witch can control magic as she pleases. She once placed a spell on his forehead through a kiss, and then used an ordinary glass mirror as a support to carry the projection. Feeling the release of the technique, Lennon thought about the use of this four-ring magic, and then looked in the direction of the Sea of Mist. After Sunday, the fleet from the outside world arrived at the port of Ida soon arrived. Different from previous years, this time there is only an empty SHL left in the lost fog on the sea. This is undoubtedly the most dangerous time for the entire harbor city. Lin only hopes that nothing will happen. On the 5th day after Sunday, several merchant ships flying red flags slowly sailed into the port of Ida. Then dozens of boatmen carried down bags of ore, precious herbs, leather and other materials, and piled them on the pier of the port. A middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe and a beard walked down from the deck and greeted him warmly.
"Long time no see, Lord Orlando. It has indeed been a while."
Orlando stretched out his hand and hammered the other party's thick arm, responded with a smile, and then hurriedly introduced Lin in.
"His name is Cody, and he is Mr. William's most trusted confidant."
Lin nodded. William was one of the 3 spokespersons that Orlam was looking for in the outside world. He had similar duties to Lauder, responsible for delivering intelligence from the outside world and transporting some scarce materials.
As for this one,
Orlando looked at Cody again. He was about to say something flattering, but Lin stopped him with a wave of his hand.
"Just call me Lin. Sir Lin."
Cody greeted him very well, and did not have the idea of contempting the other person just because he looked young. The person who can stand with Orlando is obviously a wizard, and in short, he is not someone he can offend.
"What kind of goods have been transported this time?"
Lin asked as he glanced at the boatman who was carrying supplies.
"Most of them are copper or in silver ore, but there are also some leathers from Warcraft and rare potion materials,"
Cody replied respectfully. Lin nodded. Although there are many mines in the wizarding land, after more than 300 years of digging, the difficulty of mining has become more and more difficult. Therefore, copper, silver, and gold, which are the main daily currencies, are very scarce. But starting from today, I'm afraid even iron ore will become a scarce commodity, because there simply won't be enough. Although the great wizard can use magic to mimic metal elements, this thing is still magic in nature and cannot be used to replace real ores.
In addition, Lord William also discovered a magical magnet this time, which can suck up iron objects out of thin air, just like magic.
Cody fawningly took out a palm-sized magnet and handed it to Lin. From the moment Lin interrupted Orlando, Cody was acutely aware of who was in charge. But the other party's too young face made Cody underestimate him. And he couldn't help but wonder if Lin was the child of Master Heron Ram, who could be so respected by Orlando.
"Magnetite?"
Lin immediately became interested and reached out to take it.
"Have you seen this kind of thing before?"
Cody's expression couldn't help but change. This novel gadget was specially prepared by him to please these wizards. A total of 2 have been prepared, and the other one is about to be handed over to Master Hiram.
"Yes, I've seen him before in the Sika's Empire."
Lin nodded. The Empire of Sika's? Cody became more and more curious about Lin's identity. Lin played with it for a while, resisted the idea of making a compass on the spot, and continued to ask.
"Cody, did your trip go well this time? How is William doing recently? Has the Vatican staff taken any action?"
Chapter 213, The Kingdom Located on the Mine. Additional update for Hall Master Wing Long.
"Lord William, everything is fine. The Holy See probably didn't find out about our heading problem. But?"
At this point, Cody had a look of hesitation on his face.
"The fog seems a little weird this year."
This is not the first time he has transported goods to Ida. In the past, this sea area was simply a restricted area for ships. Once deep into the fog, the visibility was less than 2 meters. After sailing for a long time, sometimes he would even forget where he was. The orientation. However, the situation on the ship this time was completely different. Although the fog was still there, the visibility had increased to 5 meters, and there was no deep and terrifying feeling like before. Cody looked at Lin. As early as when he was crossing the sea, he couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. There must be something wrong with the wizard's land.
"The speakers of the Magic Council have just improved this magic, and it is still in the trial stage. Your experience will be used as a basis for subsequent improvements to this magic."
Lin En explained casually, and did not use Lost Mist as a reference. The news of the destruction was not revealed at all, even in the entire Wizarding Land. This news is only known to the parliamentarians for the time being. The external rhetoric is that the Holy See shamelessly sent people to sneak into the Wizarding Land, assassinated Speakerface, who was a legendary wizard, and created Greenleer chaos in the city. This can not only fully arouse the anger of the wizards and prepare for war, but also prevent traitors from secretly taking a boat to sea. Cody was dubious about Lin's words, but he still told what he saw, heard and felt. Is the situation that serious? Lin En's expression remained unchanged, but there was murmuring in his mind. Although he knew the inside story, he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Cody had already noticed something was wrong not long after entering the fog. This is not good news. While everyone was talking, a gorgeously decorated alchemy car drove from a distance and quickly parked next to the dock. It was the one Dennis brought here. It has just been modified, and the internal power has been replaced with a more efficient hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine. Cody and several boatman representatives were fortunate enough to experience the novelty and beauty of the alchemy car.
How did it move without being pulled by a camel or beast?
Cody was extremely cautious and didn't know where to put his hands. He didn't even dare to touch the armrests and the body of the car. He asked in surprise.
With alchemy and magic. Of course,
laughed Orlando. In the distant sky, a huge airship passed over the city, causing all the boatmen to scream in surprise. The changes in Aida were so great that Cody almost wondered if he had arrived in another wizard city. It had only been a year since he last came to Aida.
Are these all the masterpieces of Master Helram?
Cody asked hesitantly in amazement. Heron Ram was the most powerful wizard he knew. According to rumors, he could freeze the sea and break the mountains.
No. Unfortunately, Master Helram died a few months ago while dealing with a civil strife,
Orlando said with a heavy tone. The news of Ram's death was like a heavy hammer, which knocked Cody and others dizzy. They felt a strong sense of uneasiness and hurriedly asked,
Then which adult is in charge of Aida now?
Orlando immediately turned to look at Lin and said with great respect,
The person in front of you is the current leader of the Aida school, Lord Lin En.
Cody looked at Lin next to him in shock, who looked less than 20 years old, and almost wondered if Orlando was joking. Isn't this too young? He did feel that Lin En's status was unusual just now, and he only thought that he was the heir of the great wizard or a very valued apprentice. He did not expect that the other party would be the current controller of Aida.
Although Lord Lin is not very old, his magical talent is extremely outstanding, and he is a recipient of the Corona Medal. The airship you just saw and the power system of this alchemy car are both inventions of Lord Lin.
Seemingly sensing Cody's thoughts, Orlando kept talking and told Cody and others about Lin's great achievements, including but not limited to shining in the magic seminar and solving the problem in Greenleaf. The crisis of Doomsday Sex. Cody was confused. He didn't know what a magic seminar was, nor did he understand how glorious the Order of the Sun was. However, the huge airship that just passed through the sky, and the wind they sat down and ran like the fast alchemy car gave him a great shock. In addition, Cody was even more surprised to find that everyone he saw on the street was full of energy. Even the poor people in simple clothes were no exception. This was a scene he could not see in the kingdom of Hadrada, where people only saw numbness and despair. In the past, Aida did not have such liveliness and hustle and bustle. Cody soon realized that the current controller of Aida was a powerful, talented, and very young wizard. Along the way, Lin was observing Cody's reaction. William is the spokesperson personally selected by Helram, and Cody is the other party's trusted confidant. In the past 10 years, the location of the wizard's land has not been exposed, which shows that they are still loyal. But this loyalty is aimed at Helram, and Lin is not sure whether the other party will have any thoughts now that there is a new leader. So he specially asked people to drive the alchemy car that was the face of Aida, and took Cody around the harbor city, just to let the other party see that the Aida school is still strong under his leadership. However, Lin En had no intention of exposing gunpowder and some more critical technologies. After going around for a while, he took him to the dean's office and interrogated him. Hadrada is one of the subsidiary kingdoms under the rule of the Sikas Empire. It is located on the border of the empire, and is known as the kingdom located on the mines. Hadrada has extremely rich mineral resources and a population of nearly 2 million. Nearly a quarter of the country's people are miners, or mining slaves. It is precisely because of the mining slaves working day and night in the dark and dangerous mines that the nobles of the territory can continuously transport ore to the capital of the empire, Viknir, through cargo ships and earn a lot of money. Pen income. William's main business on the surface is the ore trading industry. And he owns his own fleet. Naturally, he can make some cargo ships going to sea trade suddenly change their routes and sail to the wizard's land without anyone noticing. Chapter 214 Cody, you must be the greatest wizard. A kingdom nestled in a mine? Lin immediately became interested. Because now the Aida seaport is most lacking in various types of ores.
Who is in control of the kingdom of Hadrada now?
Lin asked.
It's the old King Basil Hadrada III.
Cody began to tell. According to the intelligence they collected, King Basil seems to be in poor health recently. And coupled with his advanced age, he may not be able to survive for long. The old king has not established a successor to the throne for unknown reasons. The two princes who are currently the most vocal are tit for tat, causing turmoil in the entire kingdom.
So, a succession war may break out within the kingdom at any time?
Lin asked thoughtfully.
No, that's not necessarily true. It depends on the cardinal's statement,
Cody said cautiously. There were even rumors in the kingdom that it was because the cardinal was very dissatisfied with the old king's choice. So he kept delaying it. Lin nodded, and then asked some questions about the current situation of the fleet formed by William, and then waved people to take Cody and others down to rest. Only after Cody and others left did Orlando speak.
Dean Lin, are you very interested in this kingdom, Hadrada?
Lin asked with a smile.
What do you think Aida lacks most now? It should be time.
Orlando hesitated for a while and responded. Now the seaport city is developing very fast.
Not bad. But there is still a lack of ore and labor. These are things owned by the Hadrada kingdom,
Lin explained. In addition, Cody and other ship experience has shown that there are more flaws in the Sea of Mist than he imagined. More than 2 months ago, when he first returned to Aida, he sent someone to confirm. At that time, the fog on the sea was only slightly weakened, and the visibility increased from 2 meters to 3 meters. Lin thought it was Vittorio's timely remedy. But now it seems that the power of the legendary spell that was lifted has not completely disappeared. The magic power that originally existed in the white mist is gradually dissipating. And in the future it may evolve to the point where something wrong can be detected with the naked eye from a distance. Lin did not intend to just wait for the Vatican personnel to knock on the door. In that case, the first one to suffer would be the Aida port, because this is the gateway to the wizarding land. This geographical location was extremely convenient when it was safe in the past. But once a war breaks out, it can easily become a target for fire. The best plan is naturally to move the battlefield to other places, such as the kingdom of Hadra Tower. Not only does this place have the resources they need, but there may also be succession wars within the kingdom, and disputes between the Holy See and the king. They are all good breakthrough points. What's more important is that there are a large number of oppressed people there, which means there are a large number of people to unite with.
So, you plan to interfere in this war of succession and support a person who is willing to support the wizard to become the king?
Orlando asked in surprise. He felt that this might not be an easy task. Lin didn't shake his head or nod. This might be a good opportunity to intervene. But we need to truly understand the current situation of this country to make a decision. Of course, it also needs to be discussed by the parliament.
By the way, aren't Master Dennis and the others currently studying the improvement of airships? How are they doing?
Lin suddenly remembered this matter and asked. He was planning to change a method of transporting cargo to improve efficiency. So he asked Dennis and others to focus on modifying the airship.
It should be completed in 2 days. The airship looks bigger than a dragon and fills the entire alchemy workshop,
Orlando recalled with emotion. It looked like an aerial fortress. Cody spent 2 extremely leisurely days in the harbor city and saw the novelty and prosperity of the city, especially paper and glass. Cody had a premonition of the great value of these commodities when he first saw them. He had no doubt that those nobles would go crazy for it. This bright and transparent glass is simply a kind of jade that can be artificially produced. And it also represents a steady stream of wealth. A group of boatmen are particularly excited about the work in Yetta Harbor, which is paid 8 to 15 silver coins per month. You must know that they risk their lives on the ship, and can only receive 3 or 4 silver coins per month as a reward. Salary. In the seaport city, even the poor and miners with low status can eat delicious white bread, which makes the fire of jealousy burning in their hearts. In the evening of the next day, Cody was once again summoned by the dean. When Lin opened his mouth, he was extremely surprised by the words.
In the future, the trade route from Hadera Tower to Aida will be changed from annual to monthly, or even semi-monthly. But, Mr. Dean, there are often storms and large whirlpools in this sea of mist. It is relatively safe only on Sundays.
Cody warned cautiously. He doubted whether the new city lord would have forgot about it.
You can rest assured that I'm not asking you to come here by boat,
Lin said with a smile. Not taking a boat? Then how to cross the sea of fog? Cody was confused. Isn't it possible to fly? After following Lin and others to the alchemy workshop, Cody realized that it was really flying. What appeared in front of him was a huge ship that was 100 meters long. It was blue and covered with rune patterns, and it looked full of mystery.
This is the latest aerospace airship. It can carry 10 tons of cargo, fly stably at an altitude of more than 4,000 meters, and can reach a speed of 70 to 120 kilometers per hour.
Every time Lin said a word, the shock on the faces of Cody and others became more and more obvious, and they felt that their brains were not enough. What is the concept of flying up to an altitude of 4,000 meters, traveling at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and carrying 10 tons of cargo? This means that they can load all kinds of goods, reach the capital of Hadrana from this seaport city in just one day, avoid the maelstrom and sea storms, and complete a trade. This is absolutely crazy. To know the whole process in the past, they needed to be transported by horse-drawn carriage on the road and then sailed, which usually took more than half a month. And now it only takes one day. Cody looked at Lin, his face full of deep respect, and couldn't help but speak.
You must be the greatest wizard.
Chapter 215 Stealth Hydrogen-Powered Strategic Bombing Airship? Facing Cody's compliments, Lin remained unmoved and shook her head.
I can't afford to be called such a person. In the land of wizards, there are many wizards who are more powerful and greater than me. Don't say that, Lord Lin. In the entire history of magic, your contribution is only a handful.
Orlando flattered him quickly. Lin smiled and did not reply. Compared to people like him who relied on scientific knowledge from previous lives to cheat, the founders of magic theories were truly great. They are the ones who truly start from scratch and explore and expand the entire magical world.
I have one more question,
Cody said hesitantly.
This airship is so big. How can it avoid the detection of the Holy See?
If it's flying in the sky, it's just a small dot. Once it lands, it will become very conspicuous, and you can't hide it even if you want to.
We have already considered this.
Philip suddenly laughed and made a gesture. A wizard in charge of controlling the airship immediately activated polarizing magic. Under the gaze of everyone, the huge airship that was 100 meters long in front of them slowly became illusory, and soon disappeared before their eyes. Seeing the expressions of shock and disbelief on the faces of Cody and all the boatmen, as the modification and designer of this aerospace airship, Dennis and others had a look of pride on their faces. In order to improve various data to the limit, they spent a lot of effort. Especially this invisible function racked their brains. It is not easy to hide an entire airship. Ordinary polarizing magic cannot do it at all. In order to enhance the power of the magic, they smeared the juice of the invisible beast on the surface of the airship. This kind of monster has a strange ability. That is, its skin can change color according to the external conditions, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment, and lurking in the dark to attack prey. However, the size of the airship is not small. They bought up most of the invisible beast juice on the market to get enough for an airship.
I named it Invisible Sky Fortress,
Dennis said with great satisfaction. Stealth hydrogen-powered strategic bombing airship? A series of nouns flashed through Lin's mind. He had heard before that Dennis had found a solution to the problem of the airship being large and easy to be discovered. He did not expect that the solution was so direct. As long as you can't see nature, it won't be exposed. Can only say, worthy of being a master of alchemy. Lin sighed secretly, and then asked someone to bring the goods for this trade. The most important thing is of course glassware. After checking it, Cody immediately discovered that most of these glassware had vacuoles, which were very eye-catching and completely different from the finished products he saw on the market in Ida.
Master Dean, aren't these defective products?
Cody asked in confusion.
There are always these defective products to reflect the value of the finished product.
Right, Lin said with a smile.
Since the workers in the glass workshop are all novices, they always produce a lot of defective products every time they are cast. It is also a bit troublesome to melt and recast. But there are just some cavities inside, so it is not unusable. So Lin simply decided to divide these glass products into different levels: low, medium and high. For example, a set of glassware with vacuoles can be sold for 7 silver coins. As for those without vacuoles, the price can be doubled 10 times. In this way, you can make money from all walks of life, sell at a high price, and satisfy the feeling of superiority of some nobles. Everyone is simply happy. You can also exchange a small amount of goods for a large amount of coins, and then exchange these coins for ore and transport them to Aida port, forming a virtuous cycle. All the wizards present were shocked by Lin's overly advanced economic concept. Cody also knew for the first time that there was such a routine of deliberately selling defective products. But only something with a monopoly like glass products can do this.
By the way, the cabin of the airship can only carry 25 people at a time. And it also needs people to drive the airship and be responsible for follow-up maintenance. Before tomorrow, you can elect 15 representatives to be responsible for transporting this cargo.
Lin, reminded, said, "There are only 15 places." Cody immediately became a little hesitant. A total of 150 people came to transport this cargo. Who to keep and who to go back is a question worth pondering. Lin patted Cody on the shoulder and asked him to think slowly and familiarize himself with the airship. He returned to the dean's office and called Lauder over.
Lord Lin.
Lauder, who was summoned by Lin again after nearly 4 months, gave Lin a big,
Fine.
gift as soon as he came up. He was still prostrated and shouted excitedly.
What are you doing?
Lin helped Lauder out and asked dumbfounded. Lauder immediately started crying. Since Lin went to the Wizard City Green Reel 4 months ago, he seemed to have forgotten about them. He waited and waited but couldn't get any news. After finally waiting for Lin to come back, he suddenly became the star of magic and the actual controller of the Iata school. Lauder was so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement. He undoubtedly made the right bet again. But just when he was dreaming about being able to soar into the sky, he was still not summoned by Lin. He also sent people over and over again to inquire about the situation, but received a busy response from the lord of the city. This made Lauder wonder if he had lost his value and been abandoned. The patience of the boat gang workers who had followed him before had been exhausted after several months of waiting, and most of them had already entered the workshop or simply went mining. There is no other way. People's hearts are broken, and it is difficult to lead the team. If it weren't for the slight illusion in his heart, Lauder would have considered whether to learn textile technology. He heard that the work in the textile workshop was relatively easy and well paid. Listening to Laud's crying, Lin felt a little embarrassed for a moment. During this time, he was busy dealing with various affairs and had to take time to learn magic. But of course we couldn't say that. Lin coughed twice, interrupted Lauder's crying, and sighed.
In recent months, I have been planning a very important matter. I wanted to leave it to you, but it is really dangerous. So I have been hesitant about summoning you. Lord Lin, what is going on?
Lauder immediately stood up straight and asked anxiously. Even the dean felt that it was dangerous, so he did not fully agree.
I need you to do 2 things. First, go to the kingdom of Hadrada to collect some intelligence. Second, monitor William and find out if he has any bad ideas. If so, replace it with me, him. Lin said solemnly. Chapter 216 Lydia, we have made the musket.
I understand, Master Lin,
Lauder said seriously. Although both of these things are difficult, he knows better that only by showing enough value can he regain trust, rights and attention.
But?
The second after Lauder patted his chest in assurance, he changed his expression and looked at Lin eagerly.
William has been operating in the kingdom of Hadrada for many years and his power is stable. With the ship gang as current finances and manpower,
it may be difficult to penetrate in a short time,
Lauder said carefully. The meaning was very simple. He wanted people and money. But even if someone has money, it is not easy to do this.
You don't need to worry about any of this. I've already planned it for you,
Lin said with a smile. He didn't know how powerful William was. But one thing was certain. The 150 people who came to the wizard's land were the other party's confidants, so they could be sent to carry out such a secret mission. Therefore, Lin used the reason that the number of people on the airship was limited at one time. So he left most of the people in Iata and sent them back in batches when transporting goods in the future. Taking advantage of this period of time, he could mix some sand into the more than 100 people, and through the temptation of interests or even magic, make some people become his informants and monitor William. They are bound to know a lot of information about William and the kingdom of Hadrada. Under Lin's constant talk, Lauder shivered inexplicably, and couldn't help but recall the man who easily captured him from his hiding spot in the Sika's empire and killed the archbishop and thousands of elites by himself. The boy from the guard. It was at that time that Lauder had the idea in his mind that he must not go against the other party. So insidious and terrible.
Also, bring this thing with you.
Lin took off the ring of secret magic from his index finger and handed it to Lauder. Lauder took it with a confused look. He could tell that it was a magic item, but he didn't know what it did.
You can use it to command the wizards I sent over. It is also blessed with a protective magic that can protect your safety at critical moments.
Lin En explained. That magic is naturally the four-ring magic he has just mastered, advanced projection. In other words, with the help of this ring, he can understand what is happening on the other side at any time, and if necessary, appear directly as the incarnation of consciousness. Since the medium of the spell is the arcane ring, he can also mobilize the magic power of the magic network to a certain extent and maximize his original strength. Of course, it is okay to deal with some bishops or official wizards, but it will be difficult to compete with a cardinal. An incarnation cannot make a spiritual connection through the magic network. Lauder put the ring on his hand very solemnly and said decisively,
Master Lin En, please rest assured that I will complete the tasks you assigned as soon as possible.
Since the other party has made arrangements, there is nothing to worry about. After handing Lauder 500 imperial gold coins found in the gold exchange as reserve funds, Lin En waved his hand and signaled the other party to quickly gather people and set off tomorrow. Lauder said goodbye very respectfully and left. While Lin took out the map he got from Cody and looked at it. The kingdom of Hadera Tower is located on the border of the Sika's empire, surrounded by mountains and seas. The straight line distance from the seaport of Aida is only 1,500 kilometers. In other words, if the airship is not loaded with heavy objects, it will be very difficult for the airship to travel at full speed. It can be reached in half a day. The distance by ship is not too far, about 10 days. Because of this, Lin En is very concerned about William. After all, this is a very critical moment. Once the other party has undue thoughts because of Helen's death and chooses to seek refuge in the Holy See, they are unprepared. The consequences could be disastrous. So it's better to prepare early. But as an easygoing person, Lin still gave the other party a chance. He deliberately let Cody stay at the Aida seaport for a few days to show off his strength, and then offered him trade in glass products as a benefit, just to let the other party know that if he continued to follow him, he would only get a lot more benefits than before. If this combination of punches comes down and William still doesn't understand current affairs and wants to do some tricks secretly, then he can only replace the opponent. The next day, in the morning, in the alchemy workshop of the Aida school, Lin, Philip, Dennis and others watched the huge airship take off into the sky and fly away. This spectacular sight soon attracted the attention of passers-by. They had often seen airships in the past, but they were too big. Master Dennis, how are you? Are you used to staying in Aida during this period?
Lin turned to look at Dennis aside and asked.
Very good. Very good.
Master Dennis nodded with great satisfaction. In the first few days, he was still a little uncomfortable, but he was quickly attracted by the drawings given by Lin En and devoted himself wholeheartedly to research, especially the ideas of magic trains and ironclad giant ships, and even more. It fascinated him immensely.
That's good.
Lin smiled. Then his expression became serious again, and he asked Orlando,
Hasn't the cargo ship from Vicnir arrived yet? It's been half a month since Sunday. Right. According to the usual situation, we should have arrived a long time ago.
Orlando was also a little confused, but quickly said comfortingly,
This was also the case in the past few years. After all, Vicnir is the capital of the Sika's empire. It is not easy to smuggle goods. It may be that the Holy See or the Empire have been very strict recently. So for the time being, abandon this shipping trip. Then is there any way to contact him?
Lin asked again. Orlando shook his head hesitantly. Master Helram might have had a way to contact the other party in the past, but he did not tell them this method. Although Lin En was a little worried, he had no choice but to give up. Vicnir was no better than Hadrat Tower. Apart from the Holy City, it was the place where the Holy See had the most powerful power. It was necessary to take a long-term approach and send people to investigate at will. Counterproductive. With this worry, Lin returned to the magic workshop and immediately received good news.
Dean Lin En, we have already made the musket you mentioned.
Lydia almost jumped out, holding a taller than herself, weird-looking musket with complex patterns engraved on the surface, and handed it to Lin's eyes. Chapter 217 Technological Guns and Magic Projectiles.
Not bad. Pretty fast.
Lin rubbed Lydia's head to express encouragement, then reached out to take the beautifully crafted musket and looked at it carefully. What he asked Lydia and others to research and make was naturally a flintlock gun, compared with early muskets and matchlocks. Flintlock guns have the advantages of fast firing rate, lightweight, small caliber, short barrel and small recoil. and reduce the possibility of being unable to shoot due to rain and moisture. It is already a very complete musket. It has been popular since it was invented by a clockmaker in the early 16th century. It was only gradually replaced in the 19th century. As for a more advanced percussion gun, although it is not impossible to make it, the ammunition for that thing needs to be filled with a primer. With Yetta's current level of magic industry, it is not suitable for mass production. The flintlock gun only requires lead bullets to fire, and the cost is very low.
Dean Lin, what is this? Some kind of new alchemical equipment?
Dennis asked in surprise. He did not feel any traces of magic on it.
No. This is considered a technological creation and has not been magically modified,
Lin said with some anticipation.
Let's go and try its power.
Under the leadership of Lin In, the group quickly arrived at the training ground. In front of them were rows of wooden dummies used for magic training, which were the best targets.
I'll do it! I'll do it!
Lydia said excitedly. After making this musket, she had experimented with it several times and was very proficient. Moreover, this musket is also special. It is one size smaller than the one marked on the drawing, just so that halflings like her can use it. Lennon shook his head, handed the musket to the guard on duty, and asked,
Have you ever shot an arrow before, Master Dean?
The guard was excited and frightened at the same time. He was holding this exquisite musket and couldn't even express his excitement. However, he still stuttered and said that he could accurately hit the target within 100 meters.
Then come and give it a try. The way to operate it is very simple.
Lennon smiled and showed him, almost teaching him step by step. There is no difficulty in using a flintlock gun, as long as a person with a normal IQ learns it with some effort. He will soon be able to master it and be able to load, aim and fire. Because he was too nervous, the guard had to learn for more than an hour before he barely mastered the method. Then he started to operate it with great effort. He used a wooden hammer to press the projectile into the chamber of the gun, raised the gun, and aimed. He picked up the wooden dummy not far ahead. Everyone present stared at the musket in the guard's hand with great interest. At the same time, they were also a little curious as to why Lin and would let someone who had no experience with it demonstrate it. Dennis and others looked thoughtful.
Be careful with the recoil,
Lennon warned. The guard was stunned for a moment, and then became even more nervous. What is this recoil? But he soon realized it. The moment he pulled the trigger, a huge thrust emerged from the barrel of the gun, almost knocking him over. Boom! At the same time, a violent thunderous roar sounded in the training ground, accompanied by a puff of smoke coming out of the musket, and the projectiles loaded inside flew away at extremely fast speeds. Although it deviated slightly due to the incompatibility with the recoil, it still hit the target accurately. A big hole was blown out of the upper part of the wooden dummy almost as soon as the gunfire rang out.
So fast!
Dennis couldn't help but say. With his outstanding eyesight and mental reflexes, he could clearly see the projectile ejected from the barrel of the gun, and almost instantly hit the target 40 meters away. The power is also particularly amazing. You must know that the materials of these targets are special, not ordinary wood materials, but they are still penetrated so easily. The guard was even more stunned on the spot, unable to believe that he had done this. Kevin and others were even vaguely worried about whether such weapons would pose a threat to wizards. After all, an ordinary person who does not know magic can initially master it after 1 hour of study, which makes them a little worried. Thinking of this, Kevin volunteered to stand up and blessed himself with a second ring spell, Mage Shield, intending to use it as a target to test the power of the gun himself.
Sir Kevin!
The guard looked at Kevin, who was fighting in front of him, holding the musket in his hand. His legs were shaking, and he didn't dare to shoot at all.
Stop talking nonsense and try it quickly. The weapon in your hand can't hurt me,
Kevin said impatiently and stood 50 meters away, under the constant urging of everyone. The guard swallowed hard and hesitated for more than 10 seconds without making any move. Finally, Lydia snatched the musket away.
I'd better do it.
Lydia cleaned the barrel of the gun very skillfully, and then wickedly took out a special projectile from her pocket and asked,
Professor Kevin, can I try this projectile?
Of course. Kevin nodded casually. After getting a positive answer, Lydia happily stuffed the special projectile into the gun chamber, paused again before shooting, and reminded her sheepishly,
You better be careful. Professor Kevin!
Kevin waved his hand impatiently. Lydia took a deep breath, opened the flint clamp, and then started to aim. About 3 seconds later, she pulled the trigger on Kevin. Bang! The thunderous sound sounded again. Although he said he didn't care, Kevin's pupils had already turned into griffin-like eyes. which was the shaping magic dynamic sight. Only when he faced the muzzle of the gun did he feel how fast the projectiles were. The moment the gunshot sounded, the attack had already arrived in front of him. It only takes 0.2 seconds to cross a distance of 50 meters. The lead bullet with a muzzle velocity of 250 meters per second quickly hit the mage shield. A trace of cracks soon appeared on the shield. But Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, because the projectile quickly disintegrated. However, being so close, Kevin quickly noticed the runes engraved on the surface of the projectile. This is First, Kevin's attainments in alchemy were limited, but he still recognized it at a glance. This was the explosion rune. Immediately afterwards, the special projectile exploded, and the disintegrated fragments scattered in all directions, turning into a denser rain of bullets, hitting the mage shield. In less than half a second, the solid magic barrier was instantly penetrated. Chapter 218 Magic Industrialization. The sudden explosion of projectiles was obviously beyond Kevin's expectation. Even with his excellent dynamic vision, he could clearly see the rain of bullets coming from such a close distance. And it was already too late to react. Kevin could only watch helplessly as the flying projectile fragments hit his body. Kevin was so frightened that he stepped back, but soon found that his body only felt slight pain. And there were not a few holes. Not even any skin. Break.
If what Lydia put in just now was a special iron pill, you would have been seriously injured now.
Philip looked at the frightened Kevin in a funny way, and was not surprised by the result, because this explosive projectile was made by him, and its power has been tested a long time ago. Its power is roughly equivalent to the second-level magic spell Explosive Fireball. It can break through the mage shield, and the remaining kinetic energy is not enough. It could harm the human body. So when Lydia took out this thing just now, he didn't say anything to stop it. Seeing that everyone on the scene had expressions of laughter, Kevin was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but glare at Lydia. The halfling girl stuck out her tongue and hid behind Lin In. She just saw Professor Kevin talking so unbearably about the power of the musket, so she wanted to demonstrate it to him. After all, this musket was made by her own hands, and it was the finished product she was most proud of. Lin on the side also said in a funny tone,
Professor Kevin, Lydia has warned you before. If you pay more attention, you won't be in such an embarrassing situation.
Although the power of the musket is good, as long as a three-ring wizard is serious, it cannot be a deterrent at all, mainly because Kevin underestimates the enemy. Of course, Lydia also went too far. Although he could guess that Lydia had tested the power of the projectiles, the attack that could break the mage shield was still quite dangerous. So he picked up the musket and used it. He hit the halfling girl on the head several times as a warning. Lydia covered her head in pain, looking pitiful.
By the way, how did it feel to face the musket just now, Professor Kevin?
Lin asked curiously.
It's amazing. An ordinary person who doesn't know magic can master it in just 1 hour and gain the power to threaten official wizards.
Kevin's expression became very solemn. If the threat from the Holy See was not at hand, Lin would definitely be advised to keep the musket and the method of making it top secret, or even destroy it, because before this, there was an insurmountable gap between wizards who mastered magic and civilians. Especially after becoming a second-level wizard, you can learn the magic of all-round protection like Mage Shield, without the blessing of extraordinary power. Even if the opponent holds a crossbow or giant sword, it will be difficult to break through the wizard's protection. But their magic can easily kill the enemy. The emergence of muskets broke this convention, allowing a civilian without magic to initially possess the ability to threaten wizards. However, Kevin also saw the shortcomings at a glance. The main reasons were that the reloading was too slow, and the concealment was too poor. The sound of the musket firing could be heard hundreds of meters away. Moreover, special projectiles made without the use of rune magic would require at least 2 to 3 shots to break through the mage shield. Kevin stated his feelings very solemnly. Lin In also nodded. He was naturally aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the flintlock gun, but he was a little surprised by the explosive projectiles developed by Philip and others. It seems that magical transformation of muskets may also be a good route. Since there are explosions, it may not be possible to use freezing, thunder and other bullets.
How much does this kind of musket cost? How long does it take to make?
Raphael asked quickly. During these days at the Aida seaport, he had just finished his assessment of the internal combustion engine and submitted a report to the parliament. Unexpectedly, Lin gave him a new surprise. He saw clearly the demonstration just now. This thing called a musket is not only incredibly powerful, enough to break through armor, but it is also very easy to use. It can easily form combat effectiveness and can effectively make up for the lack of low-end combat effectiveness in the Wizarding Land. This is also an issue that the Parliament has been worrying about. According to the deductions of some great wizards, when there is a real large-scale battle, the Holy See may first send out a large number of low-quality serf soldiers, use divine magic to strengthen their will, charge in groups, and consume the magic power of the wizards, while those composed of clerics, God's punishment army, and Griffin Knights form an elite, and they can wait for work and determine the outcome of a battle. There is no so-called army in the Wizarding Land. Only some security teams responsible for maintaining order. Although recruitment and training have been restarted, they do not have high hopes for this, because the troops recruited temporarily have no combat experience at all. It would be good if they don't collapse thousands of miles in a real fight. So much so that some people suggested that we should let those wizard apprentices go to the battlefield. They don't have much magic, but they can still deal with the serf soldiers. But this was quickly refuted because they were completely injured. Although these apprentices no longer have much potential, they have been trained through hard work, and it would be a pity to be used as cannon fodder. The muskets appeared at the right time, which meant that they could pull together a combat-ready team in a short time, and they could also use it to deal with low-level clergymen if they were not prepared.
It probably took us more than 10 days to make this musket according to the drawings,
Philip said in a deep voice.
The biggest difficulty in making a flintlock gun is the seamless barrel. I solved it using magic, but it is not that easy for those craftsmen.
You can't develop a corresponding alchemy formation specifically for this gun barrel.
Right. This can be solved with an internal combustion engine, and then just turn holes in a solid steel pipe,
Lynn said, then made a rough estimate and spoke again.
It shouldn't be a problem for a workshop with 1,500 people to produce 500 muskets a month. How is this possible?
Philip was in disbelief. Doesn't that mean that an average of 3 people can make a musket in a month?
Of course it's possible, as long as we divide the work and standardize the process. Nothing is impossible,
Lenin said decisively. Nowadays, whether it is the Sika's empire or the craftsmen in the Wizarding Land, they still follow the traditional manufacturing method. That is, one craftsman makes an item alone. Compared with the modern division of labor, the efficiency is much lower. Chapter 219. You actually plan to use our magic treasures to cultivate the land? Division of labor? Standardized process? The two terms mentioned by Len made Raphael and others frown. They could barely understand what the other party wanted to express. But they couldn't figure out why this allowed 3 people to make a musket within a month. Without magic. Just polishing and making the gun stock and barrel would take more than this amount of time.
Lydia, if I asked you to teach an ordinary craftsman all the techniques for making muskets, how long would it take?
Lynn asked.
Maybe 7 or 8 days. No, it will take at least half a month,
Lydia said hesitantly. If you want to teach the other party, you have to make it again and familiarize yourself with the process. Even so, the other party may not be able to learn it quickly and produce it independently. After all, not everyone can look at the drawings and reproduce them the first time like her. Thinking of this, Lydia puffed up her chest quite proudly.
What if I just need him to learn how to make a fire sickle or a trigger?
Lynn asked with a smile.
2 or 3 hours at most.
Lydia hesitated. These 2 things are not difficult to make. Even a stupid craftsman should be able to learn them in 3 hours.
Then why don't we just separate the various parts of the musket? Find a group of people to make the barrel, a group of people to make the gun stock, another group of people to make the parts, and finally splice them together. Isn't this simple? Is it easy?
As Lydia said just now, it takes at least half a month to teach someone to make an entire musket. But it only takes a few hours for them to learn how to make one of the parts. This greatly reduces the difficulty of training a qualified craftsman. This is also the concept of modern industry. The work is divided into several steps, and some people complete one of the steps independently. The finer the division of labor, the higher the level of specialization. Using this method can cultivate a group of skilled workers in a very short time, because they only have to do one thing every day, and practice makes perfect. Is this still possible? Lydia was stunned. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell.
Wait a minute, Dean Lin. If the production process is completely separated, what if the things produced cannot be spliced together?
Philip couldn't help but ask. You have to know that there are thousands of craftsmen, and if they are asked to make different things separately, wouldn't it make things messy? For example, this person makes a larger gun barrel, and that person makes a smaller fire sickle spring. Don't look at the slightest difference. Even if they are forcibly spliced together on a musket, there is still a risk of the barrel exploding.
That's why we need to standardize and establish relevant standards. Lin said again. For example, for a gun barrel, we specify its length and diameter, and then determine how much error is allowed. Only those that meet the standard are the finished products. In this way, anyone who makes a gun barrel can install it on the gun, as well as other parts. Same thing. Although this is a bit troublesome at first, the benefits are obvious later. Even if a part of the gun is broken, the material can be directly replaced. Each worker will only know the craftsmanship he made and avoid the production method. Spread. Under Lin Un's explanation, Philip and others suddenly understood the advantages of dividing labor and establishing relevant standards, and thought about whether this method could be extended to other places, such as for some alchemical items. Make. Orlando. Let the Magic Daily publish 2 pieces of news tomorrow. First, Yetta is going to build a Fusilier workshop and recruit 1,500 workers. Second, I am going to build a musketry team, and the goal is to 3,000 people. Lin handed the musket back to Lydia and said to Orlando on the side, now that the flintlock musket has been successfully built, it is time to consider establishing the first musketry team. But, Mr. Lin, this will require recruiting another 4,500 people. What about farming and fishing this year? Orlando said hesitantly. With the previous glass, paper and textile workshops, this is already tens of thousands of people. The entire Aida seaport adds up to only more than 50,000 people, which means that 1/5 of the people will be separated from the original production tasks. Not to mention that this is only a preliminary plan. According to this trend, Orlando has no doubt that in a few months, everyone in the city will be working for the city lord. So you should work harder during this period. Use internal combustion engine technology, and research several alchemy instruments that can automatically cultivate, sow, and harvest. This way, even if most people are separated from the land, food production will not be affected. Lin said confidently. Of course he had already planned this. Huh? Orlando was dumbfounded. Philip and others also looked at Lin with strange expressions. The alchemy internal combustion engine is a magical treasure, but you actually use it to plow the land? Moreover, if there were alchemy instruments that could automatically cultivate, sow, and harvest, then why would the poor do anything? This would probably not be a dream. In the evening, in a village not far from King Hadrada, an invisible airship landed silently in a manor. This is one of the strongholds that William set up outside the royal capital for the convenience of hoarding and transporting goods. After settling in Lauder and others, and telling them not to run around, Cody took only a few confidants and rode a carriage into the city alone without stopping, and was quickly received. The pudgy-looking William was sitting on a large chair in the secret room. His fat face looked a little distorted, and his eyes were squinted together. What's going on? Cody, you better not tell me something went wrong with the trade this year. William knew the time of each departure and returned to the port. Normally, it would take at least 40 days to complete a cross-sea trade. But now, only half a month later, Cody came back, which gave him some information. Bad guess. Reporting to your lord, this year's trade has been very smooth. We have brought a new batch of goods from Aida, which is something called glass and paper, Cody said excitedly, and then seemed to as if remembering something. He quickly added, by the way, sir, the person who is in charge of Aida Harbor now is an extremely young wizard. It is said that Master Helram has unfortunately died while dealing with a civil strife. What did you say? Helram is dead. William's expression changed, and he stood up directly from his seat. The fat around him was shaking continuously, bringing an indescribable feeling of oppression. Chapter 220. Could it be that the Magic Council can no longer send any other personnel? Under the pressure of William's momentum, Cody was frightened and shivered. He did not expect that the adult would be so excited. Are you sure this news is true and reliable? William asked again. Cody nodded quickly. During the few days he was stranded in the seaport city, he asked many people to inquire about the news. A few months ago, a tragedy occurred in Aida, with thousands of casualties. Helram also died in that incident. I heard that it was related to a guy called the Evil Mage. Listening to Cody's narration, William supported his fat body and paced in the secret room. After a moment, he opened his mouth and tentatively uttered a few words. When there was no response, he confirmed the death of Helram. William's expression changed again and again, and finally he sat back in his seat, his expression regaining his composure. Tell me, who is in charge of Aida now? It's a wizard named Lin. He's young. He looks like he's less than 20 years old, Cody replied hesitantly. That is to say, now that a brat is in charge of Aida, Can't the Magic Council no longer send other people? William said with a sneer. Lord William, I think Lord Lin is not that simple. It is said that he is also from the Seekas Empire. It has only been less than a year since he crossed the sea and reached the land of wizards. But he has shown a lot of tricks, Cody said carefully. He reminded me and told me everything I saw and heard on this trip. An airship that is hundreds of meters long and larger than a house. A four-wheeled vehicle that can run faster than the wind. And an alchemy machine that can automatically spin cloth. William's brows couldn't help but frown. Because what Cody said was so fantastical that he began to wonder if his henchmen were under some kind of illusion magic. However, Cody soon gave proof. The airship was now docked in a manor outside the royal capital. It was with this thing that they were able to cross 2 places in one day. In addition, he also brought samples of paper and glass, which were quickly presented to him. And he also explained the situation of other people's hands stranded in Ida. So now our people are stranded in Ida and have become hostages? William's tone seemed a little depressed. After glancing at the samples presented, he couldn't help but pause and fell in love with the workmanship at a glance. The exquisite glass goblet. Reached out to pick it up and looked at it in front of my eyes. The body of the cup is crystal clear and shines under the candlelight, making it look very dazzling. William looked at it for a long time before putting down the goblet, and then looked at the other glassware and pure white pages. Of course he saw the value of these 2 things. I think Mr. Lin has no intention of stopping them from coming back. It's just that the airship's carrying capacity is limited, so it needs to come back in batches, Cody explained. Since they had missed their return date during the few days they were stranded in Igetta. And now the Sea of Mist had become dangerous again. They could only rely on airships to travel. William didn't believe this so-called coincidence. Grinning, showing his yellow teeth. It seems that the successor of Master Heron Ram does have some skills. Even you are beginning to excuse him. Lord William, I never meant this, Cody said with fear. William naturally knew that there was no possibility of Cody betraying him. So after a brief discussion, he continued to ask again. What about the division of interests? Has the other party made a new decision? Mr. Lin said that the previous agreement remains the same. It is still 30:70, Cody said quickly. Humph! William snorted rather dissatisfiedly. Although these glass products can earn a lot of money, they are things that have never appeared before. Once they are taken out, they will definitely arouse the interest of many people. Which means that he needs to spend energy to get through the relationship with money. Wait until the next time the goods are transferred. Remember to tell that person for me. The Holy See has been very strict recently. I need to take more risks. And the share needs to be changed. I think half and half is very suitable, William ordered coldly. Now that he no longer has to be controlled by others, William can no longer tolerate being like a puppet, taking huge risks but having to hand over most of his benefits to others. After more than 10 years of hard work, he is now a veritable viscount, owning his own territory. He is no longer the mining slave who had to look at others and be ordered around. Cody hesitated for a moment. In his opinion, Mr. Lin was not an easy person to talk to, but he did not have the guts to veto William's proposal. After asking for a while, William waved Cody away, opened the oak barrel next to the seat, and put the blood-like liquid inside into a goblet. After shaking it gently, a pungent smell came out. The smell of blood immediately wafted away. William drank it down without caring, and was intoxicated in the trembling and pleasure of his body. Thoughts kept going on in his mind, and suddenly he thought of what Cody said before. When he was crossing the foggy sea and found the sea, there seems to be some new changes in the fog, combined with the fact that the new Aida controller impounded his cargo ships in the Wizarding Land, used airships to transport goods, and even took back the compass that could locate the Wizarding Land. This made he couldn't help but become suspicious. This matter might not be that simple. William pondered for a while, called an attendant, and gave instructions in a low voice. Send me another ship to take a look at the Misty Sea. A week has passed by in a blink of an eye. Recently, the kingdom of Hadrada has been turbulent, and the dispute between the 2 princes has almost reached the point where everyone knows it. On the king's birthday just 2 days ago, the eldest prince presented a round mirror that was smooth and flawless, able to clearly reflect human figures, and a set of crystal clear tableware and wine glasses, which attracted the attention of many nobles and priests, and even won the appreciation from the king and queen. According to rumors, the material of this round mirror is a very precious mineral from overseas. It is made by the best craftsmen in Hadra Towers. It sells for a lot of money, and there are very few perfect finished products. The whole world there are only two sides. The other side was presented to Cardinal Lossac. However, although this magical round mirror disappeared, glass-related products soon appeared on the market, attracting nobles, wealthy businessmen and priests, and became a new fashion in a very short period of time. Since the quantity is very limited, the price has been increased by more than 10 times. A finished goblet can even be sold for 10 kingdom gold coins. Even a defective product can be sold for 2 or 3 gold coins. Even so, the supply is still in short supply, and it has been sold out in just 2 days. Chapter 221 Spirit and Faith Return to God. Worldliness and body return to the king. Hadera Tower, in a luxurious council hall in the royal capital. The handsome second prince suddenly and violently threw all the flower pots and oak wine glasses on the table to the ground after listening to the report from his subordinates. He cursed angrily. Damn it! Damn it! Damn Harold! Damn William! All the attendants present lowered their heads fearfully, not daring to respond at all. Only an old man with white hair and beard remained calm, looking at the glass in his hand, waiting for the prince's anger to be vented. And then he said indifferently, said out loud, "Don't worry so much, Hadar. Things are not as bad as you think. But, Master Anthony, Harold won the favor of almost all the nobles at that banquet. And of course, my good father King Basil." At this point, Hadar's expression became distorted. In order to outshine his brother Harold at this birthday party, he went to great lengths to find a very rare crystal stone and asked a master sculptor to engrave the most glorious of his father's words when he conquered the enemy country. The meritorious deeds are engraved into a lifelike picture of a character. However, just when he thought he could shine at the banquet, that damn Harold actually presented a rare treasure called a glass mirror, which attracted everyone's attention almost instantly. So much so that during the entire banquet, he was like a funny clown, being left aside, and no one cared about him at all. How could this not make him feel humiliated? Hadar, you need to remember what those people who support you are doing. They will not deviate from their own interests just because of a so-called rare treasure, Anthony said, gently placing the glass in his hand on the desktop. As for your father, King Basil, I think Harold's offering of the round mirror will only have the opposite effect. Hadar looked at Anthony in confusion. Because Harold did something very stupid. Even before the banquet, he couldn't wait to give another round mirror to the cardinal of the kingdom. What do you think your good father would think? Anthony's expression reminded calmly. Hadar paused and quickly understood what Anthony meant. His father, King Basil, had devoted his life to the consolidation of royal power. Harold's act of presenting the round mirror to Cardinal Lossac undoubtedly once again stirred up the thorn in King Basil's heart. There are also those nobles who are nominally the controllers of various territories. But in fact the words of the archbishops are far more effective than their decrees. This makes many nobles extremely resentful. But they dare not speak out in anger. However, his brother Harold made sure that in order to win the throne for himself, he was extremely courteous to the cardinal. One person could see that if Harold became king, the power of the Holy See would only be greater than before. The nobles who supported them simply hoped that after he became king, he would be able to restrict the privileges of the priests to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Hadar calmed down again, but there was still some worry on his face. Master Anthony, what if the cardinal really clearly supports Harold? This is also the issue that worries him the most. Although they are born with extraordinary power relying on the blood of the royal family, even his father, King Basil, cannot compete with the cardinal. The only person in the entire king's capital who can truly compete with the cardinal is Anthony, who is the great wizard. But he obviously cannot take action easily. Otherwise he will only attract an encirclement and suppression by the Holy See. This is the worst case scenario. Anthony's expression also became a little more solemn. Although there has always been a saying in the Holy See that the spirit and faith belong to God, and the world and body belong to the king. They are just words to comfort the nobles. Then what should we do now? Hadar asked rather annoyed. I heard that the 2 round mirrors and the glass products that have appeared on the market recently are all the work of Viscount William. Maybe we can start here and find out where the other party obtained this rare or... Anthony pondered. Said. He was also very interested in this kind of glass products. During the research process, he accidentally discovered that these things can enlarge or shrink an object under a specific curved surface structure, and can be used to make many useful alchemy items. Instrument. Okay. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Hadar nodded in response. Although William was only a viscount, he controlled a huge fleet, and was also a well-known wealthy businessman in the kingdom. He was one of the staunchest supporters of Prince Harold. If he can be eliminated, Harold will naturally lose an important helper. At the same time, in the dean's office of Ietta College, after listening to the report of the boatman sent by Lauder, Lin tapped his index finger on the table and spoke slowly. In other words, that William has not been very peaceful recently, and even wants to redivide the profit sharing? Yes. William said that these novel glass products can easily arouse the covetousness of others. He needs to spend a lot of thought and energy to deal with the Holy See and the nobles of the kingdom. The benefits we give him are far from enough. He hopes to split them in half. The worker reported truthfully. Lin sneered. William was just talking like a lion, completely confused about the situation. Although the other party needs to face some extra pressure. Relatively, the most dangerous shipping work is now completely carried out by them, and William does not need to intervene. All the other party has to do is use their own power to cover up and bribe their superiors. Giving 30% of the benefits is completely considered extremely generous. According to the investigation by Lauder and others, William perfectly implemented his hunger marketing and product grading system and sold those glass products for a sky-high price. In just 2 or 3 days, he earned thousands of imperial gold coins, enough to catch up with the trade volume of a whole year in the past. However, people's greed obviously has no limit. It seems that after learning about Halram's death, William has become a little inflated. Let Laud hold him back first and talk slowly. My bottom line is to give up a layer of interest to appease the priests and nobles. Lin thought for a while, and then made a decision. William is now the Viscount of the Kingdom of Hadarada, and Lauder has only arrived in the royal capital for a week, and the news has not yet been found out. It is difficult to take over all the other parties' power in a short period of time, so it is better to hold off for now. Let's calculate this later. What he needs now are various ore resources and scarce alchemical materials. Simple gold coins don't mean much to Lin In. Chapter 222 One of the 4 basic forces electromagnetic force. After thinking for a moment, Lin looked at the boatman and asked again. What about the dispute between the royal families? Has anything been found out? The boatman did not dare to hide anything and told all the news he had found out in the past few days. King Basil's 2 sons are named Harold and Hattar. Not long ago, on the king's birthday, Harold presented a full-length glass mirror and finished glassware we made, which was celebrated at the banquet. Being in the limelight, he was favored by many nobles. There are rumors that His Highness the Grand Prince also gave another round mirror to Cardinal Losac. Now there are rumors throughout the kingdom that Harold has the support of the church and will soon be made crown prince. Although they had not arrived in the kingdom of Hadrada for a long time, they had already established relationships with some nobles by taking advantage of the convenience of selling glass products. This information was widely circulated in the aristocratic circles and was not a secret, so they inquired in great detail. Lin listened to these royal disputes as if listening to gossip. Lin was very surprised that William chose Harold as his supporter, and judging from the information obtained by Lauder and others, William did not suddenly come up with the idea, but had already been on his side since the beginning of the dispute over the selection of the crown prince. But isn't this eldest prince facing the Holy See? Lin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But after thinking about it carefully, he quickly understood. In the past, William was indeed helping Halram smuggle supplies. In order to hide his identity, he needed a layer of cover. Moving closer to Harold was undoubtedly a smart choice. It not only reduced the possibility of being suspected, but also provides a lot of convenience. Of course, that was before. And now William's restless attitude has obviously made this a new hidden danger. In addition, we also found out some news about wizards in the royal capital. The boatman reported carefully. Tell me about it. Lin nodded, not surprised by this. Although wizards have been hunted and suppressed by the Holy See in the Sika's empire, there will never be a shortage of people seeking power in this world. Some talented wizards can cast some of the most basic spells without learning. Therefore, no matter how the Holy See encircles and suppresses them, the group of wizards will always exist. At most, they will just hide more secretly. Just last month, the Holy See arrested 3 wizards in the royal capital. The aftermath of the fighting between the 2 sides destroyed several houses. There are also rumors that these wizards seem to be able to use the power of lightning. The boatman said everything he knew. Speak up. Oh, are you sure? Lin suddenly became interested. After using Real Mirror to reproduce the electromagnetic gun, Lin became very interested in using thunder magic and made many attempts. After all, electromagnetic force is one of the 4 basic forces. It exists in everything and contains extremely terrifying power. It's just that with his current perception ability, he can't detect the existence of electric charges at all, let alone control the current. Originally, Lin thought that his ability was not enough. Perhaps only great wizards, who could decompose and create metal elements, were qualified to contact this field. Now it seems that this is not the case. There are wizards in the kingdom who can summon lightning, which undoubtedly overturns his previous conclusion. Lin didn't believe that the great wizard was captured. Otherwise in the fighting, not to mention a few private houses, maybe half of the royal capital would be smashed. Under Lin's questioning, the boatmen hesitated to answer, because they had obtained all this information, and no one had ever seen the wizards use lightning magic with their own eyes. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of the question, Lin didn't mean to embarrass the other party. He waved his hand and asked the boatman to retreat. Then, he suddenly looked startled. But it was the ring he left for Lauder that was activated 3 minutes ago. In the kingdom of Hadra Tower, in a remote street, Lauder, who had gone through some disguises, was walking into a long and narrow alley with a cane. His eyes occasionally glanced at the round mirror clasped in his palm, and he used the mirror to observe the scene behind him. He had been followed for 2 full days, but Lauder could not confirm who was tracking him. It might be someone from the Holy See, or it might be William's small move. Lauder knew very well that continuing like this was not the answer. Tomorrow would be the time to transport the orb back to Aida, to ensure everything was safe. This little tale must be dealt with first. Thinking of this, Lauder's face became a bit sinister. He had already explored this area in advance. Normally no one would come, but he had to fight quickly to avoid attracting the city guards. As I thought about it, a high wall loomed in front of me. It was obvious that this was a dead end. Lauder immediately took off his disguise. His legs were no longer lame, and he no longer used the crutch in his hand. Before the opponent could react, he opened his legs and ran quickly, then jumped high and grabbed the high wall with both hands. The bulge was easily turned over. The whole set of movements is extremely perfect. Even a person with sound hands and feet may not be able to perform such beautiful climbing movements. The wizard Abel, who was following Lauder behind him, was completely stunned. For a moment, he had no time to cast a spell, and watched the lame rabbit disappear before his eyes like a falcon. Damn! It's a trap! In the second, Abel reacted and his expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that the other party's lame appearance was deliberately disguised in order to lure him into this alley. However, when he realized this, there was already a warning sign in his heart. And then the solid earth wall beside him had exploded. Abel only had time to turn his head and saw a ferocious claw waving. Come over, Mage Shield. Almost subconsciously, a magic barrier appeared around Abel, and then his whole body was shot away. His body rolled several times and hit the wall behind him hard. Fortunately, the Mage Shield withstood most of the damage, and fine cracks appeared on the magic barrier. Before Abel could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a half-lion, half-human monster flying towards him. Warcraft? Or a shape wizard? No. It could also be a blood knight. Abel didn't think too much, put his hands on the ground, and activated the second ring spell, Spike Barrier. A steady stream of magic power was injected into the flat surface. The moment the half-lion, half-human monster rushed 2 meters in front of him, Abel's eyes narrowed, and extremely sharp spikes shot up from the ground in an instant, killing it. Body penetration. Chapter 223 Anthony's Lightning Storm. Roar. The half-lion, half-human monster couldn't stop its momentum at all, and its body was pierced by several sharp spikes. A shrill roar soon sounded in the narrow alley. Abel raised his hand and struck a magic impact, knocking away the monster that was close at hand. Then a hot fireball ignited in his palm, and he was about to make up for the final blow. Boom! At this moment, a harsh roar suddenly sounded. A lead bullet arrived first and penetrated the Mage Shield that had just suffered a heavy blow, and missed Abel's head by just a hair. Abel was immediately frightened and backed away continuously. He interrupted the explosive flame technique that he was preparing to attack, and once again blessed himself with a few protective magics. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction where the lead bullets were flying. The person who took action was Lauder, and he was holding the weird cane in his hand at the moment. In fact, this is not a walking stick, but a specially modified musket. It was a gift given to him by the second batch of wizards, who came to support him a few days ago. It is said to be a new product of the Alchemy Workshop. It has no magic power fluctuations, and can ignore the inspection of the Holy See. It was specially given to him for self-defense. But the shortcomings are also obvious. Although it has great power, it can only fire 1 round of ammunition in a short time. Naturally, the wizard in front of him would not give him a chance to reload.
So Lauder could only bite the bullet and spoke to comfort him.
Master Wizard, please calm down. I think there must be some misunderstanding.
In fact, Lauder had already realized something was wrong when he discovered that the person following him was a wizard. Because theoretically all wizards are enemies of the Holy See, and they have common interests.
Misunderstand?
Abel, who had narrowly escaped death twice, was very annoyed. He sneered and looked at the strange-looking magical instrument in Lauder's hand with fear. He was worried that the other party was taking out something strange. So he immediately decided not to then hold back. Subdue these people first, and then slowly interrogate them. Abel raised his index finger and pointed at Lauder. And blue lightning immediately condensed on his fingertips. Chain lightning. Lauder's pupils tightened. He did not expect that the legend turned out to be true. The wizard of the Hadrada kingdom really had the power to control thunder. As early as the moment of confrontation with Abel, Lauder had already tightly held the ring that Lin gave him in his hand, shouting in terror in his mind. Master Lin, save me! The blue lightning was so fast that it was unimaginable, and it had already arrived in front of Abel the moment he activated his magic.
Water curtain wall!
A familiar voice sounded in Lauder's ears, and then a transparent water curtain stood in front of him, colliding with the blue lightning. The thin water curtain is electrolytically reduced into hydrogen and oxygen in an instant. Lightning is extremely fast and can travel through the air at a speed of tens or even hundreds of kilometers per second. Once struck, there is almost no possibility of evasion. However, Abel's casting speed was limited, and Lin, who completed the magic projection in time, easily protected it. Lauder sat down on the ground, his whole body filled with joy of surviving the disaster. He did not expect that Lord Lin not only heard his inner cry, but also came in person. This also means that I am finally safe.
Wizard? Betrayer?
Abel's expression suddenly became very ugly. He did not expect that a wizard would intervene in the pursuit of William's men. Could it be that there is another traitor who is greedy for life and afraid of death? And in order to survive, he is willing to become the assassin of the Holy See and in turn murder his colleagues? Lin blocked the chain lightning and did not launch another attack. Although he couldn't devote much energy to monitoring Lauder just now, he was not completely ignorant. After scanning the situation on the field, he had some guesses in his mind.
I think we can have a good talk. Mr. Wizard,
Lin said very kindly, then paused and then added,
but we need to change the place. The gunshots just now will probably attract the city guards here soon.
Abel didn't believe a word of it. He saw Lauder selling those glass products with his own eyes. Everyone in the entire Hadrada kingdom knew that William was on the side of the great Prince Harold, and he must be from the Holy See. Running dog. What's more, the other party is just an official wizard and is not worth fearing. Summon Boulder Puppet. With a thought in Abel's mind, the spell slot in his mind suddenly lit up, and the fragments of the collapsed earth wall beside him quickly exploded, turning into a stone puppet more than 2 meters high, and rushed towards Lin and others. Lin shook his head. He knew that if he didn't knock the opponent down, he probably wouldn't be able to have a good conversation. So he glanced at Lauder.
Get away from me, but not too far.
Lauder nodded quickly, rolled and crawled neatly, and hid under a collapsed earth wall, secretly observing the battle situation outside. He was very confident in Lin. But the other party's lightning magic was really weird. In just a moment, the stone puppet rushed in front of him, raised his stone hammer, and hit Lin. Uncharacteristically, Lin did not launch a counterattack, but dodged with a high jump. But now Abel's magic is ready to go. 3-ring spell, Anthony's lightning storm. Terrifying electric current condensed in Abel's palm, and along with the chanting of spells, lightning flew out, leaping in the air like a dense spider web, and instantly wrapped Lin and the stone puppet together. The violent arc continued to devour everything around it, making bursts of crackling sounds. Lin, who was in midair, seemed to have no time to escape, and was drowned by the lightning. The blue lightning penetrated Lin's body like poisonous snakes, destroying his body wantonly. A smile appeared on Abel's lips. In front of the mighty power of thunder, all resistance was meaningless.
Lord Lin!
Lauder couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of horror and fear. However, the next moment, the smile on Abel's face froze, because Lin, who was hit, was still safe and sound under the violent arc, suspended in midair without any impact.
How is this possible?
Abel shouted in disbelief.
No matter how powerful the magic is, if you don't find the real target, your efforts will be in vain.
Lin's voice sounded again, but it came from another direction. Lin's magic incarnation had already moved with Lauder, And it was just a false illusion that it was still standing there just now. I have to say that the visual magic created by Aurora is absolutely perfect for pretending to be a ghost. Chapter 224. Get out of here. You monster! Damn it. What kind of magic is this? Abel had no experience in dealing with visual magic before. When he saw that the strongest magic he had mastered had no effect, he immediately panicked and hit multiple pyroblasts with his backhand. But the target was not Lin. But there are lanes on both sides. A violent explosion followed, and the weak earth wall was instantly collapsed, burying the road. Then, under the cover of smoke and dust, Abel fled without looking back. Lin's expression remained unchanged. The index finger of his right hand shook slightly, and a strange wave of magic spread out in a ring. The flying Abel has reached the end of the alley, and there is hope for life ahead. Just when Abel was about to step out of the alleyway, his heart suddenly shook violently, and he fell to the ground while keeping forward, rolling several times on the ground in embarrassment. Abel's face was full of horror. The previous magic mirror and the violent vibration of his heart were all magic he had never seen before. It was so weird that it was unimaginable. Could it be that the person who attacked him was a believer of some evil god? Before Abel could think clearly, a dark red figure had already pounced on him. On his lion-like head was a pair of red eyes. The wounds on his body had healed, but the residual pain still made him violent. Waving his sharp claws, he hit the magic protection on Abel's body.
Get out of here! You monster! Get out of here!
Seeing that the sharp claws that were bigger than his head were only 1 centimeter away from him, Abel was so frightened that he yelled crazily. At the same time, a dense cloud of an electric arc emerged from the whole body, and soon spread to the half-lion, half-human monster. This is the second ring magic, lightning barrier. However, the half-lion, half-human monster endured the pain and numbness of the electric shock, with red fire all over its body, and smashed open the protective barrier with its sandbag-sized fists.
Owen! Stay strong and don't beat anyone to death.
In the distance, a voice suddenly came over. The monster who was about to give Abel a final blow immediately paused, then retracted its claws and knocked Abel unconscious with one punch. When Lin came over, he saw Abel who had fainted. The wizard still had a frightened look on his face, and he was obviously very frightened. The body of the half-lion, half-human monster began to transform rapidly. In just a few seconds, a boy of 15 or 16 years old appeared in the alleyway. His face turned pale, his short hair stood on end, and his hands and feet were trembling slightly. But he still spoke with a trembling voice.
Master Lin, how are you doing? Are you feeling well?
Lin asked with concern. He resisted the electric shock head-on. No matter how good his physical fitness was after the transformation, it would inevitably be affected.
It's okay. Just a little numb.
The young man couldn't help but shiver. His muscles all over his body were sore, and every hair on his body stood up. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being struck by lightning.
It's best not to be so reckless next time.
Lin shook his head helplessly, and then asked again.
Where are the Mage Shield and Pyroblast I asked you to learn? Those 2 magic spells are too complicated.
The half-grown boy said sheepishly.
No matter how complicated it is, you have to learn it. You must know some magic. Otherwise, if you meet more powerful wizards and bishops, you will only get beaten by magic transformation. It will be a big disadvantage.
Lin reminded. The young man named Owen. In front of him was the experimental subject number 22 that he had seen in the laboratory in Ladakh a few months ago. He was the lucky one who continuously fused the blood of 2 kinds of warcraft. Since Ladakh's manor was located on the outskirts of the southern city, it was not included in the burst of soul-eating formation. After the massacre in Nanchung district, all these magic experiments were rescued by the search and rescue team. Owen was one of them. After more than a month of treatment, he has basically recovered. These transformed magicians were not weak enough to compete with some official wizards. Lin naturally had no intention of letting it go. Those who were mentally unstable would use psychic magic for psychological treatment, and those who were mentally stable would compile them. Joining the newly established security team can be regarded as saying goodbye to the past and having a serious job. Owen, the most powerful one, was sent by Lin to protect Lauder and others. After all, his age was a good cover. Not many people could have imagined that a 15 or 16-year-old boy could explode with such terrifying power. The only flaw is that although these magicians have huge magic power, it seems difficult to condense spell slots, and their resistance to mental spells is not strong. After comforting the young man, Lin turned his attention to Lauder, who had just crawled out from under the earth wall.
Lord Lin, this action was an oversight on my part. which almost caused serious consequences. Please punish me.
Lauder wiped the cold sweat from his head and said in annoyance. Before, he thought that with Owen's help, and the fact that he was hiding in the dark and shooting black guns, it was more than enough to deal with a little tail stalking him. There was no need to create a big battle. Who would have thought that the person who wanted to stalk him would actually be a high-ranking man? Low wizard. If Lin hadn't arrived in time this time, they might have been in danger.
Take the person away. Let's go to a safe place,
Lin said noncommittally. After a fire touch cleaned up the traces left by the battle, the whole person disappeared in front of the two people.
Lord Lin.
Lauder looked around and shouted. But no one answered. Damn it. Logically speaking, shouldn't that adult still be staying in Iona? Lauder muttered to himself. Feeling even more in awe, the boy on the side picked up Abel and urged Lauder to run away together. Just a minute after the two left, a team of priests wearing white robes with sacred badges on their chests rushed to the scene.
There are traces of fire magic on the ground. It should be a formal wizard to have such powerful destructive power.
The leading archbishop looked at the collapsed earth wall and the dark ground and said,
We arrived a step too late. It seems that the other party has already escaped. Hopefully no innocent people get hurt. These damn devil's believers.
Several priests were either pity or angry. These damn wizards were like mice, always hiding in the cracks and corners they couldn't find, and popping out from time to time to cause trouble.
Report what happened here to Lord Losark. These wizards seem to be acting more and more frequently recently,
the leading archbishop said worriedly. Chapter 225. We come from Greenreal, the land of wizards. Darkness, hunger, pain. Under the dazzling sunlight, Abel woke up in a daze, and then felt a pain on his right cheek. I don't know if it was intentional revenge, but Owen's last punch was so hard that the entire right side of his face swelled. But Abel no longer had the mind to think about this, because he soon discovered that his hands were being bound by strange shackles. And what frightened him even more was that the magic power in his body was also suppressed.
These are shackles made from the demonic stone, which can inhibit the wizard's ability to cast spells.
A voice soon rang in the room. Abel immediately turned his head and looked over. The strange, demon-like figure was standing not far away. In addition, there was also the middle-aged man who shamelessly pretended to be a cripple to deceive him, and a half-year-old boy. It's over. Abel's face turned pale. How could he not understand that he had been caught? He couldn't help but recall those horrific criminal laws in his mind. He had heard that every wizard captured by the Holy See would face extremely cruel torture, no matter whether he told the information or not. The final result would be to be burned on the rack and burned to charcoal. Thinking of this, Abel gritted his teeth, placed his hands freely on his legs, and pressed lightly with his index and middle fingers as if he was looking for something.
There's no need to look for it. Otherwise you might be confused. I've already taken out the things for you.
Lennon stretched out his right hand, and an ironwood stick as long as his fingers appeared in his palm. There were fine runes on the stick. This thing was hidden very secretly, and was buckled in the middle layer of the robe. It should be used to commit suicide or die with the enemy under special circumstances. Seeing that his last support appeared in Lennon's hand, Abel's face suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have lost his bones, and leaned against the white wall behind him.
Don't worry. We actually don't mean any harm,
Lynn said slowly.
Don't waste your time. I won't tell you anything,
Abel interrupted with a sneer. Abel's bad attitude left Lynn very speechless. But he also knew that he had just beaten a person, and the other person was probably still angry. After thinking about it, he spoke.
In fact, we come from Greenreal, the land of wizards.
Greenleaf? Abel paused. He had naturally heard of this legendary wizarding holy land. It is rumored that it is a paradise for wizards. There is no power from the Holy See, and no witch hunters. Everyone can study witchcraft freely there, and explain their own magic theories. Abel always scoffed at this rumor. He did not think that such a place existed. The real holy land for wizards will only be created by the great master Anthony himself. A true kingdom for wizards.
Since you said you are from the land of wizards, where is the evidence?
Abel said with a sneer.
Who in the entire Hadrada kingdom doesn't know that William is a supporter of the great prince and a lackey of the Holy See? Are you doing things for William just to pray for the church's forgiveness and hope that the cardinal will be kind and forgive him? Will you survive? I can tell you that this is absolutely impossible. The day you lose your use value, you will be tied to the stake and burned to death,
Abel said mockingly.
You may have made a mistake. To be precise, William is working for me. He was just approaching Harold as a cover for his identity,
Lynn explained in a leisurely manner. But at the same time, he was a little surprised. Judging from Abel's attitude, it seemed that he didn't know much about the wizarding land. You must know that William has been in the kingdom of Hadrada for more than 10 years, and he has not had any contact with the local wizards. Could it be that Halram did it when he asked the other party to work for him? Some bad things have caused William to always hold a grudge against the wizard. Right? Lynn suddenly discovered that although Haram had left him some legacy, it was still more of a trap.
Of course I can give you evidence, but you need to tell me which school of thought you come from, and who is the leader,
Lynn continued.
In addition, I also do some research on electromagnetism. Maybe we can exchange relevant experiences if we have the opportunity. So you want to pry into the secret of thunder magic?
Abel immediately seemed to have guessed Lynn's thoughts, and his expression immediately became wary. Thunder magic was gradually discovered by Master Anthony, who risked his life and endured hundreds of lightning strikes. It is the treasure of the entire school. Abel would never allow such an important secret to be revealed from him, even though he put on an expression that he would rather die than surrender. It would be a cliché. Then he remained silent. No matter how Lynn asked, he remained silent, seeing Abel's attitude of refusing to cooperate. Owen rolled up his sleeves and was about to give him a few blows, preparing to wake up Abel. But Lynn waved his hand to stop him.
Since you have doubts about us, then stay here for a while. I believe you will change your mind soon.
Lynn did not give a long explanation, but generously gave it to Abel to give him some time to think. The opponent's wizard was not low in level, and he was also a 3-ring wizard. Lynn did not have the ability to use psychic magic to break through Abel's mental protection and obtain the opponent's memory. Torture didn't seem good either, and he didn't want to push a group of would-be allies into opposition, especially now that William's attitude is uncertain. These wizards, who have been rooted in the kingdom of Hadrada for a long time, are even more worthy of winning over. It is not difficult to kill William. What is difficult is how to handle the subsequent affairs and avoid attracting the attention of the Holy See. Lynn gave some instructions, asking Owen to take care of Abel, and then took Lauder out. A few minutes later, he ordered the attendant to bring some food and put it on the table. After following Lauder for several days, and having just experienced a hard battle, Abel was already tired and hungry. The white bread, sausages, steaks and grilled fish on the table were like the temptation of the devil, intermittently attracting his attention. Abel swallowed, but soon thought that there must be some kind of psychedelic substance inside, tempting him to eat it so that he could reveal some important information.
Don't you want to eat?
Owen asked strangely. Abel, who had already seen through everything, shook his head resolutely, saying that he would never touch it. Irving ignored Abel, picked up a piece of fragrant steak, put it in his mouth and took a big bite. He quickly swept away all the food on the table, with no intention of leaving it for Abel. Is it possible that there is really nothing wrong with these foods? Seeing Owen eating happily, Abel couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and fell into a game between reason and hunger.